The man suddenly opened his eyes, and what he saw was not the familiar ceiling, but a smoke-black thatched roof. A few rays of sunlight illuminated the dust flying in the air. At this moment, a flood of complex memories flooded into his mind, nearly causing him to faint again. It was the 37th year of the Jiao reign of the dying dynasty. Natural and man-made disasters ravaged the land, leaving the dead swarming with famine, and exorbitant taxes were as ferocious as a tiger. The man had traveled through time. The original owner of this body had the same name as him, Fong Han, an ordinary resident of Liushi village. His parents had died young, leaving behind a few acres of barren farmland, barely enough to make ends meet, and a precarious life. Fong Han was in tears. Just yesterday, he was fired by his boss and played games at home for 3 days in revenge. He fainted from overwork, and when he woke up, he found himself traveling to this place. Fong Han looked down at himself. He was wearing a patched linen shirt, with no Wi-Fi, no cell phone, and barely enough food to eat. How could he possibly survive in this ancient world? Just as Fong Han was thinking about what to do, there was a sudden burst of rapid gong sounds outside the house, followed by a rough voice that broke the tranquility of the village. Everyone come out! Everyone come out! The human traffickers are here with their men. Anyone who wants to buy a wife should come to the big locust tree at the entrance of the village. It was the voice of the village chief, Zhao Taizhan. The fragments of memory resurfaced, and Fong Han understood instantly. In the last years of the dying dynasty, survival was the only hope. When men died, women and children were sold. Families struggling to make ends meet would even sell their daughters for a few dough of rice. The women who were sold, if they were lucky, would become wives and carry on the family line. If they were unlucky, they would be sold to brothels and end up in a miserable state. The door next door opened, and Yang Hongmei poked her head out. Seeing Fong Han also standing at the door, she curled her lips. Oh, the sickly guy is going out too? Why, you want to go and take a look too? You are so poor that you can't afford to buy it. After saying that, she twisted her waist and walked towards the village entrance proudly. Fong Han ignored her and followed her as if possessed. A crowd of men had gathered under the large locust tree at the entrance of the village. The men craned their necks, their eyes gleaming, as if they were selecting livestock at a market. In the center of the crowd, 2 men with shifty eyes were shouting. Behind them stood a dozen women, the oldest in their 30s, the youngest 15 or 16, all dressed in rags, with pale, thin faces and eyes as numb as a pool of stagnant water. The villagers chattered and haggled. Fong Han stood on the outskirts of the crowd, his stomach churning. He watched the women's arms being pinched, their teeth examined, their prices appraised like commodities, and a chill ran from his feet to his skull. This was an era where human life was worthless. His eyes swept over the women, most of whom had dark skin and sturdy hands and feet from long years of hard work. Suddenly, his gaze froze. At the very end of all the women, there was a figure who seemed out of place. She had willow-shaped eyebrows, peach blossom eyes, a small, straight nose, and sharp, cherry lips. Her features were as exquisite as an artist's most proud work. But her face was as pale as paper, her lips were cracked and chapped, and her body was shaky, as if she would collapse at any moment. She was sick, very sick. How much is that? A villager asked, pointing at her. The trafficker glanced at her with a look of bad luck on his face. This is a free gift. Hearing this, the villagers shook their heads and said, It looks like she won't live long. What bad luck. The girl's body trembled, her head lowered even lower, and her thin shoulders swayed slightly, like a small animal abandoned by the world. Fong Han's heart was inexplicably tugged. At this moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Strong emotional fluctuations detected in the host, meeting the binding conditions. Dual door system is activating. Activation successful. Fong Han's pupils shrank sharply. The golden finger in the novel had arrived. System introduction. This system is a dual portal system. The host can use this system to freely travel between the modern world and the Grandview world. The system needs to bind a qualified woman and make this son-in-law the host's wife. Marrying one more wife approved by the system will upgrade the system once. The higher the level, the more things the host can bring back and forth. Ding. Found a female who meets the requirements. By Jiro. Would you like to bind me? The barrage of messages nearly shut Fong Han down. A surge of ecstasy washed over him, and he nearly laughed out loud. Fong Han's gaze fell on the girl again. She coughed twice, her body swaying even more violently. The human trafficker impatiently pushed her, causing her to stumble and nearly fall. Ding. Please bind. Bind. Fong Han muttered silently. Ding. Key character, by Jiro, has been successfully bound. Duel pass-through door level 1. the host can carry 10 kilograms of items back and forth. Current double piercing gate energy 0%. By this time, the villagers had almost finished their selection. Only Baijiro and a few other misfits were left. Seeing no one was interested, the trafficker impatiently yelled at Baijiro, "Get out of the way! Don't get in the way! I want her!" Swish! Everyone's eyes were fixed on Fong Han. The entire area beneath the locust tree fell silent. Fong Han, the poorest man in the village, the one who could barely support himself? Was he crazy? The trafficker looked Fong Han up and down. His patched clothes, washed out and bleached, looked no better than the women waiting for sale behind him. He sneered and spat. "You? What are you going to buy?" The surrounding villagers also laughed. "Yes, you're a dying, sickly person," said Yang Hongmei from next door, laughing the most exaggeratedly. Fong Han ignored the harsh taunts. He raised the steamed buns in his hand and carefully took out two. The white, round buns, still emitting a faint hint of heat, were the breakfast he had traveled with. As soon as the steamed bun appeared, the laughter around them stopped abruptly. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the thing in Fong Han's hand, and their Adam's apples rolled up and down unconsciously. In a time when even bran was considered refined grain, they had only heard of these snow-white, soft steamed buns in the legends of the wealthy families in the county town. The rich wheat aroma was so tempting that it made their stomachs swell with greed. The trafficker's eyes were red with anger. He had visited several villages this time, and the goods he collected were nothing but coarse rice and copper coins, which were not enough to feed himself. These two steamed buns were better than what he had eaten in the past 2 weeks. Deal. The trafficker, fearing he would go back on his word, snatched the 2 buns from Fong Han's hand and, not caring if they were hot, wolfed one down. The way he ate looked like a stray dog that had been hungry for 10 days or half a month. He waved his hand vaguely at Fong Han. "All right, the person is yours. Take her away quickly, and don't blame me if she dies on the road." The transaction was completed. Fong Han walked up to Baijiro while everyone in the village looked at him like a fool. The girl lowered her head even lower, as if she couldn't believe that her fate was decided by 2 steamed buns. Fong Han reached out his hand, wanting to help her, but she suddenly shrank back like a frightened rabbit. Fong Han's hand froze in midair, then he retracted it. He said nothing, simply turned and walked towards his home. Baijiro hesitated for a moment, but finally took a step forward, limping to catch up. Fong Han's home was more of a shack than a home. Thatched roof, adobe walls, and drafty. When Fong Han pushed open the creaky, broken wooden door, a subtle flash of despair crossed Baijiro's eyes. A gust of cold wind rushed in from the cracks in the wall, shaking her already weak body and then bursting into a violent cough. The cough was heart-wrenching, and her face turned red. When she finished coughing, her face turned as pale as paper. Fong Han reached out and felt her forehead. It was burning hot. She had a fever. He frowned, but said nothing. He stepped aside and led her into the house first. Then he pointed to the only piece of furniture in the room, the hard, broken wooden bed. Fong Han took out the 2 remaining steamed buns. Without any hesitation, he tore one into small pieces and put it into the chipped ceramic bowl. He also scooped some hot water from the ceramic pot on the stove and poured it into it. The snow-white buns soaked up the water, turning into a bowl of steaming hot mush. He carried the bowl and walked to the bedside. "Eat something." Baijiro slowly raised her head. When she saw the snow-white, soft food in the bowl, she was stunned. She came from a family of officials and had tasted all sorts of delicacies. But since her family fell into poverty and she was sold along the way, she had been eating only vegetable leaves that looked like pig food. She looked at Fong Han in disbelief, then at the steamed bun paste in the bowl. Fong Han handed the bowl to her. She took it with a trembling hand, carefully scooping a little with a wooden spoon and bringing it to her mouth. The warmth flowed down her throat, warming her cold stomach and heart. At this moment, that cold mechanical voice sounded again. Ding! Detecting Baijiro's strong feelings of gratitude. Gratitude value, plus 100. Current energy 100 out of 100. The conditions for shuttle have been met, and shuttle can be initiated once. Fong Han's heart was shaken, and then a surge of ecstasy surged. I can go back. At night, the cold wind howled outside the house, like the howling of ghosts and wolves. Baijiro's condition not only did not improve, but became more serious. Her fever worsened, and she fell into a coma, mumbling nonsense. "Sister, don't be afraid. I'm here. Dad, I'm an unfilial daughter." Her breathing grew weaker and weaker, her body burning like a furnace. Fong Han knew that a bowl of steamed bun paste alone would not save her. In this era of scarce medical care and medicine, a cold was enough to kill a person. He had to go back and get some medicine from modern times. He stood up, walked to the open space in the middle of the room, took took a deep breath, and silently chanted, "Start, double door." The moment the words fell, the air in front of Fong Han rippled like the surface of water. A soft white light appeared out of nowhere, rapidly expanding, eventually forming an elliptical light gate more than a meter tall. Fong Han no longer hesitated, carrying the plastic bag containing the 2 steamed buns, and stepped inside. The scene before him suddenly changed. The blackened thatched roof disappeared, replaced by a cracked white ceiling. The adobe walls had become partitions covered in yellowed wallpaper, and several days' worth of takeout boxes were piled in the corner. The computer screen was still on, and the ashtray next to it was overflowing with cigarette butts. The air was filled with the familiar smell of instant noodles, cigarettes, and bachelors. He's back. Fong Han is really back. He dropped the plastic bag, rushed to the table, and picked up his phone. April 12, 2024, 9:37 p.m. Time barely passed. He opened the food delivery app, his fingers rapidly tapping across the screen, his thoughts crystal clear. Baijiro has a persistent fever and needs antipyretics, preferably antibiotics, just in case. 2 boxes of ibuprofen capsules. 2 boxes of amoxicillin. A mercury thermometer. In ancient times, people were short on food and clothing, so eating just steamed buns wasn't enough. He needed food that could quickly replenish his energy and last for a long time. 5 kilograms of vacuum-packed rice. 5 pounds of premium pork belly. And 10 packets of braised beef noodles. Her clothes were thin and tattered, offering no protection from the cold. Thickened thermal underwear, 1 for each sex. He placed his order and selected send immediately. After doing all this, he slumped in his chair, seemingly drained of all his strength. Less than 20 minutes later, there was a rapid knock on the door. Fong Han accepted the large bags handed to him by the delivery boy and thanked him profusely. He piled everything on the floor. The system had warned him that he could only carry 10 kilograms at a time. 5 kilograms of rice and 5 caddies of pork equaled 2.5 kilograms, and with the other odds and ends, it was almost exactly at the upper limit. He packed everything in a sturdy woven bag, shouldered it, took a deep breath, and recited to himself again. System activated, double pass gate. A light gate appeared in response. Fong Han, carrying the heavy bag, stepped in again without hesitation. In the cold and dilapidated thatched hut, the light gate quietly appeared and then quietly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. The wind outside grew even louder, making the worn wooden door creak. Baijiro was still sleeping in bed, her brow furrowed, her mouth mumbling unconsciously, her face flushed red. Fong Han put the bag down and opened the medicine, taking out a capsule for each. He then poured some hot water from the chipped ceramic bowl and waited for the water to cool down before helping Baijiro to her feet and letting her lean against his chest. He hesitated for a moment, but still stretched out his fingers, gently pinched open her small chin, stuffed 2 capsules in, then picked up the bowl and carefully poured warm water into her mouth along the corners. Perhaps driven by survival instinct, Baijiro's throat rolled, and she unconsciously swallowed the medicine and water. After feeding her the medicine, Fong Han breathed a sigh of relief. He barely slept that night, remaining by Baijiro's side. The sky outside the window turned from pitch black to pale. When the first rays of morning light shone through the hole in the roof, Fong Han yawned and reached out to touch Baijiro's forehead. It wasn't hot anymore, the fever was gone. Fong Han breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the girl on the bed fluttered her eyelashes and slowly opened her eyes. Her peach blossom eyes, which had been dulled by the pain, were now clear and bright, with the confusion of someone just waking up. The heaviness and heat in her body vanished without a trace. In its place, she felt an unprecedented lightness. She tried to sit up, the movement smooth, without even a hint of dizziness. She was completely stunned. Just as she was lost in thought, an overwhelming aroma suddenly entered her nostrils. It wasn't the delicate scent of wheat, nor the bitterness of wild vegetables, but rather a rich, mellow, and complex meaty aroma that was difficult to describe. Fong Han was seen walking towards the stove, carrying a chipped earthenware bowl. Inside was a bowl of steaming hot porridge, with finely chopped meat and emerald green onions floating on top. The rice was crystal clear, modern rice, and the meat was modern pork, a perfect blend of fat and lean. This deadly aroma instantly filled the entire thatched hut, even drifting restlessly through the cracks in the wall. Baijiro stared at the bowl of porridge, stunned. Born into a family of officials, she had tasted every kind of delicacies. But even the minced meat porridge made with the finest new rice and pork buttocks was nowhere near even a 10,000th of the quality before her. Fong Han handed the bowl to her and said calmly, "Eat it. You'll get better soon." Baijiro took it with trembling hands, gently scooped up a spoonful, and put it into her mouth. The rich taste instantly exploded on her tongue. She had never eaten such delicious porridge. Ding. Baijiro's emotions are fluctuating wildly. Her happiness is overflowing. Favorability, plus 20. Ding. Double door energy plus 20, current energy 20/100. Fong Han heard the prompt in his mind, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The aroma of porridge was so strong that Yang Hongmei, who was feeding chickens next door, smelled it and scattered the chaff in her hands. Whose house? Who's stewing meat? She wrinkled her nose and followed the smell, finally stopping at Fong Han's door. She stood on tiptoe and pushed aside the weeds to peek through the crack in the wall. She almost popped her eyes out. The sickly person in the room who was half dead yesterday was now drinking porridge with diced meat in it. Yang Hongmei rubbed her eyes, wondering if she was still asleep, but the aroma of meat was so real that it made her drool. The next second, she ran away like a cat whose tail was stepped on, shouting, "Something strange has happened. Fong Han's dying wife is back to life. She's even drinking her meat porridge." Her shrill voice instantly pierced the morning silence. Liushi village erupted in excitement. Villagers popped their heads out, faces filled with disbelief. Inside, Baijiro finished a bowl of porridge, her complexion gradually returning to normal, a sense of comfort etched even in her bones. Seeing her finish her meal, Fong Han pulled out a set of thick, pink thermal underwear from the woven bag he'd brought from the modern era and handed it to her. Baijiro was stunned. Her fingertips touched the fabric. It was softer than Jiangnan silk, lighter than cotton, and the fine down on it was as soft as a kitten's belly. She was deeply shocked, but the clothes in her hands made her feel at a loss. Ding. Baijiro's emotions are fluctuating violently. Shock value plus 30. Ding. Double door energy plus 30. Current energy 50/100. Fong Han watched the numbers on the system panel jump, secretly calculating in his mind. Recharging his energy by simply making his wife happy was too slow. The key was money. Whether in ancient times or modern times, without money, one could hardly get anywhere. His current savings were only 5,000 yuan, which was not enough. He had to find a way to make money. His eyes swept across the thatched hut, finally stopping at a corner. There sat an empty beer bottle he brought back from the modern era. The bottle's emerald green body shone brightly in the sunlight. Smooth, free of impurities and bubbles, it was truly the ultimate tribute of Lu Li, in this era, priceless. If he could sell it in the county town, it would surely fetch a fortune. He had found his way to wealth. Fong Han was happily thinking about this when he saw Baijiro had already changed into clothes. The clothes fit her well, outlining her slender figure. Even though she was still wearing a torn linen shirt, her whole temperament was completely different. Her hair was simply tied back, the stains wiped away, revealing her stunning face. Her cheeks were flushed with a healthy blush from the porridge and rest, and her peach-shaped eyes were clear and flowing, like a spring. The sickly look faded, and her stunning beauty began to emerge. She walked up to Fong Han, head lowered, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "Thank you for saving me." Chapter 5. Same bed, different dreams. Her voice was soft, weak from a recent recovery, yet it tickled Fong Han's heart like a feather. The Baijiro before him was completely different from the woman who had been treated as a commodity and could die at any moment. She was like a beautiful jade covered in dust, but after Fong Han nursed her with a bowl of porridge and a night's care, he wiped away the dirt and revealed a breathtaking brilliance. As Fong Han looked at her, the joy he had initially felt at the prospect of making money gradually faded. He waved his hand, wanting to say something, but it felt unnecessary, and he fell silent instead. Seeing him silent, Baijiro thought he still had a lingering feeling, and her eyes instantly welled up. She recalled the despair of being sold, the indifference of her people, and the beatings from the traffickers. She also recalled the warmth of this shabby house, the bowl of meat porridge that warmed her to the bone. The contrast between the two made her heart ache. With a thud, she suddenly fell to her knees. Startled, Fong Han reached out to help her, but Baijiro stubbornly refused to get up, tears streaming down her face. She choked up, revealing her sister, Bai Xuejian, who had been separated from her during the abduction and whose whereabouts were unknown. At that moment, her despair deepened. Although she had survived, her only relative might still be suffering. This guilt was even more unbearable than the suffering she had endured. Seeing her tears welling up in her eyes, her body shaking with sobs, Fong Han felt an inexplicable pang of pain in his heart. Damn, he couldn't bear to see a beautiful woman cry. Not to mention, this was the wife he'd bought with 2 steamed buns, the one bound to the system. If she wasn't happy, his energy wouldn't be able to increase, let alone return home. It was logical and necessary for him to intervene. But how? He was unfamiliar with the dying dynasty, and trying to find someone was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even if he found someone, what would he use to redeem him? It all came down to money. Fong Han's gaze fell on the empty beer bottle in the corner again, and he had an idea in mind. The plan had to be implemented ahead of time. He took a deep breath, walked to the corner, and picked up the emerald green beer bottle. Then he turned around and held it in front of Baijiro with a solemn expression. You get up first. Baijiro was shocked by his attitude, subconsciously stopped crying, and stood up. Fong Han held up the bottle, letting the sunlight filter through, revealing its crystal-clear appearance. This is my Fong family's ancestral treasure, the jade sea glazed jar, he said solemnly, his expression flawless. It belongs to the imperial court of the previous dynasty, and has been passed down to my generation, untouched. Baijiro's eyes widened instantly. Colored glass. And such flawless, transparent glass. Born into a family of officials, she was well-informed and knew that the so-called colored glass on the market was turbid and full of bubbles, and even then, it cost hundreds of gold coins. But this one before her was as clear as the sea and as lustrous as jade. It was simply unheard of. This is a tribute-level treasure. She was completely stunned. Seeing this, Fong Han laughed inwardly, but continued to increase the stakes. Don't worry, your sister's affairs are my affairs. Tomorrow, I will go to the county town to sell it and exchange it for silver. No matter how much, I will redeem your sister. The words resonated so loudly that the entire hut seemed to echo. Baijiro's mind exploded. He was going to sell off his ancestral treasure for a sister he'd never met? A surge of warmth washed over her last defenses. This man had saved her life with 2 steamed buns, and now he was willing to sacrifice his most precious treasure for her. How else could she repay him? No, absolutely not. Baijiro snapped back to her senses and knelt down again, this time clinging tightly to Fong Han's legs, sobbing uncontrollably. My benefactor, this is your heirloom. How could you destroy it for someone like me? My sister has suffered so much. I dare not bring trouble upon you again. Fong Han lowered his head and said firmly, What do you mean by irrelevant person? You are my wife now. Baijiro was stunned by this. She raised her tearful eyes and stared blankly at Fong Han. Yes, she was the wife he bought. But where in the world could there be such a husband? In this era, women were little more than tools for childbearing and punching bags. Yet, he offered her unprecedented respect and warmth. She looked into his resolute gaze, a chorus of emotions swirling. Ultimately, all her emotions dissolved into submission and devotion. She released his hand and kowtowed solemnly to Fong Han. Her forehead touched the ground, and when she raised it again, her eyes were filled with not only gratitude but also charm and determination. My benefactor. No, my husband. For the rest of my life, I am willing to serve you like an ox or a horse. In any posture, any request, I will obey you. The last few words were as light as a mosquito's buzz, but they exploded in Fong Han's ears like thunder. Ding! Baijiro's emotions reached their peak, loyalty reaches max, and love blossoms. Ding! Gratitude plus 10. Happiness plus 10. Love plus 10. A series of notification sounds followed one after another. Fong Han looked down at the tearful yet devoted beauty in his arms, and only one word came to mind. Awesome. As night fell, a cold wind howled, creaking the broken door panels. The house was silent, the fire extinguished, leaving only a faint glow of red embers. On the wooden bed, the atmosphere was tense. Fong Han and Baijiro lay side by side, a fist's length between them. Baijiro had insisted. She worried he'd catch a cold sleeping on the floor, so she dragged him to bed. But the bed was too narrow. If they turned over, they'd bump into each other. Squeak! The wooden bed groaned. Baijiro's body stiffened instantly, her cheeks burning, her heart pounding. In the darkness, she could clearly hear the man's steady breathing, tinged with the faint scent of soapberry. It all made her shy and nervous, yet a tinge of anticipation welled up in her heart. She had meant what she had said that day. Since she was his wife, it was only natural for him to do whatever he wanted. Besides, he had done so much for her. Feeling the warmth from his body, she inched closer like a small animal. Her shoulder finally touched his arm, and Fong Han's breathing immediately became irregular. How could he sleep with such a stunning beauty lying beside him? Sensing her movements, his heart fluttered, and he simply reached out and pulled her into his arms. Baijiro moaned softly, her body trembling, but then she softened, snuggling into Fong Han's arms like a submissive kitten, burying her face in his broad, strong chest, feeling his heartbeat and breath. All her uneasiness and shyness instantly dissipated. Only an unprecedented sense of peace remained. Ding! Baijiro's favorability plus 50. Emotional sublimation. Ding. Double door energy plus 50. Current energy is 100/100, meeting the conditions for travel. Fong Han held the warm and soft jade in his arms, listening to the notification tone of full meter, and his heart was once again filled with joy. In one word, awesome. Awesome. Chapter 6. 500 Tales for a Beer Bottle. The warm and soft jade in Fong Han's arms kept him awake all night. Fong Han did not have any improper thoughts, but was struck by this trust. A beautiful woman from ancient times, quietly curled up in his arms, treating him as her only support. This feeling of being entrusted with life and death was more exhilarating than any honor. He quietly opened his eyes and glanced at the system panel. Double door energy, 100/100, was full, allowing a round trip at any time. But he didn't leave immediately, because reality was more important than traveling. Saving Baijiro's sister, improving his current predicament, and even traveling more freely in the future all depended on one word: money. He needed his first pot of gold, and the sooner the better. That dark green beer bottle was the starting point he had locked onto. As soon as daybreak arrived, he would go to the county town and sell the glass to save up some startup capital. With his decision made, he calmed down, listening to the even breathing in his arms. His heart slowly calmed down until sleepiness crept over his eyelids, and he finally had a brief, peaceful sleep that night. The dim light of dawn filtered through the house. When he rose, the flames in the stove were already leaping. Baijiro imitated his method of making porridge. Although her movements were unfamiliar, she was serious and focused, making the shabby hut feel like home for the first time. She turned around and whispered, "Husband, you're awake," with satisfaction in her eyes and eyebrows. He watched the rice porridge bubbling in the pot and quietly announced his departure for the county town today, his expression steady yet revealing an undeniable strength. The tongs slipped from her hand, and her eyes immediately filled with tears as she hesitated to speak. He wiped away the tears, telling her to wait for his return, saying he would bring money and redeem her sister. This promise was warmer than fire. Baijiro was stunned for a moment, and her fear was replaced by trust. She just nodded solemnly, biting her lip, and said, "Husband, I'll wait for you," squeezing countless words into these 4 words. After breakfast, he found some clean rags and wrapped the beer bottle in layers, tying it up tightly inside and out before securing it with a hemp rope. He acted as solemnly as if he were escorting the imperial seal, fearing even the slightest bump or damage. To get to the county town, he had to use a carriage. Fong Han headed straight for the east end of the village to borrow a donkey cart. Village chief Zhao Taizhan was chopping wood in the yard. Seeing him enter, he chopped his axe, clearly suspicious of the recent rumors. He didn't beat around the bush and asked to borrow the cart to go to the county to run some personal business. Zhao Taizhan squinted his eyes, looking him up and down, his gaze lingering on his old clothes and the bundle. After a moment's hesitation, he finally waved his hand in agreement, telling him to leave early and return soon. The dirt road was long, and the donkey cart creaked and bumped towards Qingshi County. The old donkey flicked its tail slowly, leaving a cloud of dust behind it. He sat on the carriage, the floor jarring, and his resolve to turn over as quickly as possible only intensified. Nearly 2 hours later, the outline of the city wall emerged from the horizon. The high, blue brick walls were simple and majestic. Soldiers at the gates held spears, checking people. Once inside, the hustle and bustle of the shops and the bustling city life washed over him. The bluestone streets were wide and straight, lined with restaurants, tea houses, cloth shops, and rice stores. The hawking and the clatter of carriages combined like waves, forming a stark contrast to the poverty and desolation of Liushi village. Fong Han tied up the donkey, fed it some hay, and, holding baby tightly, headed straight for East Street. There was only one target: Jubiozai, the county's most prestigious pawnshop. If you wanted to sell something valuable, this was the place with the most leverage. The vermilion lacquered gate was vast and imposing, flanked by crouching stone lions. Stepping through, the scent of sandalwood mixed with aged wood filled the air. The tall counter separated the inside and outside, and the dim light belied the warmth of human nature. A middle-aged man with a goatee and a silk shirt slouched behind a counter, a small copper spoon dangling from side to side for cleaning his ears. The angle of his eyelids showed disdain as he asked, "Pawning things?" in a drawn-out voice, clearly classifying Fong Han as poor and needy. Fong Han ignored the man's glares and gently placed the package on the counter. Under that impatient gaze, he slowly untied the ropes and peeled back the cloth, peeling it off layer by layer, as if revealing a silent yet dazzling secret. The moment the last layer of cloth left the stage, a shimmering emerald green lit up in the dimness. The dim light, not glaring, was like a ripple that swallowed up the surrounding brightness, coating the cabinet's surface with a dreamy green. The shopkeeper's hand, which was cleaning his ear, suddenly froze, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints. The indolence and indifference on his face quickly faded, leaving only a look of complete shock. Even his breathing paused for a moment. He stood up and leaned forward, almost collapsing onto the counter. His gaze was fixed on the vase, its lines crude yet elegant, resting quietly on the countertop, as if afraid to miss a flash of inspiration if he blinked. The vase, as pure as jade, shone with a shimmering brilliance in the dim light. He reached out a trembling hand, then withdrew it mid-air, as if afraid to sully the sacred object with his vulgar hands. He forced himself to steady his breath and examine it carefully. Finally, he pinched the bottle's mouth with 2 fingers and slowly lifted it up to the light for a closer look. It was impeccably clean, both inside and out, the surface as smooth as a mirror, without a trace of impurities or bubbles within. This level of purity was almost beyond comprehension. After 30 years of working at Jubiozai, he was confident he had seen countless pieces of colored glass. It might have emanated from the palace, or been sent as tribute from the western regions, but now, all his preconceptions seemed to have been shattered. This present moment made the past meaningless. He drew a sharp breath, his hands shaking even more than before. A word suddenly popped into his mind, a title and rank found only in legends, enough to make even a seasoned expert shudder. Tribute glass. Chapter 7. Making a fortune. The shopkeeper's voice suddenly changed tone, sharp as if someone had stepped on his tail. The next moment, when he looked up, his face was covered with a fawning smile, and his goatee trembled with it. Distinguished guest. What a distinguished guest. I am blind and ignorant. Please come in and have a seat. I will serve you good tea. As he spoke, he hurried around the counter, bowing and nodding as he led the way, his demeanor more respectful than if he were meeting his own father. Fong Han chuckled inwardly, but remained calm on the surface as he followed him into the inner hall. The interior was exquisitely decorated, with a Wang Wali 8 Immortals table and several landscape paintings hanging on the walls, giving it an air of elegance. The waiter attentively brought tea. The shopkeeper dismissed the servants with a wave of his hand and personally placed the blue sea glazed jar on the table, carefully handling it as if offering sacrifices to an ancestor. He then rubbed his hands together, his face filled with eagerness. Sir, this treasure, will you part with it? Just name your price. Fong Han picked up the teacup, blew away the steam, and took a leisurely sip, his expression calm, never looking at him. This gesture made the shopkeeper feel even more uneasy, and he secretly believed that the person in front of him must be extraordinary. After a moment, Fong Han put down the teacup and said in a calm tone, as if he was discussing the weather, 500 taels, silver. Puff. The shopkeeper spat out the tea he had just taken all over his collar. He coughed until his face flushed red and glared at Fong Han. 500 taels? That was nearly Jubiozai's net profit for half a year. Fong Han didn't even raise an eyebrow, reaching out as if to take the bottle back. Since the shopkeeper thinks it's too expensive, then forget it. There's more than one pawn shop in Qingshi County. No. The shopkeeper frantically pressed down on the bottle, his smile more awkward than tears. Sir, please be patient. The price is too high. How about 300 taels? That's the limit for our shop. Fong Han simply withdrew his hand, raised his glass again, and said nothing. The air suddenly froze, leaving only his relaxed demeanor and the shopkeeper's rapid breathing, sweat dripping from his forehead. Gazing at the flawless glass vase, then at the unfathomable young man before him, he felt a fierce struggle within him. 500 taels. While heavy, if it could be sent to the provincial capital, or even the capital, it could fetch over 1,000 taels, or even more. This was immense wealth. He finally gritted his teeth and slapped his thigh hard. Deal. 500 taels. Trembling, he pulled out the key, unlocked the secret compartment in the inner hall, and pulled out a heavy wooden box. Inside was a thick stack of silver bills, the largest denomination being 100 taels. He carefully counted out 5, added the loose bills, and pushed them towards Fong Han. Sir, please accept this. Fong Han looked at the banknote, his heart pounding, yet he remained calm. He glanced at it and tucked it into his arms. Goodbye. He stood up quickly, not even looking back, and left without a second glance at the bottle. The shopkeeper watched the figure disappear, even more convinced of his extraordinary origins. He respectfully escorted him to the door, not letting out a long sigh until the figure disappeared. Fong Han walked with a light heart, carrying a large sum of money. He didn't return to the village, but went straight to Baikayatang, the largest herbal medicine store in the county. Upon entering, a waiter came up to him. His plain clothes made him look contemptuous, and he asked, "Sir, would you like some medicine or a consultation?" Fong Han didn't bother to waste time. He pulled out a 100 liang silver note from his pocket and slapped it on the counter. "Let me show you our best herbs." The waiter's eyes widened. 100 liang silver note. In his 10 years of service, he rarely saw such a thing. He immediately bent his back, a smile plastered across his face. "Please come in, sir. We have century-old wild ginseng and the finest tiger bones. Bring them here." Soon, he and the shopkeeper presented 2 brocade boxes. One contained a human-shaped old ginseng, its roots intact, its stalks densely packed with stalks, and a fragrant aroma. The other contained a section of golden tiger bone, solid and dense, with a fierce aura. "I'll take both," Fong Han declared. Afterward, he went to the first shop west of the city. Hanging prominently on the wall was a full-grown tiger skin. Its fur was glossy, black and yellow, its head fierce and fierce, its fangs bared, a menacing aura. Without a second thought, he bought it. He spent the money lavishly, spending it like water. With ginseng and tiger bones in his arms and a tiger skin on his shoulder, he took a quiet path, winding his way through a series of twists and turns until he reached a dead end. After confirming that no one was around, he set his belongings down and silently chanted, "System, activate the shuttle." Buzz, the air twisted, and a white portal of light quietly appeared. Fong Han clutched his treasure tightly and stepped through. The scene before him instantly changed. The dilapidated cul-de-sac vanished, replaced by a familiar rental apartment. The air still stank of instant noodles and cigarette smoke. A tiger skin spread out, covering nearly half the floor, exuded a wild, untamed air that stood out against the surrounding takeout boxes and Coke bottles. 2 brocade boxes sat beside it, further accentuating its presence. Fong Han grinned, pulled a beer from the refrigerator, and took a swig, relishing it deeply. He picked up his phone, opened WeChat, and found the contact with the note, Wang Xiao. Snap, snap, snap. He took a close-up photo of the Laozhan ginseng tiger bone and sent it to the recipient, along with a note. "Just found this great stuff. Wild caught. Guaranteed authentic." Within 3 seconds of the message going out, a string of question marks popped up on the other end. Immediately, a voice call came in. Fong Han answered it, only to hear an explosive roar from the other end. "Fuck. Brother Han, which deep mountain did you dig this out from? This quality. Wait, I'll be right there. Don't go anywhere." Chapter 8, by Xuejian was shocked. What did her brother-in-law do? How could he be so rich? He held the phone slightly away, took a sip of beer, and said calmly, "I'm home. Come over." "Wait." The phone snapped and ended. Fong Han and Wang Xiao's acquaintance was actually pure coincidence. Back then, he had climbed to the national server by boosting, and in a peak match, he carried the entire team. One of his teammates was Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao was a typical second-generation rich kid, rich but clumsy, yet generous and open-minded. He loved seeking mentorship from experts. Over time, the two of them became close. Fong Han knew that his family made high-end health supplements, and that he loved collecting precious medicinal herbs, fiddling with them like toys. Within an hour, the roar of a sports car could be heard downstairs, followed by the piercing sound of brakes. Then came earth-shaking footsteps, as if someone was about to collapse the stairs. The door flung open, and a young man in a flowered shirt and dyed hair rushed into the room. It was Wang Xiao. Behind him followed an elderly man in gold-rimmed glasses and a mouse suit, his demeanor calm and elegant. Upon entering, the 2 men were first struck by the massive tiger skin on the floor, then their eyes fell on the 2 brocade boxes on the table. "Brother Han," Wang Xiao exclaimed, dashing to the table, his eyes fixed on the old ginseng and tiger bone, his saliva dripping with excitement. The old man quickly stepped forward, pushed up his glasses, and leaned in for a closer look. When he saw the ginseng clearly, he was struck by lightning, his eyes widening. He pulled out a magnifying glass, his hands shaking violently as he carefully examined the ginseng roots, veins, and stems. "Oh my God," he muttered, his voice trembling. "This quality, this skin color, a full century old, and it's top-grade wild ginseng." Then, he looked at the tiger bone, his eyes burning even more intensely. "This tiger bone is as golden as jade, with dense texture and bloodshot. It's the tibia of an adult Siberian tiger. 9 out of 10 of the ones on the market are fake, and the rest are mostly farmed goods, with far less medicinal effect. This one is priceless." The old man was so excited that his hands were shaking, and his gaze towards Fong Han had changed from scrutiny to awe. "Top quality. This is truly top quality." Wang Xiao was stunned. He suddenly grabbed Fong Han's arm. his face full of admiration and excitement. Brother Han, you are amazing. Tell me, which god did you get this from? Name your price. You're welcome. Fong Han was secretly happy, but his expression remained calm. He simply raised his hand and held up 2 fingers. 2 million. Wang Xiao tried. Fong Han shook his head. 3 million. Wang Xiao gritted his teeth again, still shaking his head. Fuck, Brother Han, don't scare me. 5 million. That's the limit. Fong Han finally smiled, patted his shoulder, and said slowly, I mean, 2 million for both. This sentence froze both Wang Xiao and the old man in place, as if petrified. After a few seconds, Wang Xiao finally reacted, nearly kneeling down in excitement. Brother Han, you're my biological father. 2 million? You're doing charity. No, I can't take advantage of you. 3 million. Just 3 million. Without a word, he pulled out his phone, his fingers working quickly, and the transfer was completed on the spot. Ding dong. Fong Han's phone chimed, and he clicked on it. 3 million yuan credited to the account. Current account balance, 3,005,241.50 yuan. That long string of zeros made his heart skip a beat. Awesome. Traveling through time, and instantly becoming a millionaire. That was a number the booster hadn't even dreamed of. Wang Xiao was as happy as if he had won the lottery. He urged the old man to pack up his things and, before leaving, lowered his voice to Fong Han's ear. Brother Han, if you find any good stuff next time, let me know first. The price is definitely negotiable. After watching Wang Xiao leave, Fong Han locked the door behind him. Looking at the numbers on his phone, his mouth was almost grinning from ear to ear. But he quickly calmed down and opened his computer. Money was more important than saving one's life. In an era of widespread starvation and despair, fists and weapons were the only way to gain strength. Order top-tier, lightweight body armor. Order a 500,000-volt stun gun. Order a powerful flashlight that could instantly blind people. High-concentration pepper spray, buy 10 bottles at once. He breathed a sigh of relief after confirming the order was complete. Next, it was time to rescue Baijuro's sister, Bai Xuejin. Fong Han stood in the center of the room and whispered, Start the shuttle. In a flash of white light, he disappeared from the rental house. In the dead-end alley, his figure reappeared. He was wearing a bulletproof vest, his stun gun and flashlight tucked into his pocket. Without stopping, he quickly headed west. Soon, a mingled odor of sweat and despair filled his nostrils. A bustling market, noisier than a vegetable market, yet more desolate than a cemetery. Men, women, and children were imprisoned in wooden cages, their prices clearly marked like livestock, waiting for buyers. Fong Han frowned, suppressing his discomfort as he began searching the crowd. Soon, he spotted the trafficker's leader, a face thick with flesh, a knife at his waist, and groping a woman. Fong Han stepped forward and, without a word, tossed out a 10 liang silver ingot from his bosom. The silver landed with a crisp sound. The trafficker paused, looked down, and greed flashed in his eyes. He picked it up and took a bite, smiling flatteringly. Sir, what kind of goods do you want to pick? I promise to pick you a juicy one. Fong Han said in a cold voice, See you at Bai Shui. Hearing this name, the trafficker's smile froze, and then he showed some understanding. So it's that little hot pepper. She has a very bad temper and is not easy to please. If you like it, the price is... Before he finished speaking, Fong Han threw out 4 ingots of 10 taels of silver. Bring the people. 50 taels. The trafficker's breathing was rapid, his eyes filled with greed and awe. He stopped talking nonsense and turned to call his men to bring the people. Soon, a young girl was pushed out, her clothes ragged, her body covered in mud, her hair as tangled as dead grass. She looked about 18 or 19, but her eyes held a startling glint. It was Bai Xuejin. She was pushed in front of Fong Han and looked up. Seeing his clean clothes and his incongruous demeanor, the stubbornness in her eyes immediately gave way to wariness and disgust. Another one of those people. Another rich young man using money to buy someone. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, like a small animal ready to fight for its life. Fong Han tossed the remaining silver to the trafficker, walked up to her, and said calmly, Your sister, Bai Jiro, let me pick you up. These words struck her mind like thunder. Bai Xuejin's entire body trembled, and her stubborn eyes instantly collapsed. Disbelief, fear, ecstasy, and grievance all surged into her heart. Tears could no longer be held back, falling softly. Sister. Chapter 9. Thunder God appears. Bai Xuejin's emotions completely collapsed. Her legs gave way, and she slumped to the ground, clutching her face and weeping. In that moment, it wasn't just tears, it was an outpouring of grievance, fear, and despair after countless hardships. The other shipments watched numbly, accustomed to it. Fong Han stood quietly, his gaze fixed on the girl, who sat slumped on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. As Bai Shuejian's sobs grew increasingly intense, a familiar system notification chime echoed in Fong Han's mind. Ding. Detected a character that meets the binding criteria by Shuejian. Do you want to bind? Here it comes. Fong Han's heart moved, and he silently said without hesitation, bind. Ding. Binding successful. By Shuejian's loyalty is max. Gratitude value plus 100. Ding. Double door energy plus 100. Current energy 100/100. As his energy returned, Fong Han relaxed, his gaze softening as he looked at Bai Shuejian. She was not only his wife's younger sister, but also his second mobile power bank. He stepped forward, bent down, and said calmly and forcefully, "Get up. Your sister is waiting for you at home. Clean yourself up before you see her." The crying gradually subsided. Bai Shuejian raised her tear-stained and muddy face and looked at Fong Han blankly. She nodded vigorously and climbed weakly from the ground, her body shaky. Fong Han said nothing more and turned to leave. Bai Shuejian hurried after him, like a small animal that had found its master, following him closely. Together, they entered the county's largest clothing store. The shopkeeper, seeing the two men's tattered clothes, especially Bai Shuejian's beggar-like appearance, was about to kick them out. Fong Han pulled out a small ingot of silver from his pocket and threw it on the counter. "Pick out 2 suitable clothes for her, made of the best materials." The shopkeeper's eyes lit up immediately, and the disdain on his face immediately turned into enthusiasm. He personally went to greet him. "Okay, sir, look at this newly arrived yunjin, and the silk from Suzhou and Hangzhou." Soon, Bai Shuejian was led into the inner room by several maids. Within a stick of incense, when she emerged, the atmosphere in the shop instantly fell silent. She was wearing a long, pale green dress that highlighted her slightly thinner, yet still slender figure. Although her face was pale and the signs of hunger were still obvious, her temperament seemed to have been reborn, lively and beautiful. She stood there, nervously pinching the hem of her skirt, her eyes full of disbelief and surprise. Fong Han nodded in satisfaction, paid the bill, and asked the store to throw away her dirty clothes. "Let's go eat." The two of them headed to Zuixianju, the most famous restaurant in the county. Without even glancing at the menu, Fong Han said to the waiter, "Bring all your signature dishes and a big bucket of rice." The waiter responded quickly, and the dishes were quickly served. Roast chicken, roast duck, braised pork elbow, steamed fish. One fragrant dish after another was presented, filling the table with delicious dishes. Bai Shuejian was completely stunned. She lowered her head, inhaling the rich aroma of meat, her stomach involuntarily rumbling, and her cheeks quickly flushed. "Eat." Fong Han handed her a pair of chopsticks. Bai Shuejian took them with trembling hands, her eyes welling up again. She picked up the chicken leg and carefully took a bite. The taste instantly brought tears to her eyes. She no longer cared about her manners, grabbing the chicken leg in one hand and the elbow in the other, gobbling them down voraciously, her face covered in grease. Fong Han didn't urge him, but quietly poured a cup of tea and watched. A few minutes later, the dishes on the table were almost gone. Bai Shuejian leaned against the table and burped, smiling contentedly. She touched her bulging belly and looked up at the man in front of her. He looked only a few years older than her, dressed plainly, yet exuded a calm demeanor, far more stable than any wealthy young man. Not only had he saved her, he had also bought her new clothes and treated her to such a sumptuous meal, she asked curiously and gratefully. Are you my sister's husband?" "Yeah," Fong Han replied simply. "My sister, is she okay?" Bai Shuejian's voice trembled, her eyes filled with worry. "Fine," Fong Han replied calmly. "She eats more than you do now." Bai Shuejian couldn't help but laugh, but then felt embarrassed and quickly covered her mouth. The fear and unfamiliarity in her heart instantly eased. She felt that her sister must have met the most wonderful person in the world. After eating and drinking, Fong Han paid the bill and left the restaurant with Bai Shuejian. But he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he went to a carriage and hired a carriage with the highest roof and the largest carriage. The driver asked curiously, "Sir, what goods do you want to transport?" Fong Han simply said 2 words, "Follow me." Then, Bai Shuejian witnessed a scene that she would never forget. Fong Han took her on a shopping spree. Rice shop. Boss, 200 kilograms of the best refined rice. 200 kilograms of white flour, too. Butcher. Boss, I want this half pig. Grocery. I want the biggest and thickest iron pot. 10 pounds of salt. Kitchen knives, bowls and chopsticks. Cloth shop. Boss, 20 pieces of thick cotton cloth for quilts. 100 pounds of the best new cotton. Farm tool shop. Hoes, sickles, axes, 2 of each. Fong Han was like a purchasing machine, spending money wherever he went. The cart went from empty to overflowing with bags of rice, flour, pork, cloth, farm tools, piled high. Bai Shuejian's initial shock gradually gave way to numbness. Her eyes widened as she stared at the figure barking orders, her mind blank. How much money did her brother-in-law have? In the evening, the setting sun dyed the sky red. A carriage loaded with supplies slowly pulled into Liushi village. Everyone in the village stopped what they were doing, their eyes fixed on the carriage that looked so out of place in the village. Yang Hongmei was squatting by the door, picking vegetables. She caught sight of the carriage and initially took it lightly. But when she saw that it was Fong Han sitting on the shaft, her expression froze. She rubbed her eyes vigorously, stunned. Fong Han? She muttered, wondering if she was seeing things. Her gaze moved from Fong Han's face to the supplies on the carriage. When she saw the mountains of rice bags, flour, and the large piece of pork, plop, the wild vegetables in her hand fell to the ground. Her mouth opened wide in shock. Chapter 10. Lighting a fire and cooking. The aroma spreads throughout the village. Fong Han, isn't he so poor that he's almost begging for food? Oh my god, that's rice in the cart, snow white, polished rice, and noodles. Oh my god. The dead silence was broken, and the entire Liushi village erupted in excitement. Villagers dropped their belongings and followed the carriage, their necks craned to stare, gasping in shock. Is that pork? It's probably half a pig. And cloth. So much cloth. How many new clothes can we make with it? Some murmured, while others couldn't hide their jealousy, and the discussion became a chaotic mess. Fong Han sat upright on the shaft, letting the clamor roll by behind him, his expression unfazed. Bai Shui, seeing him next to her, her face tense and pale, her knuckles clenching the hem of her clothes. It was her first time witnessing such a scene. The carriage slowly made its way through the crowd, heading towards the dilapidated hut at the east end of the village. As they neared the courtyard entrance, a woman's shrill, panic-stricken scream pierced the air. You don't come over here. Fong Han's brows darkened, and he yanked on the reins. The old horse neighed and stopped. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a man with messy hair and linen clothes blocking Baijiro at the courtyard entrance, his face reeking of drunkenness and a sly grin. It was the scoundrel Zhang Ergu. He burped, his dirty hand reaching for Baijiro's cheek, and uttered frivolously, "Your man doesn't want you anymore, follow me, and I'll guarantee you'll have food to eat." Baijiro, pale as a flower, tried to retreat, but was cornered by the earthen wall. Tears welled up in her peach-shaped eyes, her fingertips trembled, and she felt as if shrouded in a shadow, her breathing rapid. There was a sudden movement behind them, and Zhang Ergu and Baijiro turned around at the same time. Baijiro recognized the man on the shaft of the cart at a glance, and burst into tears of joy. Those were not tears of fear, but of ecstasy that had grasped her core. "Husband," she called out, and saw the familiar yet unfamiliar girl beside Fong Han again. It was the younger sister, and she cried out incoherently, "Shuejian, sister." The two of them clung to each other and cried bitterly. Zhang Ergu also saw the cargo in the carriage, and his eyes suddenly became greedy. Rice, flour, and pork caught his cloudy eyes. He sneered and walked forward, pointing at the pork and shouting, "Fong Han, where did you steal it? Give it to me as a filial tribute." He reached out to grab it, but before he could reach it, Fong Han had already lifted his leg. With a dull thud, Zhang Ergu's chest was struck by a bull, sending him flying backwards and rolling in the dust. The onlookers held their breath. Fong Han withdrew his foot and stood still, his eyes cold. "How dare you touch my things?" Zhang Ergu spat out blood foam, roaring in rage, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. "You dare hit me? I'll kill you." He lunged like a mad dog, punching him. The woman screamed and covered her eyes. The air stagnated, the tension threatening to explode, everyone waiting for the next moment. Without raising his eyelids, Fong Han pulled a short black stick from his chest. With a flick of his thumb, a sudden crackling sound of electricity emanated. A blue arc erupted from the end of the stick, like two small thunderbolts dancing in the air. "What is this?" Before the crowd could see clearly, he had already swung his arm and pointed. The blue arc precisely struck Zhang Ergu's chest, and a scream tore through the village. The sound was like thunder, hammering down on people's hearts. The electric shock sounded continuously, and the crowd went from watching the excitement to being shocked, and finally all turned into fear. Bang! He fell straight to the ground, his limbs twitching, foaming at the mouth, his eyes unfocused, and he lost consciousness. Fong Han put away the electric shock baton, blew away the non-existent ash, and his expression was as calm as if he had swatted a fly. He did not look at the man on the ground again, but turned back to the crying and confused woman. The Bai sisters said calmly, "Stop crying, start moving." They quickly wiped their tears and nodded. then immediately set to work. Bag after bag of snow-white rice and fine flour were carried into the dark hut. The shiny piece of pork was also carried in, followed by thick quilts, bundles of cotton cloth, shiny iron pots, and farm tools. Every time something was moved, it struck a deep chord with the onlookers. Outside the courtyard, people crowded together, necks stretched, tiptoes raised, their gazes fixed like nails on the pile of supplies, a mixture of shock, jealousy, and envy swirling. What's that in his hand? It could shock Zhang Ergu with a flick. It looks like the lightning-attracting bead from the government office. Maybe I've met my destiny? Everyone chattered, the discussion boiling like a stream of water. In the crowd, Yang Hongmei's face twitched uncontrollably. She stared at the snow-white rice and fat, her eyes red with envy. Her nails dug deep into her palms, yet she couldn't seem to feel the pain. Not far away, the village chief, Zhao Taizhan, puffed on his pipe. Chapter 11. Washing Feet. The evening light falls on the dilapidated thatched house, coating the poor house with a layer of gentle gold. The atmosphere inside the house is even warmer than the sunset. In the pot, snow-white polished rice mixed with neatly cut cubes of fat and lean meat simmered bubbling over the stove. The aroma, strong and overbearing, a combination of the aroma of rice and meat, overflowed from the pot and filled every corner of the house. In front of the stove, Bai Jiro and Bai Shui saw two sisters squatting side by side, each pulling a bellows. The firelight reflected on their cheeks, beads of sweat trickled down their temples, but their eyes were filled with joy and satisfaction. This was the first time they had cooked such a sumptuous meal for their family. The meat in the pot was cut by Fong Han himself. Every piece of fat was stir-fried in the pot, and the sizzling sound seemed like a rhythm of happiness. Bai Shuejin swallowed her saliva and whispered, "Sister, my brother-in-law is like a god." Bai Jiro didn't answer, merely staring at the pot of boiling meat porridge. Then, her eyes filled with tenderness, she looked up at the calm man at the door. A god? No, he was the man who had pulled her back from hell and given her a new life. Fong Han felt a warm surge of emotion as he watched the heartwarming scene unfold before him. The aroma of smoky food was infinitely better than the mixture of instant noodles and cigarette smoke in modern rental houses. Turn down the heat and simmer slowly, so the rice will be fragrant, he gently reminded. The sisters responded in unison, their movements becoming more and more delicate. Soon, the aroma broke through the cracks in the thatched cottage and wafted across half of Liushi village. Smoke rose from every household, but the aroma of meat made everyone's own food suddenly seem bland. Wang Meizi, who lived at the west end of the village, had just brought out a pot of wild vegetable porridge so thin you could see your reflection in it. His face immediately darkened as he smelled the aroma. Eating pig food all day? Smell the Fong Han family. The child cried with hunger, and the smell of meat only made him howl louder and louder. Meat. I want meat. The woman's eyes flushed. Why are you yelling at me? If you're capable, go get some meat. Similar complaints and cries echoed throughout Liushi village. The children cried, and the adults, greedy, ran out of the yard, peeked in, sniffed hard, their eyes burning with envy. Just then, a well-dressed young man approached from the village entrance, his stride high and proud. He was Yang Hongmei's son, Zhao Tian, a waiter at Xiangman Lu in the county town. On his return, he had specifically asked the cook to bring back some leftovers, half a braised lion's head. It was just leftovers, but it was a dish only the rich and powerful could enjoy. Zhao Tian, holding the oil paper bag, looked smug, imagining his mother's surprise. "Mom, I'm back," he shouted. Yang Hongmei, irritated by the aroma, rushed out to greet her son upon hearing his voice, a smile finally breaking out on her face. "My dear son." Zhao Tian handed over the oil paper package like a treasure. "Mom, the fragrant lion's head meat fills the whole house." Yang Hongmei couldn't wait to open it, and the aroma of soy sauce filled her nose. But the next moment, the purer and stronger aroma of meat from next door entered her nostrils. The slight aroma in her hand was immediately washed away by the comparison, and even carried the smell of rotten leftovers. Her face turned from joy to stiffness, and then from stiffness to ashen. The lion's head in her hand suddenly lost its fragrance. Zhao Tian was about to show off a little, but he was also attracted by the fragrance. Where does this smell come from? It smells better than our Xiangmanlu. He looked over and saw that the aroma was coming from the shabby hut next door. He was stunned. "Mom, are they having a banquet next door?" Yang Hongmei said nothing, her face sullen as she stared at the half-lion's head, her expression as unpleasant as if she had swallowed a fly. The night deepened, and a chill wind howled. Inside the thatched cottage, a single candlelight kept the chill at bay. The two sisters had long since fallen asleep, wrapped in their new quilts, their breathing even. Fong Han sat by the bed, watching the flickering candlelight, wondering if he should repair the dilapidated house. Footsteps rustled softly as Baijiro quietly approached, carrying a basin of hot water. She had changed into clean, old clothes. Though simple, they couldn't conceal her stunning beauty. The steam rising from her cheeks tinged with red, and her peach-shaped eyes sparkled. She set down the basin and gently knelt. Fong Han was about to speak when she reached out her delicate hands, lifted his feet, and placed them in the warm water. Her movements were gentle and delicate, as if they were treasures. A warm current flowed down the soles of his feet and rushed straight to his heart, causing Fong Han's heart to tremble involuntarily. Seeing her head bowed in concentration, her snow-white neck gleamed softly in the candlelight. He said nothing, silently taking in the gentleness and submission. Seeing he didn't refuse, Baijiro grew bolder. She looked up, giving him a shy yet determined look, and carefully wiped her hair with a cloth. After washing her feet, she was about to take the water and leave when Fong Han suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist. Baijiro shuddered, and the wooden basin fell to the ground, splashing water everywhere, soaking her skirt, but she was completely unaware. The next moment, Fong Han suddenly stood up, exerted his arms, and lifted her up. "Ah!" Baijiro screamed, her body stiff as wood. But as she leaned into that broad, strong embrace and smelled his familiar scent, all her tension instantly dissipated. She closed her eyes, letting her cheeks flush, and buried her head deep in his chest. At that moment, the cold wind howled outside, but inside the house was filled with warmth and tranquility. Chapter 12. Building a large, blue brick, tiled house. The whole village is in an uproar. Fong Han gently placed Baijiro on the worn, wooden bed inside. A crisp, creaky sound, particularly ambiguous in the silent night. The room was small, and the air seemed frozen. In a corner, separated by a few rags, Baishuejin was curled up in soft new bedding. The thick quilt made her feel like she was sleeping on a cloud, but a sudden creaking sound pierced her sleepiness. Then came her sister's subtle, shy cry. Baishuejin's face instantly burned hot. Though young, she'd been exposed to the world of officialdom and understood some of the sexual intimacy of men and women. She could almost imagine what was happening next door. Her heart pounding, she quickly covered her head and squeezed her eyes shut. Her sister and her brother-in-law. A wave of shyness washed over her, but deeper within, a sense of solid happiness slowly spread. She understood that her sister finally had someone to rely on. This man named Fong Han, though mysterious, truly loved her. A smile played on her lips at the thought. Ding. Baijiro's love value plus 100, completely devoted and devoted. Ding. Double door penetration energy plus 100, current energy 100/100. Ding. Baishuejin's emotional fluctuations detected, trust value plus 30. Ding. Double door penetration energy plus 30, current energy 130/100. The system prompt tone continued, and Fong Han's mind was filled with pleasant notes. Energy overflowed. The woman leaned against him. Happiness overflowed. He just felt that life was like this. It was so damn cool. In the morning, the sun shone into the house, and the warmth of winter dispelled the cold of the night. Fong Han pushed the door open and walked out, feeling refreshed. In the courtyard, Baijiro and Baishuejin were busy around the newly built stove. Baijiro blushed at the sight of him, lowering her head and not daring to look up. Baishuejin sweetly called out, "Good morning, brother-in-law." The intimacy and dependence between them was a stark contrast to the previous day. Fong Han nodded, turned, and walked out of the courtyard, heading east for the village chief's house. Now that he had money and a family, it was time to move on from his shabby hut. At that moment, village chief Zhao Taizhan was squatting at the base of the courtyard wall, puffing on his pipe, his brow furrowed. He had tossed and turned, unable to sleep the previous night, his mind filled with images of the piles of supplies at Fong Han's house, and Zhang Ergu foaming at the mouth from the electric shock. Fong Han was truly uncanny. Just as he was thinking, Fong Han walked in. Zhao Taizhan was so startled that he almost dropped his pipe, but he pretended to be calm. "Fong boy, what's the matter?" "Village chief, I want to build a house." Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Taizhan choked, tears streaming down his face, his neck red and thick. "What did you say?" "Build a house." In Liushi village, building a house was a major event. Ordinary people were thankful for a thatched hut that didn't leak. Fong Han's expression was calm, his tone nonchalant. "Build a big, blue brick, tiled house." Zhao Taizhan was stunned, his pipe dropping to the ground. A big house with blue bricks and tiles? That's what only landlords can live in. In the whole county, Only the county magistrate's office can compare to it. He wondered if this kid was blinded by money. Fong Han, do you know how much money it cost to build that house? It's not just a few dozen taels. Fong Han's expression remained unchanged, his tone calm. Money isn't a problem. I sold my family heirlooms and earned some money. I can't let my wife live in a thatched cottage with me. It's time to settle down. Zhao Taizhan studied him closely, trying to detect any falsehood. But his calm expression revealed only determination and confidence. The truck full of supplies from yesterday was still fresh in his mind. Fong Han was indeed wealthy. After a moment's silence, he tapped his pipe on the sole of his shoe and gritted his teeth, saying, "Okay, since you're willing, I, an old man, will help you arrange it. How will the wages be calculated? The villagers can't work for free. 30 cents a day, with a meal of meat included." Fong Han said calmly. Zhao Tieshan's jaw dropped. 30 cents? And with meat included? This treatment was better than even working as a porter in the county. His last bit of doubt completely dissipated, and he slapped his thigh repeatedly. "Okay, I'll go get them right away." The news spread like wildfire throughout the village. Within half an hour, Liushi village was abuzz again. "Have you heard? Fong Han wants to build a big brick and tile house." "Really? His house would collapse in the strongest of winds." "It's true. The village chief said the wages are 30 cents a day, plus a free meal." 30 cents? And meat? Crazy. The women washing clothes by the river, not bothering to rub them, gathered together and chattered. The men in the fields put down their hoes and looked at each other, their faces filled with wonder and envy. Building a large blue brick and tile house. This was something no one in Liushi village had ever dared to think of. Chapter 13. Lu Rumei asked Fong Han if he needed someone else. The dilapidated gate of Fong Han's house was about to be crushed by the villagers of Liushi village. It was a dark mass of people's heads. Everyone stretched their necks, stood on tiptoe, and stared at the yard with eager eyes, more eager than when watching a big opera at a temple fair. As soon as Fong Han walked out, the noisy discussions instantly died down, and dozens of pairs of eyes focused on him, with curiosity, exploration, and more importantly, undisguised enthusiasm and anticipation. "Fong family boy, are you really going to build a big brick and tile house?" An impatient man couldn't help but shout. "Is the labor really 30 cents? This issue is the most pressing issue for everyone." Fong Han glanced around, looking at the faces that were tanned by the sun and full of signs of life's hardships. He didn't keep anyone in suspense. His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. 30 cents is the base salary. This one sentence stunned everyone present. Basic salary? What does that mean? Before they could react, Fong Han dropped an even more shocking bomb. "It's not a heavy job, just some physical labor. From today on, anyone who comes to work at my house will get 3 meals a day." There was a sound of gasps from the crowd. It's not uncommon to provide meals. Rich families also provide meals for temporary workers, but the food is usually thin porridge that is so thin that you can see your reflection in it, and it comes with 2 pickles. Fong Han looked at everyone's reactions, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he threw out the last heavy hammer. "There's meat at every meal." Boom. These 4 words were like a huge rock smashing into a calm lake, causing huge waves. The whole situation was completely out of control. What? Meat every meal? Did I hear correctly? Eating meat for 3 meals a day? Even the county magistrate doesn't eat like this. Oh my God. This isn't just looking for someone to do a job. This is looking for an ancestor to worship. The crowd went crazy. Everyone's eyes turned red, and their breathing became heavy, like a pack of wolves that smelled blood. 30 cents for wages, and 3 meals with meat. What is the concept? For them, if they can eat meat 3 times a year, it is considered a Chinese New Year. Now, someone tells them that as long as they go to work, they can eat meat every day and every meal. Me. Brother Fong, choose me. I'm strong and can do the work of 2 people. Choose me. I've built houses before. I have experience. Fong Han, look at me. I don't want any wages. Just give me 3 meals of meat. The crowd was in a frenzy, everyone scrambling to get forward, hands outstretched, voices raised, fearing they'd be left behind. The scene was more intense than a race to be reborn. Yang Hongmei's son Zhao Tian was also dragged over by his mother. Looking at this crazy scene, he was completely dumbfounded. The waiters at Xiangmenlo only earned 1 or 2 taels of silver a month in salary plus tips. The food was good, but there was no meat for every meal. This Fong Han, who was his background? Fong Han raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. His eyes slowly swept through the crowd and finally landed behind them. A young man who wanted to squeeze in but didn't dare to, with an anxious look on his face. It's Nyo Air. Next to him stood a middle-aged man with a limp and a crutch. It was his father, Mantian. Nyoair, your father has difficulty walking, so you don't need to come here. Just take care of him at home. Fong Han said. The blood color on Nyoair's face faded instantly, and the light in his eyes dimmed. Mantian next to him was even more ashamed, and his turbid eyes were full of sadness. Fong family boy. My leg is not a problem. I can still work. Mantian explained anxiously, fearing that he would miss this great opportunity for his son. Everyone around showed a gloating expression. Who doesn't have a burden in their family? Fong Han changed the subject. What I mean is, Nyoair, come here, and I'll give you a share of the wages. And ask your father to come along too. From now on, the work of boiling water, cooking, and looking after things on the construction site will be handed over to him, and he'll also be paid a share of the wages. Nyoair suddenly raised his head, unable to believe his ears. Mantian just stood there in a daze. His hands that were leaning on the crutch were shaking. Fong Han continued to call out names. And Uncle Zhang, big brotherly. The rest of you, quick hands and feet, honest people, come over here. He named a dozen or so strong laborers recognized by the village in one breath. They were all honest people who worked hard and did not like to gossip. Those whose names were called were so happy that they scratched their ears and cheeks, grinning like Fan Jin, who passed the imperial examination. The Nyo family father and son were so excited that their faces turned red. Mantian was about to kneel down with a plop, tears streaming down his face. Mr. Fong, you are the great benefactor of our Nyo family. Fong Han was quick to support him and said, Uncle Nyo, you will be working for me from now on. Don't try this on me. Nyoair's eyes also turned red. He bowed deeply to Fong Han without saying anything, but the gratitude in his eyes spoke louder than any words. Those who were not selected, especially those who had mocked Fong Han openly or secretly and looked down on his family before, were dejected, like defeated roosters. Yang Hongmei looked at Mantian, who was being supported by Fong Han, and then looked at her son, who was still in a daze. I am so jealous that my heart aches, and I regret so much. On the first day of construction, the open space in front of Fong Han's house became a bustling construction site. The men took off their shirts, revealing their bronze backs, and beads of sweat flowed down the texture of their muscles. Humming a song, he moved the hoe and shovel in his hands up and down, full of energy. Being able to eat meat is different. During lunch break, Bai Jiro and Bai Xuan met the two sisters and came over with herbal tea in a newly bought large wooden basin. The two sisters put on new clothes. Although they were not made of silk or satin, they were clean and tidy, which made their stunning looks even more amazing. The men who were sweating profusely on the construction site were all stunned when they saw these two fairy-like figures, and their hands slowed down their movements. Fong Han took the tea bowl with a smile and took out a few things wrapped in oil paper from his arms. This is the modern sugar he carries with him. He opened the paper package, and several crystal clear, colorful little things sparkled in the sunlight. The men stretched their necks curiously, wondering what kind of treasure this was. Fong Han peeled off a piece of transparent candy wrapper and gently placed the pink, crystal-like little thing to Bai Jiro's lips. Try it. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Bai Jiro's cheeks instantly turned red. But she didn't dodge. She opened her little mouth meekly and put the candy in. The next second, her eyes suddenly widened. An indescribable sweet taste that she had never experienced before exploded in her mouth. It's not the sweetness of honey, nor the greasy sweetness of maltose, but a kind of refreshing sweetness with a rich, fruity aroma. What kind of food is this for the gods? Brother-in-law, what is this? It smells so good. Bai Xuejian was so greedy when she saw her sister's shocked and happy expression that she came over and asked curiously. Fong Han smiled and peeled another yellow one and put it into her mouth. Bai Xuejian held the candy in her mouth. Her eyes narrowed into slits with happiness, like a kitten that had stolen some dried fish, her little head nodding, so adorable. Ding. Bai Jiro's emotions have reached their peak. Shock value plus 10. Double door penetration energy plus 10. Ding. Bai Xuejian's emotions have reached their peak. Happiness plus 10. Double door energy plus 10. Not far away, an envious gaze fell for a long time on this happy family of three. Lu Rumei stood at the dilapidated gate of her own courtyard, watching Fong Han gently feed candy to Bai Jiro. Looking at Bai Xuejian's happy and satisfied expression, my heart felt a pang of sadness. She was extremely beautiful, with willow-shaped eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, a delicate nose, cherry lips, and skin as white as snow. Even the coarse linen clothes could not hide her graceful and charming figure. Her every frown and smile was filled with a natural charm. But such a beautiful woman married Zhang Ergu, the worst person in the village. She looked down at her patched clothes, then touched her rumbling stomach. Her eyes turned red and tears almost fell. We are both women. Why are our fates so different? She looked at Fong Han, the man who had single-handedly transformed an entire family in just a few days. She hesitated for a long time, her nails almost breaking her palms. In the end, she seemed to have made a huge decision, mustered up all her courage, lowered her head, and walked step by step to Fong Han. Fong, young Master Fong. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito, with a barely perceptible tremor. She lowered her head, not daring to look Fong Han in the eye. Does your family still need help with cooking and laundry? I can do any kind of work, and I can pay you less. Chapter 14. Modern Seasoning Shocks Lu Rume. This mosquito-like sound silenced the noisy voices on the construction site. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the uneasy woman with her head down. Lu Rume. The most beautiful woman in the village is also the woman with the most miserable life. After all, everyone knows who Zhang Ergu is. This woman was either beaten or scolded. I can't even eat enough every day. Fong Han's gaze also turned over. The woman in front of him was indeed thin, and the loose coarse linen clothes she wore made her look a little empty. But even so, it is difficult to conceal her breathtakingly graceful figure. Especially between her drooping eyebrows, there is a natural charm and a sense of resigned sadness. Two completely different temperaments are blended together. It has formed a unique style that is enough to make any man's heart tremble and arouse pity. Just as Fong Han looked at her, in my mind, the cold system prompt sound rang again. Ding. A new character matching the requirements has been detected. Lu Rume. Ding. Special activation conditions detected. If the host can marry Lu Rume and make her the third wife, the double door system will be directly upgraded to level 3. System level 3 reward. Portable storage space. 1 cubic meter. Boom. Fong Han's head buzzed and his heart skipped a beat. Portable storage space. What the hell is this magical skill? For someone who needs to frequently travel between two worlds, he knew very well what this meant to those who resold supplies. This is simply a plug-in tailor-made for him. From now on, you no longer have to sneak around in dead ends when trading things. Just stuff it into the space without anyone noticing. His breathing became heavier, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Lu Rume changed instantly. It was no longer a simple scrutiny. Instead, he looked like a veteran player looking at a legendary piece of equipment that was emitting golden light and could change the game landscape. Mr. Fong, if that doesn't work, I won't bother you anymore. Seeing that Fong Han didn't say anything for a long time and just stared at her, Lu Rume's cheeks turned red instantly. She felt even more disappointed. She thought she was being rude. Having offended someone, his fingers gripping the corner of his clothes turned white from the force, and he turned around and wanted to run away. Etc. Fong Han came to his senses and immediately called out to her. He looked at the beautiful young woman in front of him, who looked like she was about to cry and looked pitiful, and made a decision in an instant. Isn't it just about getting a wife? In modern times, this is called fish farming. In ancient times, this was called spreading out, and it was natural and reasonable. What's more, it is a bound character certified by the system. It also comes with a magical skill. If you miss this wave, he would regret it so much that he would bang his head against the city wall and die. The construction site is indeed in need of someone to cook and wash clothes. Fong Han's tone became much softer, as if he was afraid that a loud voice would scare the frightened deer. If you are willing to come, you can join the Bai sisters. The wages will be calculated according to male workers, 30 cents a day, and the same for 3 meals a day. Lu Rume suddenly raised her head, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were filled with complete disbelief. Did she hear it wrong? The same wages as male workers? She just wanted to find a job, have something to eat, and save a few copper coins to be satisfied. She was even prepared to accept the offer even if the wages were only half of what male workers received, or even less. But now, the huge surprise was like a flash flood, instantly breaking down all the defenses in her heart. The grievances and hunger I suffered during these days, the despair and fear about the future. At this moment, all of them turned into hot tears. Woo. She couldn't bear it any longer, so she squatted on the ground, covered her face with her hands, and suppressed cries escaped from between her fingers. Fong Han didn't try to persuade her. He knew that letting her cry at this time was better than anything else. The men around watched this scene and fell silent, their eyes full of sympathy. They knew exactly what kind of person Zhang Erge was. Such a good woman was really taken advantage of by a pig. Now Fong Han is willing to help her, which is a great favor. Nioer scratched his head and smiled innocently, thinking that Fong Han was a really good person. Bai Jiro and Bai Shuejian looked at each other, then walked over and helped Lu Rume up from the left and right. "Sister Lu, don't cry. We will work together from now on." Baijiro's voice was so gentle that water could drip out of it. Lu Rume was supported by two people, crying bitterly, and wanted to kneel down in the direction of Fong Han. "Mr. Fong, thank you, thank you." She was so excited that she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Fong Han waved his hand. "Okay, go and help. I still have to count on you for dinner." In the evening, the sun sets. After finishing work at the construction site, the men were tired as dogs, but they were still full of energy, because the deadly smell of meat had already wafted out from Fong Han's yard. It domineeringly got into everyone's nostrils. The chefs today are Lu Rume and the three Bai sisters. Next to a temporary earthen stove, Lu Rume was skillfully waving a spatula. Although she is weak, she works all year round and is very skillful. Baijiro helped her by cutting vegetables and adding firewood, and they cooperated very well. Bai Shuejian squatted in front of the stove with a look of curiosity on her face, watching the bubbling scene in the pot. Her little mouth opened into an O shape. "Sister Lu, look." After pouring this dark water in, the color of the meat suddenly becomes beautiful. In the pot, large pieces of pork with fat and lean meat are being stir-fried until they are sizzling with oil. Lu Rume poured a bottle of dark liquid into it, as Fong Han taught her. That is ordinary soy sauce that only costs a few dollars a bottle in modern times. But in ancient times, it was an absolute divine object. The moment the soy sauce is put into the pot, there is a sizzling sound, and an indescribable aroma of soy sauce mixed with the aroma of meat comes out. Suddenly, it exploded. The originally white pork, as if cast by magic, quickly became stained with an extremely tempting bright red color. Not to mention Bai Shuejian, even the chef Lu Rume was stunned. She had been cooking all her life and had never seen anything so amazing. Just by adding a little bit of black water, this ordinary pot of stew seemed to have a soul in an instant. Next, add the potato cubes into the pot and stir-fry with the meat cubes covered with sauce. Finally, add water and cover the pot. Before long, the aroma became stronger and more overbearing. On the construction site, more than a dozen men lined up, holding large, chipped bowls they had brought with them. His eyes were fixed on the big iron pot that was bubbling with steam. His Adam's apple rolled up and down, and he swallowed his saliva with a gulp sound. "Dinner is ready." Following Fong Han's order, Lu Rume opened the lid of the pot. Boom! An even stronger and more violent aroma rose into the sky. The men could no longer bear it, and swarmed forward like wolves that had been hungry for 3 days. Baijiro was responsible for serving the rice, a big spoonful full of snow-white rice. Lu Rume was responsible for distributing the dishes. Every spoonful was filled with chunks of meat and potatoes stewed until soft and tasty, and then topped with a spoonful of oily and thick soup. Neo Air was the first to get his meal. He couldn't even wait to find a place to sit down. He just squatted on the spot, picked up his chopsticks, and started shoveling food into his mouth. As soon as the hot piece of meat entered his mouth, he froze. Eyes suddenly widened. "Tasty. It's so damn delicious." The meat is stewed until extremely soft. The fat part melts in your mouth and is full of the aroma of oil. The lean meat still retains its chewiness and absorbs the salty, slightly sweet broth. The taste is simply amazing. And the potatoes have absorbed the essence of the gravy, becoming soft and fragrant, even more delicious than the meat. "Woo, delicious, so delicious." Neo Air mumbled incoherently while wolfing down the food, tears almost coming out. The other workers also started eating, and the whole scene became quiet in an instant. All that was left was the sound of teeth-grinding chewing and slurping of soup. A man was eating with his mouth full of oil. He raised his head with a look of horror on his face. How is this meat made? I've lived for 30 years, and the pig-killing dishes I eat during Chinese New Year are never as delicious as this. Yes, it's even better than the banquet at Fu Man Lu in the county town. I can eat 3 bowls of that soup with rice. Brother Fong, what seasoning do you use? It's amazing. Chapter 15. Lu Rume was beaten. Everyone devoured the food in no time. On the entire construction site, there was no other noise except the slurping sounds of people eating and the satisfying sounds of chewing. The men were so hungry that they regretted their parents had not given them another mouth to feed. They buried their heads in work and did not even bother to raise their heads. The taste is so delicious that it can make your tongue fall off. They have never eaten such delicious food in their lives. The meat pieces are rich in sauce. The potatoes are stewed until they are soft and tasty, and they are served with the snow-white and fragrant rice, and then drizzled with oily soup. Every bite is a supreme comfort to the soul. This isn't just a meal. This is simply celebrating Chinese New Year. No, it's even more comfortable than Chinese New Year. Fong Han didn't move his chopsticks much. He felt very happy watching these farmers eating with their mouths full of oil and happy looks on their faces. He held the bowl and glanced at the crowd. Finally, it stopped at a figure in the corner. Lu Rumei did not sit down to eat with everyone else. She was squatting in the shadow of the stove, holding a broken earthenware jar in her hand. He was carefully putting the food in his bowl into the clay pot with chopsticks. She picked up the rice very carefully, afraid that a grain of rice would fall or a drop of soup would spill. First, put in most of the meat and potatoes. Then he put the rice on the plate, and finally, poured all the remaining soup in the bowl over the rice without leaving a drop. After doing all this, she breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to close the lid of the earthen jar. In her own bowl, there were only a few pieces of potato peels and rice grains soaked in soup. Fong Han's brows wrinkled slightly. "Why don't you eat?" His voice was not loud, but it was particularly clear in the background where there was only the sound of chewing. Lu Rumei's body trembled violently, like a frightened rabbit. The lid of the earthenware jar in his hand fell to the ground with a click. She picked it up hurriedly, lowered her head, not daring to look at Fong Han, her voice as thin as a mosquito's hum. I'll take it back, for him to eat." There was a hint of undisguised fear and resignation in her voice. "Did he ask you to do this?" Fong Han asked again. Lu Rumei buried her head even lower. The fingers that were clutching the hem of his clothes turned white from the force, and he nodded slightly. At that moment, Fong Han's face darkened. The men eating around also noticed something was wrong. The eating movements slowed down. He secretly glanced over here out of the corner of his eye. Fong Han stared at her for 2 seconds. Then the tone became unquestionable. "Sit down." Lu Rumei trembled all over and was too scared to move. "I told you to sit down and eat." Fong Han's voice became more serious. "If you work for me, you have to eat your fill. That's the rule." Lu Rumei was stared at by his murderous eyes. My calves felt weak and I didn't dare to disobey anymore. She walked timidly to an empty bench nearby and sat down. Holding the empty bowl with only soup in it in both hands, he felt uneasy like a child who had done something wrong. Fong Han didn't look at her again, but said to Bai Zhiro beside him, "Zhiro, go and get that earthenware jar." Bai Zhiro was stunned for a moment, but still walked over obediently and took the broken earthenware jar. Fong Han took a look at the pitiful amount of food in the earthenware pot and said directly to Bai Xuejian, who was serving the food, "Pour it out." "Ah!" Bai Xuejian and Lu Rumei exclaimed at the same time. "It's poured out," Fong Han repeated, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. "Refill it. Fill it up. Put more meat in it." Seeing that Bai Xue didn't dare to ask more questions, she quickly poured out the food in the earthenware jar as she was told. Then he picked up the big spoon again and scooped a full spoonful of rice and compacted it. Then, he used a spoon to pick out the largest and fattest pieces of meat in the pot, pile it up into a full layer, and finally fill all the gaps with potatoes. They didn't stop until the clay pots were piled up into a small hill. During the whole process, Lu Rumei stared blankly, her eyes motionless, as if she was stupid. Bai Xuejian handed the heavy earthenware jar back to her and said crisply, "Sister Lu, your brother-in-law asked you to hold it." Only then did Lu Rumei wake up from her dream. She looked at the full jar of food in front of her. He looked at the bowl of steaming meat soup and rice in his hand, which had been refilled by Bai Zhiro. A surge of warmth she had never felt before suddenly rushed into her heart and instantly flowed to her eyes. She has been married to Zhang Ergu for so many years, and being beaten and scolded is commonplace, and not having enough to eat is even more common. Zhang Ergu was upset outside and took it out on her when he came back. If there was something delicious, she could only watch him eat and secretly drink some soup herself. Never has anyone been like this before. With a domineering yet protective attitude, he forced her to eat and forced her to eat her fill. He also gave her so much food that she couldn't even imagine. She lowered her head, picked up a piece of hot meat with trembling hands, and put it into her mouth. The salty, fragrant, and soft taste explodes on the tip of the tongue. Tasty. It's really delicious. I can no longer control my tears. 1 drop, 2 drops, like beads with broken strings, silently dripped into the bowl in front of him, splashing small ripples. She didn't cry out loud, but just bit her lips hard. Chapter 16, Magical Instant Noodles. Lu Rumei didn't dare look up at anyone again. He just mechanically shoveled rice into his mouth. After the meal, the workers dispersed in groups of 3 or 4, feeling satisfied. The heavenly taste was still lingering in their mouths, and everyone had a satisfied smile on their face. Lu Rumei cleaned up the dishes silently. Bai Zhiro and her sister wanted to go forward to help, but she declined. She held the heavy earthenware jar as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. He bowed to everyone, then lowered his head and hurried towards his home at the west end of the village. The night had enveloped the entire village and her dilapidated house, like a dark monster, without even a trace of light. Lu Rume pushed open the broken door that creaked when touched. A familiar smell mixed with the stench of sweat and the sour smell of cheap wine hit her face, making her stomach churn. In the room, a man was lying on the bed groaning. Hearing the door open, Zhang Ergu turned over impatiently, cursing, "You damn bitch, you're back now, and you're dead outside." But the next second, his cursing stopped. His dog eyes, clouded by alcohol, stared at the earthenware jar in Lu Rume's arms. A strong aroma of meat, so strong that it made the hairs on his body stand on end, was desperately trying to get out of the earthenware jar. "What is that?" Zhang Ergu jumped up from the bed, rushed to Lu Rume in 2 steps, and snatched the earthen jar away. When he opened the lid, he took a deep breath of the even more overbearing aroma, and the expression on his face instantly became greedy and ferocious. Meat. So much meat. His eyes turned red, and he didn't even bother looking for chopsticks. He just stretched out his dirty black hands, grabbed a piece of fat meat, and stuffed it into his mouth. He ate voraciously, his mouth full of oil and a wild animal-like grunting sound coming from his throat. The way he ate was uglier than a wild dog that had been hungry for 3 days. Lu Rume looked at him, moved her lips, and wanted to say something, but in the end she just stood there silently. Soon, the whole can of food was eaten up by Zhang Ergu in no time. He even lifted up the earthenware jar and poured every last bit of the oily soup into his mouth, leaving not a drop behind. After eating, he burped contentedly and threw the earthenware jar to the ground. After wiping his greasy mouth, he not only did not say a word of thanks, but instead squinted his eyes and stared at Lu Rume with a gloomy face. Bang! A loud slap landed on Lu Rume's face without any warning. The enormous force made her completely dazed, her ears buzzing, her body tilted, and she fell heavily to the ground. "Speak." Zhang Ergu's face was as ferocious as a demon. He stepped on Lu Rume's shoulder and spit all over her face. "You bitch, did you hook up with some wild man at Fong Han's house? Otherwise, why would they give you so much food? Huh, I asked you to go to the Fong family, but you went to hook up with a strange man." Lu Rume was beaten so hard that blood oozed from the corners of her mouth. She covered her burning face and looked at the man in front of her in disbelief. "The pain in my body is far less than the coldness in my heart." The meal she had worked so hard to bring back was met with such a vicious question and a loud slap in the face. "I didn't." She defended herself weakly, tears streaming down her face. "How dare you talk back?" Zhang Ergu was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, becoming increasingly furious. "Do you think I'm a fool? Why would Fong Han treat you so well? He even paid you the same wages as the male workers. You shameless bastard, tell me, did he sleep with you?" He was full and had enough strength, so he kicked Lu Rume hard in the stomach. "Get out of here." Zhang Ergu straightened his clothes while cursing. He pocketed the 30 copper coins that Lu Rume had just received today. He had found it on her. He hummed a little tune and went out contentedly. It looks like he's going to the casino at the village entrance to have fun again. The door was slammed shut, and the whole world became quiet in an instant. Only Lu Rume was left. She curled up in the cold corner, looking at the empty earthenware jar on the ground. "Looking at this dilapidated home, that doesn't even look like a home, my body feels cold, painful, and deep sadness." Trembling violently, the little bit of warm flame that had just ignited in my heart was completely extinguished by this slap and kick. The next day, the construction site is still bustling with activity. Lu Rume lowered her head, appeared quietly beside the stove, and began to work silently. "Sister Lu, you're here." Bai Xuejin greeted her crisply, but when she saw Lu Rume's face clearly, her voice stopped abruptly. Half of Lu Rume's cheek was swollen. There were 5 clear purple fingerprints on it, and the eye sockets were red and swollen. It was as if she had been crying all night. She tried to cover her eyes with her hair, but it only made them more obvious. "Sister, your face." Bai Jiro also saw it, and she walked over quickly. Looking at the shocking scars, my eyes turned red with heartache. She took Lu Rume's hand and walked to a corner. Her voice trembled slightly. "Was it Zhang Ergu who beat him?" Lu Rume could no longer hold back her tears, which fell down. She bit her lower lip tightly and nodded. Bai Jiro and Bai Xuejin looked at each other and saw anger and sympathy in each other's eyes. They protected Lu Rume in the middle and comforted her softly, as if they were soothing a wounded little animal. Not far away, Fong Han, who was explaining things to Niu Mantian, glanced over inadvertently. When his eyes fell on the glaring fingerprint on Lu Rume's face, the calm expression on his face disappeared instantly. A bone-chilling chill emanated from him. He asked nothing and said nothing. With Zhang Erge's virtue. No need to ask, you know it was him who hit you. Fang Han's pair of black eyes suddenly became bottomless, like a cold pond. In his heart, he had silently drawn a blood-red cross on the name Zhang Ergu. Zhang Ergu really deserves to die. Chapter 17 by a pistol. The sun rose to the zenith. The men who were sweating profusely on the construction site finally got a break. They collapsed under the shade of the trees, breathing heavily, chatting about the taste of the meat they had last night, and their saliva was flowing out uncontrollably. Fang Han didn't disturb them, but walked into the dark, thatched hut. A moment later, he came out carrying a brand new big iron pot. He then took out a few square objects wrapped in oil paper from his arms, looking mysterious. Bai Jiro and Bai Shuem met the two sisters, as well as Lu Rumei, whose cheeks were still red and swollen. They all gathered around curiously, not knowing what he was going to do. Brother-in-law, what delicious food are you going to make? Bai Shuejin sniffed, her face full of anticipation. Fang Han smiled and said nothing. He skillfully lit the fire, set up the pot, and poured water in, waiting for the water to bubble. He then tore open an oil paper package and threw the golden, curved pancake inside. Then he tore open a small paper bag and sprinkled some powdery substance into the pot. A magical scene happened. A scent that I had never smelled before, extremely strong and overbearing. It exploded from the pot in an instant and rushed into everyone's nose in an unreasonable manner. The aroma is even more alluring than yesterday's braised pork. It is not just the aroma of meat, but also a mixture of an indescribable deliciousness and the richness of fat. Just one smell of it makes people feel that all the greedy bugs in their body are hooked and running wildly in their internal organs. The men who were resting in the shade of the trees smelled the scent. One by one, they jumped up from the ground as if they were stung by a scorpion, stretched their necks, and sniffed this side desperately. Oh my God, what's that smell? It's even more delicious than yesterday's meat. Where did the Fang family kid get this divine food again? Everyone's eyes were focused on the big iron pot in front of Fang Han. The water in the pot was completely boiling, and the golden dough quickly spread out. It turned into chewy noodles. Fang Han quickly cracked 3 more eggs into the pot and watched the egg drops solidify quickly in the boiling soup. Finally, he pinched a handful of emerald green onion chopped from a small cloth bag and sprinkled it into the pot. Swish! The aroma of green onions is stimulated by the hot soup, instantly sublimating and blending perfectly with the overbearing aroma of the soup base. The Bai sisters and Lu Rumei were completely dumbfounded. Golden noodles, snow-white poached eggs, and emerald green onions. Served with that rich, indissoluble reddish-brown soup. This is not earthly food. It's clearly something that only exists in paintings. Fang Han neatly served 3 bowls, one for each person, each containing a round, tender, and smooth poached egg. Eat it, and try my cooking. The 3 women finally woke up from their dream. Bai Jiro carefully picked up the bowl and blew away the hot steam gently. She picked up a noodle with chopsticks, opened her cherry lips slightly, and sucked it into her mouth. The next second, her peach blossom eyes suddenly widened. An unprecedented wonderful taste exploded on the tip of her tongue. This side is actually elastic. It is not as soft as the noodles we usually eat, but has a lively and tough chewiness. Every time the teeth collide with the noodles, you can feel the pleasant resistance. And the soup is extremely delicious. Each noodle is soaked in the rich soup and becomes delicious as you chew it. The salty, fragrant, and mellow taste penetrates the mouth layer by layer and goes straight to the top of the head. She never thought that noodles could be so delicious. Woo, delicious. Bai Shuejin was not as elegant as her sister. She couldn't help herself and picked up a big chopstick and stuffed it into her mouth. It was so hot that I was gasping for air, but I couldn't bear to spit it out. The little mouth was covered with shiny soup, and the cheeks were bulging. Like a hamster that had successfully stolen something. Its big eyes narrowed into slits with happiness. Brother-in-law, what kind of noodles is this? It's so delicious. It tastes better than meat. She shouted incoherently, but her hands did not stop moving. Lu Rumei was holding the bowl of steaming noodles, feeling dazed. The warmth from the bowl burned her palms and seemed to burn her heart. She looked at the round and plump poached egg in the bowl. He looked at the fingerprints on his face that had not yet disappeared. Thinking back to last night, that devil-like man, and that cold, dark home. A huge feeling of bitterness and grievance suddenly surged into my heart. She lowered her head and took a mouthful of noodles in silence. The warm smell filled with kindness went down the esophagus and warmed the stomach. It also warmed her heart, which had long been broken, cold, and numb. I can no longer control my tears. Like a flood that broke through the dam, silently. One after another, they fell into the soup bowl in front of him, splashing small ripples. She didn't cry out loud, but just bit her lips hard. I tried my best to swallow the noodles along with my tears. Ding. By Jiro's happiness value plus 20, double door penetration energy plus 20. Ding. By Shuejian's happiness value plus 20, double door energy plus 20. Ding. System energy is full, 200/100. The host can travel at any time. A series of system prompts sounded, and Fong Han felt relieved. He glanced at Lu Rumei, who was crying silently, then glanced at the Bai sisters who were eating happily, and his eyes became extremely firm. Zhang Ergu, your death time has come. It's late at night, and everyone is asleep. After a tiring day, the village fell into a deep sleep. Inside the thatched hut, candlelight flickered. Fong Han called Bai Jiro and Bai Shuejian to his side. I'm going on a long journey. The smiles on the sisters' faces froze instantly. Bai Jiro nervously grabbed the corner of his clothes. Husband, where are you going? Is the family short of money? In her opinion, this was the only reason that could make Fong Han leave. Bai Shuejian was also anxious. Brother-in-law, how long are you going to be gone? Are you not coming back? She had finally managed to live a peaceful life with meat to eat for a few days, but when she heard that Fong Han was leaving, she immediately panicked. What nonsense. Fong Han reached out and rubbed Bai Shuejian's little head. Seeing the worried looks in their eyes, he felt warm in his heart. I'm going to the county town to do some work and see if I can buy some better grain seeds. I'll be back in 3 to 5 days at the fastest, or 10 days to half a month at the slowest. I've already told Uncle Nyo about building the house. You two should stay home and take care of yourselves. And please also take care of sister-in-law Lu. I've left you enough money. The two sisters breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that Fong Han was not going to come back. Although their hearts were still filled with reluctance and worry, they did not have the slightest doubt about Fong Han's words. Bai Jiro's eyes were red. She said nothing, but turned around silently and started packing Fong Han's luggage. She neatly folded the 2 best pieces of clothing in the closet, and then carefully wrapped the change Fong Han gave her in cloth and stuffed it into the deepest part of her bag. Bai Shuejian was standing by, putting some dry food and dried meat left over from the day into a small cloth bag. The two sisters said nothing, but put all their care and concern into this silent action. Fong Han looked at their busy backs, and a warm feeling called home surged in his heart. He walked behind Bai Jiro and gently hugged her from behind. Bai Jiro's body stiffened, then softened in his arms. Wait for me to come back. Fong Han whispered in her ear. Yeah. Bai Jiro's voice was nasal, and she nodded heavily. After comforting the two sisters, Fong Han carried the small bag on his back and walked out of the thatched hut. He did not take the main road in the village, but walked quietly into the dark woods behind the village. The night wind blew, and the shadows of the trees swayed like ghosts. Fong Han stood still in an open space. There was no one around, only the chirping of insects. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and his mind moved. System Shuttle. Chapter 18 Kaleidoscope Miracle. After a dizzying feeling of weightlessness, the natural sounds of insects and birds chirping around me disappeared instantly. Instead, there was the low hum of the computer fan and the faint sound of traffic outside the window. Fong Han suddenly opened his eyes. The familiar, messy rental house, the air filled with the smell of instant noodles and takeout. The decadent taste of a single otaku. He is back. But this time, he didn't feel the slightest bit of relief or comfort at returning to the civilized world. What lingered in his mind was the glaring red mark left by 5 fingers on Lu Rumei's cheek. She looked like she wanted to cry but didn't dare, and was trying hard to swallow her tears and noodles. And there is Zhang Ergu's disgusting behavior. A violent emotion, like a suppressed volcano, rolled in his chest. Without any hesitation, he pulled out his cell phone from the sofa covered with dirty clothes and dialed a number he knew by heart. The phone rang 3 times and was connected. Hello? Brother Han. Damn, you finally turned on your phone? Are you missing? A young man's voice came from the other end of the line, with a noisy and slightly cynical tone. It was the rich second-generation, Wang Xiao, whom he met while playing games. I need something. Fong Han's voice was as calm as a pool of stagnant water, without any emotional fluctuations. Wang Xiao paused, seemingly uncomfortable with Fong Han's cold tone. What is it, Brother Han? Which new graphics card have you taken a fancy to? Or a gaming helmet? Just tell me, and I'll get it for you. For self-defense, Fong Han looked at the neon lights of the city outside the window with cold eyes. The more powerful, the better. Self-defense. Wang Xiao immediately became interested, his voice rising 8 octaves. No problem. A baton? Or that high-powered stun gun from last time? Let me tell you, my dad's company just got a batch of security equipment, military grade. One blow from them can make the shit out of a person. Not enough. Fong Han interrupted him. I need a gun, a hunting rifle that can penetrate wild boar skin. The more powerful the better. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone. After a full 5 seconds, Wang Xiao took a deep breath and lowered his voice to a very low voice. Fuck. Brother, are you serious? Who did you offend? Hunting rifles are strictly controlled in China. It's not a joke. People will die. Fong Han's tone did not change at all, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Price is not an issue. He paused and threw out his final chip. I recently got a new batch of high-quality wild ginseng. The word top quality was like a thunderclap exploding in Wang Xiao's ears. The breathing on the other end of the phone suddenly became heavy and rapid. His father loves this. The ones Fong Han got last time, his father treasured them like his own sons. He sipped it every day and boasted about it to everyone he met. As a result, Wang Xiao's status in the family rose. Brother, are you serious? Wang Xiao's voice was trembling. Is it still the same quality as last time? Only strong, never weak. Okay. Wang Xiao seemed to have made up his mind and said through gritted teeth, a hunting rifle is too conspicuous, difficult to use, and makes too much noise. But I can help you get something else. Wait for my news, but you have to go there yourself for this thing. It's not clean. After hanging up the phone, Fong Han turned on the dusty computer without any pause. The first thing he did was spend money. Gold bars, 10. Silver ingots, 50 ingots. This was the hard currency in ancient times. With it, he was a walking treasury. If there are no supplies over there, you can use these to go directly to the county town to purchase. The next step is to buy various self-defense equipment. A high-precision compound bow with a range of 200 meters and amazing penetrating power. Special alloy arrowheads, 100 in number, triangular in shape with blood grooves, specially designed for armor penetration and bleeding. Special Forces high-strength combat uniform, stab-proof and cut-proof, jungle camouflage. Military multi-purpose dagger with compass and flint. Large-capacity solar power bank, 10 pieces. A military-grade high-power searchlight that can illuminate 500 meters. When turned on in strobe mode, it can instantly blind people. He calmly and frantically added items to the shopping cart one by one, then paid as quickly as possible, filling in the address for expedited payment. It took less than an hour to do all this. The phone on the table vibrated again. It was a call from Wang Xiao. Brother, we've got it. Wang Xiao's voice was filled with suppressed excitement and nervousness. This thing is better and more convenient than a hunting rifle. But there's only one, so use it sparingly. Where? Eastern suburbs, abandoned 3rd cement factory, workshop number 3, in the 3rd distribution box on the left after entering. I left it there, go get it yourself. Throw away the SIM card after you take it, and don't contact me again. Wang Xiao spoke quickly and urgently, and hung up the phone right after he finished speaking, as if he was afraid of getting into trouble. Fong Han didn't hesitate. He changed into an inconspicuous black sportswear, put on a mask and a baseball cap, and went downstairs directly. Hail a taxi. Master, go to the East Suburb Cement Factory. The driver glanced at him in the rearview mirror and muttered, Why are you going to that remote place so late at night? But still started the car. More than half an hour later, the taxi stopped on a deserted suburban road. In the distance, there are several huge and hideous building outlines, which are abandoned cement factories. Fong Han paid the money and walked towards the cement factory alone. The cement factory was dead silent, with only the night wind blowing through the broken windows, making a ghostly sound. With the faint light from his cell phone, he found workshop number 3. When I pushed open the rusty iron door, a strong smell of mold and dust hit me in the face. He immediately saw the row of distribution boxes on the left wall. Walking up to the 3rd one, he opened the rusty iron door. Inside, a rectangular black metal suitcase lay quietly. Fong Han reached out and took the box out. Very heavy. Chapter 19 Zhang Erga's murderous intention. Fong Han placed the heavy black metal box flat on the dusty concrete floor and took a deep breath of the moldy air. Click. The lock on the box was opened with a crisp sound, which seemed particularly abrupt in this silent workshop. The lid of the box is opened. There is no cushioning foam as expected, only a layer of black velvet. A pistol with a dark body and cold and hard lines was lying quietly in the middle of the velvet cloth. Next to it were 2 neatly stacked magazines. The yellow bullets glowed with a chilling light that was frightening to the heart under the dim light of the mobile phone. Type 92 pistol. Its design is not fancy, but it exudes a coldness and efficiency that is purely born for killing. Fong Han reached out and picked up the gun. It is very heavy to start with. The cold metallic texture spread from the palm of my hand all the way to my heart. It was as if his soul was also coated with a layer of steel. This was unlike any model he had ever seen in any game. This is an absolute and unreasonable power that can take life in an instant. He removed the magazine and then replaced it, making a crisp click sound. The movements are jerky, but an unprecedented sense of security. Like a volcanic eruption, it instantly filled his limbs and bones. With this thing, Zhang Ergu and other ruffians are nothing but chickens and dogs in front of him. He carefully put the gun and magazine away. Without stopping for a moment, Fang Han walked out of the abandoned cement factory and disappeared into the thick night. After returning to the messy rental house, he first bought 2 kaleidoscopes as gifts for Baizhiro and her sister. He then glanced at the jungle of steel and concrete outside the window and closed his eyes again. System shuttle. After the familiar, dizzying moment, the hustle and bustle of the city faded away in an instant. Instead, there is the fresh scent of grass and the chirping of unknown insects. Fang Han opened his eyes and found himself in the familiar, dark forest. He was in no hurry to return to the village. Instead, he carried his bulging backpack and searched the mountains with his extraordinary night vision. Soon, he found a dry cave covered by vines on an inconspicuous hillside. The entrance to the cave is not big, only enough for one person to enter by bending over, but there is a different world inside. He took out the things from his backpack one by one. The dark pistol was carefully wrapped in oilcloth and hidden in the deepest crevice of the rock. A high-precision compound bow and alloy arrows were placed against the stone wall. Special Forces combat uniforms, military daggers, searchlights, power banks. These artifacts from another world were classified by him and cleverly covered up with stones and hay. After doing all this, the sky was already turning pale. He only kept 2 small things in his arms, then dusted off his hands, straightened his clothes, pretended to be tired after walking all night, and walked towards Liushi village. When Fang Han appeared at the entrance of the village, the Bai sisters, who had not slept all night, were shocked. He rushed out of the yard almost immediately. Husband, brother-in-law. 2 crying exclamations were filled with endless worry and ecstasy of seeing each other suddenly. The 2 sisters, one on each side, threw themselves into his arms without hesitation, like 2 young swallows returning to their nests. Baizhiro grabbed his arm tightly and buried her face in his chest. He couldn't utter a word, but his shoulders were shaking violently. Bai Shuejin was even more direct. She wrapped her arms around his waist, wiping all her snot and tears onto his clothes, sobbing, "Brother-in-law, you're finally back. I thought you didn't want us anymore." Holding the soft and sweet girl in my arms, I can feel the unique fragrance of the girl and her unreserved dependence. It instantly dispelled all the anger in Fang Han's heart caused by the pistol. A corner of his heart softened completely. "Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about?" Fang Han put his arm around each of them and patted their backs gently. "Didn't I tell you to come back after you finish your work?" After a long period of comfort, the 2 sisters' emotions finally calmed down. Baijiro's eyes were red as she stepped out of his arms and looked him up and down. Seeing that he was safe and sound, I felt completely relieved. Fang Han smiled and took out 2 small paper tubes from his arms. Here are the gifts I brought for you." "A gift?" Bai Shuejin took the paper tube and turned it over curiously. It looked like a small bamboo tube with a small hole on one end. "Brother-in-law, what is this? Can I eat it?" "You little greedy cat, you only know how to eat." Fang Han shook his head with a smile. "Put your eyes close to that little hole and take a look." Bai Shuejin held the paper tube in front of her eyes doubtfully and looked inside through the small hole. Next second, "Wow!" A shocking cry burst out from her mouth. Her little mouth opened into an O shape in an instant, and her beautiful big eyes widened, as if she had seen some miracle. I saw that in that small paper tube, there was an endless and ever-changing colorful world hidden. Countless pieces of shattered, glittering glass and broken jade shattered with the slight turn of her wrist. Constantly combining and separating, countless complex and gorgeous patterns are created. Sometimes it looks like thousands of blooming flowers. Sometimes it looks like a flowing river of stars, so beautiful that it takes your breath away. "Sister, look, inside there is a fairy palace." She was so excited that she spoke incoherently and grabbed Baijiro's arm and shook it hard. Baijiro's curiosity was also aroused, and she picked up another kaleidoscope. I imitated my sister and moved my eyes closer. Buzz. Her head seemed to be hit hard by something. The gentle and peaceful face was instantly replaced by deep shock and obsession. If what Bai Shuejin saw was novel and interesting, then what she saw was. It is an ultimate beauty that cannot be described in words, a mixture of order and chaos. What kind of exquisite treasure is this? He can play with light and shadow at will, and create such an incredible scene. Ding. By Shuejian's shock value plus 30, double door penetration energy plus 30. Ding. By Jiro's shock value plus 30, double door penetration energy plus 30. A series of system prompts sounded in Fang Han's mind. He watched the two get dazzled by a small kaleidoscope. The beautiful lady, with a face full of happiness, listened to the prompt sound of rising energy in her mind. The smile on his lips grew more intense. This feeling is so fucking great. Chapter 20 Zhang Erge's Revenge Plan. After a few days, the changes on Fang Han's residential land were earth-shaking. The villagers of Liushi village have never seen houses built like this in their lives. Dozens of strong laborers were paid a high wage of 30 cents a day. There is meat and rice for every meal, so we can get to work. Everyone was like they were injected with chicken blood, rushing forward with a roar. The foundation paved with bluestone slabs is wide, thick, and as solid as a rock. At this moment, the walls on all four sides have begun to be built up. Bricks of regular size are in the skilled hands of the bricklayers. The whole construction site was bustling with activity, with buildings stacked and stretched at a rapid pace. The sounds of shouts, hammering, and laughter mixed together, full of vitality. At the other end of the construction site, next to the makeshift stove, the aroma was equally tempting. Lu Rumei was busy in front of a big pot. She was wearing a coarse cloth dress that was washed so much that it looked white. With his head lowered, he concentrated on stirring the vegetable porridge in the pot with a large spoon. The evening sun shone obliquely on her, outlining her breathtakingly plump curves when she bent over. The weather was hot, and after working in front of the stove for a long time, fine beads of sweat slid down her smooth forehead. It soaked the hair at her temples and also wet the clothes on her chest and back. The thin coarse cloth clothes, soaked with sweat, stuck tightly to her body. The already surprisingly full outline was now outlined to the fullest. As she stirred the porridge, it trembled slightly, forming a scene that was enough to make any man's blood boil, but he dared not to desecrate it. It was a unique temperament that blended the mature charm of a woman with the youthful helplessness of a girl. She is both pitiful and exudes a natural charm. Many men who were resting were chatting, but their eyes kept glancing over here involuntarily. But there was no lust in his eyes, more of sympathy and emotion. Such a good woman is really a bargain for that beast Zhang Ergu. It's late at night. After a busy day, Fang Han sat on the edge of the bed. Bai Jiro and Bai Shui saw the two sisters, each holding a basin of freshly boiled hot water, and walked in quietly. The two sisters looked at each other, both with a shy blush on their faces. They walked up to Fang Han, said nothing, and knelt down on the left and right. The wooden basin was gently placed on the ground, creating circles of warm ripples. "Husband, let us wash your feet." Baijiro's voice is so gentle that it can squeeze water out of her. She stretched out her slender hand, carefully held Fang Han's left ankle, and gently placed his foot in the warm water. On the other side, Bai Shui saw something and followed suit. With a blushing face, she stretched out her little hand and put Fang Han's right foot into the basin in front of her. Fang Han closed his eyes. The warm water instantly wrapped around his feet, dispelling the fatigue of the whole day. Two pairs of soft, boneless little hands, one on the left and one on the right, gently kneading the soles and insteps of his feet. The force was just right, sometimes gentle, sometimes pressing precisely on the sore and swollen acupuncture points. The air was filled with the mist of hot water, mixed with the faint, virgin body fragrance of the two sisters. Fang Han could even feel it. When they lower their heads, their soft hair occasionally brushes against their calves, giving them a slightly itchy feeling. If an outsider saw the scene in front of him, he would probably be shocked. Two stunning beauties whose rivals are unmatched in the entire county. She was kneeling on the ground meekly, washing a man's feet. That look was focused and pious, as if they were treating the only God in their lives. At this moment, I felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Like a flood that broke through a dam, it instantly broke through all the defenses in Fang Han's heart and rushed straight to his head. Is this the life of wealthy families in ancient times? No, this is a fucking imperial enjoyment. He didn't refuse, nor was he polite. Just calmly enjoy it all. Ding. By Jiro's love value plus 20, double door penetration energy plus 20. Ding. By Shuejian's trust value plus 20, double door penetration energy plus 20. In my mind, the cold system prompt sound now sounds like the most beautiful music in the world. Fang Han's mind moved, and he called up the system panel. Looking at the energy accumulated above, it is enough for another journey. It seems that it is time to go to the county town again. Firstly, The purpose is to transfer the sacred artifacts hidden in the cave in case of emergency. Secondly, it's time to go to the county town's pharmacies and give them a good clean out. Those ginseng and ganoderma can be exchanged for hard currency such as gold and silver in modern times. Liushi village entrance. In the shadow of an old crooked locust tree, two figures huddled together stealthily. One of them had not been seen for a few days. Zhang Ergu has lost a lot of weight, with sunken eyes and a sallow complexion. At this moment, flames of resentment and greed burned in his cloudy eyes. Staring intently at the bustling construction site not far away. Standing opposite him was a sturdy, dark-skinned man with a bow on his shoulder. This man is less than 30 years old. His eyes revealed a shrewdness and sharpness that did not match his age. It was the only hunter in the village, Ma Baohua. Brother Ma, did you see that? Zhang Ergu's voice was very low, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. A big house made of blue bricks and tiles. 30 cents a day for wages, and even meat is included. Have you ever seen such generosity? Even the lords in the county town aren't this extravagant. Ma Baohua puffed on his pipe. In the smoke, his expression could not be seen clearly. He just said, Let me tell you something. Zhang Ergu leaned in closer, his spit nearly spraying onto Ma Baohua's face. How could Fong Han, a dirt-poor orphan, have so much money? He must have gotten lucky and dug up some treasure in the mountains behind him. Zhang Ergu's eyes glowed green, and his tone was filled with incitement. I guess this is probably a treasure trove left behind by a high official from the previous dynasty. Gold, silver. There must be a lot of antique treasures. Otherwise, how could he waste money like this? Ma Baohua paused in smoking, and a barely perceptible fluctuation flashed in his eyes. It would be a lie to say that I'm not jealous. He worked hard to go into the mountains to hunt, risking his life for 10 days or half a month. The money he got in return was not even enough for a day's wages at Fong Han's construction site. How could I not be jealous of this huge gap? Brother Ma, think about it, Zhang Ergu continued, adding fuel to the fire. Let's team up and take advantage of him when he's alone. Then, all the gold, silver, and treasures in his house, as well as those two water chestnut-like women, won't they all be ours? As long as we do it cleanly and efficiently, who would know it was us? Then we can take the money and run away. We can become the local lords wherever we go. Zhang Ergu became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he had already seen a bright future with beauties on both sides and eating meat in big mouthfuls. Ma Baohua exhaled a puff of smoke and finally spoke, his voice a little hoarse. This matter is not easy to handle. He remembered the day at Fong Han's doorstep when Zhang Ergu was electrocuted by Fong Han and lay on the ground like a dead dog. A scene of foaming at the mouth and convulsions all over the body. And there was Fong Han's frighteningly calm look at that time. He always felt that there was something evil about this kid Fong Han. Ma Baohua tapped his pipe against the sole of his shoe to extinguish the spark and shook his head. The risk is too great. I won't do it. Chapter 21. Invulnerable? This is a monster. Ma Baohua refused decisively and without any hesitation. The greed and excitement on Zhang Ergu's face froze in an instant and turned into a ferocious look of anger and shame. Ma Baohua, you're a fucking coward. Just spend your life hunting rabbits with those broken bows of yours. You deserve to die of poverty. He cursed and saw that Ma Baohua was too lazy to even lift his eyelids. I got myself into trouble and could only turn around in disappointment. Like a wild dog with its tail between its legs, it disappeared into the shadows of the woods. Ma Baohua looked at the direction he left, spat on the ground, his eyes full of contempt. Although he was jealous of Fong Han's family business, he valued his life more. He could not forget how Zhang Ergu was electrocuted by the thunder thing in Fong Han's hand that day, causing him to foam at the mouth and twitch all over. I can't forget Fong Han's frighteningly calm look at that time. That's not the look an ordinary farmer should have. That look was the same as when he met the top hunters lurking in the dark in the deep mountains and forests. Just like a beast waiting to be killed with one blow. Zhang Ergu did not give up. Ma Baohua at the east end of the village is a fox spirit. It's not easy to fool them, but there are still a few idiots with grass in their brains at the west end of the village. Zhang Ergu quickly found the target. Some of the most notorious ruffians in the village. He is idle and does some petty thefts on weekdays. She can do everything except giving birth to children, and she can do everything except her work. In a dilapidated land temple, Zhang Ergu spoke his plan and his explanation to Ma Baohua with great enthusiasm and made a solemn promise. After the marriage is over, all the money in his family will be divided equally between us. His two wives will also belong to us brothers. We can eat meat every day and be bridegrooms every night. These thugs only care about their crotches and wallets. As soon as he heard the words money and wife, His eyes turned green instantly, and his saliva almost flowed to the ground. Done. Brother, go. We'll do whatever you say. Several people hit it off immediately and were eager to try, as if they had already seen mountains of gold and silver and stunning beauties. Zhang Ergu looked at these idiots with a satisfied grin on his face. But he didn't get carried away, and deliberately lowered his voice and solemnly warned. Listen carefully. That kid Fong Han knows some magic, so don't get close to him. Let's use bows and arrows to shoot him like a hedgehog from a distance. Once he falls, we'll cover him with a fishing net and pierce him with spears. No one is allowed to get close until he's been pierced like a sieve. He still feels a lingering fear when he recalls the tragic scene of himself being electrocuted and convulsing all over. The next morning, Fong Han first took back all the modern self-defense equipment. Afterwards, he said goodbye to the reluctant Bai sisters. Driving the donkey cart borrowed from the village chief's house, he creaked towards the county town. There were several empty sacks on the donkey cart, and it looked like they were going to the county town to buy groceries. The donkey's hooves stepped on the dirt road, raising a light cloud of dust. When they reached a narrow dirt road called Gichujian by the locals, Fong Han's eyes narrowed slightly. There are dense forests on both sides, and only a small path in the middle that is only wide enough for one car to pass. It is the only way to go to the county town, and also an ideal place for murder and robbery. At this moment, in the middle of the road, a tree half a man's thickness was lying there in a mess, blocking the way completely. Fong Han slowly pulled the reins, and the donkey cart stopped. He was not panicked, and even his facial expression did not change at all. He just looked at the fallen tree calmly. Crash. There was a commotion in the woods. Zhang Ergu jumped out of the woods with 5 ugly thugs, armed with rusty machetes, shiny harpoons, and spears. They had grim smiles on their faces and formed a semicircle, surrounding Fong Han and the donkey cart. Fong Han, you deserve this day. Zhang Ergu was hiding at the back of the crowd, holding a broken bow that he had found from somewhere. With trembling hands, he knocked an arrow whose feathers were almost all gone. He aimed the arrow at Fong Han, his facial expression distorted by extreme excitement and resentment, and he laughed wildly and arrogantly. Today, not only will I rob you of all your money, I'll also chop you into pieces and feed you to the wild dogs in the mountains. Those 2 little girls in your family will belong to us brothers from now on. Ha ha ha. The thugs behind him also burst into obscene laughter. The look he gave Fong Han was like looking at a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Facing this group of vicious bandits, Fong Han's expression remained as calm as a pool of deep water. He slowly got off the donkey cart, wearing a dark winter coat that looked a bit thick. It seems a bit out of place in this still hot weather. Zhang Ergu looked at his fearless appearance, and the evil fire in his heart suddenly rose up. You're about to die, and you still dare to pretend. Shoot. He roared with all his strength. He didn't dare to shoot himself, but instead yelled at another thug holding a bow next to him. The thug shuddered at his roar and loosened his grip. Whoosh! Another arrow followed. 2 arrows drew 2 ugly parabolas in the air and shot towards Fong Han's chest. A cruel and complacent smile appeared on the faces of the thugs. They seemed to have seen the scene where Fong Han was pierced through the chest by an arrow, blood spurted out, and he fell down screaming. However, what happened next made everyone's smiles freeze on their faces. Puff! Puff! 2 strange, dull sounds that made one's teeth ache. The 2 arrows that were determined to hit Fong Han's chest were like hitting a thick cowhide wall. The arrows couldn't even penetrate his clothes. They just trembled weakly, and then with a click, they bounced off and fell into the dust on the ground. The entire Gichujian fell into deathly silence in an instant. The wind blew through the treetops, making a rustling sound, which at this moment sounded like the mockery of ghosts. Everyone was petrified, their mouths open, their eyes wide as if they were dead fish, staring in disbelief at the extremely bizarre scene before them. Fong Han stood there, motionless. He lowered his head and looked at the 2 white spots on his chest caused by the arrows, then stretched out his hand, as if to brush away some non-existent dust. The action was understated and full of disdain. He was wearing a bulletproof vest. What could a few arrows do to him? Chapter 22 Various Precious Medicinal Herbs, shocked Wang Xiao. What the hell is this? The harpoon in the hand of a thug fell to the ground with a clang. He pointed at Fong Han, and his voice trembled like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. Invulnerable. This thought, like a pale bolt of lightning, instantly split everyone's mind. They are the village hooligans, ruffians, and scoundrels. Fights were commonplace, with blood and stabbings being seen. But they had never seen, nor imagined, that there was someone in this world who could withstand arrows with his own body. This isn't a human. This is a monster. Monster, monster. The other thug screamed strangely and fell to the ground in fear. His crotch instantly became wet, and a foul smell filled the air. Zhang Ergu's face was as pale as a piece of paper just pulled out of the water. His legs were shaking like sieves, and he could barely hold the broken bough in his hands. Fear, like an icy tide, flooded his limbs and bones. But deep in that boundless fear, there is a trace of painful memory about demon magic. It pricked his nerves suddenly. He remembered how he was electrocuted and foamed at the mouth, twitching on the ground like a dead dog. Don't let him get close. Absolutely not. Use the net. Come on, all of you. Don't let him get close. Zhang Ergu hid at the back of the crowd and roared with all his strength. The sound was as sharp as a wild cat with its tail stepped on. After being yelled at by him, the two thugs with dim brains seemed to have found their backbone. They mustered up their courage, threw away the tattered but wide fishing net in their hands, let out strange ah-ah sounds, and rushed towards Fong Han. The fishing net was spread out in the air, carrying with it a fishy smell, as if it was going to completely trap Fong Han, the monster. Fong Han looked at the fishing net flying towards him, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. He did not retreat but advanced. With just a slight shake of his body, he slipped out of the coverage of the fishing net with ease. The two thugs used too much force and missed, almost colliding with each other. It was at this moment when they were stunned. A short, dark stick suddenly appeared in Fong Han's hand. He took a step forward and instantly approached a thug. Without even looking at the black short stick in his hand, he poked the thug's fat belly with incredible precision. Sizzle. A scalp-numbing explosion. A dazzling blue arc of electricity, like the fangs of a poisonous snake, exploded on the belly of the thug. Oh! The thug let out a shrill scream that was not like a human voice. The whole person felt like being struck by lightning, and his body instantly stretched straight. His eyes suddenly rolled back and white foam came out of his mouth. His whole body convulsed violently like a sieve, and he fell straight back. He fell to the ground, his hands and feet still twitching unconsciously. This scene completely broke down everyone's psychological defenses. Another thug who was swinging a fishing net watched helplessly as his companion turned into a pool of rotten meat before his eyes. Terrified to death, he screamed and dropped the weapon in his hand. He turned around and ran into the woods, wishing his parents had given him 2 more legs. Fong Han's eyes were cold, without a trace of pity. He looked at the back of the person running away for his life, and slowly took out something from his arms. It was a strangely shaped, dark iron lump. The remaining thugs included Zhang Ergu. They all stared at the thing in Fong Han's hand that they had never seen before, their eyes full of confusion and fear deep in their bones. What's this? A new magic? Fong Han raised his hand and aimed the black iron lump at the back of the fleeing thug. Bang! A deafening roar exploded in the silent forest. This sound is unheard of. It was not like the clanging of metal or rumbling thunder, but a pure, violent explosion that was enough to tear the eardrums apart. The thug who was desperately running away was hit hard by an invisible hammer, and his body was shaken violently. At the back of his heart, the tattered shirt suddenly exploded into a bloody hole the size of a bowl, and the flesh and blood were blurred, and one could even see the white bones inside. He didn't even utter a scream. Like a puppet with its strings cut, he fell straight forward to the ground, splashing a cloud of dust, and there was no sound anymore. The entire Gichujian is completely dead. The wind stopped, the birds stopped singing, and even the insects were too scared to chirp. The remaining 3 thugs and Zhang Ergu seemed to be under a spell, frozen in place, their minds blank. They looked at their companion lying in a pool of blood, and at the hideous and terrifying bloody hole on his back. He looked again at the black iron lump in Fong Han's hand that was still emitting green smoke. Their worldview was completely shattered by this loud noise. What's this? Hidden weapon? No. How could there be a hidden weapon that could emit thunder? Magic? Yes, it must be a more powerful magic. Is this the thunder punishment from the gods? Run! Someone let out a desperate roar. The remaining 3 thugs woke up as if from a dream. His soul was scattered, so how could he care about brotherhood, gold, silver, treasures, or beautiful women? He turned around and ran away crying for his parents, rolling and crawling in 3 different directions, trying to escape for his life. Zhang Ergu also reacted. He dropped his bow and arrow, and used his hands and feet to dive into the dense forest behind him, scared to death. Fong Han had a blank expression on his face, and there was no trace of emotion in his eyes. He raised his hand and pulled the trigger again, aiming at the back of one of the thugs. Bang! There was another loud bang, and the thug fell down. Bang! The third thug's head looked like a smashed watermelon, with red and white objects splattering everywhere. Bang! The last thug was shot in the back. He fell to the ground with a scream, twitched a few times, and then became motionless. Every shot was fatal. In the blink of an eye, the only people left in Guicho Gorge were Fong Han and the donkey that was trembling with fear. Only Zhang Ergu was left alive. Chapter 23. Huge sum of money arrived. Super shotgun. There was dead silence in the dense forest. The only sound was the rustling of leaves in the wind and the heavy breathing of a donkey that was extremely frightened. Zhang Ergu was completely limp, curled up behind a big tree, and had completely lost the strength to even roll or crawl. He watched with his own eyes as the head of his last accomplice exploded like a rotten watermelon. Red and white splattered all over the floor. The strong, pungent smell of blood and gunpowder mixed into a breath of death that gripped his throat tightly. He wanted to run, but his legs felt like they were filled with lead, and he wouldn't obey him at all. The sound of footsteps, neither hurried nor slow, came from not far away. Rustle. Every step was like stepping on his heart. Zhang Ergu's psychological defenses completely collapsed at this moment. He no longer cared about his face, and climbed out from behind the tree using his hands and feet. He walked towards Fong Han and knelt heavily on the ground with a thump. Master Fong, I was wrong. I'm not a human. I'm a beast. I didn't recognize a great man. Please be magnanimous and just let me go. He kowtowed like crazy, and his forehead hit the hard dirt road with a dull dong-dong sound, and soon blood came out. A dark watermark quickly spread across the crotch of his pants, and a foul smell overwhelmed the blood in the forest. He cried. His face was covered with snot and tears, and with the blood on his forehead, he looked both miserable and ridiculous. Fong Han walked up to him step by step and stopped. Those calm eyes looked down at the man who was lying on the ground like a dog, wagging his tail and begging for mercy. The black muzzle of the gun slowly rose and aimed at Zhang Ergu's bloody forehead. Cold metal, carrying the temperature of death. Zhang Ergu's cries came to an abrupt halt, and the blood in his body seemed to freeze at that moment. He raised his head, and through his tear-stained eyes, he looked at the black, magic weapon he had never seen before, which exuded a terrifying aura and smelled the scent of death. There was only endless fear and despair in his eyes. I didn't come looking for you, but you came to me. Fong Han thought of Lu Rumei's miserable condition, and his voice was icy cold without a trace of warmth. Bang! The world is quiet. Zhang Ergu's body suddenly leaned back, and he fell straight down, with a hideous bloody hole between his eyebrows. In those cloudy dog eyes, the extreme fear of the last moment of life was still frozen. Fong Han looked at the corpse on the ground expressionlessly and put the gun back into his arms. Without any hesitation, he began to deal with the scene. Fong Han dragged the 5 bodies one by one into the depths of the dense forest, found a slope, and simply dug a hole to bury them. He then used a branch to carefully sweep away the bloodstains and wheel marks on the ground, erasing all traces. After doing all this, he returned to the donkey cart. The poor donkey was still trembling with fear and could not even stand steadily. Fong Han patted its neck, untied the reins, and continued driving. It creaked as it headed towards the county town. It was as if the bloody massacre just now had never happened. It was already noon when we arrived at the county town. Fong Han didn't delay and drove directly to the largest pharmacies in the city. Boss, I want as many of the oldest ginseng, Ganoderma, and Polygonum multiflorum you have in your store as you can get. Fong Han walked into the first pharmacy and directly placed a 10 liang ingot of snowflake silver on the counter with a pa sound. The dazzling silver light dazzled the shopkeeper and his clerk. Seeing Fong Han's wealthy appearance, the shopkeeper dared not neglect him. He nodded and bowed immediately and moved out all the best goods in the warehouse. Fong Han followed the same method and raided 4 or 5 large pharmacies in the city. He doesn't care about the price, he only cares about the year and condition. Soon, the donkey cart he borrowed was filled with various rare medicinal herbs carefully packed in oil paper and wooden boxes. The shop owners looked at his departing figure and whispered to each other. Everyone was wondering which wealthy family this young man came from, as he was so generous. Fong Han found an empty dead-end alley and drove the donkey cart into it. There was no one around. A thought came to his mind. System shuttle. After the familiar feeling of dizziness, Fong Han suddenly opened his eyes. The messy rental house appeared before my eyes again. Without stopping for a moment, he immediately took out his cell phone from the sofa covered with dirty clothes and dialed Wang Xiao's number. The call was answered almost instantly. Hello? Brother Han. The goods have arrived. Fong Han's voice was calm and steady. Large quantity, top quality. Fuck. Wang Xiao cursed on the other end of the phone, his voice trembling with excitement. Brother. Wait. I'll be there soon. Less than an hour. There was a rapid knock on the door. Fong Han opened the door and Wang Xiao's face, flushed with excitement, appeared at the door. Behind him was the old expert who was wearing reading glasses and had an elegant temperament. As soon as the old expert entered the room, he saw the pile of wooden boxes and oil paper bags that Fong Han had casually piled on the living room floor, and his brows frowned habitually. He is a misophobe and is extremely strict about the preservation of medicinal materials. But when Wang Xiao carefully opened one of the largest brocade boxes, the dissatisfaction on the old expert's face froze instantly. An extremely large wild ginseng was lying quietly on the red silk cloth. Its body was thick and robust, its head, veins, and roots perfectly preserved, its form like a sleeping baby. A fragrance so rich it almost tangible filled the room. The old expert's breathing suddenly stopped. His eyes, clad in reading glasses, were fixed on the ginseng, and his pupils contracted sharply. God, divine object. His lips trembled, and he stretched out his hand, wanting to touch it, but stopped in midair, fearing that his mortal hands would desecrate this treasure between heaven and earth. His hands were shaking like he had late-stage Parkinson's. Wang Xiao opened several boxes in succession. A century-old Ganoderma lucidum that looks like a canopy and is surrounded by purple air. The 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum, completely black and as big as a human head. Each one of them is far beyond the cognitive limits of the old experts. These legendary objects that only existed in ancient books are now piled up in this messy rental house, filled with the smell of instant noodles. Treasures. These are national treasures. The old expert could no longer control his emotions, and 2 lines of hot tears slid down the wrinkles on his cheeks. He fell to his knees on the ground with a thud, looking at the medicinal herbs scattered on the ground in an almost pilgrim posture, muttering to himself over and over again like a madman. Wang Xiao was also extremely shocked by the scene before him. He swallowed hard, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Fong Han had changed from brotherhood to complete awe. He knew Fong Han had a way, but he didn't expect it to be so wild. Han, brother Han. Wang Xiao's face flushed with excitement, and he stuttered a little. These, we want them all. You name the price. Fong Han looked at him and held up 3 fingers. 3 million? Wang Xiao asked tentatively. Fong Han shook his head. Wang Xiao took a deep breath. 30 million? Fong Han then nodded. Without a word, Wang Xiao took out his cell phone and called his father directly. After a call mixed with excitement, shock, and roars, Wang Xiao's hands were shaking while holding the phone. Brother, the money will be in your account soon. A few minutes later, Fong Han's cell phone rang. A bank SMS notification. Your savings card account ending in XXXX received 30 million renminbi at XX. XX on X/X/X. And the current account balance is 30,125 renminbi and 34 cents. Looking at the long string of zeros on the phone that was enough to dazzle anyone, Fong Han's heart skipped a beat. Cool. This is fucking awesome. He took a deep breath, suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, looked at Wang Xiao who was still in an excited state, and spoke calmly. What's the current situation with the shotgun? Chapter 24, Big Purchase, Return with a Full Load. As soon as Wang Xiao changed the topic, the nonchalant attitude typical of the rich second generation disappeared instantly. Instead, there was a kind of oppressive solemnity. The hunting rifle is a bit tricky. He leaned closer, his voice low. I asked someone, and they can indeed get one. It's not one of those rabbit hunting rifles you see on the market, but a custom-made one from a military factory in the north. One shot can penetrate half an inch of steel plate, and it's more powerful than the ones used by the police. Fong Han raised his eyebrows and said nothing. But this thing can't be handled in China, Wang Xiao said with a serious expression. It's in a port city across the border, in the hands of a man named Long Si. He has a deep background, well connected to both the black and white worlds. He only cares about people, not money. You have to go there yourself and trade in person. Wang Xiao looked at Fong Han, his tone containing a hint of dissuasion. Brother Han, that place is full of bad people. It's not our place. It's too risky for you to go there alone. Risk? A faint smile appeared at the corner of Fong Han's mouth. He glanced at the concrete city outside the window, then thought about his double doors. To him, the entire earth is just a larger back garden. He can come and go as he pleases, no matter where the dangers are or what border crossings are. For him, risk does not exist at all. No problem. Fong Han's answer was calm and composed, as if Wang Xiao wasn't talking about a dangerous arms deal, but rather a simple offline pickup. I'll go. Wang Xiao looked at his indifferent expression, opened his mouth, but finally swallowed his words of persuasion. He found that he seemed to be finding it increasingly difficult to understand Brother Han. After seeing off Wang Xiao and the old expert who was still in a crazy state, Fong Han looked at the long string of cold numbers in the mobile banking app, feeling no emotion in his heart. When it reaches 300,000, he gets excited. When it reaches 3 million, he gets ecstatic. But when the number becomes 30 million, it is really just a string of numbers, more like points in a game. He calmly opened the orange shopping app. This time, he was not going to make money, but to purchase goods. He remembered the little faces of the Bai sisters, which blossomed with endless happiness because of a piece of candy. Exquisite wind-up music box, classic walnut, castle in the sky. Place your order. This thing can make them happy for a long time, right? Swiss Army knife, Champion Collector's Edition, 22 functions. Place your order. It can also protect yourself at this critical moment. High-power handheld searchlight, 12-hour battery life, strobe mode. Order 10. With this, the night will no longer be a threat. High-end sandalwood soap gift box, ginger anti-hair loss shampoo, 1 box each. Girls should always smell good. High-definition glass mirror, European retro carving, 50 sides. Place your order. If I take this thing back, I'm afraid I can use it as hard currency. He recalled the sisters' cowardly and greedy looks when they ate instant noodles for the first time, and couldn't help laughing. Fingers flying. Self-heating hot pot, spicy, tomato, mushroom soup. 10 boxes of each flavor. Imported chocolate, fruit candies, white rabbit milk candies, nut gift packs. Filled the shopping cart. After doing all this, he looked out the window and saw that it was already dark. The rental house that once made him feel extremely depressed and confused is now filled with various express boxes, like a messy, yet hopeful warehouse. Fong Han stood surrounded by cardboard boxes and had an idea. System shuttle. The light and shadow change. The hustle and bustle of the city and the neon lights were instantly replaced by the ancient silence and cold moonlight. Fong Han once again appeared in the familiar dead end of Dying County. Without delay, he first took out some small modern supplies from the system space and hid them in the corner. Then he went to the carriage and horse shop in the city as if he knew the place well and paid the high price of a silver ingot. We hired the largest carriage with a carriage cover from last time. Then he drove the carriage around the county town. Half the car was loaded with the finest cotton cloth and silk. Half a truck was loaded with green salt, iron pots, and farm tools, which were the exclusive goods of the government. After doing all this, he drove the carriage back to the dead end, taking advantage of the fact that no one was around. Quickly take away those modern items such as music boxes, flashlights, soaps, mirrors, etc. It was stuffed into the bottom of the carriage and covered tightly with cloth and farm tools. From the outside, it looked like a carriage loaded with ordinary goods. After doing all this, Fong Han breathed a sigh of relief. Today, in the eyes of the villagers of Liushi Village, he is just a rich businessman who got lucky and dug up treasure in the mountains and then came out to do business. This car full of cloth and ironware is the best disguise. Everything was ready. Fong Han personally raised the whip and drove the carriage carrying the civilizations of the two worlds. It drove towards Liushi Village in a mighty manner. When the luxurious carriage, which was obviously much taller than others, appeared at the entrance of the village again, the villagers who were busy working in the fields or at their doorsteps all stopped their work without any prior agreement. Everyone's eyes were focused on the slowly approaching carriage. But this time, the initial shock and naked jealousy were no longer in their eyes. That kind of emotion had been completely worn out after Fong Han pulled back a full truck of supplies again and again. What replaced it was an almost numb envy and a deep awe that came from the heart. Whispering sounds were heard at the end of the alley at the entrance of the village. Look, the kid from the Fong family is back again. Oh my goodness, this is another full cart. Does his family's money grow in the fields? You know shit. They're going to the county town to do big business. This is called purchasing goods. An elderly man tapped his pipe and looked at Fong Han's young but calm face. A trace of emotion and fear flashed in his cloudy eyes. Stop gossiping behind my back. Our village is about to produce a real dragon. Fong Han is no longer someone we can talk about casually. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings instantly became quiet. Everyone looked at the carriage that was moving further and further away, and their eyes became more and more complicated. Chapter 25 The sound of nature shocked the whole village. At the entrance of Liushi Village, Yang Hongmei was squatting on the threshold of her house, holding a broken bowl. While picking at the wilted pickles in the bowl, he stretched his neck to look at the road outside the village. That cart was obviously taller and larger than ordinary donkey carts and ox carts. When the carriage with an exquisite carriage cover appeared at the other end of the road, Yang Hongmei's eating movement suddenly froze. Oh my god, she almost dropped the bowl in her hand, and her lips trembled. A pair of eyes were fixed on the carriage that was getting closer and closer, and the piles of things on the carriage were overflowing. Goods covered tightly with oilcloth. Jealousy gnawed at her heart like a poisonous snake. She wanted to say something sour and call Fong Han a prodigal son. But when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back, not daring to say a single word. She could not forget the way Zhang Erge foamed at the mouth after being electrocuted by Fong Han. This kid is very evil. Under the crooked old locust tree at the entrance of the village chief Zhao Taizhan was puffing on his pipe, and the air was filled with smoke. He also saw the carriage, and there was an indescribable complexity in his eyes. But more of it is the uncontrollable curiosity. How much money does Fong Han have? Where does he come from? Compared to before, he seems like a completely different person. Zhao Taizhan couldn't figure it out. He silently put out his pipe and turned back home. The carriage ignored the villagers' odd and curious looks. The journey was smooth and unobstructed, and finally it stopped steadily in front of the residential plot with a half-person-high blue brick wall. The house has already taken shape, just from the broad foundation and neat walls. It exudes a sense of style that no other house has. Husband, brother-in-law. Before the car came to a complete stop, two figures like fledgling swallows flying into the forest came running out from the thatched hut next to them. Bai Jiro and Bai Xuejian rushed to the carriage from the left and right. Those beautiful eyes are filled with joy and longing that can never be melted away. Bai Jiro took the lead, reached out and grabbed Fong Han's arm tightly, looking him up and down, afraid that he would lose a hair. In those gentle peach blossom eyes, the mist and thousands of words turned into the slight trembling of the fingertips. Bai Xuejian was more direct. She leaned her little head over and sniffed him. After confirming that it was still the familiar taste, I felt relieved. A bright smile bloomed on her face, and her dimples were so sweet that they could drown you. Looking at the two beautiful ladies who were worried about him, Fong Han felt warm in his heart, and all his fatigue was swept away. He smiled, turned around, and took out something wrapped tightly in silk from the carriage. A square box that looked extremely valuable was handed to Bai Jiro. A gift for you guys. Bai Jiro took it doubtfully. It felt heavy in the hand and delicate to the touch. She carefully untied the silk cloth, and a small wooden box made entirely of dark brown wood and carved with exquisite and intricate patterns appeared before her. The craftsmanship of this wooden box was so exquisite that it far exceeded anything she had ever seen in her life. Even the treasures made by the so-called skilled craftsmen in the palace during her father's reign were not even a fraction as good as this one. This is... Bai Ji's beautiful eyes were full of curiosity. Bai Xuejian also curiously put her little head over, blinking her big eyes at the wooden box. I don't know what treasure is hidden in here. Fong Han didn't explain, but just reached out and gently twisted a few turns on an inconspicuous metal lump on the side of the wooden box. Click. After a slight sound, he released his hand. The next second, a clear, pleasant, ethereal, and pure music that did not seem to be of this world was heard. Without any warning, it slowly flowed out from the small wooden box. The sound, ding-ding-dong, was like a clear mountain spring dripping onto a jade plate. The tune was so gentle and melodious that it sounded like a fairy from the sky was softly singing in the clouds. It does not have the heaviness of the qin or the melancholy of the shao. It is a completely new kind. The heavenly sound you have never heard before is enough to cleanse your soul. Bai Jiro and Bai Xuejian's movements froze for a moment. The two of them seemed to be under a spell. Their beautiful eyes widened, and their rosy little mouths unconsciously opened slightly. His face was filled with extreme shock and disbelief. What kind of magic weapon is this? A wooden box can actually produce such wonderful music by itself. This is simply a divine method. Bai Jiro felt her heart skip a beat, and she stretched out her slender jade fingers. In disbelief, he gently touched the vibrating and musical wooden box, as if he were touching a divine object. Bai Xuejian was so shocked that she took 2 steps back and covered her mouth with her hands. A pair of bright big eyes are full of dreamy brilliance. Ding! Bai Jiro's shock value plus 30, double door penetration energy plus 30. Ding! Bai Xuejian's shock value plus 30, double door penetration energy plus 30. Hearing the system prompt sound in his mind, Fong Han's smile deepened. However, this is not the end. He looked at the two sisters' obsessed and intoxicated expressions, then turned around and took something out of the carriage. It was a rectangular object half a person's height wrapped in cloth. Fong Han uncovered the wrapping cloth, and a mirror as smooth as water and shockingly clear appeared in front of the two sisters. Oh, this time, it was Bai Jiro who let out a short cry of surprise first. She saw herself in the mirror. No, that was not the blurry, dim image with barely discernible outlines that she usually saw in the bronze mirror. The person in the mirror is so clear and so real. She could clearly see each of her curled eyelashes. I saw my lips trembling slightly in shock and saw it reflected in my eyes. The figure of the man that haunted her dreams. She could even see the almost invisible fine hairs on her smooth cheeks. What kind of treasure is this? Baijiro felt a chill running from the soles of her feet straight up to the top of her head. She was completely stunned. She subconsciously stretched out her hand and covered her mouth. I was afraid that I would make another inappropriate scream. She had lived for 20 years and had never imagined that her true appearance would be so breathtaking. Sister, look at me, look at me. Bai Shuejian didn't have so many concerns, she screamed. Like a happy little rabbit, it squeezed in front of the mirror in an instant. When she saw the girl with double buns and a blushing face in the mirror. When she saw the beautiful girl with sparkling eyes, she was also dumbfounded. Wow, who is this person? How come he looks exactly like me? She stretched out her finger curiously and poked her face in the mirror, feeling a cool touch. She jumped one step to the left, and the person in the mirror also jumped one step to the left. She made a face, and the person in the mirror made the same face. She's imitating me. Brother-in-law. Sister. Inside this treasure lives a fairy who can imitate human form. Bai Shuejian was completely having fun. She was jumping and dancing around the huge glass mirror. Sometimes he turned around to look at his back, and sometimes he moved closer to carefully examine his own eyes. His little face flushed with excitement, and he let out a series of silver bell-like laughs. Fang Han looked at the two sisters. One was shocked to the point of being speechless, and the other was excited to the point of going crazy. The satisfaction and sense of accomplishment in my heart are almost overflowing. As expected, women of any era cannot resist the charm of music boxes and goblets. No, it is the charm of music boxes and glass mirrors. This feeling of using modern technology to launch a dimensionality reduction attack on the ancient times. It feels so fucking good. Chapter 26. Miracle shocking. Death news announced. As the night deepened, candles were lit in the thatched hut. Baijiro and Baishue met the two sisters, still immersed in the great shock brought by the mirror and the music box. The blush on the little face did not fade away for a long time. They would gather in front of the mirror and look at their own images, which were too clear, with curiosity. After a while, he carefully approached the music box and listened attentively to the heavenly music. The little face was full of obsession and happiness. Okay, stop looking and eat first. Fang Han smiled and interrupted the two little girls who were almost going crazy. Another strange square box was taken down from the carriage. For dinner, Fang Han did not ask them to cook, but decided to cook himself. Let these ancient people see what technology and hard work are. Brother-in-law, what kind of treasure is this? Bai Shuejian came over curiously and surrounded the paper box with the tempting pictures printed on it. He sniffed hard with his little nose, but could smell nothing. Baijiro also cast a puzzled look. Fang Han smiled mysteriously, tore open the box, and placed the contents on the table one by one. Packages of food wrapped in transparent cellophane contain red butter base, thinly sliced meat rolls, emerald green vegetables, and bundles of crystal clear vermicelli. The two sisters didn't recognize any of these things. What puzzled them the most was Fang Han's next move. He didn't light a fire or set up a pot. He just tore open a white cloth bag. Pour the contents into the bottom layer of the box. Then pick up the kettle on the table and pour it directly in. Husband, how do you eat this? Baijiro looked at the pile of raw food in the box of cold water and was completely stunned. Bai Shuejian pouted even more. Brother-in-law, you can't eat raw food. It will upset your stomach. Fang Han smiled without saying anything and just closed the upper box filled with ingredients firmly. Just when the two sisters were puzzled, a magical scene that subverted their cognition happened. Hiss! A slight sound came from the box. Immediately afterwards, streams of thick, white-hot air, like boiling water, came out frantically from the cracks in the box. The entire box actually began to boil violently on its own. Bai Shuejian screamed in fear and stepped back repeatedly, her beautiful eyes wide open, pointing in disbelief at the box that was bubbling. Baijiro's pretty face also turned pale, her delicate hands tightly covering her cherry lips, her eyes full of horror. No fire, no charcoal. All it took was a packet of white powder and a bottle of cold water. The box actually burned itself open. This isn't magic. What is this? This is even more incredible than the singing wooden box and the magic mirror that can reflect people clearly during the day. This is no longer something that mortals can understand. This is clearly a method that only gods have. However, something even more domineering is yet to come. As the steam rises, an indescribable and extremely spicy aroma emerges. Like a flood that broke through a dam, it rushed out of the box in an instant and brutally occupied the entire thatched hut. The aroma was strong, hot, with an aggressive spice and the richness of butter. After just smelling it, the two sisters felt that all the pores on their bodies opened up. The saliva in the mouth began to secrete crazily. The soup in the pot has completely boiled, the red oil is bubbling, and the aroma is overwhelming. Fong Han leisurely stirred it with chopsticks. He gestured to the two sisters who were already dumbfounded. Eat. Try this, it's called hot pot. The two sisters finally woke up from their dream. They looked at each other, and no one dared to pick up the chopsticks first. In the end, Bai Shuejian was brave enough to take action under Fong Han's encouraging gaze. He carefully picked up a piece of meat that was slightly curled up due to being hot, blew on it for a long time, and then tentatively put it into his mouth. Next second, ha hiss ha. The little girl's face turned red in an instant, and her big watery eyes looked red. A layer of mist suddenly appeared. Her little mouth was open uncontrollably, with her tongue sticking out, and she was desperately sucking in the cool air. An unprecedented, wonderful feeling of pain, a mixture of spiciness and numbness, exploded on the tip of her tongue. The feeling was like swallowing a mouthful of red-hot charcoal, or like being pricked by countless tiny needles. But in this extreme pain, there is an indescribable fragrance. But it burst out from it domineeringly, straight to the top of the head. It's spicy. So spicy. Bai Shuejian shouted incoherently with tears in her eyes, and beads of sweat oozing from her forehead. Bai Jiro was shocked when she saw this, and quickly poured her some water. But who would have thought that after Bai Shuejian took a sip of cold water, she not only did not stop, but seemed to be addicted to it. He picked up a large chopstick of vegetables covered with red oil, and stuffed it into his mouth without a care. Wow, delicious. So delicious. She was burned so much that her tears and nose were running, and her little mouth was swollen and red like two tempting sausages. But he still couldn't bear to stop, and while he was breathing heavily, his hands continued to move. The wonderful pleasure of pain and pleasure, which repeatedly jumped on the limit of taste buds, made her completely sink into it. Bai Jiro was stunned and ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of the overbearing fragrance. I followed my sister's example and took a bite. In an instant, that gentle and peaceful face, a strange expression of pain and enjoyment, exactly the same as Bai Shuejian's, appeared on her face. The two sisters completely let go. They never imagined that there would be such a torturing, yet irresistible delicacy in the world. Ding! Bai Jiro's happiness value plus 50, double door penetration energy plus 50. Ding! Bai Shuejian's happiness value plus 50, double door energy plus 50. Fong Han listened to the prompt sound of energy surging in his mind, and looked at the two people in front of him who were sweating profusely while eating. The beautiful lady's lips were red, but her face was full of happiness, and the smile on her mouth became more and more intense. The next day, it was just dawn. A shrill woman's wailing and bursts of panicked noise suddenly broke the early morning tranquility of Liushi village. Someone's dead. Someone come quickly. Someone's dead. Fong Han was stretching his muscles in the yard. When he heard the noise, his brows frowned slightly. Before he could react, several villagers who were working on his construction site rushed over from the direction of the village entrance, crawling and rolling. His face was filled with extreme fear, as if he had seen a ghost. Uncle Nyo, who was in the lead, felt his legs go weak when he saw Fong Han. He almost fell to his knees, pointing in the direction of the village, his voice trembling. Fong family kid. Something big has happened. Zhang Ergu, and those scoundrels who were hanging around with him. All died in Guicho Gorge. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap exploding over the entire construction site. Dozens of men who were originally busy stopped what they were doing. Everyone was stunned, their faces full of disbelief. The news spread throughout Liushi village in an instant as if it had wings. What? Zhang Ergu is dead. He's not the only one. There's also Wang Sanmatsi and the others, 5 in total. All dead. Oh my god, did I offend some kind of deity? Or was I eaten by a wild beast in the mountains? The whole village was in an uproar. Everyone put down their farm work, their faces filled with fear. They flocked to Gichujian outside the village in groups, all wanting to see the excitement. Fong Han's expression did not change at all, but a hint of coldness flashed in the depths of his eyes. The Bai sisters heard the noise and ran out of the house to hear the news. She was so scared that her pretty face turned pale. She subconsciously hid behind Fong Han and grabbed the corner of his clothes tightly. Not long after, a burst of hurried horse hooves sounded from afar. Several county constables, dressed in black robes, with long swords on their waists and murderous faces, rode tall horses and galloped from the direction of the county town. They rushed to Gichujian and immediately set up a cordon, driving away all the villagers who were watching the fun. The leading constable, a scarred captain, jumped off his horse. After taking a look at the miserable corpses at the scene, his expression became extremely solemn. A tense and solemn atmosphere instantly enveloped the entire mountain path. Chapter 27. Evildoers are punished, beauties suffer. Gichujian has been blocked by the county government's constables. Several corpses covered with tattered straw mats were lying straight on the roadside. The smell of blood and soil mixed together attracted swarms of flies. The villagers of Liushi village were blocked at a distance, each of them stretching their necks, their faces showing the same fear and terror. Zhang Ergu is dead. Along with it, several famous ruffians in the village were all killed overnight. No one knows who did it, and no one dares to guess. There's something sinister about this matter, like a punishment from God. A thick layer of haze covered everyone's heart. Just when the villagers were in panic and the atmosphere was extremely depressing, two uninvited guests broke the silence. A man and a woman rushed in from outside the village, looking exhausted. The man was as thin as a bamboo pole and had triangular eyes. With his goatee, he doesn't look like a good person. The woman was short and fat, wearing an inappropriate dark red silk shirt. With his hands on his hips, he glanced around with his slanted eyes, his face full of meanness and greed. They are Zhang Ergu's distant uncle and aunt, who are 5 generations apart, and they have nothing to do with each other in normal times. As soon as they heard that Zhang Ergu was dead, they rushed over following the smell. They are not here to attend a funeral, but to receive the inheritance. My poor nephew, how could you die so tragically? As soon as the fat woman entered the village, she sat down on the ground without even looking at the corpse. Its 2 short, carrot-like legs kicked hard, and it opened its mouth wide and howled. The voice was so sharp that it seemed to pierce one's eardrum, but not even a single tear could be squeezed out. The thin man next to him stood with his hands behind his back, his triangular eyes scanning the village. When he saw the bustling construction site of Fong Han's house and the tall blue brick wall, his eyes instantly lit up with green light. Stop howling. The thin man kicked the woman on the ground with his toes and lowered his voice. Business is more important. The fat woman immediately understood what he meant, jumped up from the ground, patted the dirt off her butt, and a vicious light flashed in her slanted eyes. That's right. It's all because of that unlucky star. That bitch who killed my nephew. Let's go? Let's settle the score with her. The two of them sang in unison, ignoring the strange looks from the surrounding villagers, and rushed straight towards the dilapidated thatched hut where Lu Rumei lived. Lu Rumei did not sleep all night. Zhang Ergu's death did not bring her any relief. Instead, it seemed to push her into a deeper, cold abyss. She curled up in the cold corner of the bed, trembling all over, not knowing what her fate would be. Just then, bang! With a loud bang, the already shaky wooden door collapsed. It was kicked open by someone from outside, and wood chips flew everywhere. Lu Rumei screamed in fright and raised her head in horror. All she saw was Zhang Ergu, the mean aunt whom she had only met a few times. Like an angry sow, she stood at the door with her hands on her hips, staring at her with her poisonous eyes. You shameless bitch. You're a jinx to your husband. My nephew has only been married to you for a short time, and you've already killed him. You jinx, why don't you just die? The vicious curses, like the dirtiest mud, came crashing down on him. Lu Rumei's face turned pale in an instant, without a trace of blood. She hugged her knees, shaking like a leaf in the wind, her lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Still dare to hide? Seeing that she didn't say anything, the fat woman became even more furious and rushed forward in 2 steps. He grabbed Lu Rumei's long, smooth, black hair and pulled her head back hard. Her pretty face, which looked tearful and pitiful, was revealed. Snap! Snap! 2 loud slaps, one on each side, hit Lu Rumei's face hard. You vixen! All you do all day is flirt with men. Did you steal a man outside and team up with him to kill my nephew? I'll beat you to death, you unfaithful bitch. You've brought shame upon our Zhang family. The fat woman beat and scolded him, her fat face full of ferocity. The thin man rummaged through the drawers and cabinets in the house, turning the already dilapidated house into a mess. In the end, they only found a small cloth bag containing a few old clothes and a dozen copper coins hidden under the pillow. He put the copper coin into his pocket and spat with disgust. What bad luck! What a poor bastard! The fat woman was tired of beating Lu Rumei, so she pushed her to the ground like she was throwing away garbage. He snatched the cloth bag containing old clothes from her. Get out! This is our Zhang family's house. You, A jinx, have no right to live here. Get out. The two men snatched the last bit of stuff from Lu Rume and pushed her out of the house. Then with a clang, he locked the broken door tightly with a copper lock he brought with him. Lu Rume was beaten so hard that she felt dizzy and blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. The coarse cloth clothes on his body were torn into pieces. She huddled in a mess on the cold mud ground, surrounded by more and more villagers. People pointed at her and whispered to each other, "Oh, how pitiful. Why pity her? Maybe she is really unlucky for her husband. Zhang Erga's uncle and aunt are such bastards. They're trying to drive me to death. Who dares to intervene? What if it brings bad luck?" There were voices of discussion, some sympathetic, some malicious, and some just watching the fun. Like countless needles piercing Lu Rume's heart, she folded her arms and buried her face in her knees. His thin shoulders trembled violently, and he let out desperate and suppressed sobs. The whole world seemed to have abandoned her. Not far away, at Fong Han's construction site, Fong Han stood beside the blue brick wall that had already taken shape, watching the farce at the village entrance with an expressionless face. The Bai sisters beside him had already turned pale with anger. Especially Bai Jiro, her eyes were full of pity and sympathy, and she tightly grasped the corner of Fong Han's clothes. When I saw Lu Rume being thrown out like garbage, curled up on the ground, crying in despair, a ripple finally flashed across Fong Han's eyes, which were as calm as water. He pushed aside the villagers who were blocking his way and walked towards the core, surrounded by the crowd step by step. His steps were not fast, but they carried an invisible pressure. As he approached, the originally noisy crowd seemed to be muted by an invisible hand. All discussions came to an abrupt halt. Everyone's eyes subconsciously shifted to the poor woman. It was transferred to the most untouchable existence in this village. The villagers unconsciously stepped aside to make way for him. The uncle and aunt who had just occupied the house were also stunned by the strange atmosphere. Looking at Fong Han walking slowly, the greedy grin on his face froze. "Come on, come home with me." Chapter 28. Taking Rume in, everyone is dumbfounded. Fong Han's voice was not loud, so flat that one couldn't tell whether he was happy or angry. But it was like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart hard. It exploded clearly in everyone's ears. "Go home." Lu Rume looked in disbelief at the clean and powerful hand stretched out in front of her. She subconsciously looked at her muddy, cold, and trembling hands, and a feeling of shame came over her. She is an unlucky widow, a despised, unlucky person. How can she be worthy of touching such a hand? Under everyone's gaze, Fong Han did not urge, but just waited patiently, his hand still hanging in the air. In the end, it seemed as if all the strength in my body had been used up. Lu Rume trembled and placed her cold little hand into his warm palm. Fong Han exerted a little force and pulled her up from the cold ground. He didn't let go and just held her hand, ignoring all the jaw-dropping looks around him. He turned and walked towards his own house, which was already taking shape. The entire village entrance fell into an eerie, deathly silence. All the villagers, including the uncle and aunt who were showing off just now, they all seemed to be under a spell, frozen in place, completely petrified. Their mouths were unconsciously open, their eyes were wide open, and their minds were blank. They watched Fong Han, the most mysterious and untouchable person in the village. Just like that, openly and in front of everyone. The unlucky widow Zhang Ergu, whose husband had just died, was taken away. What the hell is going on? The robbery of the widow has reached the whole village? But looking at Fong Han's calm expression, it didn't seem like he was doing anything shameful. Instead, it seems like doing something that is natural and reasonable. Village Chief Xiao Tai's Han, who was in the crowd, took a deep breath and felt his back teeth ache. He realized that Fong Han was not fooling around. He was trying to establish his authority. He was using this most direct and arrogant way to tell the whole village that he would protect this woman. Bai Jiro and Bai Shuejian had been waiting at the gate of the courtyard. Seeing this scene, they hurried over to greet them. There was no jealousy or dissatisfaction on their faces, and their beautiful eyes were filled with heartache for Lu Rume. "Sister Lu." The two sisters carefully supported the staggering Lu Rume, one on each side. Bai Jiro saw her swollen cheeks and the bloodshot at the corners of her mouth, and her eyes instantly turned red. Her voice trembled a little. Come in, and sit down." Bai Shuejian quickly ran to get some hot water and wrung out a hot towel. He poured out some transparent ointment with a fresh fragrance from an exquisite small bottle that Fong Han brought back and applied it carefully to her. "Don't be afraid, sister. With my brother-in-law here, no one dares to bully you anymore." Fong Han felt warm in his heart as he looked at the gentle and harmonious atmosphere between the three women in the room. Without saying anything more, He turned and walked into the makeshift kitchen. He dug out a pack of instant noodles with tempting pictures printed on it from a pile of modern supplies. A vacuum-packed ham sausage and a small packet of concentrated pork bone soup. Light a fire and boil water, all in one go. Soon, a strong aroma, different from that of hot pot, mixed with the aroma of wheat, meat, and rich bone broth, came out. It floated out from the kitchen and rudely entered everyone's nostrils. Fong Han came out holding a large bowl. In the bowl were translucent golden, curly noodles. A few slices of emerald green vegetables were dotted among them, and on top lay a few neatly cut pink round slices of meat. He gently placed the bowl on the table in front of Lu Rume. Eat it, and you won't feel uncomfortable after eating it. Lu Rume stared blankly at the food in the bowl, which she had never seen before and which exuded an enticing aroma. She couldn't hold it back any longer, and her tears burst out again like beads from a broken string. This is not sadness, nor despair, but the grievances accumulated over half a lifetime and a moment of touching. She picked up the chopsticks tremblingly, picked up a noodle, and put it into her mouth in small bites. The next second, an indescribable taste of extreme deliciousness mixed with the richness of meat and bone broth. It exploded on her taste buds instantly. The noodles are chewy and smooth, the meat slices are salty and delicious, and the warm soup slides down the throat. A warm current instantly surged through her body, dispelling all the coldness and the fear that penetrated her bones. She felt like she was in a dream. In this dream, there was no beating or bullying. There is only a strong man and two sisters as gentle as water, and a bowl of noodle soup that warms the heart. Ding! Lu Rume's gratitude value plus 100, love grows, and she is completely reunited. In my mind, a cold system prompt sounded. Ding! The conditions have been met. Do you want to bind Lu Rume as your third wife? Fong Han didn't hesitate at all and silently said, yes. Ding! Binding successful. System upgraded to level 3. Reward, portable storage space, 1 cubic meter. At the moment the system prompt sounded, Fong Han felt his mind suddenly shaken. It's as if there is a wonderful space that is invisible and intangible, but connected with my heart. The space was not big, just a cube of 1 meter square, empty, but extremely real. His heart moved, and his eyes fell on a coarse pottery teacup on the table. As the thought flashed through his mind, the teacup disappeared from the table out of thin air. The Bai sisters and Lu Rume were so focused on eating noodles and taking care of the children that they did not notice this strange scene. Fong Han's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. He suppressed his inner excitement and had another thought. The disappeared teacup reappeared in his palm out of thin air, feeling warm and real. Fong Han's breathing suddenly became rapid, and a huge wave rose in his heart. Divine skill. This is truly a divine skill. This is the greatest guarantee for time travelers. With this thing, you can have a pistol, a compound bow, a self-heating hot pot, or even a searchlight. You can carry all of this with you anytime, anywhere. No more trying to hide in caves. No more worrying about being discovered and exposed. This is more than just storage, it's convenience. Ecstasy. Indescribable ecstasy instantly filled his chest. Chapter 29 Lu Rume returns. 1 cube system space. At night, candlelight flickered in the makeshift kitchen of the thatched hut. Lu Rume was busy in front of the stove. She was not cooking, but testing the temperature of a basin of hot water. She stretched out her slender fingers and probed it, feeling it was a little hot. I scooped some cold water in and repeated this several times until the water temperature was just right. She carried a half-full wooden basin, walked lightly and silently into Fong Han's room. In the room, Fong Han was sitting on the edge of the bed, looking at a volume of miscellaneous notes bought from the county town. The candlelight made his profile clearly outlined. The tranquility and composure that did not belong to this village made Lu Rume a little dazed. This man came to her like a god when she was most desperate and helpless, pulled her out of the mire and humiliation, gave her a home, gave her food she had never had before, and gave her dignity. Lu Rume placed the wooden basin gently on the ground without making any sound. The look in her eyes when she looked at Fong Han was as gentle as water and as hot as fire. It was a mixture of gratitude, dependence, admiration, and a woman's most primitive feelings for a man. She didn't say anything, just looked at Fong Han in confusion. Suddenly her knees went weak and she knelt straight in front of him. This action made Fong Han stunned for a moment. You are. Lu Rume raised her head, her beautiful face flushed by the candlelight. Her eyes were charming and her gaze was hazy, yet filled with a determination to give it all. She bit her plump lower lip, her voice as light as a feather, but with an irresistible tremor. My benefactor. I I have no way to repay you. Her words were broken and halting, as if she had used up all her strength. In this world, for a helpless woman, innocence and life are everything to her. Fong Han saved her life and preserved her innocence. This favor is as heavy as Mount Tai. She didn't know how to repay him, and she had nothing to repay him with. Except herself. Without waiting for Fong Han to speak again, Lu Rumei slowly lowered her head, and her soft black hair fell like a waterfall. With a faint fragrance, her cheeks were burning, her heart was beating like a drum, and her whole body was trembling slightly. Her head was lowered lower and lower, and her breathtakingly plump curves outlined an arc that made people's blood boil under the candlelight. She moved closer and closer, her warm breath seeming to be able to penetrate the thin clothes and touch Fong Han's skin. Fong Han's body suddenly stiffened, and his breathing stopped for a moment. An indescribable electric current exploded from a certain part of the body and instantly spread throughout every part of the body. Cool. Extremely refreshing. This experience is a mixture of visual impact and psychological satisfaction. It is more direct and more exciting than any imperial enjoyment. Ding. Lu Rumei's love value plus 100, double door penetration energy plus 100. System prompt sounds rang in my mind one after another. Like the most passionate war drum, it woke Fong Han from his ecstatic state. He looked at the woman who was kneeling in front of him, almost burying her face in his arms. Her trembling shoulders revealed her inner nervousness and shyness. Fong Han's heart softened, and he reached out and gently held her shoulders. Get up. His voice was a little hoarse. From now on, this will be your home. A few days later, the changes in Fong Han's homestead once again refreshed the cognition of the villagers in Liushi village. The blue brick walls on all four sides have been built to the top. They are tall, thick, and very imposing. Dozens of craftsmen are putting up beams and laying tiles on the roof. The new tiles are shining brightly in the sun. In another 10 days or half a month, this most magnificent mansion in the history of Liushi village will be completely completed. At the west end of the village, Hunter Ma Baohua looked at the bustling construction site from afar, his eyes filled with envy. It's more of a growing fear. He puffed on his pipe, his brows furrowed in a knot. The deaths of Zhang Ergu and his cronies were so strange. The constable from the county government took a look around and finally came to the conclusion that he encountered bandits and died unfortunately, and closed the case hastily. But Ma Baohua didn't believe it. How could it be such a coincidence that these bandits didn't rob money or rape people, but instead targeted the ruffians from Zhang Ergu's village? Moreover, as soon as Zhang Ergu died, Fong Han brought his beautiful wife Lu Rumei back home. When he connected all these things, Ma Baohua felt a chill on his back. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Fong Han was the one who did it. He could not forget Fong Han's frighteningly calm eyes, nor could he forget the look of Zhang Ergu foaming at the mouth after being electrocuted. Boss, what are you looking at? Your saliva is almost flowing out. Are you envious of others who build big tiled houses? His wife Li Dajiao came out of the house with a dustpan in her hand. Seeing his absent-minded look, she couldn't help but say sourly. Ma Baohua came to his senses, glared at her fiercely, and knocked his pipe hard on the sole of his shoe. You're a short-sighted woman. You know nothing. He lowered his voice, his face more serious than ever before. I'm warning you, from now on, when you meet someone from the Fong family, whether it's Fong Han or the women in his family, you must stay away from them. Don't ever provoke them. He paused, and his voice lowered even more, almost squeezed out from between his teeth. That kid is very evil. His hands must have seen blood. Li Dajiao was so frightened that his hands trembled and the beans in the winnowing basket fell all over the floor. Although she is narrow-minded and calculating, she is not a fool. Looking at her man's extremely solemn expression, she immediately became frightened and her face turned pale, nodding her head rapidly. Although the new house is not yet completed, one of the side rooms has been cleaned up and is ready for living. In the room, Fong Han temporarily built a simple desk with wooden boards. He decided to teach his 3 illiterate wives a lesson. After all, ancient arithmetic was too complicated and far less simple than Arabic numerals. From today on, I will teach you how to read and count. Fong Han stepped out of his magical arms and actually entered the portable storage space. I took out the paper and pen I bought in Hyundai. The Bai sisters and Lu Rumei were already accustomed to this magical skill of taking things out of thin air. After all, they had seen it several times. Bai Jiro and the other 2 girls sat upright, like 3 obedient primary school students, their faces full of curiosity and anticipation. Fong Han did not teach them the complicated Zaihuzia of this era. Instead, he wrote a row of strange symbols directly on the snow-white paper with a black pen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. He pointed to the 10 concise Arabic numerals and said to the 3 bewildered women, "These are called numbers. They're used for counting. They're 10,000 times more convenient than the counting rods you use." Then he wrote down the symbols plus, dash, times, divided by, and equals. This is addition, this is subtraction, this is multiplication, this is division, this is equality. Fong Han began to explain the rules of arithmetic to them using the simplest examples. For example, 1 plus 1 is equal to 2, which means one thing plus another thing equals 2 things. For example, there are 4 people in our family now. If I buy 2 more maids tomorrow, then we will have 4 plus 2 is equal to 6 people in our family. Bai Xuejian and Lu Rumei were confused as they looked at the scrawled symbols on the paper. The little head shook like a rattle. It is indeed simpler than counting with abacus beads, which is extremely troublesome. But when put together, they are as mysterious as the Book of Heaven. However, Baijiro is different. After all, she came from a family of officials and had been influenced by them since childhood, so she was not proficient in mathematics. But she also understood. When she saw Fong Han using those simple symbols, she was completely stunned when she smoothly wrote down the complicated formulas on the paper and got the results in an instant. Especially when Fong Han demonstrated multiplication and division, the efficiency and convenience completely overturned her cognition. It would take at least an incense stick of time to calculate the accounts using abacus. In this man's hands, these strange symbols were completed with just a few strokes and in the blink of an eye. This is not knowledge. This is a miracle. Baijiro looked at Fong Han. In her gentle peach blossom eyes, in addition to the original admiration and dependence, there was now an almost fanatical admiration. Her little face flushed with excitement, and her breathing became a little rapid. Chapter 30 Lu Rumei's Repayment. These are the ghostly symbols and mysterious algorithms. It completely opened the door to Baijiro's new world. Looking at those Arabic numerals, Baijiro's eyes sparkled. Fong Han looked at her obsessed expression, smiled, and took out a few black things wrapped in oil paper from his arms and distributed them to the 3 of them. "Try this, it's a reward for you." Bai Xuejian was no longer surprised by the endless treasures in her brother-in-law's arms. She picked up a piece out of curiosity and tore open the oil paper like Fong Han did. A rich and strange sweet fragrance instantly filled her nostrils. She took a small bite cautiously. The next second, the little girl's eyes suddenly widened. A wonderful taste that I have never experienced before, silky, sweet, and with a hint of bitterness. Like the gentlest tide, it instantly swept across her entire mouth. The black substance melted quickly as it touched the temperature of the tip of the tongue. It turns into a fragrant warm stream, sliding down the throat. Ugh! Bai Xuejian was so happy that she snorted with satisfaction, and her whole body almost melted. She squinted her eyes comfortably, like a greedy cat that had stolen some dried fish, her little face filled with extreme enjoyment and intoxication. Lu Rumei also followed suit and put the small black thing into her mouth. The mellow and overbearing sweetness instantly hit her taste buds that had never been treated well. She has lived for so many years, eaten bran, swallowed wild vegetables, and endured countless hardships. But she never imagined that there could be something so sweet in this world. This sweetness is not only in the mouth, but also flows directly into the heart. Wash away all the bitterness and sorrow of the past. Her eyes became moist without any warning. A drop of hot tears slid down that pitiful face and dripped onto the back of my hand. This wasn't the best thing she had ever eaten in her life, but it was the best taste she had ever tasted in her life. Baijiro looked at the reactions of her 2 younger sisters and began to taste it in small sips. The delicate and silky texture and mellow and sweet taste once again refreshed her cognition. She looked at Fong Han, the man who always came up with all kinds of magical things. The man who brought them endless surprises. His gentle peach blossom eyes were almost overflowing with love and admiration. Ding! Baijiro's love value plus 10, double door penetration energy plus 10. Ding! Bai Xuejian's happiness value plus 10, double door energy plus 10. Ding! Lu Rumei's gratitude value plus 10, double door penetration energy plus 10. In my mind, a series of system prompts sounded, and the energy bar, which was already running low, was reduced. It rises rapidly at this moment and is filled up in an instant. Fong Han's heart skipped a beat. Energy, enough. He glanced out the window at the gradually darkening sky. He looked at the 3 women in the room who were immersed in happiness, and his eyes became extremely firm. It's time. It's time to retrieve the ultimate weapon that can penetrate steel plates. The pistol is sharp. But after all, there is a lack of security. At night, Fong Han comforted the three women who had become extremely dependent on him and returned to his room alone. After making sure that there was no one around, he had an idea. System shuttle. A familiar light flashed by, and the quaint candlelight and wooden house were instantly replaced by the cold lights and messy express boxes in the rental house. Without any delay, Fong Han immediately used his mobile phone to book the fastest flight to the border city of Langzhou. Then he dragged a heavy suitcase out from under the bed. It was filled with stacks of brand new cash that Wang Xiao had prepared for him in advance. A few hours later, the plane landed at Langzhou Airport. Fong Han carried a simple backpack and took a taxi straight to the suburbs. Finally, the car stopped in front of an abandoned auto repair shop that could not be found on the map. The place was deserted, the rusty iron gate was half open, and the yard was overgrown with weeds. There were shattered car wrecks everywhere, and the air was filled with an unpleasant smell of motor oil and rust. Fong Han pushed open the door and walked in. A bald man who was squatting on the ground smoking immediately stood up. The man was at least 1.9 meters tall, with a sturdy build, a face full of flesh, and a hideous scar extending from the corner of his eye to his chin. The look he gave Fong Han was full of scrutiny and ferocity, like a wild beast ready to devour anyone at any time. The King of Heaven covers the earth. Fong Han's face was calm as he uttered the code given by Wang Xiao. The fierce light in the bald man's eyes subsided a little, and he continued in a muffled voice. The pagoda suppresses the river monster. After the code matched, he stopped talking, put out his cigarette, turned, and walked towards a tin house at the back of the repair shop. Fong Han followed. The big man pulled open an inconspicuous piece of floor in the tin house, revealing a dark staircase. A cold and damp breath hit me in the face. He led Fong Han into the basement. There was only a dim tungsten filament light bulb in the basement, which made the surroundings dim. In the center, on a mottled iron table, a huge black metal suitcase lay quietly. Money, the bald man said concisely. Fong Han put the suitcase he brought on the ground and opened it. A box full of red banknotes emits an alluring glow under the dim light. The bald man's eyes moved, and he walked over and took out a few stacks at random. He checked them through the money detector and nodded after confirming that they were correct. He walked to the iron table, entered the password, and with a few crisp clicks, he opened the metal box. A cold breath filled with violent aesthetics instantly emanated from the box. Fong Han's attention was instantly attracted by the things in the box, and his pupils suddenly shrank. A huge hunting rifle with an extremely exaggerated shape was lying quietly in the black sponge groove. The gun body is thick and long, with a cool matte black color throughout, full of mechanical and powerful feeling. This is not a hunting rifle at all, it's simply a portable cannon. The overall appearance is exactly the same as Barrett. Next to the gun, there were several rows of bullets neatly stacked. Each bullet was thicker than Fong Han's thumb and had a brass casing. The crimson bullet exudes a terrifying aura that makes one's heart pound. Fong Han's breathing involuntarily quickened. He reached out and took the gun from the box. There was a surprising weight, far heavier than any gun he had ever touched before. The touch of the cold and hard metal spread along the palm of his hand and spread throughout his body in an instant, making the blood in his body seem to flow faster at this moment. My heart started beating uncontrollably. This is the big guy that can penetrate half-inch thick steel plate with one shot. Without stopping, he closed the box, carried the suitcase loaded with absolute violence, turned around, and walked out of the dark basement. Chapter 31 Test the Gun. Fong Han did not return to the rental house directly, but stayed in the border city of Langzhou. I found an inconspicuous hotel to stay in. It was not until late at night, when he was sure that no one was following him, that he put on a backpack containing some food and water. He quietly left the city, took a black car, and drove towards a sparsely populated border forest marked on the map. He planned to test the quality of this big guy. The car stopped at the end of the rugged mountain road. Fong Han paid the fare and went into the pitch-black, dense forest alone. The forest at night is gloomy and silent. There was only the whimpering of the wind through the treetops and the occasional low howl of unknown beasts in the distance. This makes this primeval forest even more weird and dangerous. But there was no fear in Fong Han's heart. He even enjoyed the loneliness of being isolated from the world. He walked very deep, for more than an hour, until his cell phone completely lost signal. Apart from the towering ancient trees and tangled vines, there is no trace of any human activity around. He stopped and carefully surveyed the surrounding environment, confirming that this was definitely an excellent shooting range where no one was around. After doing all this, he breathed a sigh of relief and the excitement that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time finally began to surge up uncontrollably. A thought flashed through his mind. That happened after he left the repair shop. The huge black metal suitcase that he had put into the storage space appeared out of thin air on the pile of fallen leaves at his feet. The whole process was silent and strange, like the most advanced magic trick. Fong Han squatted down and looked at the metal box full of industrial texture. His heartbeat began to accelerate uncontrollably. He reached out and gently stroked the cold metal shell of the box, which felt cool to the touch. He took a deep breath and slowly opened the lock on the box. Click, click. The crisp sound seemed particularly abrupt in this dead, silent forest. The lid of the box is opened. A huge weapon with a ferocious shape and full of violent aesthetics. Lying quietly in the black shockproof sponge, it looks like a giant steel beast lurking in the abyss. Its gun body is several times longer than the pistol Fong Han used before. It was also several times thicker and was covered in a cool matte black paint. In the sparse moonlight leaking through the woods, it reflected a cold and dangerous luster. The barrel is long and thick, with an exaggerated muzzle brake installed at the muzzle, giving it a ferocious sense of power. The heavy receiver, the huge bolt handle, and the bipod that provides stable support. Every part and every detail silently speaks of its unparalleled terrifying power. This is not some kind of shitty hunting rifle. This is clearly a Barrett. It's a heavy sniper rifle used only by the military. It's a real cannon. Fong Han's Adam's apple rolled up and down uncontrollably. He stretched out his trembling hands and took the steel behemoth out of the box. An astonishing weight instantly pressed down on his arm. It feels heavy and full of an incomparable sense of security. The cold and hard metallic texture spread from the palm of his hand to his entire body in an instant. It seemed as if all the blood in his body was ignited and began to boil at this moment. This is what men should play. This is the real sense of security. He fumbled around clumsily, learning to cock the gun based on the rudimentary knowledge he had learned from movies and games. Crash. There was a heavy and crisp sound of metal friction, and a huge ejection window appeared. He took out another bullet from the box. The bullet was almost as long as his middle finger and even thicker than his thickest thumb. Fong Han carefully stuffed the huge bullet into the gun chamber. Click. He pushed the bolt and loaded the bullet. A crisp locking sound was heard. Fong Han placed the gun on the ground, unfolded the tripod, and lay on the thick fallen leaves. I imitated what I saw in the movies, resting my shoulder against the butt of the rifle and putting my eyes close to the scope. The world through the lens was instantly brought closer and became extremely clear. He slowly moved the crosshairs and finally locked onto a huge old tree 100 meters away that required 2 people to hug. I don't know how many years that tree has been growing here. Its trunk is thick and covered with traces of erosion by time. Fong Han's breathing became a little rapid. He could clearly hear the pounding of his own heart. The blood rushed in his veins, carrying with him a mixture of tension, anticipation, and enthusiasm. He forced himself to calm down. Aim. Take a deep breath. Then, gently, he pulled the trigger. At this moment, time seemed to be slowed down. His fingertips felt the cold, final stroke of the trigger. Immediately following. Boom! A terrifying roar seemed to tear the entire sky apart. There was a loud explosion in this silent forest. At the same moment as the loud noise was heard, there was an irresistible, terrifying recoil force like a landslide or tsunami. It hit him hard on the shoulder. Bang! Fong Han only felt that his right shoulder was hit hard by a siege hammer swung at high speed. The whole person was pushed backward by this huge force and slid violently. The body lying on the ground was even shaken half an inch off the ground. A sharp, burning pain shot through his shoulder, almost making him think his bones were shattered. There was a buzzing sound in my ears, and the sounds of the whole world disappeared, leaving only the sharp and continuous tinnitus. He was completely stunned, his mind was blank, and several seconds passed. Only then did he recover from the dizziness of being hit head-on by the giant beast. He shook his dizzy head, endured the severe pain in his shoulder and tinnitus, and subconsciously looked in the direction he had just aimed. Next second, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he took a breath of cold air. In the distance, the century-old tree he was aiming at, which required 2 people to hug together, was now no longer a complete tree. In the middle of its thick trunk, there suddenly appeared a huge gap as big as a wash basin, which was hideous and terrifying. The gap was not a hole drilled out at all, but a large piece that was gnawed off by an unimaginable terrifying force. The edges of the gap were covered with countless jagged wood fibers that had been violently torn apart. A large amount of wood chips and debris were still falling from the sky like a heavy rain. Through the huge gap, You can even clearly see the dark forest behind the tree. The entire giant tree could no longer withstand the devastating blow and made a series of creaking sounds. With a teeth-grinding groaning sound, the huge tree canopy began to shake violently, as if it might break in half at any time. Fan Han stared at the scene blankly, his mouth unconsciously open and unable to close for a long time. He felt that his worldview had been refreshed once again. He knew that this thing was powerful, but he never dreamed that it could be so outrageously powerful. Compared to it, a pistol is just a water gun. How can this be considered punching through steel? This could even smash a car into pieces. This is a fucking portable miniature cannon. Shocking. After a brief moment of stagnation, there was an indescribable ecstasy, like a volcanic eruption. It instantly overwhelmed all his rationality and overwhelmed every nerve in his body. Cool. This is fucking awesome. With this powerful weapon, coupled with the storage space that can be accessed anytime and anywhere. Not to mention the government's army. Even those so-called martial arts masters in the world are nothing in front of him. Under one gun, all beings are equal. All conspiracies and schemes, all large numbers of people, will become fragile and vulnerable in the face of this absolute power. In the dying dynasty, where can't you go? The whole world can be your back garden. Fan Han could no longer suppress his inner ecstasy and couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh towards the sky. The laughter echoed in the empty mountain forest, startling a flock of roosting birds. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and treated it as if it were the most precious treasure. He carefully wiped every inch of the gun body with the flannel he brought. Then, he carefully placed it and the remaining terrifying bullets back into the metal box and put it into his own storage space. After doing all this, he dusted himself off and slowly disappeared into the night. Chapter 32. The soap was shocked and the three women were amazed. After getting the Barrett, the ultimate killer weapon, Fan Han's heart was completely settled. This weapon that could wield absolute violence in his hands gave him an unprecedented sense of security. He was lying on the not-so-comfortable bed in the rental house, but the images of Baijuro and the other two appeared involuntarily in his mind. He remembered their expressions of shock and joy in front of the mirror. I remembered the first time they ate hot pot. They were so spicy that tears came to their eyes, but they were reluctant to stop eating like greedy cats. Sometimes a woman's happiness is just that simple. A mirror and a delicious meal can make them happy for a long time. A smile unconsciously appeared on Fan Han's lips, and he sat up from the bed. He calmly opened the orange shopping app again. Absolute force is the guarantee of survival, and letting his woman live a good life is the softest pursuit in his heart. The soap and shampoo I bought last time are almost gone. Fan Han still remembers the surprise that thing brought them. Girls should always smell good. He found the previous shop with familiarity. Handmade soaps made with pure plant essential oils, including rose, lavender, jasmine, a dozen of each scent. Silicone-free ginger root strengthening shampoo with matching conditioner. 10 sets available. After doing all this, he thought of Bai Shui and the girl again. He always likes to stick to me like a little follower, and his big eyes are always full of curiosity about new things. What should I bring her? Fan Han's fingers slid across the screen, and finally, his eyes locked on something. Alps lollipops, mixed fruit flavors, 100 count. Place your order. This simple and sweet snack is perfect for the lively and active girl. I believe she will be so happy when she sees these colorful fairy candies with different flavors that she will lose herself in joy. Everything is ready, and the corner is once again filled with various express parcels. Fan Han felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction in his heart. He stood up and had an idea. System shuttle. A flash of light passed, and the cold lights in the rental house and the hustle and bustle of the city faded away in an instant. The familiar air with the fragrance of earth rushed into my nostrils. Fan Han appeared again on the land of the dying dynasty. It was almost dusk at this moment, and the setting sun was blood red. The western sky was burned into a brilliant sea of fire. He looked up and saw that the house that belonged to him not far away had completely changed. The courtyard wall made of blue bricks is tall and thick, firmly enclosing the entire courtyard. It exudes a grandeur that is not found in ordinary farmhouses. Inside the courtyard, several main houses have been topped off. The brand new green tiles glow with an oily luster in the afterglow of the setting sun, making them look solid and bright. Although there are still some finishing touches on the doors and windows of the entire house. But the prototype and momentum of home are already coming to us. Just as he was looking at his new home, 3 figures he had been thinking about day and night ran out from the temporary thatched hut next to the courtyard gate. Husband, brother-in-law, Baijiro, Baishuejian, and Lu Rumei had obviously been waiting here for a long time. when I saw Fong Han's familiar figure appear on the small path at the entrance of the village. 3 beautiful faces bloomed with heart-stirring smiles almost at the same time. In that smile, there is longing, expectation, and even more of seeing the backbone return. That kind of peace of mind and joy that comes from the heart. The next second, they were like 3 young swallows returning to their nest. Holding up the hem of her skirt, she ran towards Fong Han. "Husband, you are finally back." Baijiro rushed to the front. She grabbed Fong Han's arm and looked him up and down with her gentle peach blossom eyes, as if to confirm whether he was missing a single hair. "Brother-in-law, you've been gone for a long time again this time. I missed you so much." Bai Shuejin hung directly on his other arm. The little head rested on his shoulder and rubbed it hard, like a coquettish kitten. Lu Rumei followed behind with her watery eyes. Her eyes never left Fong Han's face for a moment, and the tenderness and affection in them almost turned into tears and overflowed. Surrounded so intimately by 3 stunning beauties, my nose was filled with the faint fragrance emanating from them. Fong Han felt that all the fatigue from running around in the past few days was swept away in an instant. All right, you're already grown up." Fong Han smiled and reached out to scratch Bai Shuejin's little nose. Then, like a magic trick, it came out of his arms, actually from the storage space. He took out a few beautifully packaged square paper boxes. "Look, I brought you something new." Fong Han has the magical ability to take out all kinds of treasures out of thin air. The 3 girls were no longer surprised and just came over out of curiosity. "Brother-in-law, what kind of magical treasure is this?" Bai Shuejin blinked her big eyes with curiosity. Fong Han didn't say anything, but just opened one of the paper boxes with a beautiful rose printed on it. "Take out a pink cube with a strong floral scent. This is a new type of scented soap." He led the 3 women to the water tank in the yard and did it in front of them. Dip the pink soap in the water. Then, under the gaze of 3 pairs of eyes full of doubt and curiosity, he placed the wet soap in his palm and rubbed it gently. A magical scene happened. After just rubbing it a few times, a handful of white, delicate foam with an intoxicating rose scent emerged from the palm of his hand. The foam was as dense as the clouds in the sky and as white as the first snow in winter. As he rubbed his palms, it became more and more, and finally overflowed from between his fingers. "Oh!" Baijiro, Bai Shuejin, and Lu Rumei. Almost at the same time, an uncontrollable cry of surprise was uttered. Their little mouths opened unconsciously and their beautiful eyes widened. His face was filled with the same extreme shock and disbelief as when he first saw the mirror. They used soap beans and pancreas, which only wealthy families could afford. But how could those things be made into something such a dreamlike thing? "The foam in front of me is white, dense and fragrant, and it doesn't look like something used for washing. Instead, it looks more like a magical fairy cloud weapon in the hands of a god." Bai Shuejin was the boldest and most curious. She couldn't hold back any longer and stretched out a slender jade finger. Carefully, he poked the foam in Fong Han's palm. Wow! The feeling coming from the fingertips is soft, light, and as if it has no substance. The foam stuck to her fingertips and broke with a slight touch, turning into a wisp of fragrant moisture. She seemed to have discovered a new world, and she became playful and simply stretched out her little hand. He grabbed a handful of foam and rubbed it in his palm, letting out a series of silver bell-like laughs. Sister Mayor, look, it's so fun." Chapter 33. This is the life that gods live. Baijiro and Lu Rumei were also amused by Bai Shuejin's childish behavior. Looking at the white and fragrant foam in Fong Han's palm, his eyes were full of curiosity and eagerness to try. Fong Han smiled and washed off the foam in his hands with water. Then I distributed the remaining soaps of different colors and scents to them. "Try them all, and this one too." He took out a few bottles with strange patterns printed on them from a pile of supplies. "This is for washing hair. It's 10,000 times better than soap." Night falls in the makeshift bathroom. The air is filled with hot steam and the water is gurgling. The air was filled with an unprecedented intoxicating scent, a mixture of rose, jasmine, and some sweet fruit. After the 3 girls finished bathing and changed into clean clothes, they were sitting in a candlelit room, tidying up each other's wet long hair. "Sister, please touch my hair." Bai Shui handed her long black hair like a waterfall to Baijiro, as if she was presenting a treasure. Baijiro stretched out her slender jade fingers and gently ran them through her hair. What comes from the fingertips is an incredible, silky smooth touch. The hair was soft and light, without a trace of dryness or tangle. It slipped through my fingers, as if I was holding a handful of flowing moonlight. "This?" Baijiro was completely stunned. She touched her hair again and felt the same. She lived for 20 years and used the best perfumes and hair oils. but I've never had such an experience. Sister Mayer's hair too. So smooth and fragrant. Bai Shuejian moved closer to Lu Rumei again, sniffed her hair with her little nose, her little face full of happy intoxication. Lu Rumei lowered her head, feeling the unprecedented softness of her hair and the lingering faint fragrance on her body. That already beautiful face became even more captivatingly charming under the candlelight. She looked at herself in the mirror, her skin seemed to be glowing. He looked at Fong Han again, and the tenderness in his eyes almost turned into water. This man not only pulled her out of hell, and in a way that she couldn't understand, he was making her better and better. The three of them looked at each other, seeing each other's unprecedented radiance. Besides shock, his eyes were filled with happiness that was about to overflow. Ding! Bai Jiro's happiness value plus 20, double door penetration energy plus 20. Ding! Bai Shuejian's happiness value plus 20, double door energy plus 20. Ding! Lu Rumei's happiness value plus 20, double door energy plus 20. At night, Fong Han leaned against the head of the bed, enjoying the treatment that only ancient emperors could have. Bai Jiro brought a basin of hot water at just the right temperature and carefully wiped his cheeks and hands. His movements were gentle and his eyes were focused as if he was treating a rare treasure. Bai Shuejian was like an attentive kitten, kneeling behind him with her little fists clenched just right. She pounded his strong shoulders and back, humming a cheerful, tuneless tune. And Lu Rumei knelt silently at his feet. She held a small wooden basin and gently placed Fong Han's feet into the warm water. Then, she used her soft, boneless, delicate and smooth little hands to wash away his fatigue of the day. Her head was lowered, her jet-black hair falling over her shoulders, and her expression was focused and pious. There was not a single distracting thought in her mind, as if being able to wash this man's feet was the greatest honor of her life. The candlelight in the house is warm and quiet. Three stunning beauties, one is gentle as water, one is lively as fire, and one is obedient as a cloud. They each have their own responsibilities, but they work together seamlessly. The air was filled with the lingering fragrance of their bodies after bathing, as well as a warm smell called home. Fong Han closed his eyes, feeling this ultimate land of tenderness, and a huge sense of satisfaction and belonging surged in his heart. In modern times, he is just a lonely otaku who spends all day with his computer. But here, he has the whole world at his disposal. After washing up, Fong Han looked at the three women sitting around him obediently. He smiled, and like a magic trick, he took out 3 small sticks wrapped in shiny glass paper from his arms. Here, this is a reward for you. He shared the lollipops among the 3 of them. Brother-in-law, what kind of fairy candy is this? Bai Shuejian took it curiously and tore open the colorful wrapping paper. A crystal clear ball like a red gem appeared before my eyes. She imitated Fong Han, stuck out her pink little tongue, and licked it carefully. The next second, her eyes widened. An extremely rich and sour fruity aroma that she had never experienced before exploded in her mouth. The taste is overbearing and direct, with a pure sweetness that makes people dizzy with happiness. Ugh! The little girl squinted her eyes with happiness, and her whole body seemed to melt. Holding the lollipop, like a little squirrel guarding its food, I couldn't bear to let go. Bai Jiro and Lu Rumei couldn't help laughing at her useless look and followed her example, putting the strange candy into their mouths. When that pure and extreme sweetness melts on the tip of your tongue, even someone as steady as Bai Jiro couldn't help but show a touching blush of shyness and satisfaction like a girl on her gentle and pretty face. Lu Rumei's eyes were slightly moist, and this sweet feeling went straight to her heart. All the bitterness of the past has been completely melted away. Ding! Bai Jiro's happiness value plus 10, double door penetration energy plus 10. Ding! Bai Shuejian's happiness value plus 10, double door energy plus 10. Ding! Lu Rumei's happiness value plus 10, double door energy plus 10. Fong Han listened to the system prompts in his mind. Looking at 3 stunning beauties. There is only one word in my heart. Cool. Chapter 34 The tiger descends from the mountain. Lu Rumei is in danger. The next day, the daylight was just right. Fong Han's new house has a large area enclosed by tall blue brick walls, and the roofs of several main houses inside have all been completed. The brand new green tiles gleamed in the sun, so magnificent that all the villagers passing by couldn't help but take a few more glances. On the construction site, dozens of men were working hard. Those who were building the walls, putting up the beams, and mixing the plaster, everyone had a smile on their face. The boy from the Fong family paid me enough wages and provided me with meat for every meal. I never dared to dream of such a good life before. Nyoair, bring me another bucket of ash. Okay, Nioe responded, carrying a full load of mud and ash, and ran over with steady steps. His father Neomantion was sitting on a rock not far away, puffing on his pipe. Looking at his son's busy figure, his cloudy old eyes were full of satisfaction. The whole village was immersed in this joyous atmosphere. But at this moment, a scream so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice suddenly came from the edge of the east end of the village. Like a sharp knife, it instantly shattered the peace. This was followed by a short, desperate cry of a sheep being dragged. Me dash. All the men working on the construction site froze suddenly. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to look in the direction of the sound. Before they could react, a villager looked as if he had seen a ghost. He rushed over from the small path at the east end of the village, rolling and crawling. His clothes were torn by the branches, his face was pale, and he was shaking like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. Old Tiger. When the man rushed to the construction site, his legs went weak and he fell to the ground, pointing in the direction of the back mountain. There was a sobbing tone in his voice, and it was trembling badly. The tiger on the mountain has come down. It's carrying away the fat sheep from Butcher Wang's house. Boom. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue. It hit everyone's head hard. The entire construction site fell into silence in an instant. Dozens of people who were busy and enthusiastic just a second ago were now all frozen in place. The smile on his face froze, and his eyes were completely replaced by something called fear that came from the bottom of his heart. Tiger. These two words are very important to the villagers of Liushi village who rely on the mountains for their livelihood. It is a natural disaster. It is the god of death. The dead silence lasted less than 3 seconds. Run. I don't know who shouted first, but the whole construction site was in an uproar. Panic, like a plague, spread at an incredible speed. Dang. Bang. The villagers threw away their tile knives, hammers, and shoulder poles like crazy and rushed towards their homes, crawling and rolling. Their faces were filled with the same fear. They pushed and crowded each other. Some people ran away and lost their shoes without even having time to pick them up. Some people tripped and fell, but didn't care about the pain, and crawled forward using their hands and feet. The entire Liushi village fell from heaven to hell in an instant. Fong Han stood in the middle of the yard with a frown on his face. He turned his head and his eyes were as sharp as lightning. Shoot towards the lush green hills behind. Husband, brother-in-law. 2 cries of surprise, accompanied by tears, came from behind. Bai Jiro and Bai Shuejian ran out of the house at some point, with 2 beautiful little faces. At this moment, he was so frightened that he was pale, without a trace of blood. He grabbed Fong Han's arm tightly, as if only in this way could he get a sense of security. There is a tiger in the mountains, which is an unimaginable horror for these 2 spoiled ladies. Don't be afraid, I'm here, Fong Han said in a deep voice, with a soothing power in his voice. But at this moment, Bai Jiro seemed to suddenly remember something. The pupils in those gentle peach blossom eyes suddenly shrank, and the last trace of blood color on the face faded away in an instant. Sister Rume. Her voice was shaking, her lips were quivering, and she could hardly utter a complete sentence. Sister Rume said early this morning that she was going to the back mountain to collect firewood. She said that all the firewood at the foot of the mountain had been picked up, and she wanted to go inside. These words made Fong Han's heart sink suddenly. At the same time, ding, warning. The bound character Lu Rume's vital signs are seriously threatened. If the bound character dies, the system will automatically downgrade. The portable storage space will be permanently closed. A series of extremely rapid system alarms with red exclamation marks, like the sharpest sirens, exploded wildly in his mind. At this moment, Fong Han's face turned as cold as iron. A murderous aura so strong that it almost became tangible flashed from him. The portable storage space is his greatest reliance for survival. It was the cornerstone of all his plans. Inside, he had all the supplies he had brought from the modern era, including the indestructible Barrett. If Lu Rume died, the system would be downgraded, and the space would be closed. Then he would be instantly reduced to his original form. He didn't dare to think about the consequences. Brother-in-law, Bai Shuejian was shocked by the cold aura that suddenly burst out from him. He shivered with fear, and the hands holding his arms loosened involuntarily. Fong Han took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the turbulent waves in his heart. He turned around and looked at the 2 stunning beauties who were frightened out of their wits. He reached out and gently patted their little hands that were holding onto him tightly. His eyes had regained their composure. Don't be afraid. Wait for me inside. His tone was calm, yet it carried an unquestionable determination. I'll go find her. Chapter 35. You beast. How dare you act so arrogantly? Fong Han turned around and didn't look at the two pretty girls behind him who were so scared that their eyes were wet. He strode forward, heading straight towards the deep, silent mountains behind the village. This scene stunned all the villagers who were hiding behind the door cracks and by the windows and peeping in. The entire Liushi village seemed to have been paused at this moment. Everyone ran home like crazy, wishing they could add 3 more locks to their doors. This kid from the Fong family actually did the opposite. He wanted to go into the mountain where there were tigers all by himself with bare hands. Is he going to die? Fong Han, Fong family boy, come back. In the dead silence, the village chief, Zhao Taizhan, suddenly rushed out from behind his courtyard door. His weather-beaten old face was full of anxiety and fear, and he shouted at Fong Han's back. There are tigers in the mountains. You're going to die if you go in alone. Come back quickly. At the west end of the village, Hunter Ma Baoguo was clinging tightly to the wall of his own courtyard. Looking at Fong Han's resolute back, his face had already turned pale, and his hands and feet were as cold as if he had just been pulled out of an ice cave. He knew better than anyone else in the village how terrifying the big guy in the mountains was. Not to mention one person, even a dozen skilled hunters with hunting forks could do it. If you meet a tiger, you will be treated as a snack and gutted one by one. Going into the mountains to look for tigers with bare hands? This isn't a search, this is a delivery. We're rushing to fill that beast's stomach. This kid from the Fong family is crazy, completely crazy. However, Fong Han turned a deaf ear to the shouts behind him. His footsteps did not pause for a moment, and his figure was resolute and lonely. Soon it disappeared into the dark green forest entrance and completely disappeared from everyone's sight. In the mountains and forests, the light suddenly dimmed. The smell of rotten leaves and damp soil, mixed with a faint smell of blood, hit my face. Fong Han's speed reached the extreme, and he was like a ghost moving through the woods. His eyes were like those of a hawk, scanning the ground for any possible clues. In my mind, the system's cold red alarm sounded over and over again, like a death spell. His heart had already sunk to the bottom. He didn't dare to think about what would happen if a weak woman like Lu Rumei really ran into that beast. At this moment, a shrill, desperate, and fearful woman screamed. Suddenly, it came from the depths of the dense forest not far ahead. Ah! It's Lu Rumei's voice. Fong Han's heart seemed to be grasped tightly by an invisible hand and suddenly stopped. The next second, he no longer cared about anything else, and his speed instantly reached the limit. His legs burst out with amazing strength, and he ran towards the direction where the sound came from like crazy. After pushing aside the last bushes blocking the way, the view suddenly opened up. In a clearing in the forest, a scene that made him want to tear his eyes apart suddenly caught his eyes. Lu Rumei was forced under a big tree that was as thick as a man's embrace. Not far in front of her, a tiger that was so huge that it was beyond imagination was staring at her. The beast, with terrifying yellow and black stripes all over its body, just lay there. It was even bigger than a strong bull, a huge tiger head, ferocious and terrifying. Those big, copper bell-like eyes flashed with a cruel and bloodthirsty light. It has an arched back and its strong limbs are bulging with muscles like steel and iron, full of explosive power. The long fangs were exposed to the air, along with the fishy and sticky saliva. Water dripped onto the ground along the white tips of his teeth, leaving small holes in the rotten leaves. A low roar, as if from hell. It came from deep in its throat, making the eardrums buzz. The hatchet used for self-defense had already slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground not far away. Lu Rumei leaned limply against the tree trunk, her beautiful face making me feel pity for her. At this moment, she was as pale as paper, without a trace of blood. Her body was shaking uncontrollably. In those watery and charming eyes, there was no longer the tenderness and charm of the past, only endless silence and despair filled with fear. She's finished. As if the tiger had enjoyed enough of its prey's fear before death, it lost its patience. It kicked its hind legs suddenly, and its knotted muscles instantly tensed, revealing its huge and oppressive body. It turned into a yellow-black death lightning, carrying a fishy wind, and pounced towards Lu Rumei's neck. At the critical moment, "Brute! How dare you be so arrogant?" A roar filled with boundless rage and murderous intent exploded like thunder out of the blue. The unstoppable tiger, pouncing in midair, was slightly stunned by the loud shout. It turned its huge tiger head, and its pair of ferocious eyes instantly locked onto Fong Han, who had just rushed out of the forest. The murderous look in its eyes was fully revealed. Fong Han's eyes were as cold as 10,000-year-old black ice. Without any hesitation, he thought quickly, and the sword with exaggerated shape and full of violent aesthetics came out. The barret, which looked like a portable cannon, appeared out of thin air in his hand. The cold and hard touch of metal instantly spread throughout the body. Fang Han's body seemed to have formed a kind of muscle memory. He raised the gun, put it against his shoulder, turned on the safety, and locked onto the ferocious tiger head through the scope. The whole action was smooth and seamless. Boom! Chapter 36. Under Barrett, all beings are equal. A terrifying roar that seemed to be able to tear the sky apart exploded in this dead, silent forest. That sound didn't sound like anything that should happen in the mortal world. It was more like the god above the 9 heavens angrily beating the drum of thunder. All the birds in the forest were frightened at this moment and flew into the sky, circling and wailing, not daring to land. At the same moment as the loud noise, the beast pounced into the air with its bloody mouth wide open. The huge and ferocious tiger head of a tiger about to enjoy a delicious meal. It was like a big watermelon that was hit head-on by a battering ram, and it exploded with a loud bang. Red blood, white brain matter, mixed with a broken skull, splashed in all directions like a bloody firework. That unimaginable, terrifying kinetic energy did not even stop for a moment. He continued to push the huge and heavy headless tiger corpse, which rolled in the air and flew backwards several meters. Finally, with a loud boom, it hit the ground heavily, creating a shallow pit. The huge tiger's body twitched violently twice on the ground. The strong limbs kicked wildly, and then they froze completely, without a sound. The king of the forest, who was so majestic and arrogant just now, has now turned into a steaming pile of broken meat. The whole world seemed to have pressed the mute button after this loud noise. The wind stopped, the birds stopped singing, and all that remained was the continuous, sharp tinnitus caused by the terrifying noise. Lu Rumei knelt on the ground in a daze, as if her soul had been sucked out of her. She first looked in disbelief at the horrible corpse not far away that could no longer be called a tiger. The blood that flowed out quickly dyed the fallen leaves on the ground a shocking dark red. Then, like a puppet, she turned her head stiffly, inch by inch. She looked at the man who had pulled her back from the brink of death. Fang Han still maintained the shooting posture of kneeling on one knee, with the hideous, shiny black, iron pipe in his hand. Wisps of green smoke with a pungent smell of gunpowder were rising from the muzzle of the gun. What is that? Is it a magic weapon of the gods? Otherwise, how could it be possible that with just a thunder, such a ferocious tiger was beaten, to the point where no bones were left? Lu Rumei's brain was completely confused and blank. Everything that was happening before her eyes was completely beyond her understanding in this life. It is even more bizarre and unreal than the most absurd strange stories. Fang Han slowly stood up, his mind moving. The ridiculously powerful Barrett disappeared out of thin air and was taken back into the storage space by him. He walked quickly to Lu Rumei and looked at her pretty face, which was pale and tear-stained due to extreme fear, and his heart ached. He reached out his hand and gently lifted her delicate body, which was limp with fear, from the cold ground. It's okay. A warm palm, a powerful touch, and that familiar voice. Finally, Lu Rumei was awakened from that surreal nightmare. She seemed to have grabbed the last straw. I could no longer suppress the earth-shattering fear and ecstasy of surviving the disaster in my heart. With a cry of wow, she suddenly threw herself into Fang Han's arms, hugged his broad and strong back tightly with both hands, buried her whole face in his chest, and cried loudly. The cry was shrill, aggrieved, and filled with endless fear. Fang Han didn't say anything, just let her hold him. A hand gently and rhythmically patted her shoulders, which were trembling due to her violent sobbing, silently comforting her. The delicate body in his arms was soft and plump, with a faint fragrance, but it was shaking like a leaf in the wind. For a long, long time, Lu Rumei's crying finally stopped and turned into low sobs. She slowly raised her head from Fang Han's embrace, which made her feel extremely safe. On that beautiful face with tears in her eyes, a pair of watery eyes were red and swollen from crying, but they were surprisingly bright. She tilted her head back and stared at Fang Han's face blankly, looking into his deep eyes and his sharp lips, looking at the man who pulled her out of the quagmire of humiliation and saved her from the tiger's mouth. This man is her heaven. It's her land. It is the only light in her life. It's her God. An unprecedented feeling, a mixture of gratitude, admiration, love, dependence, and the most primitive possessiveness. Like a flash flood, it instantly washed away all the reserve and defenses in her heart. Under Fang Han's slightly surprised gaze, Lu Rumei trembled and slowly stood on tiptoe. She took the initiative to press her warm, soft lips, which still tasted of the salty bitterness of tears, against Fang Han's lips. Awkward, yet incredibly firm. Ding. Lu Rumei's love value plus 200. Emotions sublimated, completely fallen. Ding. Double door penetration energy plus 200. The system prompt sound that rang in his mind made Fong Han's mind flutter. Without further hesitation, he put his arms around the slender waist that seemed to have no bones in his arms, turning the passive position into the active one. Beyond the mountains and forests, at the entrance of Liushi village, hundreds of villagers gathered here, each stretching their necks and looking anxiously towards the back mountain. Village chief Zhao Taizhan paced back and forth in front of the crowd with his hands behind his back, his old face wrinkled like a bitter gourd. Hunter Ma Baohua tightly gripped the hunting fork in his hand, his palms full of cold sweat. When Bai Zhiro and Bai Shui saw the two sisters, their pretty faces turned even paler. They supported each other, their beautiful eyes filled with tears. They stared at the direction of the entrance of the forest, not daring to blink for a moment. Everyone in the village heard the loud noise that was not from this world. The sound was like the wrath of heaven, making people tremble with fear. Immediately afterwards, there was complete silence in the mountains. This made everyone's hearts sink to the bottom. It's over. The kid from the Fong family is probably in great danger. Just when the atmosphere in the village was extremely depressing, some women even began to sob softly. Look, someone's coming out. Someone with sharp eyes exclaimed in surprise. Everyone's eyes were focused on the entrance to the dark green forest. I saw two figures, one in front and one behind, slowly walking out of the woods. The one walking in front was Fong Han. Although his clothes were a little messy, he looked unharmed and his expression was as calm as if he had just taken a stroll in the mountains. Behind him followed the distraught Lu Rumei. They're back. They're back. God bless. No one is hurt. It's good that no one is hurt. Seeing the two return safely, the villagers guarding the village entrance were stunned at first, and then burst into shouts of surprise as if they had survived a disaster. Bai Zhiro and Bai Shuejian were so happy that they cried and wanted to rush forward, holding up their skirts. But in the next second, everyone's shouting stopped abruptly. Everyone's footsteps seemed to be nailed to the spot. The joy of surviving the disaster froze on everyone's face in an instant, and was replaced by a kind of horror and disbelief as if they had seen a ghost. What did they see? Behind Fong Han, besides Lu Rumei, there was also a huge monster being dragged. That thing had terrifying yellow and black stripes all over its body, and its body was larger than a bull. Even when it was dragged on the ground, the fierce aura of the king of beasts still came to people's faces, making it hard to breathe. It's that tiger. But that tiger has no head. On its neck, where its huge head should have been, there was a huge, bloody, and horrific gap. It looked as if it had been blown off by something terrifying. Fong Han just dragged the tiger's leg with one hand, like dragging a dead dog, and walked past all the stunned villagers step by step with an expressionless face. The entire Liushi village fell into a deathly silence. You can hear a pin drop. Chapter 37. The villagers were shocked, and the widow sacrificed herself. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the headless tiger corpse that Fong Han was dragging with one hand. That huge body, those terrifying stripes. The king of beasts, who still exuded a terrifying aura even in death, was now like a torn sack, being dragged casually on the ground. What is most heartbreaking is its missing head. At the neck was a huge hole the size of a wash basin, covered in blood and flesh. It wasn't a knife strike, nor a spear stab. It looked more like it was blasted off the chest by some invisible divine punishment. The expressions on the villagers' faces changed several times in just a few breaths. From the joy of surviving the disaster, to the shock of seeing the tiger's corpse, to the horror of seeing the horrific wound, and finally, when their eyes moved away from the tiger's corpse and fell back on the calm man. All emotions turned into a kind of awe and fear that came from the depths of the soul. The hunter Ma Baohua could no longer hold on. His legs went limp, and he fell to his knees with a thump. He rolled and crawled to the tiger's corpse, looking at the horrific gash, shaking like a sieve. He had been dealing with wild beasts in the mountains all his life. What kind of wound had he not seen? But the thing in front of him was completely beyond his understanding. This isn't something a human could do. Ma Baohua muttered to himself, tears etched in his voice. This is the wrath of the mountain god. This is thunder from the sky. This is thunder from the sky. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Fong Han, his eyes as if he was looking at a god or demon in human skin. Boom! Ma Baohua's words completely ignited the extremely suppressed nerves of all the villagers. The entire village was in an uproar in an instant. Is the young man from the Fong family a god descending to earth? With a wave of his hand, the thunder from the sky killed the tiger? Oh my god! There's actually a living god living in our village. At this moment, panic and commotion completely transformed into fanatical worship. The villagers looked at Fong Han with eyes that no longer contained the curiosity and speculation they had before, only the purest awe. Husband, brother-in-law, Bai Jiro and Bai Shuejian finally came back to their senses from their shock and held up the hem of their skirts. She rushed over crying and hugged Fong Han's arms tightly on both sides. Their little faces were pale and their bodies were shaking uncontrollably. But the light in those beautiful eyes looking at Fong Han was surprisingly bright. Fong Han patted their little hands and glanced at the villagers who were silent as a mouse. Finally, it fell on Nyo Air and his father Nyo Mantion, who were also stunned. Uncle Nyo, take a few people and carry this beast back home, skin it, and remove its bones. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. Tonight, all the brothers who helped build the house, come to my place and eat tiger meat and drink wine. Night falls. A blazing bonfire was lit in the unfinished courtyard of the Fong family. In several large iron pots that were set up temporarily, large pieces of tiger meat were stewing gurglingly. The rich aroma of meat mixed with various spices filled the entire Liushi village domineeringly. All the craftsmen and villagers who helped build the house, one by one, sat around the campfire. They held large bowls in their hands, filled with steaming tiger bone soup and tender tiger meat, and next to them was a bowl of homemade liquor that the village chief, Zhao Taizhan, had specially dug out from his own cellar. They ate meat with big mouthfuls and drank wine with big bowls. The atmosphere was extremely warm, but no one dared to make a loud noise during the meal. Everyone's eyes, intentionally or unintentionally, glanced at the young man sitting in the main seat. Fong Han. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism, worship, and deep awe. In their eyes, a man who can kill a tiger single-handedly is no different from a god. If you can have a bite of the tiger meat he hunted, you will have something to brag about for the rest of your life. Nyo Air, holding a full bowl of wine, walked up to Fong Han with a flushed face and knelt down with a plop. Mr. Fong, you are the savior of our entire village. I'm not very good at speaking, but this bowl of wine is for you. After saying that, he tilted his head back and poured a bowl of hot local liquor into his stomach. With him taking the lead, other villagers also came over to toast, and everyone looked at Fong Han. It's like believers are looking up to their own gods. Fong Han never refused anyone who came to him, and always had a faint smile on his face. The night is deep and the noise has faded away. In Fong Han's bedroom, the candlelight flickered. He had just finished washing up and was about to rest when the door was gently pushed open with a creak. Lu Rumei walked in quietly. She had just showered and was wearing only a thin moon-white nightgown. Her long, smooth, black hair was wet and draped over her shoulders, with water droplets running down the ends of her hair and dripping onto her breathtaking collarbone. In the candlelight, her already pitiful and beautiful face was now flushed with a captivating blush, and her watery eyes seemed to be filled with a pool of spring water, and her eyes were as charming as silk. She closed the door behind her and put the bolt on it. There was a soft click sound, as if separating the two worlds. Under Fong Han's slightly surprised gaze, Lu Rumei took light steps and slowly walked to the bedside. Then, her knees softened and she knelt straight in front of him. She raised her head and looked at Fong Han infatuatedly. Her eyes were blurred, but with a determination to give up everything. There is dependence after surviving a disaster, admiration that goes deep into the bones, and even more tenderness and love that is inextricable and extremely strong. Sir. Her voice was very soft, with a hint of uncontrollable trembling, but it was like the mellowest wine, which could make people intoxicated instantly. I am yours now. Before she finished speaking, and without waiting for Fong Han to react, Lu Rumei stretched out her trembling hand. He took the initiative to untie the belt around his waist. The thin nightgown slipped off quietly as if it had lost its last support. A perfect figure with plump, hot, and curvy figures was presented unreservedly under the flickering candlelight. Her skin was whiter than snow, and under the warm firelight, it seemed to be coated with a faint honey-colored halo. She is like a perfect work of art, showing the tenderness and plumpness of a woman to the fullest. Ding. Lu Rumei is completely devoted. Love value is max. System energy plus 200. In my mind, the cold system prompt sound exploded. Fong Han felt that the blood in his body began to boil at this moment. He could no longer remain calm. He picked up the warm and soft body in front of him, lifted it up horizontally, and pressed it heavily on the bed. Cool. At this moment, satisfaction filled every corner of his body. Chapter 38. The joy of moving into a new house, served by beautiful ladies, enjoyed by the emperor. A month later, the new house was completed. The most magnificent mansion in the history of Ryoshi Village has finally been completed. A high wall made of blue bricks encloses a large area of land, with 2 heavy black lacquered wooden doors. There are 2 stone lions squatting at the door. They were specially carved by the stonemason by Fong Han. They look majestic. Inside the courtyard, the main house with several entrances and exits is arranged in an orderly manner. The brand new green tiles shine glossily in the sun, and the eaves and corners are pointed, which is extraordinary and magnificent. On this day, Fong Han opened the courtyard and invited the whole village to a banquet to celebrate his new home. In the yard, more than a dozen square tables that were put together in a hurry were placed from the gate to the steps of the main hall. All the craftsmen who helped build the house, the villagers who contributed, and the village chief Zhao Taizhan were invited without exception. Several large iron pots bought from the county town were placed in the middle of the yard, with a blazing firewood underneath. In the pot, a milky white thick soup was bubbling, with large chunks of tiger bones floating in it. An overbearing and strange aroma of meat, mixed with the scent of various spices, enveloped the entire Ryoshi village. In the big pot on the other side is braised pork made with the best pork belly. Cut into large pieces and roast with soy sauce and sugar until they are shiny and red. What makes people most greedy are the buckets of white rice bubbling on the table. The rice grains are crystal clear, plump, and shiny. Just smelling the fragrance of the rice makes people salivate. Let's eat. With Fong Han's order, the whole yard instantly became lively. Oh my god, I've never seen so much meat in my life. This soup is so delicious that I almost swallow my tongue. This is tiger bone soup. The men didn't bother to be polite. They picked up the big bowl and scooped a bowl of thick, white tiger bone soup first. Cover it with a few pieces of trembling braised pork, and finally scoop up 2 large spoonfuls of white rice and start to wolf it down. The rich aroma of meat drifted with the wind to every corner of Ryoshi Village. Those villagers who were not invited brought their own bland wild vegetable porridge. Hiding at the door, he peeked into the Fong family courtyard. Smell the overbearing fragrance, and then look at what is in your bowl. Everyone was drooling, and their eyes were red with greed. At the east end of the village, Yang Hongmei hid behind the broken door of her house, staring intently at the lively scene in the Fong family courtyard. Those faces that were flushed red from eating meat and drinking wine were so glaring to her. She looked down at the half-filled pot of wild vegetable soup in her own pot, which was so full that you could almost see a person's reflection in it. I was so jealous that my heart ached and my teeth were almost broken. Why? Why Fong Han, an orphan? How could he build such a large house? How could he eat meat every day, even tiger meat? The more she thought about it, the angrier and more hateful she became. But he couldn't do anything to Fong Han. It's so uncomfortable. At the banquet, Neo Air and his father Neo Mantian were arranged to sit at the table closest to Fong Han. The father and son were holding a bowl full of meat and a bowl of rice, but their hands were shaking. Neo Mantian looked at the braised pork in the bowl that almost filled the rim, and tears welled up in his cloudy old eyes. In his life, he couldn't bear to have such a meal even during the Chinese New Year. Neo Air was so excited that his face turned red. He picked up a bowl of wine, walked in front of Fong Han, and knelt down with a thump. Mr. Fong. His voice choked. My father and I have never had such a good life in our lives. You are our second parents. After saying that, he slammed his head hard on the ground, making a loud bang. Get up. Fong Han's voice was calm, yet it had a convincing power. He extended his hand to support her. Today is a housewarming celebration. Everyone, eat and drink well. Uncle Neo, eat more meat and take care of yourself. His words made Neo Mantian and his son so grateful that their eyes were filled with tears, and they didn't know what to say. The banquet lasted until the sun set. After eating and drinking, Fong Han asked someone to bring up a wooden box. Fellow villagers, brothers. Fong Han stood up. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the courtyard. Thank you all for your hard work over the past month. The house is built very well. I am very satisfied. He paused, his eyes scanning every face that was drunken and satisfied. The wages we agreed on will not be reduced by a penny. Also, if I'm happy, everyone's wages will be doubled. Boom. These words were like a huge rock hitting a calm lake, and the whole yard exploded instantly. What? Double. Did I hear correctly? Mr. Fong said the wages would be doubled. The workers stood up suddenly one by one, their faces full of disbelief. Before they could recover from their great surprise, Fong Han clapped his hands again. Baijiro and Lu Rume came out carrying 2 large trays. On top were strings of heavy copper coins strung together with hemp ropes that had been prepared long ago. That's not all. Fong Han pointed at the mountain of tiger meat in the corner. Everyone, Take home another 10 kilograms of tiger meat. At this moment, everyone went crazy. They looked at the heavy copper coins and then at the large pieces of precious tiger meat. Everyone was so excited that they were shaking all over and tears were streaming down their faces on the spot. Mr. Fong, you are so kind. I kowtowed to Mr. Fong. Dozens of strong men knelt on the ground in unison, facing Fong Han. He kowtowed heavily. The scene was more pious than worshipping a god. It's late at night, and the noise has faded away. Inside the new and spacious blue brick and tile house, candles were lit brightly, illuminating the room as bright as day. Bai Jiro, Bai Shuejian, and Lu Rumei changed into clean clothes and stood in this dreamlike home, feeling a little dazed for a moment. The smooth bluestone floor, the solid wooden tables and chairs, and the large and sturdy carved wooden bed, all of these made them feel unreal. Sister, are we going to live here from now on? Bai Shuejian asked softly, touching the smooth corner of the table, her big eyes full of happiness and curiosity. Yes. Bai Jiro's eyes were slightly red, and she nodded gently. This is the home my husband gave us. Lu Rumei didn't say anything, but just watched all this infatuatedly, the tenderness and satisfaction in her eyes almost overflowing. Fong Han sat on the newly bought armchair with his legs held high, looking at the three women, feeling a sense of satisfaction in his heart. The three women came to their senses, smiled at each other, and brought hot water tacitly. Bai Jiro walked behind him, her delicate hands exerting just the right amount of strength. She gently massaged his shoulders, her movements as gentle as if she was treating a rare treasure. Bai Shuejian was like a lively kitten, kneeling beside his legs with a smile on her face. A pair of small fists were beating on his strong calves, and he was humming a cheerful tune out of tune. And Lu Rumei knelt silently at his feet. She gently placed Fong Han's feet into the warm water, and then used her plump and hot body. She leaned gently on Fong Han's knees, lowered her head, and used her soft and boneless little hands. Carefully wash away the day's fatigue for him. The candlelight flickers, and the beauty is as beautiful as jade. Fong Han closed his eyes, enjoying the imperial treatment, with only one word in his mind. Cool. Chapter 39, Fairy Days, Drought Coming. Warm water vapor is hanging in the air, and the candlelight is flickering. Lu Rumei half knelt beside Fong Han's legs, her little hands as soft as boneless. She was diligently wiping the water droplets off his feet, her movements focused and reverent, as if she were handling a rare treasure. Bai Jiro and Bai Shuejian had just finished bathing with the magical fragrant soap. She had a faint floral scent on her body and was using a burlap towel. She wiped her wet long hair clumsily. The linen was rough and absorbed water slowly. After wiping for a long time, water was still dripping from the black hair, wetting the clothes on the shoulders. Fong Han looked at them, smiled, and his mind moved, like a magic trick. 3 neatly stacked objects of different colors suddenly appeared in his hands. Wipe it with this. He handed over 3 cotton towels. 1 pink, 1 blue, and 1 beige, looking soft and fluffy. Brother-in-law, what kind of treasure is this? Bai Shuejian was the most curious and was the first to take it. The moment she got it, the little girl let out a soft cry of awe. The touch was completely different from any fabric she had ever touched in her life. It's not the cool smoothness of silk, nor the simplicity of cotton, but a feeling that is hard to describe. Warm, fluffy, and soft to the touch with countless tiny hairs. She couldn't help herself and put the pink towel against her face, rubbing it gently. The next second, the little girl's eyes suddenly widened. It felt like burying my face in a cloud in the sky. It was soft and comfortable, with countless fine hairs gently brushing against her skin. She was so comfortable that she couldn't help but squint her eyes and let out a satisfied hum from her throat. Like a greedy cat with its chin scratched. She imitated Fong Han, covered her wet hair with a towel, and pressed it gently. A magical scene happened. The moisture on the hair that was originally dripping with water seemed to be instantly sucked away by an invisible force. I only covered my hair with the towel for a moment, and when I took it off, my hair was already mostly dry. Sister Mayor, look, Bai Shuejian seemed to have discovered a new world. She held up the towel in her hand and shouted as if she was presenting a treasure. This thing can absorb water. It's amazing. Bai Jiro and Lu Rumei were also stunned by the strange touch of this thing. Bai Jiro picked up the blue towel. The feeling from her fingertips was a softness 100 times more comfortable than the finest Jiangnan tribute silk she had ever worn. She carefully wiped her hair with the towel, feeling the wonderful sensation of the moisture being absorbed instantly. Those gentle peach blossom eyes were filled with disbelief. This thing is not only 10,000 times better than a burlap towel, but the divine touch alone is enough to drive any woman crazy. Lu Rume even held the off-white towel in her palm, touching it again and again, reluctant to use it. The softest thing she had ever used in her life was the corner of Fong Han's clothes. But compared to the cloud-like object in my hand, it was like sandpaper. This man could always come up with some magical things that she couldn't even imagine. What she thought was good was completely overturned time and time again. Ding. By Jiro's shock value plus 10, double door penetration energy plus 10. Ding. By Shuejian's shock value plus 10, double door penetration energy plus 10. Ding. Lu Rume's happiness value plus 10, double door energy plus 10. Listening to the prompt sound in his mind, Fong Han leaned back comfortably on the armchair. He enjoyed the three women's meticulous service and felt extremely satisfied. This, damn, is life. The joy of moving into a new house did not last long. The weather was getting hotter day by day. The sun overhead seemed to have turned into a huge fireball, scorching the earth mercilessly. In a blink of an eye, not a drop of rain fell from the sky for more than 10 days. The land around Liushi village began to dry and crack at a speed visible to the naked eye. The hideous cuts are like the thirsty mouth of the earth, silently praying to heaven for rain. The water level of the small river at the entrance of the village, which feeds the entire village, is dropping every day. The originally clear river water has become turbid, and the wide river channel now only has a shallow stream in the middle. Large areas of dry riverbed were exposed and cracked by the sun. The smiles on the villagers' faces also changed with the weather. It disappeared little by little and was replaced by growing worry. What the hell is going on here? If it doesn't rain, all the seedlings I just planted will die of drought. Yeah, look at the water in the river, it's almost dry. If it keeps going like this, we won't even have enough water to drink, let alone water the fields. In the fields, there were villagers gathered in groups of 3 or 4, looking at the crops with drooping heads in their own fields. The crops looked listless, with gloomy faces, and kept sighing. Village chief Xiao Taizhan was so worried that several of his hair turned white. He got up before dawn every day, and the first thing he did was run to the river and squat on the big rock where he often sat. Looking at the river water that was getting shallower day by day, he smoked his pipe. In the smoke, the weather-beaten old face was wrinkled like a piece of old tree bark. He knew better than anyone what a severe drought meant to Liushi village, which depended on the weather for its livelihood. That means a total crop failure. It means famine. It means people will die. The entire Liushi village was shrouded in a depressing and anxious atmosphere. Only the most imposing blue brick courtyard at the east end of the village seems like another world. Outside the yard, the heat wave was rolling, and even the air seemed to be distorted. Inside the courtyard and the main hall, however, there was a cool atmosphere. Fong Han was sitting leisurely on a small stool, slowly rocking a strangely shaped iron thing. The thing looked like a large tin drum, with a hand-cranked handle on the side and a large air outlet in the front. In front of him was a huge wooden basin, which was filled with crystal-clear ice cubes taken out from the storage space. As Fong Han shook the handle, a whoosh sound came from the iron drum, and a strong wind blew out from the air outlet, passing over the ice cubes in the wooden basin that were emitting a chilling cold air, and instantly turned into a cool and refreshing breeze that filled the entire main hall. This hand-crank blower, plus a large basin of ice cubes, is Fong Han's homemade pure natural, pollution-free, earth air conditioner. Bai Jiro, Bai Shuejian, and Lu Rume are 3 girls. She was only wearing a cool and breathable thin silk shirt, revealing her snow-white slender arms and a small part of her jade-like calves. They were sitting around an 8-person table. On the table was a bowl of mung bean soup that had just been cooled with well water, and half a large watermelon with red flesh and black seeds that had been cut in half. So cool. Bai Shuejian lay on the table without any image, letting the cool breeze with the smell of ice chips blow on her little face. He felt as comfortable as a kitten whose fur had been stroked, humming happily. She scooped up a spoonful of iced mung bean soup and put it into her mouth, savoring its cool and sweet taste. It slid down the throat, instantly dispelling all the heat in the body. Sister, you should eat quickly too. This mung bean soup, made by my brother-in-law, is so delicious. Bai Jiro smiled and took a sip, savoring the cool sweetness. Her mood, which was a little bit annoyed by the heat, was relieved a lot. Lu Rume silently picked up a piece of watermelon and carefully picked out the seeds one by one. Then he held it in both hands and handed it to Fong Han's mouth, who was shaking the magic weapon. Sir, eat melon. Her eyes were filled with unbreakable tenderness and admiration. Chapter 40. The heat is unbearable. Shuejian steals her brother-in-law. Next door, the tattered gate of Yang Hongmei's house was wide open, trying to let in a little breeze. But what came in was only rolling heat waves. Yang Hongmei sat on the doorstep, looking like she had just been pulled out of the water. Sweat soaked her patched coarse cloth clothes. It sticks tightly to the body, outlining a shriveled figure. She was holding a torn-edged palm leaf fan in her hand, fanning herself intermittently. But the wind from the fan was hot, and when it blew on my face, it felt like being burned by flames. She couldn't stand the heat, and she stuck out her tongue like a sun-scorched dog, panting heavily. In the vegetable garden, there were those rows of green vegetables that she treasured so much. At this moment, all the leaves are drooping, and the edges are curled up by the scorching sun, as if they are about to die at any time. Yang Hongmei's heart was even more burnt than the vegetable leaves. At this moment, a faint, cool, and sweet fragrance drifted over from the top of the wall. It tastes like watermelon. The taste is sweet, moist, and has a coolness that can penetrate into the bones. Yang Hongmei's movements suddenly froze. She sniffed hard, and the smell became clearer. She could almost imagine the spacious and cool yard next door. Fong Han was holding half a large chilled watermelon and using a spoon to scoop out the sweetest flesh in the middle. As for me, I could only sit here drinking a half-full pot of wild vegetable soup that was so hot that I could see my reflection in it, almost fainting from the heat. Why? How come Fong Han's family is living a good life again? She stared at the tall blue brick wall next door, as if she wanted to burn 2 holes in the wall with her eyes. Night falls, but the scorching heat of the day shows no sign of subsiding. The air seemed to be frozen, without a trace of wind. The chirping of insects in the yard was sharp and irritating, and each sound made people feel uneasy. Fong Han's new house was very big, and a large carved bed took up almost half of the room. For convenience, the bed was separated by a thin gauze curtain in the middle. On one side was Fong Han, and on the other side were the Bai sisters and Lu Rumei. Bai Shuejian tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. She was only wearing a silk nightgown as thin as a cicada's wing, and the material was extremely cool. But now it was tightly attached to her sweaty skin, sticky and greasy, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. She could clearly hear the steady and long breathing of her sisters Bai Juro and Mayer beside her. They seemed to be fast asleep, but she can't. Her whole body felt like it was on fire, and a heat was burning from the deepest part of her body. It made her mouth dry and her heart beat fast. She quietly lifted a corner of the quilt and looked at the other side of the curtain in the dim moonlight coming through the window. There lay the man she thought about day and night. Brother-in-law, husband. Fong Han's steady breathing seemed to carry some kind of magic. It hit her heart again and again. During the day, he shook that strange, magic weapon and blew out a cool breeze. And the chilled mung bean soup and the watermelon that was so sweet it made your heart tremble. This man. He always creates all kinds of good things like a god, making her live in a dream. And the figure who saved her from the tiger's mouth was like a god descending from heaven. It has long been deeply engraved in her bones and blood. Bai Shuejian's cheeks were burning hot, and she felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. An idea so bold that even she felt ashamed popped up uncontrollably. She bit her lower lip, her nails dug deep into her palms, and struggled violently for a long time. In the end, the heat from her body and the love from the bottom of her heart completely overwhelmed all her reserve and hesitation. She risked it all. She was like a kitten that had just learned to steal food. Her movements were so light that they made almost no sound. Quietly, he crawled out of his bed. A pair of bare white feet stepped on the cold bluestone ground. She could clearly hear her own heartbeat pounding so hard that it made her eardrums numb. She walked around the thin gauze curtain and came to Fong Han's bed. Looking at his angular sleeping face in the moonlight, Bai Shuejian's breathing stopped. She mustered up the greatest courage she had in her life and trembled. She climbed onto his bed quietly. Then, like a slippery little fish, she dived into his arms. The man's body carried a masculine aura that made her feel extremely at ease. But it was also like a stove, burning her so much that she shivered all over. She pressed her hot little face tightly against his strong chest and buried her whole body in it. Fong Han was awakened from his sleep. He first felt a soft, hot body in his arms, which had the unique fragrance of a young girl. Then, a voice as thin as a mosquito, with an uncontrollable tremor and endless attachment, sounded in his ears. "Husband, I'm hot." Fong Han's heart suddenly shook. He immediately understood what the girl meant by hot. He opened his eyes, and in the hazy moonlight, he saw the girl's beautiful face, which was so embarrassed that it was about to bleed. And those eyes that were astonishingly bright, with a hint of timidity, yet filled with boundless admiration. How dare I hesitate when a beauty invites me? Fong Han thought. With a turn, He pressed the hot body in his arms, which made his blood boil heavily under him. The other side of the curtain. In fact, the moment Bai Shuejin quietly got up, Bai Jiro and Lu Rume both woke up. They didn't dare to breathe, but just lay stiffly on the bed, listening to the subtle noises coming from next door. When I heard my sister's crying voice saying, "I'm hot," Bai Jiro's heart felt like it was being tugged at by something, making it feel sour and bitter, yet at the same time, she felt a strange sense of relief. Then came the suppressed gasps. The creaking sound of the bed board unable to bear the weight could no longer be concealed. Bai Jiro and Lu Rume's faces instantly turned red, as if they were burning. They all covered their heads tightly with the quilt, feeling so embarrassed that they wished they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. But that voice seemed to have magic, penetrating into their ears without any holes. The two of them only felt their bodies becoming hot, and waves of indescribable numbness spread from the depths of their hearts to every part of their limbs. Ding! Bai Shuejin completely dedicates herself. Love value is max. Double door penetration energy, plus 200. Ding! Bai Jiro shares her love. Double door energy, plus 20. Ding! Lu Rume shares her love. Double door penetration energy, plus 20. Listening to the system prompt sounds ringing in my mind. Feeling the awkward yet enthusiastic response of the girl under him. There was only one word left in Fong Han's heart. Cool. Chapter 41, Looking for Water. The heat, like solidified glue, covered the entire Liushi village. For a whole month, not a single raindrop fell from the sky. The small river at the entrance of the village, which has nurtured generations of people in Liushi village, has completely dried up. The wide riverbed was exposed, cracked by the sun with half-foot deep cracks, like gaping mouths of despair. The only old well in the village is almost empty. Every day before dawn, the well would be crowded with people. The turbid well water required a bucket to sink for half a day before a shallow half bucket of water could be shaken up. At first, people paid attention to the first-come, first-served principle. But later, for the sake of this life-saving water, the affection between fellow villagers had long been dried up by the sun. You damn bitch. Let go. This is the spot I took first. Bullshit. I've been here since before dawn. What gives you the right to cut in line? Quarrels, curses, even fights, took place every day at the well. People's hearts were more barren than the cracked earth. On this day, Hunter Ma Baowa had just returned from the mountains without catching a single rabbit. It seemed as if all the small animals in the mountains had hidden themselves away. As he dragged his tired body to the door of his house, he heard a burst of wailing coming from the house. My face. I can't live like this anymore. That damn Zhang family woman. How dare she scratch my face? Oh my god, I'm going to die. Ma Baowa rushed into the house and saw his wife Li Dajiao facing a bronze mirror. She cried so hard that her nose and tears were all over her face, which was usually smooth. There were several clear bloodstains, with blood oozing out. Going to grab water again? Ma Baowa's voice was hoarse. What if we don't grab it? Li Dajiao turned around suddenly, his eyes red. The water tank at home is empty. The leaves of those acres of corn in the field are almost dried up into firewood. If there is no more water, we will be starving this year. She wailed, then changed the subject, directing her resentment towards the magnificent courtyard at the east end. Look at Fong Han. Why are we dying of heat? But no one in his family even complains about the heat. I smelled watermelon coming from his house just the other day. God is blind. Ma Baowa looked in the direction her finger was pointing. Under the scorching sun, the tall blue brick wall seemed to isolate another world. He remembered the tiger whose head was blown off by one blow, and the terrifyingly calm eyes of the boy from the Fong family. He looked at the acres of fields outside his window that were about to wither. An indescribable feeling came over me. There is envy and jealousy, but more of it is a fear that comes from the bones. In the end, all the emotions turned into a long, helpless sigh. You remember this. Ma Baowa turned his head, his eyes more serious than ever. From now on, you'd rather die of thirst or starvation than ever mess with the Fong family. Do you hear me? Lida Jiao was frightened by his appearance. She suppressed all her cries, leaving only soft sobs. The Fong family compound is indeed another world. The two large water tanks in the yard are always full, and the water is clear, reflecting the blue sky. Every night, Fong Han would sneak out while the three women were asleep, use a large plastic hose bought from Hyundai to draw tap water from the storage space, and fill the water tank. This water is not only enough for daily drinking, but can even be used for luxurious bathing. At this moment, Lu Rume had just finished taking a shower and was only wearing a cool thin shirt. She squatted in a corner of the yard, looking at the roses she had planted with her own hands, her face full of heartache. The flowers that were originally blooming beautifully now have wilted petals and curled up leaves. She looked listless and touched the hard, dry soil with her fingers cautiously. That pitiful face was filled with a pitiful sadness. Fong Han saw this and felt a slight movement in his heart. He walked over to Lu Rume, looked at her distressed expression, and said with a smile, "Are you distressed?" Lu Rume raised her head, a hint of grievance in her moist eyes. "Sir, they are almost dying of thirst." Fong Han reached out his hand and gently brushed away a strand of wet hair from her forehead. He said confidently, "Don't worry, I have a plan." Hearing this, Bai Jiro and Bai Shuejian, who had just come out of the house, also came over curiously. "Brother-in-law, there is such a severe drought. What can you do?" Bai Shuejian blinked her big eyes. This natural disaster and man-made disaster cannot be solved by magic. Bai Shuejian seemed to have forgotten that she had devoted herself to Fong Han. "You still have to call him brother-in-law." However, Fong Han didn't care. Calling him brother-in-law feels a little better. After all, that secret feeling was built up from the repeated calls of brother-in-law. Fong Han cleared his throat mysteriously, put his hands behind his back, and acted like a master. "You may not know, but my Fong family once had a feng shui master who passed down a unique skill called finding dragon points." "Finding dragon points?" The three women asked in unison, their faces filled with confusion. "That's right," Fong Han said nonsense seriously. "There are dragon veins in the mountains and water holes in the ground. This way of finding dragon points can help me find the tombs of kings, princes, generals, and ministers, and even explore the water veins in the deep pools of the underworld. As long as there is water underground, it will definitely not escape my sight." These words sounded so magical that the three women were stunned. Although they didn't understand what dragon veins and water eyes were, they understood Fong Han. This man can conjure up mirrors and soap out of thin air, can take out candies that are sweet to the heart, and can kill a tiger with one move. He said he could find water, and he would definitely find it. In an instant, three pairs of beautiful eyes simultaneously blossomed with lights of incomparable admiration and expectation. "Husband, can you really find water?" Baijiro's voice was trembling with excitement. "Brother-in-law, you are so awesome. You even have the skills of a god." Bai Shuejian jumped up and hugged Fong Han's arm and shook it hard. Lu Rume didn't say anything, but just looked at him infatuatedly, as if she was looking at an omnipotent god. Looking at the three women's convinced expressions, Fong Han felt secretly happy. However, his face still maintained the calm and composed demeanor of a master. Tonight at midnight, the moon is at its highest point in the sky, and the yin energy is at its peak. This is the best time to open your eyes and search for a pulse. You all just wait and see. The night is deep and everything is silent. After confirming that the three women had gone to bed, Fong Han quietly went to the backyard. He stood in the middle of the yard, and with a thought, two strangely shaped magic weapons appeared in his hands out of thin air. One of them was a yellow instrument with an LCD screen and a handle. It was the high-precision groundwater metal detector that he had bought online at a high price. The other one is a set of black ones that look like a few iron rods that can be spliced together, with a spiral drill bit on the head. It is the small electric Luoyang shovel known as the well-drilling artifact, and is equipped with a large-capacity silent lithium battery. Fong Han took a deep breath and began his performance. He walked around the yard with the detector in his hand. Drip, drip, drip. Just as he walked under the big locust tree in the backyard, the detector in his hand suddenly made a rapid beeping sound, and the pointer on the screen also pointed frantically to the position under his feet. Found it. A hint of joy flashed in Fong Han's eyes. He put down the detector and picked up the electric Luoyang shovel. After connecting several sections of drill rod, he pressed the switch at the position indicated by the detector. Buzz. There was no loud noise as imagined, only a slight buzzing sound like the flapping of mosquito wings. The alloy spiral drill bit drilled into the hard ground silently, like cutting tofu. The soil was carried out quickly and piled up into a small hill nearby. The crystallization of modern industry is simply an unreasonable artifact in this era. Fong Han only needed to hold the drill rod and control the direction, and leave the rest to this amazingly efficient machine. Soil, sand, clay. Layers of geological structures were penetrated effortlessly. Only half an hour later, without him even breaking a sweat, a narrow well, the thickness of a bowl but 15 or 16 meters deep, had taken shape. When the drill bit broke through the last waterproof layer, a cool breeze with a moist smell suddenly emerged from the wellhead. Done. Fong Han quietly put the electric Luoyang shovel and detector back into the storage space. He found a thick bluestone slab and covered the small well mouth with it tightly. After doing all this, he dusted off his hands. Chapter 42. The whole village was shocked. Fong Han is truly a god. The next morning, the sun just came out. There was not a breath of wind in the air, and it was as hot and stuffy as a huge steamer. The villagers of Liushi village have long been tortured by this damn weather. They all looked pale and thin, with chapped lips and eyes full of despair. At this moment, the door of the Fong family compound opened with a creaky sound. Fong Han walked out leisurely. He glanced at the sky and said to a listless villager not far away, "Go, call the village chief, Uncle Nyo and Uncle Nyo. Tell them I have something to discuss with them." The villager responded weakly and dragged his feet away. Soon, the village chief Zhao Taizhan brought the Nyo father and son. He and several other respected elders in the village hurried over. They all had sad faces and sunken eye sockets. Obviously, they had not slept well the night before. "Young man from the Fong family, why did you call us here so early? Is there something important?" Zhao Tieshan's voice was hoarse, with a barely perceptible hint of anticipation in his tone. In their eyes, Fong Han is no longer that ordinary orphan. But he is a remarkable person who can do what others cannot. Fong Han didn't say much, just turned around and led them into the backyard. "Last night, I observed the celestial phenomena and made a divination." Fong Han stood in front of an ordinary bluestone slab with his hands behind his back. His tone was as nonchalant as if he was saying that the weather was good today. "The divination shows that under this place, facing the position of Wincuxing, it is where the earth veins converge, and there should be a spring." When these words were spoken, Zhao Taizhan and several old men were stunned. Observing the celestial phenomena? Divination? Searching for springs? This sounds too mysterious. Zhao Taizhan was half believing and half doubting. He had lived most of his life and only believed what he saw. He walked to the stone slab, squatted down, knocked it with his hand, and touched the dry and smoking soil around it, his face full of confusion. How could there be water underneath? But he didn't dare to question it. The scene of Fong Han dragging the headless tiger corpse back to the village with one hand was still vivid in his mind. He could only look back doubtfully and wave to Nyo, the strongest man behind him. "Nyo, move away." "Okay." Nyo responded, walked to the stone slab, took a deep breath, stretched the muscles in his arms, and exerted force suddenly. He picked up the bluestone slab, which looked to be at least 200 or 300 pounds, and moved it aside. At the moment the stone slab was moved away. "Call." A visible cool air with moist water vapor suddenly gushed out from the dark cave. It blew towards them, instantly dispelling the heat from everyone. Everyone present was shocked. It felt like being poured with ice water in the hottest days of summer, so refreshing that it made your scalp tingle. Everyone stared at the bowl-sized hole, which was bottomless. It is pitch black, but it exudes an extremely attractive, fresh scent of water. This really feels cool," an old man said in a trembling voice, pointing at the cave entrance, his eyes wide open. Zhao Tieshan's heart began to beat wildly, and his face was filled with suspicion and confusion. At this moment, it was replaced by a huge, incredible ecstasy. "Water bucket! Bring me a bucket," he almost shouted. Nyo's face was already flushed with excitement. He quickly picked up a new wooden barrel from the corner, tied the rope, and carefully lowered it into the cave. The rope was about 4 or 5 feet long before a slight plop sound was heard. "There's water. There is really water." Nyo's hands were shaking. He pulled the rope upwards with all his strength, but he felt the rope in his hands was heavy. Soon, a wooden barrel filled to the brim was brought up. Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on the bucket of water. The water was clear and sweet, without a trace of impurities in the morning light, and so clear that you could see the wood grain at the bottom of the barrel. As the wooden barrel shook, a few drops of water splashed out and fell on the hot ground. With a sizzling sound, they turned into a wisp of white smoke. Zhao Taizhan couldn't bear it any longer. He staggered forward. He scooped up a handful of well water with both hands and poured it directly into his mouth, without caring whether it was clean or not. The cold well water slid across the thirsty throat, and the long-lost sweetness and freshness instantly spread throughout every limb. It was the best water he had ever tasted in his life. He stared blankly at the water in his palm, then looked at the bottomless well. Finally, he slowly looked at the young man who had remained calm throughout with an expression of great awe. Thump! Zhao Tieshan's legs softened, and he knelt straight down in front of Fong Han. This old village chief is over 50 years old and has never bowed his head to anyone in his life. At this moment, tears were streaming down his face. His forehead banged heavily on the hot ground, and his voice was hoarse and frantic. "A living immortal. Mr. Fong is a living immortal who has descended to earth." His kneeling and shouting seemed like a signal. Nyo, Nyo, and the villagers who came with them. They all knelt on the ground as if their souls had been sucked out of them, kowtowed towards Fong Han, and muttered incoherently. The gods have appeared. We are saved. Liushi village is saved. That look was no longer one of awe, but the purest and most fanatical admiration. It's like worshipping a true god who saves people from suffering. The commotion here has already alarmed the neighbors. A villager, clinging to the top of the wall, happened to see Zhao Taizhan kneeling and kowtowing with tears streaming down his face. He then saw the bucket of crystal-clear well water and was completely stunned. The next second, he jumped down from the wall like a madman, crawled towards the center of the village, and roared with all his strength. The water's coming out. Mr. Fong has found water at his house. It's the fairy well. It's the fairy well. This shout was like a thunderclap, exploding over the silent Liushi village. The whole village came alive in an instant. Countless broken wooden doors were flung open, revealing villagers who had been lying in their beds, waiting to die. I don't know where I got the strength from. I rushed out of the house like a madman and ran towards the Fong family. What? Water coming out? Fong family. Is this true? Quick, go check it out. Panic and despair were instantly ignited, turning into ecstasy of surviving the disaster. However, in just a cup of tea, the entrance to the Fong family's compound was surrounded by people in 3 layers inside and outside. Hundreds of villagers, men, women, young and old, stretched their necks and tried their best to squeeze in. The scene was 100 times more lively than the New Year market. When they saw with their own eyes, Neo Air brought up bucket after bucket of clear and sweet well water. When the water was poured into the 2 large water tanks in the yard that had long been empty, everyone went crazy. Oh my God, it's real. It's really water. Thank goodness. It was Mr. Fong who saved us. The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers, and many women burst into tears on the spot, their cries filled with relief at having survived the disaster. Looking at the villagers who were gathering at the gate in increasing numbers and becoming more and more agitated, Fong Han took a step forward. The noisy scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Their gazes were passionate and devout. Fong Han's eyes swept over the crowd. His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Since this well is in Liushi village, it is the well for all the villagers in Liushi village. From today on, the well water will be shared by the entire village. However, everything must follow the rules. He pointed at Zhao Taizhan standing beside him. Daily water collection will be arranged by the village chief. Each family will line up according to the number of people in the family. No fighting or cutting in line. Anyone who dares to break the rules will never be able to draw a drop of water from this well again. After he finished speaking, the whole village fell into deathly silence. Immediately afterwards, the crowd erupted in cheers that were 100 times louder than before, cheers that almost blew the roof off the house. Mr. Fong is kind and righteous. Thank you, Mr. Fong. Thank you, living God. The villagers knelt down spontaneously, forming a large black mass, and kowtowed heavily in the direction of Fong Han. On this day, there was a magical well in Liushi village. The news that the boy from the Fong family is a living immortal who has descended to Earth. It was as if it had wings and spread rapidly to the surrounding areas at an incredible speed. Those villages that were also suffering from the drought and were almost unable to survive thought it was a fairy tale when they heard the news. But when they sent people to secretly run outside Liushi village, when they saw smoke rising from the chimneys of every household in Liushi village and the heartfelt smiles on the villagers' faces, they were completely convinced. Soon, even in the county town, the legend of the living immortal in Liushi village began to spread. Chapter 43: The Admiration of the Beauties. It's late at night. Outside the window, even the chirping of cicadas reveals a weak and restless irritability. Having solved the huge problem of drinking water for the whole village, Fong Han felt more relaxed than ever before, and his whole body exuded a lazy and comfortable feeling. He sat on the edge of the bed with his legs stretched out. Bai Jiro, Bai Xuejian, and Lu Rumei surrounded him. In the 3 pairs of beautiful eyes, there was no longer the fear and uneasiness of the first meeting, nor the dependence and admiration from before. At this moment, there was only one thing left in it, an almost fanatical worship that was like treating a god. This man first rescued them from the quagmire of humiliation, and then snatched Lu Rumei's life back from the mouth of a tiger. Now, he is using a magical method that they cannot understand. In the desperate drought, it brought a glimmer of hope to the entire village. Observe the celestial phenomena, divine the fortune, and point out the springs. This is no longer something that ordinary people can do. In their hearts, Fong Han is a living immortal banished to the mortal world. Lu Rume brought a brand new wooden basin filled with water that had just been drawn from the divine well. The water, clear and cold, just sat there. A cool breeze spread out, dispelling most of the heat in the room. She knelt silently at Fong Han's feet, dipped a piece of soft cotton cloth into the water, wrung it out, then raised her head and looked at Fong Han with her charming eyes, which were full of indelible tenderness and awe. "Sir, I will rub your body for you." Her voice was very soft, but like a feather, gently scratching people's hearts. Bai Jiro and Bai Shuejian also blushed and leaned over from the left and right. The elder sister is gentle and the younger sister is cute, and both of them are holding wet cotton cloth in their hands. Carefully, he wiped Fong Han's arms and back. The moment the cool well water penetrates the cotton cloth and touches the skin, it takes away the day's fatigue and heat, making it so comfortable that it makes people want to sigh. 3 soft and fragrant bodies, each with its own unique fragrance, tightly surrounded him. The touch of the fingertips is so gentle and the movements are so pious. They treated it as if it were a rare treasure. Every movement of a worshipped statue is filled with careful worship. Fong Han closed his eyes, enjoying this imperial treatment, with only one word in his mind. Cool. After carefully wiping them, the 3 girls had a thin layer of sweat on their bodies, and their little faces were rosy, which was very cute. Bai Shuejian was feeling extremely hot. She kept fanning her cheeks with her hands and muttered softly, "It's so hot. I wish there was some wind." Fong Han looked at her cute and adorable appearance and smiled. He thought about it, and like a magic trick, a strangely shaped blue thing appeared out of thin air in his hand. The entire thing was made of a smooth and shiny material they had never seen before. There was a round cover with dense grills in the front, a handle at the back, and a small crank on the side. "Brother-in-law, what kind of magic weapon is this?" Bai Shuejian widened her eyes with curiosity and was the first to come forward. "It's called a fan," Fong Han said as he gripped the handle and gently cranked the side handle with his other hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With a slight and strange sound, the thin leaves in the round cover began to spin rapidly. The next second, a strong and extremely refreshing cool breeze suddenly blew out from the hood and hit Bai Shuejian's face directly. Ah! Bai Shui felt so comfortable that she couldn't help but let out a soft cry, and her whole body froze. That feeling is so wonderful. It's completely different from the hot wind blown by a palm leaf fan. This wind is cool, concentrated, and carries an indescribable strength. Blowing on the face, it seems to instantly blow away the heat deep in the soul. So cool. The little girl's eyes suddenly lit up, filled with surprise and disbelief as if she had discovered a new world. She could no longer hold back and snatched the fan from Fong Han's hand. I followed his example, holding it with one hand and cranking the handle quickly with the other. Huff, huff, huff. The breeze is getting stronger. She happily blew the fan towards her own face, then turned around and blew it towards her sisters Bai Jiro and Lu Rume. Sister Mayor, come and feel it. What a comfortable breeze. It's cooler than well water." She was as happy as a child who had got a new toy. She ran around the house, and her silvery laughter filled the whole room. Bai Jiro and Lu Rume felt the magical cool breeze, and their faces showed expressions of surprise and enjoyment. This man always comes up with something that subverts their cognition. Looking at the happy faces of the 3 women, Fong Han's smile became even more pronounced. He spread out his hands again, and this time, there were 3 small sticks wrapped in colorful, shiny paper on his palms. One is pink, one is yellow, and one is green. They look crystal clear and even have a hint of chill. "You must be tired from playing. Come, have something to eat to cool down." Bai Shuejian was immediately attracted and put down the fan in her hand. She picked up the pink stick out of curiosity, and it was so cold that she couldn't help but shiver. "Brother-in-law, what kind of candy is this? Why is it icy?" "It's called a popsicle." Fong Han picked up one and followed the dotted line in the middle. With a swish sound, the strange skin was torn open. A cool, sweet smell mixed with the aroma of strawberries instantly filled the air. He handed half of it to Lu Rume. Lu Rume imitated him and acted cautiously. He brought the pink, crystal clear icicle to his lips and took a sip. The next second, her eyes suddenly widened. An indescribable taste exploded on the tip of her tongue. Ice. It's the kind of extreme coldness that can penetrate your teeth and reach the top of your head. Then, a rich, indissoluble, pure sweetness, mixed with a strange fruit aroma called strawberry that she had never tasted before, instantly swept through her entire mouth. That feeling is so overbearing. It was 10,000 times more delicious than anything she had ever eaten in her life. The cool sweetness slid down my throat. It was like a clear spring, instantly extinguishing all the heat and boredom in her body. Lu Rume was completely stunned. She stared at the magic item in her hand infatuatedly, and a layer of mist instantly covered her watery and charming eyes. Sister, try it. Seeing this, Bai Shui couldn't wait to tear open the yellow one in her hand and imitated Lu Rume, taking a small sip. Ugh! The little girl's reaction was even more exaggerated than Lu Rume's. She squinted her eyes with happiness. Her whole body trembled slightly with comfort, and a satisfied, kitten-like hum came from her throat. So delicious. How can there be something so delicious in the world? She felt like her soul was about to float away. Baijiro looked at their intoxicated expressions, picked up the last green one, and tasted it in small sips. The refreshing apple flavor, mixed with the extreme coolness and sweetness, made her always gentle and peaceful face reveal an unprecedented, satisfied and happy smile like a little girl. The three women were completely defeated. They licked the popsicles in their hands in small bites, cherishing them deeply. It was as if it was not earthly food, but the nectar from the Queen Mother's peach banquet. Every bite makes them feel incomparable happiness. Being able to live such a fairy-like life with this man is truly a blessing they have earned in several lifetimes. Ding! Baijiro's admiration value plus 50, double door penetration energy plus 50. Ding! Bai Shuejian's happiness value plus 50, double door energy plus 50. Ding! Lu Rume's love value plus 50, double door penetration energy plus 50. A series of system prompts sounded in Feng Han's mind. He looked at the three stunning beauties in front of him who squinted their eyes with happiness because of a small popsicle, and a huge sense of satisfaction surged in his heart. The energy of the double-penetrating door was once again fully charged. Looks like I can buy some more herbs and resell them in modern times. Chapter 44. The county magistrate arrives in person, and the beautiful lady is curious. Qingshi County, the back hall of the county government office. Even the most luxurious house in the county could not keep out the pervasive heat. County Magistrate Shun Guan paced back and forth in the hall, his elegant face filled with anxiety. There were several bright blisters on his mouth, and every word he spoke was painful. Scattered on the ground were more than a dozen documents submitted from various towns and villages. Without exception, all the words written on it were severe drought, harvest failure, public unrest, which could burn through his official hat. Oh, Xinguan sat back on the armchair, feeling dizzy. He has been in office for only half a year, and he considers himself to be diligent and dedicated to serving the people. But it happened to be hit by the worst drought in decades. What good is it if he is full of knowledge if God doesn't give him a job? Just then, a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside the door. The county magistrate's lawyer came crawling in, his face covered in sweat and dust. But he looked so excited as if he had won the jackpot. Sir, great joy. Shen Guanjing was upset. Seeing his disrespectful appearance, he frowned and scolded him. You are so flustered. How can you be so unruly? What kind of happy event can make you like this? Living immortal. The master didn't even bother to wipe the sweat off his face. He gasped for breath and stopped Xinguan from scolding him with one sentence. Sir, the rumors are going crazy outside. Liushi Village has produced a living immortal who can turn stones into springs. Xinguan was stunned when he heard this, and then he flew into a rage. Absurd. I have read the books of sages for half my life, and I never believe in such nonsense. You are also a scholar. How can you believe such rumors and disturb my mind? It's not a rumor, sir. The lawyer was so anxious that he almost knelt down. He pointed outside, his voice changing tone. It's absolutely true. I've already sent people to investigate. Now, several surrounding villages are fighting over a mouthful of muddy water, and people are almost dying. Only in Liushi Village, every household has drinking water, and the fields are irrigated. It's like a completely different world compared to here. They say that a young man named Feng Han in the village used magic to find a magical well out of thin air. Xinguan raised his hand high, but it froze in midair. The anger on his face slowly faded away, replaced by a complex expression of surprise and disbelief. He knows the situation of the surrounding villages better than anyone else. If this is true, then Liushi Village is his only lifeline now. A faint glimmer of hope, like a tiny sprout emerging from a dry and cracked heart. Xinguan put the gavel down heavily, his eyes changing several times. Finally, it turned into a look of determination. Prepare the sedan chair. I want to go to Liushi Village myself to take a look. In the backyard of the county government office, in an exquisite embroidery building, it was extremely hot and stuffy. Even though there were copper basins filled with ice cubes placed in all four corners, The slightest bit of cool air was swallowed up by the rolling heat waves as soon as it was released. The county magistrate's wife, Nangong Yunshu, was lazily reclining on a chaise longue. She was only wearing a thin ice blue gauze dress, and large areas of her snow-white skin were faintly visible. She had a graceful figure, with curvaceous curves, and was about 27 or 28 years old. Her face was extremely beautiful, with eyebrows as dark as distant ink, eyes as clear as autumn water, a delicate nose and cherry lips. Every detail of her face was exquisite. Every detail was perfect, especially the graceful and elegant demeanor. Even with a frown in this gloomy weather, she is still as beautiful as a colorful painting. This horrible weather is killing me. She stretched out her delicate hand, took the sour plum soup handed to her by the maid, and took a sip. However, the irritability on her beautiful face did not diminish in the slightest. Just then, a housekeeper hurried in from outside and whispered a few words in her ear. Nangong Yunshu's phoenix eyes, which had been somewhat lazy, suddenly lit up. Living immortal? Touching a stone and making a spring appear, she repeated, her elegant and pretty face instantly replaced by a deep curiosity. Is there such a miraculous thing? She was the daughter of a prominent family in the capital and had met countless extraordinary people. But most of them are just charlatans who are deliberately trying to be mysterious. This person who could find life-saving water during the severe drought actually piqued her interest. Hearing that her husband was going there in person, she actually sat up from the chaise longue. The ice blue gauze dress slid down her shoulders a little, revealing a dazzling white. Tell the master I'm going too. Xinguan originally didn't want her to travel in the scorching heat, but he knew his wife's temper. There was no way to persuade him, so he had to agree. The next day, not long after the sun rose, the county government's ceremonial guard arrived at the entrance of Liushi village in a mighty procession. The yamen runners rang the gong to clear the way and held up signs saying, "Silence," and "Keep away." That scene caused an uproar in the entire Liushi village. The villagers had never seen such a scene before and were all terrified. They ran out of their homes and knelt on the dirt road in fear and trepidation, not even daring to raise their heads. The village chief, Zhao Taizhan, was so frightened that his legs went weak. He knelt in the front with the Niu family father and son and several other village leaders, his heart pounding so hard that it was about to jump out of his throat. The official sedan stopped, the curtain opened, and Xinguan, dressed in official uniform, walked down with a sullen face. His eyes flashed like lightning as he swept over the villagers kneeling on the ground. Where is Feng Han, the living immortal of this village? When Zhao Taizhan heard Feng Han mentioned, his fear subsided a little. He kowtowed and replied, "Your Excellency, Mr. Feng is at home. I will show you the way." Xinguan nodded slightly, and Nangong Yunshu was also supported by a maid. Another slightly smaller sedan came out. She wore a veil on her head, and the thin white gauze covered her peerless beauty, but could not hide her graceful figure and noble temperament. Zhao Taizhan led the way in front, and the group passed through most of the village and soon arrived at the east end of the village. When Xinguan and Nangong Yunshu saw the high blue brick wall in front of them, a magnificent mansion with 2 stone lions squatting at the door. At the same time, a hint of surprise that was difficult to conceal flashed in the eyes of both of them. In this poor village full of dilapidated huts, such a mansion, comparable to that of a wealthy family in the county, really stands out from the crowd. Without waiting for Zhao Taizhan to report, the 2 heavy black lacquered wooden doors creaked open from the inside. A young man dressed in ordinary blue cloth slowly walked out from the door. He looked to be in his early 20s. He has a tall figure and a handsome face, but the most frightening thing is his eyes. Deep and calm, like an ancient well, without the slightest ripple. He did not kneel down and kowtow like the other villagers, and he didn't even bend his waist. He just stood on the steps, bowed to Xinguanlu, and looked indifferent. "I am Feng Han, your humble servant, honored to meet His Excellency the County Master." Xinguan looked at the young man in front of him, and his suspicion grew even greater. He is so young, yet he has such mysterious means? How could he be so calm and composed in front of the county lord himself? And behind him, Nangong Yunshu's beautiful eyes, hidden under the white gauze of her veil, were firmly locked on Feng Han. She could clearly feel it in this man. There is something completely different from the country folk around him. It's not the clothes or the appearance, but a kind of calmness and confidence that comes from the bones. She had only occasionally seen this kind of temperament in the true princes and nobles of the capital. How could a country boy have such eyes and demeanor? This so-called living immortal seems to be much more interesting than the legend. Chapter 45. The beautiful woman was shocked and acted like a thief. Xinguan's eyes were as sharp as knives, staring at Feng Han closely. trying to find even the slightest flaw in this young man's face. But he was disappointed. Fong Han's eyes were as calm as the bottomless well in his backyard. There is neither the arrogance of a successful villain nor the flattery of the powerful. He just stood there, majestic and unassuming, with his own aura of his own. This feeling inexplicably calmed Shun Guan's anxiety caused by the drought. Mr. Fong, there's no need to be so polite. Shun Guan subdued his official authority and spoke in a polite tone. I've made the bold move to visit you today on behalf of the people of this county. I beg for an audience, sir. Your Excellency, the county master is too kind. Please. Fong Han stepped aside to make way and made a please gesture. He led the county magistrate and his entourage into the main hall. As soon as you step into the main hall, a cool feeling that dispels all the heat comes over you. Shun Guan was fine, but Nangong Yinshu behind him saw the scene in the main hall clearly. Her delicate body trembled violently, and her steps stopped. Her gaze passed over the tables and chairs in the hall and was fixed on the wall opposite the door. There stood quietly a huge floor-length dressing mirror, almost as tall as a person. The mirror surface is as smooth as water and as ice, without a trace of impurities or ripples. It reflected the entire hall, including the group of people who had just walked in, exactly. The image was so clear that it made one's scalp tingle. Nangong Yinshu subconsciously raised her jade hand and gently covered her mouth, which was covered by the veil. Beneath the white gauze of the veil, there was only one emotion left in those graceful and elegant phoenix eyes. That is shocking. How is this possible? She came from a prominent family in the capital, so what kind of rare treasures had she not seen? She was even fortunate enough to have seen a top-quality mercury mirror brought from the West as a tribute to the royal family. But compared to the giant mirror in front of me, it is just like the blurry copper sheet forged in a country blacksmith shop. This kind of divine object, which is flawless and shiny enough to reflect a person's light, is unworthy of the name even if it is placed in the capital. It is also enough to cause the princes and nobles to fight each other to the point of bloodshed. How could it appear in such a remote place, in the home of a countryman? Nangong Yinshu's heart was completely in turmoil. She looked at the young man in the mirror who remained calm and composed. For the first time, I felt that the title of this so-called living immortal might not be groundless. Just then, the sound of light footsteps was heard. Bai Jiro, Bai Shuejian, and Lu Rume, 3 girls, walked out of the side room holding trays. My dear, please have some tea. The 3 girls all bowed to Fong Hanying, their voices so gentle and charming, and with respect from the heart. Shun Guan and Nangong Yinshu's gazes fell on the 3 women at the same time. Then, the hearts of the 2 were shaken again. There were 3 women. One was gentle as water, one was pretty as a flower, and one was plump as honey. Each one of them is a rare beauty. But this was not what frightened them the most. What frightened them most was the complexion of these 3 women. They were wearing clean and tidy silk clothes, although they were not made of expensive materials. But it outlines their graceful figures just right. More importantly, their faces all have a healthy and natural rosy glow. His eyes were clear and his spirits were high. How could he look anything like those disaster victims outside with pale faces, skinny bodies, and chapped lips? This is clearly the look of a child carefully pampered by a wealthy family with delicacies from land and sea and silks and satins. In this year of severe drought where even drinking clean water has become a luxury, Fong Han was able to bring his woman to him. How can it be kept so juicy and nourishing? Shun Guan looked at the 3 women with bright eyes and white teeth in front of him. Thinking about the maids and servants in his own house who were listless due to the heat and lack of water, the shock in his heart was beyond words. This person is definitely not ordinary. Bai Jiro gently placed a cup of tea on the table in front of Shun Guan. A fresh and unique tea fragrance that I had never smelled before instantly entered my nostrils. Shun Guan was a scholar and tea lover. He knew from just one sniff that this tea was of extraordinary quality. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. When you drink the tea, you don't have the bitterness of ordinary tea, but only a mellow sweetness that slides down your throat. It was as if a clear spring instantly washed away the heat and fatigue in the internal organs. Good tea. Shun Guan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He put down his teacup and his expression became extremely serious. He stood up and bowed deeply to Fong Han. Mr. Fong, I came here today for no other reason than to ask you for advice on how to summon water. I hope to give life to the hundreds of thousands of hungry people in Qingshi County. At this moment, not only the legal advisor and yamen runners behind him, but even Nangong Yinshu was stunned. Her husband has always had a high opinion of himself. When has he ever shown such great courtesy to anyone? Fong Han accepted his bow calmly, his expression unchanged, still looking calm and composed. Your Excellency, you are too kind. He waved his hand and spoke nonsense in a serious tone. This is a geomancy technique passed down by our ancestors. It is not some magical technique. It is simply observing the direction of mountains and rivers, searching for dragons and chi, dividing gold, and locating the location of the burial site. We were lucky enough to find an underground water vein. You don't deserve such treatment from me, Your Excellency. It's the same rhetoric again. Xinguan naturally didn't believe it completely. How could feng shui help in this drought that had covered 1,000 miles of barren land? Accurately point out a magical well that will save the entire village? But now, he has no other choice. Believe that there is still a glimmer of hope. If you don't believe it, you can only sit here and wait for the disaster report to be uploaded. He was then dismissed from his post and investigated by the imperial court, and eventually the people of the entire county were displaced and starving. He would rather believe it exists than not. Even if the horse is dead, we must try our best to save it. Xinguan's eyes became extremely firm at this moment, even with a hint of pleading. Mr. Fong. He bowed again, his tone sincere to the utmost. I don't care if this is geomancy or divine magic. Qingshi County is suffering from a severe drought, and the people are in dire straits. I beg you to help find a few more life-saving water sources for the people of this county. He paused and made his promise. As long as you are willing to help, I can make the decision. If you have any request, as long as I, Xinguan, can do it, I will never refuse. Gold, silver, fertile land, or even an official position. As long as you ask. These words were the greatest sincerity he could show. Fang Han looked at him and didn't answer immediately. And at this moment, in his calm mind, the cold system prompt sound exploded without any warning. Ding! A character matching the binding conditions has been detected. Nangong Yinshu. Identity: wife of the Qingshi County Magistrate. If you successfully bind as your fourth wife, the double door system will be upgraded to level 4. Reward: unlock Gene Optimization Fluid, Basic. Fang Han's pupils suddenly shrank. His eyes swept over the beautiful lady who had been standing behind the county magistrate from beginning to end, wearing a veil and saying nothing. The county magistrate's wife? System upgrade? Gene optimization solution? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and his heart began to beat wildly, uncontrollably. This deal seems possible. But this behavior is a bit like the legacy of Wei Wu. Chapter 46, Madame's Invitation. This system is getting wilder and wilder. At least I saved the Bai sisters before. Lu Rumei was even secretly in love with him. But the one in front of me is the legitimate wife of the county magistrate. Fang Han's gaze fell calmly on the noble lady behind Xinguan who had not said a word from beginning to end. She wore a veil on her head, a layer of white gauze as thin as a cicada's wing covering her peerless beauty. But it couldn't hide her exquisite and curvy, mature, and graceful figure. She was wearing an ice blue gauze dress, which exuded a cool and noble feeling even in such hot and humid weather. Although it is not clear, through the layer of gauze, you can vaguely see the outline of a flawless oval face, and a pair of phoenix eyes that seemed to contain autumn water. That was not the innocence of a young girl, but a kind of beauty that was carefully carved by time. The settled grace and luxury. Every move, every frown and smile. They all exude an endless charm that makes people's hearts flutter. It makes people can't help but want to lift the veil and find out what's inside. It also makes people unable to help but want to do what that thief Chow did. Fang Han's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously, and he was speechless. The system assigned the task of letting you steal the favor of the county lord. It's outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. He calmed himself down and temporarily suppressed this absurd thought. His gaze returned to the anxious county magistrate Shun Guan who was almost ready to sink into the dust. Looking at his bloodshot eyes that were filled with worry for the people. I also thought of the victims at the village entrance who were tortured beyond recognition by the drought. Fang Han's heart moved slightly. Originally, he had just calculated for the sake of profit, but now he felt a different emotion. Well, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. What's more, this deal is a sure win for him. Please stand up, Your Excellency. Fang Han stepped forward and gave Xinguan a light support, stopping him from bowing again. Xinguan's face lit up with joy, and he looked at him eagerly. Then, sir, have you agreed? Fang Han nodded, facing the expectant gazes of the crowd, and slowly spoke. It is my duty to find a glimmer of hope for the people. I can help. He changed the subject and spoke in a calm tone. But I don't want gold, silver, good land, or official position. Xinguan was stunned. He had imagined that Fang Han would ask for an exorbitant price, and was even prepared to empty the county treasury to satisfy him. But no one expected that Fong Han would treat these things that people are so eager for as trash. If he doesn't want these, then what does he want? Not only Xinguan, but also the legal advisor and yamen runners behind him were stunned. The county magistrate's wife, Nangong Yinshu, had a pair of phoenix eyes hidden under her veil, which were even more brilliant. This man was indeed, as she thought, an absolute eccentric. If one regards gold and silver as dirt, then what he seeks must be extraordinary. I don't want gold or silver. Fong Han's voice echoed calmly in the hall. I just want the century-old medicinal herbs stored in the county government treasury. The older the better. Especially tonics like tiger bones, deer antlers, and wild ginseng. I'll take as many as you can get. When these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. Xinguan was stunned for a while, and then his face was filled with great ecstasy. Medicinal herbs? Just medicinal herbs? For him, this is not even a condition. Although Qingshi County is poor, it is backed by mountains. The aged medicinal herbs accumulated in the county government treasury over the years, especially the rare ones confiscated from hunters. There are quite a few of them. They are usually kept in a closet, unattended, and are almost eaten by moths. Now I can save the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in the county. This is simply a pie in the sky. That's all. Xinguan couldn't believe his ears. That's all I need. Fong Han answered affirmatively. Okay. No problem. Xinguan was overjoyed and practically patted his chest to promise. I agree. I'll immediately send someone back to the county office to take inventory and deliver all the century-old medicinal herbs to you, sir. The deal was settled, and everyone was happy. Just as Xinguan was about to say goodbye and leave, he hurried to do this matter. The county magistrate's wife, who had been silent behind him, suddenly took half a step forward. Mr. Fong. She opened her red lips slightly, and her voice was gentle and sweet, like a yellow oriole singing in a valley. It also has a hint of the unique magnetism of a mature woman, which makes people feel their bones go soft when listening to it. I'm sorry to bother you today. The search for water is a matter of great importance, and I'm sure there are many details that need to be discussed. I wonder if you'll be free tomorrow. I'd like to prepare some wine at home so I can consult with you in person. Nangong Yinshu took the initiative to extend the invitation, with those beautiful eyes hidden behind the veil. He stared at Fong Han without blinking, full of undisguised curiosity and inquiry. She really wanted to find out what kind of person this man in front of her, who was full of mysteries, was. A country bumpkin, living in a mansion comparable to that of a wealthy man. A young man, yet he possesses the unfathomable ability to find water. An ordinary person, yet he disdains gold, silver, and official titles. I just have a special liking for those seemingly useless medicinal herbs. He was like a huge mystery that attracted her deeply. Fong Han looked at her and thought of the system's task again in his mind, with an imperceptible curve at the corner of his mouth. He nodded and readily agreed. Madam, how dare I refuse your kindness? I will definitely be there on time tomorrow. After seeing off the county magistrate and his entourage, the Fong family compound returned to peace again. Bai Jiro and Lu Rumei hurried forward, tidied up the tea set on the table, and looked into Fong Han's eyes, full of pride and honor. Even the county magistrate had to come to their men respectfully to ask them to marry him. What an honor it was. Fong Han waved his hand to let them go and get busy, and he returned to the room alone. With a thought, he called up the system panel that only he could see. Ding! A character matching the binding conditions has been detected. Nangong Yinshu. Identity: wife of the Qingshi County Magistrate. If you successfully bind as your fourth wife, the double door system will be upgraded to level 4. Reward: unlock gene optimization fluid, basic. Looking at the bright system panel, Fong Han touched his chin and his eyes became a little playful. Gene optimization solution? This thing sounds awesome just by the name. Gene optimization is a transformation and improvement at the most fundamental level of life. If I use this, will I become more sharp-eyed and have a photographic memory? Will it be completely transformed? Fong Han's heart was completely burning with passion. It seems that I have to go to the county magistrate's mansion. This thief Chow has to be punished. Chapter 47. Madam is feeling itchy. The next day, just after dawn, a horse-drawn carriage sent by the county government stopped steadily at the gate of the Fong family compound. Fong Han changed into a clean blue cloth robe, spoke briefly to the yamen runners who came to greet him, and then got on the carriage. The carriage drove all the way to the county town. The scenes along the way were even more miserable than those in Liushi village. The land was dry and cracked like a torn wound, and disaster victims were scattered on the roadside. He was skinny, with empty eyes, like a walking corpse. When the carriage entered Qingshi County, the scene was slightly better, but it could not hide the despair that permeated the air. The once bustling streets are now deserted, with doors and windows of every household closed, trying to keep the deadly heat out. The carriage stopped in front of the county government office. What surprised Fong Han was Shun Guan, the lord of a county. He actually brought his legal advisor with him and had already been waiting at the stone steps at the entrance of the yamen. The county magistrate, who had been full of official authority yesterday, now had a humble smile on his face. When he saw Fong Han getting off the car, he hurried over and bowed to him. "Mr. Fong, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time." This attitude doesn't look like treating a commoner at all. It's clearly welcoming an imperial envoy from the capital. Fong Han accepted the gift calmly, but his eyes were attracted by the beautiful figure beside Shin Guan. The county magistrate's wife, Nangang Yinshu, was also standing by today. She took off the veil she wore yesterday and put on a simple moon-white long dress. The hem of the skirt was embroidered with a few elegant orchids using only light blue silk thread. Unlike the luxury of yesterday, she is now. It has less of a sense of unattainable distance and more of the gentleness of a lotus in clear water. Even so, his overall demeanor still stands out like a crane among chickens. A perfect oval face, skin as smooth as cream and as delicate as a baby's. Beneath the dark eyebrows like distant mountains are a pair of bright and lively eyes, and the eyes seem to contain endless autumn water as they move. Her nose is straight and graceful. Her lips are naturally red, plump and moist, with the alluring color of a ripe peach. She just stood there quietly, like a beautiful painting that a master painter had spent all his efforts to create. When Fong Han looked over, the graceful and elegant wife of the county magistrate looked like a frightened deer. Her feather-like eyelashes trembled slightly, and she lowered her eyes subconsciously. A barely noticeable blush appeared on her beautiful cheeks. This look actually brought out her mature charm. It adds a bit of girlish shyness, which is even more touching. Fong Han laughed secretly in his heart. This woman must be extremely curious about him. "You are welcome, Your Excellency." Fong Han retracted his gaze and smiled indifferently at Shin Guan. "Sir, please come in. Tea and maps are ready in the back hall. We are just waiting for you to show your magical powers." Shin Guan turned sideways and led the way in front. His attitude was so respectful that the eyes of the yamen runners beside him almost popped out. The group came to the back hall. A detailed Bluestone County map had already been spread out on a huge pearwood table. Shin Guan and his master stood aside, not daring to breathe, looking at Fong Han with anticipation. Nangang Yinshu stayed in the hall on the pretext of serving tea, and she stood not far away. A pair of beautiful eyes were fixed on Fong Han without blinking, full of inquiry. Fong Han didn't hesitate and walked straight to the table. He leaned forward pretentiously and slowly ran his finger across the map. Sometimes he frowned, sometimes he nodded, and he was muttering some words that no one could understand. The mountains here are like a coiled dragon, but unfortunately the dragon's energy has been intercepted, and the water veins are not visible. The terrain here is open, but it's too scattered to hold moisture. His serious and expert look left Shin Guan and his master confused. But I didn't dare to disturb him and could only worry on the side. Finally, Fong Han's fingers tapped heavily on 3 locations on the map. One is near a mass grave in the western suburbs of the county, an abandoned kiln factory in the south of the city. There is another one in a depression in the north of the city. In these 3 places, there are undercurrents flowing deep underground, and the water veins are the most abundant. You can dig wells to get water. Fong Han stood up straight, his tone calm, but with an unquestionable confidence. "Very good." Shin Guan was overjoyed when he heard this. He rubbed his hands excitedly and immediately turned around to call for help. "Come here. Immediately gather all the young and strong men in the city, bring tools, and go to these 3 locations to dig wells." "My lord, please wait." Fong Han raised his hand to stop him. Shin Guan was stunned and turned back in confusion. "Sir, is there something wrong with this?" Official Fong leisurely picked up the tea that Baijiro had personally roasted for him, blew gently on the hot steam, and then slowly said, "Digging a well to find a vein is a matter of stealing the spiritual inspiration of heaven and earth. It requires the right time, place, and people." He paused and glanced at Master Shin Guanha, who was stunned by what he heard. "Continue to talk nonsense seriously. When digging a well, you can't allow too many mortals to interfere, and you can't allow outsiders to pry at you. Otherwise, once the spiritual energy in the earth veins leaks out, even if you dig through the ground, you'll only find a pile of dry soil, let alone water." These words sounded so magical that Shin Guan and his master looked at each other in bewilderment, their minds in a mess. Reiki? Leaked? Although I think it's very mysterious. But when they thought about the magical well that Fong Han created out of thin air in Liushi village, They dared not disbelieve it. Then according to your opinion, what should we do? Shenguan asked cautiously. Fang Han put down the teacup and raised a finger. It's very simple. My lord, just send someone to take me to these 3 places in turn. Then, clear all outsiders within a 100-meter radius and forbid anyone from getting close to spy. For me, half an hour alone is enough. One person? Half an hour alone. Shen Guanhe and his master were completely stunned. Isn't digging a well a strenuous job? No need for digging or chiseling. If a person stands for half an hour, water will come out by itself? Although I was a little skeptical in my heart. But he didn't say anything else. Okay, I'll do as you say. Shen Guan nodded heavily without hesitation. I will personally lead people to clear the area for you. Nangong Yunshu, who was standing aside, took it all in. Her beautiful phoenix eyes just looked at Fang Han quietly, watching him use a few vague words to dismiss her husband, who had always been smart. I was so frightened that I was stunned, looking at his calm and composed appearance, as if everything is under control. The curiosity in her heart was almost overflowing. The secret of this man is like a bottomless whirlpool. It made her want to get closer and explore. She suddenly felt that her life as a lady had been monotonous and boring for decades. It seems it's starting to get interesting. Nangong Yunshu's heart felt like it was being gently scratched by a kitten's claws, making it itchy and numb. Chapter 48, is that all? A mass grave in the western suburbs of the county town. This is the most unlucky place in Qingshu County. Usually, there are only brave wild dogs here. There was not even a ghost to be seen. Now there was a severe drought, and the weeds in the fields had dried up and turned grayish-yellow. When the wind blew, what was blown up was not dust, but fragments of ashes and paper money, adding a bit of eeriness. Shenguan personally brought a team of Yamen runners and surrounded the wasteland that Fang Han mentioned with 3 layers of walls inside and outside. The Yamen runners held long sticks and formed an impenetrable human wall, each with a solemn expression. His eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly, as if he was guarding some top-secret military secret. But in my heart, I was worried. It's such a desolate place, not to mention water. There's not even a rat hole. Could it be that the county magistrate was really fooled by that kid? Fang Han ignored everything around him and walked into the circle formed by the human wall alone. He slowly took out a yellow detector from his arms. Not far away, under a dead old locust tree, a few paunchy country gentlemen dressed in silk and satin were looking over here curiously. The leaders were none other than the local tyrants of Qingshu County, Mr. Li and Mr. Wang. When Shun Guanxin took office, he conducted an inventory of farmland and cracked down on tax evasion. It really affected a lot of the gentry and wealthy families. They had long hoped that this ungrateful county magistrate would get into trouble. He's really desperate and is trying anything. Mr. Li touched the fat on his chin, his face full of disdain. He actually believed the nonsense of such a young boy and ran to this pile of dead bodies to look for water. I think he has lost his mind. Brother Li is absolutely right. Wang Yuanwei waved his folding fan, his eyes cold. When he can't dig out even a drop of water, I wonder how he can continue to hold the position of county magistrate. When that happens, we can jointly submit a petition to accuse him of wasting people's money and resources and misleading the people. Next to them stood a blind man with a goatee and sunglasses. This person was none other than the half-immortal Lu Xiazi whom they found in the county town, who claimed to be able to understand yin and yang and judge feng shui. Blind Lu pretended to pinch his fingers and then put his ear to the ground to listen. Then he shook his head, looking mysterious. My 2 lords, I can guarantee this with my own eyes. He pointed at his sunglasses. This place is a dense mass of yin energy. The earth's veins are dry. It's a 9 yin forbidden land. Forget digging a well. Even if you dig 30 feet down here, you won't find a single drop of water. After hearing this, Mr. Li and Mr. Wang sneered even more, looking at Fang Han as if he were a clown. They crossed their arms, waiting to see how Shun Guan and that living immortal would end up in disgrace. Inside the circle, Fang Han held a metal detector and ignored the flies in the distance. He walked slowly in the wasteland, and the dragon-seeking plate made 1 or 2 slight, beeping sounds from time to time. In Shun Guan's eyes, this master's behavior was a mysterious magic. There was an elusive mystery in Nangong Yunshu's beautiful eyes. But in the eyes of Mr. Li and others, it was a deceptive trick. Suddenly, Fang Han stopped. The beeping sound from the dragon-seeking plate in his hand suddenly became rapid and harsh, and the pointer on it swung wildly. Found it. He squatted down, made an inconspicuous mark at that location, and then put the dragon-seeking plate back into his arms. Then, in the surprised eyes of everyone, he just stood there, closed his eyes, as if communicating with the heaven and earth. In fact, his mind had already sunk into the storage space. The next second, a black electric loyang shovel with a spiral drill bit appeared. It appeared silently in his hand. He aimed the drill at the spot he had marked and flipped the switch. There was no earth-shattering noise, no dusty scene. There was only a buzzing sound that was so slight that it was almost negligible. The alloy drill bit gleamed with a cold light, like a red-hot knife cutting butter. It drilled into the hard, cracked ground easily and unreasonably. Dry soil, gravel, clay layers. Layer upon layer of geological structures seemed as fragile as paper in front of that crystal of modern industry. The soil was quickly brought out by the auger head and piled up into a small mound at his feet. Fong Han didn't even bend his waist. He just held the drill rod and controlled the direction. The whole process was eerily quiet. Mr. Lee and others who were watching from a distance only saw the boy standing there motionless, like a wooden stake. Playing tricks, Mr. Wong spat. It took less than an incense stick of time. It was as thick as a bowl, without Fong Han even breaking a sweat. But a narrow, bottomless well has already taken shape. When the drill bit breaks through the last layer of hard, impermeable rock, a chilling air with a strong smell of water vapor suddenly rushed up from the drill hole. Done. Fong Han had an idea and used the electric loyang shovel and the soil he brought out. The storage space was retracted in an instant, and the ground was clean, as if nothing had happened. He casually moved a stone half the size of a man from the side and covered the small hole with it tightly. After doing all this, he brushed off the non-existent dust on his hands, turned around, and walked out of the crowd with a leisurely pace. Mr. Fong. Shen Guan was the first to rush up, followed by Nangong Yunshu and his master. Everyone's face was filled with tension and anticipation. Fong Han looked at him and uttered 2 words calmly. All right. Oh. Shen Guan was completely stunned. The legal advisor and the surrounding yamen runners were also confused. All right. Is that it? I didn't see you breaking ground or using any tools. You just went in and stood there for a while, and that's it? This is too fast. In the distance, Mr. Lee laughed out loud. Ha! I told you. He's a liar. Mr. Shun, what else do you have to say now? Xinguan's face turned red and white as he looked at Fong Han's overly calm face. I looked at the ordinary stone again, feeling very nervous. But he chose to believe. He gritted his teeth and waved at the 2 strongest yamen runners behind him. Move it away. The 2 yamen runners looked at each other, and although they had doubts in their hearts, they still walked forward, hugged the big rock together, and moved it to the side. At the moment the stone was moved. Call. An indescribable, bone-chilling chill, mixed with thick, insoluble moist vapor, suddenly gushed out from the dark cave entrance. That chill was like an invisible hand that instantly strangled everyone's breath. Xinguan and the 2 yamen runners who were standing at the front were shocked by the cool air and shivered. The heat in their bodies was instantly dispelled, and all the pores in their bodies opened up comfortably. It felt like jumping into an ice cellar in the hottest days of summer. Cool. Chapter 49. Water really came out. Everyone was shocked, and the beautiful woman became more curious. Water bucket. The voice of a yamen runner was as dry as if it had been sandpapered. With trembling hands, he untied the water bag tied around his waist, but found that it was already empty. Another yamen runner reacted quickly, crawled back to the carriage, brought out a spare new wooden barrel, and quickly tied a rope to it. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the wooden barrel. The bailiff carefully moved the wooden barrel along the side of the dark cave. Slowly, water began to gush out of the cave. There's water. There really is water. The yamen runner holding the spear trembled and almost dropped it. His face flushed with excitement. Everyone subconsciously held their breath, stretched their necks, and stared at the hole without blinking. Gradually, the moist coolness became stronger and stronger. Finally, a wooden barrel that was full and even overflowing was filled with the gushing water. Water's coming out. It's really coming out. I don't know who shouted first. The voice was hoarse and broken, but full of ecstasy as if one had survived a disaster. The next second, the emotions that had been suppressed to the extreme suddenly exploded. Oh my God! It's water. It's clear. The water's out. The yamen runners cheered like crazy and threw away the long sticks in their hands. They hugged each other, jumped and danced, and some even knelt on the ground. He burst into tears. The cry was no longer a cry of despair, but tears of joy at seeing hope. Xinguan's body was shaking violently. His elegant face looked haggard from days of hard work. His face flushed with excitement. He staggered and almost fell to the bucket of water. Under the scorching sun, the water was clear and sweet without a trace of impurities. It was so clear that it could reflect his face full of disbelief. He stared blankly at the bucket of water, then looked up at the young man who had remained calm throughout. Finally, he took a deep breath and flicked the hem of his official robe. Thump. This county lord has always been proud of his scholarly character and regards social ethics and etiquette as his guiding principles. His knees suddenly went weak, and he was about to kneel down to Fong Han. Shun, on behalf of the hundreds of thousands of people in Qingshi County, thanks you for saving my life. If this kneeling is real, it will be an earth-shattering event. But when his knees were still 3 inches away from the scorching ground, a hand held them firmly. That hand didn't look very strong, but it contained an irresistible, gentle, and firm power. Fong Han supported him in time, his expression still calm. Your Excellency, this is not allowed. Shenguan raised his head, his eyes were already red, and he looked at Fong Han's calm eyes. The awe and enthusiasm in my heart almost overflowed. This is not some kind of feng shui technique at all. This is clearly a magical method of turning stone into gold. Under the dead locust tree in the distance, the sneers on Mr. Li and Mr. Wang's faces were still frozen at the corners of their mouths, and they didn't have time to retract them. Their mouths opened wider and wider, until finally, they were so big that they could almost fit a fist in them. They watched helplessly as the bucket of crystal clear water was brought up. Watching those Yamen runners cheering like crazy, and watching County Magistrate Shun Guan so excited that he wanted to kneel down on the spot. There was a buzzing sound in both of their minds, and everything went blank. How is it possible? How is this possible? How could water actually come out of that mass grave where no one lives? Even stray dogs despise it. Pa! There was a crisp sound, and the ivory folding fan in Wang Yuanwai's hand fell to the ground, but he was completely unaware of it. The half-immortal Lu Xiaozi next to him was even more shocked. The banner in his hand with the words, "Iron Mouth Straightforward," written on it fell to the ground with a clang. His old face, which pretended to be profound, was now whiter than his clothes, and his whole body was shaking like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He pointed at his sunglasses, his voice changing tone, with tears in his eyes. I guarantee with my own eyes that this is the Nine-in desolate land. The earth veins are dry. How can there be water? This doesn't make sense. This is against feng shui. His look of having seen a ghost formed an extremely funny contrast with his confident attitude just now. In a carriage not far away, Nangong Yinshu saw the entire shocking scene through the gap in the curtains. The moment water came out of the cave, she only felt her heart. It was as if an invisible hand was gripping me tightly, and even my breathing stopped for a moment. She subconsciously stretched out her delicate hands and covered her lips tightly, fearing that she would scream out uncontrollably. Under the white gauze of the veil, the pair of graceful and elegant phoenix eyes were now wide open, filled with surging waves. Miracle. This is absolutely a miracle. She once again looked at the young man who was surrounded by people but remained as calm as an outsider. The mystery surrounding this man has not been solved. Instead, it was like a snowball, getting bigger and bigger, until it got to a point that made her tremble with fear. How on earth did this man do it? The news that a divine well had been discovered in the mass graves in the western suburbs was like a Force 12 hurricane. In just half a day, it swept across the entire lifeless Qingshi County. At first, no one believed it. But when cartloads of clear well water were brought back to the city by the Yamen runners, when it was distributed to the people who were almost dying of thirst, the whole county was in an uproar. In the next few days, Shenguan completely became Fong Han's most loyal supporter. Fong Han said he wanted to go to the abandoned kiln factory in the south of the city. Shenguan didn't say anything and personally led people to clear the area. Fong Han said he wanted to go to the depression in the north of the city, and Shenguan directly transferred all the personal guards of the county government there. It was so crowded that not even a fly could get in. And Fong Han did the same thing every time. Under the gazes of the people and officials, some with suspicion, some with expectation, and some with fanaticism, he simply walked into the circle with his hands behind his back, standing there alone for the time it took to stick of incense. Then, walk out and calmly utter 2 words. All right. Every time, when the huge rock pressing on the wellhead was removed, when the eerie water vapor gushed out, when the clear life-saving water was brought up, the scene will erupt in cheers that are even more thunderous than the last time. From 1 well, to 2, to 3. In just 3 days, Fong Han traveled to the east, south, west, north and center of Qingshi County. With a magical method that ordinary people cannot understand, he lit up 8 bottomless life-saving wells with abundant water sources one after another. These 8 wells, like 8 arteries of life, continuously deliver sweet spring water to every corner of the county. The entire Qingshi County came alive. The legend of the living immortal was completely ignited and spread like wildfire among countless people. People are no longer satisfied with drinking the magic water. They began to spontaneously. They flocked in groups to the wellheads that had been enlightened by Feng Han. They didn't dare to get close, but just knelt down in a black mass 100 meters away. They brought the most precious incense and candles in their home, lit them, and the smoke rose up, carrying their most pious wishes. They kowtowed again and again towards the well and the land where Feng Han once stood, muttering something. At first, they called him Mr. Feng and Living Immortal. In the end, these two titles were no longer enough to express the fanatical admiration and gratitude in their hearts, directly treating Feng Han as a god. Chapter 50. Deposits exceed 100 million. In the backyard of the county government office, in front of a heavily guarded warehouse, Shunguan personally took a bunch of heavy brass keys and solemnly opened the iron and wooden door covered with thick dust. Mr. Feng, all the rare medicinal herbs over 100 years old in this county's treasury are here. Squeak. As the door was slowly pushed open, a medicinal fragrance so strong that it almost became tangible came into the air. A dry scent mixed with the accumulation of time hits you in the face. The fragrance was so overbearing that just a sniff made Feng Han's pores all over his body open up and his spirits lifted. The light in the warehouse was dim, but the scene inside could still be seen clearly. On the left side are rows of huge wooden shelves, on which are neatly stacked sealed wooden boxes. The right side is even more shocking. Whole, processed tiger bones were piled up into a hill half a person's height. A faint aura of kingship still lingered on the pale bones. Next to it is the cut antler. Each piece has fine lines and a rich bloody smell. On the innermost shelf, there are several huge wooden boxes wrapped in red cloth. Xinguan carefully opened one of them, which was as thick as a child's arm. A century-old wild ginseng, shaped like a human, lies quietly inside, with its ginseng roots intact and emitting an alluring aura. These are all excellent things. The legal advisor following behind him couldn't help but exclaim in amazement at these treasures that could only be seen in files on weekdays. Any one of these things would be enough to make the big pharmacies in the county town scramble for it. But now, it is like ordinary firewood, filling the entire warehouse. Xinguan looked at Feng Han with a hint of uneasiness on his face. Although these things are precious, what are they compared to the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in the county? He was afraid that Feng Han would feel it was not enough. Feng Han's eyes swept across the room, full of treasures. His heart was already filled with huge waves, but his face remained calm. He stretched out his hand and gently brushed the pile of tiger bones in front of him, then turned his head, looked at Xinguan, and calmly uttered 3 words. I want them all. The voice was not loud, but it revealed an unquestionable determination. Xinguan's heart, which had been hanging in the air, instantly fell back into his stomach, and his face was immediately replaced by ecstasy. He nodded repeatedly and waved excitedly. All right, come on, prepare the carriage. Take all the herbs in the warehouse, leave nothing behind, and deliver them all to Mr. Feng's residence. Use the best carriage in the county and send the steadiest driver. Absolutely no bumps or bruises. After receiving the order, the yamen runners who had been waiting outside the door immediately took action. Soon, more than a dozen large carriages with thick cushions stopped at the door of the warehouse. The yamen runners carefully loaded boxes and bundles of rare medicinal herbs onto the truck in a continuous stream. The scene was even grander than when the county magistrate went on tour. When this team loaded with century-old miraculous medicine drove into Liushi village in a mighty manner. The whole village fell into an eerie silence again. The villagers came out of their houses and stared blankly at the dozen or so trucks that almost blocked the village road. Looking at those yamen runners who usually show off their dominance, they are now like the most humble servants, carefully unloading the things from the car. They have become numb. It's late at night. The lights in Feng Han's room were bright. Bai Jiro and the other 2 girls had already gone to bed. He stood alone in front of the medicinal herbs that filled half the room, his eyes burning. Without the slightest hesitation, he thought about it, and the mountain of tiger bones, deer antlers, and century-old ginseng in front of him disappeared silently into the air like a young swallow flying into the forest, and were all stored in the 1 cubic meter storage space. After doing all this, he walked to the bedside, his mind immersed in his thoughts, and gave orders to the light door connecting the 2 worlds that only he could see. System opens double passing door. These things are very valuable in major drugstores, but it is even more precious now. In modern times, the value of these pure natural, pollution-free, and highly effective century-old wild medicinal herbs is enormous. It will be magnified exponentially. If we sell them, we will definitely get an unimaginable amount of money. After a slight dizziness, the scene in front of Fong Han changed from a quaint wooden room. It became that familiar rental house, full of modern atmosphere. He took out the charged smartphone, skillfully found the familiar number, and dialed it. The call was answered almost instantly. Brother Han, holy shit, you finally called. If you don't contact me, I'm going to call the police and report you missing. Wang Xiao's characteristic loud voice came out from the receiver. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go to the usual place. Bring your expert with you. We have some new stuff to open your eyes. Half an hour later, in a private warehouse on the outskirts of the city, Wang Xiao and the old expert with reading glasses and gray hair were pacing back and forth anxiously. Mr. Wang, this Mr. Fong you mentioned, is the thing in his hand really that magical? The old expert adjusted his glasses, with a hint of doubt in his tone. Mr. Li, just wait and see. Young Master Wang patted his chest, his face full of mystery and pride. What my brother Han brings out is nothing ordinary. As soon as he finished speaking, the rolling door of the warehouse was opened with a crash. Fong Han walked in. Brother Han. Wang Xiao immediately went up to him. Fong Han nodded without any unnecessary courtesy and walked directly to the open space in the center of the warehouse. An idea came to his mind. Next second, under the stunned gaze of Wang Xiao and Li Lao. Clatter. It was as if a treasure mountain appeared out of thin air. Mountains of white tiger bones and top-quality deer antlers exuding a wild scent. There were also hundreds of wild ginseng and Polygonum multiflorum tied with red ropes, with an outrageous appearance. Countless top-grade medicinal herbs that can only be seen in legends and at top auctions. Without any warning, it was dumped onto the cold concrete floor like a pile of garbage. In the warehouse, the aroma of medicine, so strong that it almost condensed into substance, instantly overwhelmed the two of them. The smile on Wang Xiao's face froze. His mouth opened wider and wider, and his eyes became as big as bells. Staring straight at the hill made of magical medicine in front of him, he seemed to be under a spell and could not move. The reaction of Mr. Li next to him was even more exaggerated. He was shocked at first, and then he staggered back 2 steps as if struck by lightning. The thermos in his hand fell to the ground with a clang and shattered into pieces. This. The old expert pointed at the pile of medicinal herbs, his fingers shaking as if he had Parkinson's disease, and his old face turned liver-colored due to excessive excitement. He rushed over suddenly, grabbed a tiger bone that was thicker than his thigh, and then tremblingly picked up a human-shaped wild ginseng, put it under his nose, and sniffed it like crazy. Finally, he fell to the ground with a thud, holding his heart. He was breathing heavily, and tears welled up in his eyes. Miracle. This is a miracle. The old expert sighed to the heavens, his voice hoarse and enthusiastic. I have studied Chinese medicinal herbs my entire life, and I have never seen wild treasures of this quality, of this age, and in such a large quantity. This simply cannot exist in this world. Incredible. Wang Xiao finally recovered from his petrified state. He swallowed hard, turned his head, and looked at the monster. No, look at the god's eyes, staring at Fong Han. He didn't ask anything. He knew that there were some things he couldn't ask. He just took out his cell phone silently and operated the screen quickly with his fingers. A moment later, Fong Han's phone lit up with a ding. A bank SMS notification was clearly displayed on the screen. XX Bank, your savings card account ending in XXXX received 80 million renminbi on X/X/X, and the current account balance is 105,340,000 renminbi and 52 cents. 80 million. Add to that the previous money, his bank deposits. Easily broke through the small goal of 100 million. Chapter 51 Madame's Night Banquet, a secret meeting under the moon. Looking at the long string of thrilling zeros on the phone, Fong Han's mood was surprisingly calm. 100 million. For that otaku who once relied on playing for others to make ends meet, this was an astronomical figure that was enough to drive him crazy. Money is just a tool. What really excites him is what these tools can bring. The equipment is enough for him to settle down in the dying dynasty and even live a more comfortable life. Mr. Wang, do me a favor. Fong Han put away his phone and looked at Mr. Wang, who was still drooling over the pile of medicinal herbs. Brother Han, you said it. If I, Fatty Wang, frown even when faced with danger, I will not be a human being. Young Master Wang patted his chest and vowed. I want a few things, the best ones, Fong Han said calmly. A military-grade, foldable drone for easy portability. Top-of-the-line infrared night vision goggles, and a tactical vest like the ones Special Forces use, that's stab-proof. Now that his fame is rising, it will inevitably attract the attention of more forces. In ancient times, what it meant to have a god's perspective was self-evident. Whether it is exploring the terrain, searching for resources, or guarding against unknown dangers, drones are irreplaceable artifacts. Night vision goggles and tactical vests are the purest life-saving trump cards. No problem. Wang Xiao's eyes lit up when he heard it. Don't worry, Brother Han. These things are not available on the market, but I have a way. I guarantee to get you the best stuff. After a pause, he took out a card from his pocket and stuffed it into Fong Han's hand. By the way, Brother Han, I also prepared some rations for you for the field, such as compressed biscuits and high-energy functional drinks. You have to take care of yourself when you are out there. Fong Han glanced at this thoughtful, rich second generation and nodded. After asking Mr. Wang to buy these things, Fong Han took out his cell phone again and ordered some chocolate candy. It can be considered a gift for the three girls. After Wang Xiao and the supplies online have arrived, Fong Han did not hesitate and returned directly to the Dying Dynasty. When Fong Han set foot on the land of the Dying Dynasty again, it was already late outside the window, the dew was heavy, and everything was silent. The glaring, incandescent light in the modern warehouse was instantly replaced by a warm yellow candlelight in the room. He felt warm in his heart. I saw Bai Jiro, Bai Shuejian, and Lu Rumei, the three girls, standing by the bed, and they were still awake. They sat side by side, their little heads nodding, obviously very sleepy, but still holding on, waiting for him to come back. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the three women raised their heads at the same time like frightened deer. When he saw clearly that it was Fong Han, a light of joy instantly bloomed in his sleepy eyes. Sir, you are back. Brother-in-law. Three voices with different styles. Fong Han smiled, walked up to them, and spread out his palms like a magic trick. On the palm of his hand were three small cubes wrapped in delicate colored tinfoil. What is this? Bai Shuejian was always the most curious one. She came forward and picked up a piece of purple. It felt warm to the touch, and she could smell a rich and strange fragrance that she had never smelled before. Snacks for you guys. Fong Han picked up one of the red ones and gently tore it along the edge. With a swish, the tinfoil was peeled off, revealing a brown solid with a silky luster. An extremely mellow and sweet aroma instantly filled the room. He broke it into two halves and gently fed one half to Bai Jiro's lips. Bai Jiro's pretty face turned red, and she felt a little shy, but she still opened her cherry lips obediently and took the thing in. The next second, her pair of gentle eyes suddenly widened. An indescribable silky touch slowly melted on the tip of her tongue. Then, an overbearing and extremely mellow sweet fragrance, mixed with a rich milky aroma, exploded and instantly swept across every one of her taste buds. That taste is so amazing. A blush of happiness instantly appeared on Wenwan's pretty face. She felt like she was about to melt in this incomparable sweetness. So delicious. Seeing this, Bai Shui couldn't wait to tear open the purple packaging in her hand and followed her sister's example, carefully taking a small bite. The little girl narrowed her eyes happily and let out a satisfied, kitten-like hum from her throat. My calves kicked lightly twice in pleasure. Oh my god, what is this? It tastes better than popsicles. Lu Rumei also got a piece. She tasted it in small sips with her watery eyes. A layer of happiness instantly covered her face. She stared at the chocolate in her hand. She looked at the man in front of her again, and the respect and admiration in her heart almost overflowed. Ding! Bai Jiro's happiness value plus 20, double door penetration energy plus 20. Ding! Bai Shuejian's happiness value plus 20, double door energy plus 20. Ding! Lu Rumei's love value plus 20, double door penetration energy plus 20. A series of system prompts sounded in my mind. Fong Han looked at the three stunning beauties in front of him who were almost bubbling with happiness because of a small piece of chocolate, and the smile on his lips became even more intense. The next day, Qingshi County. To thank Fong Han for saving lives and finding a way to survive for the people of the entire county, County Magistrate Shun Guan set up a banquet of the highest standards in the back hall of the county government office. At the banquet, Fong Han was arranged to sit at the main seat, and even the county magistrate Shun Guan could only sit below him. The county's chief clerk, county magistrate, registrar, and other officials were all present. Mr. Fong, I offer you a toast. If it weren't for your magical powers, my whole family would have been left starving. Fong Shenxian, I did it, you can do whatever you want. As the glasses clinked, everyone surrounded Fong Han, their words filled with compliments and flattery. Fong Han just sat there calmly, responding to the flattery calmly and occasionally raising his glass. Yet, he always made the officials who toasted him feel flattered. The more nonchalant he was, the more unfathomable he seemed to everyone. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. The county magistrate's wife, Nangong Yinshu, who had been sitting quietly at the last seat with her female relatives, suddenly stood up. She walked lightly to Fong Han, bowed slightly, and said in a gentle and pleasant voice, "Mr. Fong, I am sorry to bother you today." Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on the stunningly beautiful wife of the county magistrate. Nangong Yinshu wore an elegant goose yellow long dress today, which made her skin look even whiter than snow. She had a graceful temperament. She ignored the gazes of those around her, her eyes as clear as autumn water, fixed only on Fong Han. "I have something I'd like to ask you, sir." She parted her red lips, a hint of just the right amount of sadness in her tone. "My husband loves to garden and tend to plants. In the back garden, we have a few rare peonies transplanted from the capital, called Yao Huang. But because of the drought, even with well watering, they're withering and dying. I wonder, could you please come over and give those poor flowers some pointers?" These words are reasonable and flawless, but the smart people present could all tell that this was an excuse. Xinguan was slightly stunned, but then he smiled and even took the initiative to speak. "Yes, sir, those pots of flowers are my dearest love. If you can save them, it will be a great help to me." He actually took the initiative to create an opportunity for his wife to be alone with Fong Han. Fong Han glanced at Xinguan, then glanced at the incredibly beautiful lady in front of him and understood. He put down his glass and stood up. "Madam, you're too kind. I can't offer any advice, but it wouldn't hurt to go and take a look. Please come in, sir." A hint of joy flashed in Nangong Yinshu's eyes, and he stepped aside to lead the way. The two walked one after the other through the corridor and into the back garden of the county government office. As soon as you step into the garden, the noisy sounds of the banquet are isolated behind you. The night breeze brings the fragrance of flowers and plants, refreshing the heart. The two walked side by side on the cobblestone path. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was subtly quiet for a moment. Nangong Yinshu could clearly hear the accelerating beating of his heart in his chest. She comes from a prominent family in Beijing. What kind of men has she not seen? The prince is a young man of great talent, as talented as a fish in a river. But no one could bring her such strong curiosity and excitement that almost suffocated her like the man next to her. He is like a bottomless mystery. The closer you get to him, the more mysterious he becomes. "Madam, the flowers in this garden are quite unique." Finally, Fong Han spoke first and broke the silence. "I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, sir." Nangong Yinshu's breathing stagnated slightly. She turned her head and secretly looked at Fong Han's profile in the moonlight. He has a clear outline, a high-nose bridge, and a pair of deep eyes under the moonlight. One look at him, and you can't help but sink into them. "Sir, it seems you have no interest in gold, silver, or official titles." She finally asked the question in her heart. Her voice was very soft, as if testing. Fong Han didn't stop, looking ahead, and said calmly, "It's just external possessions." "Then what do you want, sir?" Nangong Yinshu asked, her heart beating faster. "Those seemingly useless herbs?" Fong Han smiled, turned his head, and met her gaze. The moment their eyes met, Nangong Yinshu felt like his breathing stopped. His eyes were calm, deep, and contained a hint of amusement that she couldn't understand. "Madam can't give me what I want." He spoke slowly. His voice was not loud, but it was like a stone thrown into the lake of Nangong Yinshu's heart, causing ripples. "Sir, how do you know I can't give it to you?" Nangong Yinshu asked back almost subconsciously. As soon as she said this, she was stunned. An intoxicating blush instantly appeared on her beautiful cheeks, and even her ears became hot. This statement is too ambiguous. The atmosphere in the garden suddenly became extremely ambiguous. Chapter 52. The lady throws herself into his arms. The air in the garden seemed to freeze instantly after Nangong Yinshu asked that subconscious question. The ambiguous factor grows wildly in the night, mixed with the fragrance of flowers and plants, turning into a poison that can make people intoxicated. Nangong Yinshu himself was confused. She was the wife of the county magistrate, well-read since childhood. How could she have ever said something so bold, explicit, and suggestive? The words were like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. The moment they came out of her mouth, she regretted it. A pretty face, with a beautiful face, suddenly became hot under the cold moonlight. The intoxicating blush spread from her cheeks to her snow-white neck, and even her small and delicate earlobes became crystal clear and frighteningly hot. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Her heart was pounding wildly in her chest, almost breaking her ribs. She subconsciously lowered her head, not daring to look into Fong Han's eyes. Her feather-like eyelashes trembled nervously, casting a fine shadow under her eyelids. Fong Han looked at her shy and embarrassed yet radiant appearance and smiled in his heart. The graceful and elegant wife of the county magistrate was like a phoenix kept in a golden cage. She is usually dignified and reserved, but once provoked, the charm in her bones is irresistible to anyone. He didn't continue the topic, as that would have embarrassed her further. He just smiled, turned around, and continued walking forward, his tone returning to its previous calmness. Madam, don't be anxious. Flowers, plants, and trees, like people, have their own destiny. Let's go and take a look first. He took the initiative to give the step. Nangong Yinshu breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he also felt an inexplicable sense of loss. She quickly gathered her thoughts and forced herself to calm down. I followed silently, but my heart, which was beating out of rhythm, couldn't calm down. The two walked one in front and one behind on the cobblestone path. Nangong Yinshu walked in front, her figure graceful and moving with light lotus steps. Her waist swayed gracefully, a faint fragrance lingered in the air, and her back was as beautiful as a painting under the moonlight. She was so confused that she didn't pay attention to her feet. Suddenly, she stepped on a loose pebble and her tall body tilted violently. He let out a short scream and fell to the side uncontrollably. Oh, just when she thought she was about to have an intimate contact with the earth. A strong arm when you make a big fool of yourself. He reached out like lightning, put his arms around her soft waist, and brought her steadily into a solid and warm embrace. Warm and soft jade, full of fragrance. A rich, unique body fragrance that only belongs to a mature and beautiful woman, mixed with a faint smell of alcohol and the high-end incense on her body. It domineeringly drilled into Fong Han's nostrils. As for Nangong Yinshu, his entire body froze. Her cheek was pressed firmly against Fong Han's chest. Through the thin layer of fabric, she could clearly feel the outline of his chest muscles. Hard, hot, and full of explosive power. You can even more clearly hear the steady and powerful boom, 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 heartbeat in his chest. That sound was like the most aphrodisiac drumbeat, hitting her heart hard one after another. With a boom, her mind went blank. The blood instantly rushed to that elegant face, so red that it seemed like blood was dripping out. My whole body became soft and hot, as if all my strength had been drained away. I could only lean helplessly in this man's arms. Fong Han could feel the trembling and burning heat of the delicate body in his arms, and he looked down. I saw that her eyes were tightly closed, her long eyelashes were trembling, her red lips were slightly parted, her breathing was rapid, and she looked like she was ready to be picked. His heart skipped a beat, but he quickly let go of her hand, holding her arm to help her stand steady. Ma'am, are you okay? His voice broke the ambiguous silence. Nangong Yinshu's body swayed, but he didn't stand up straight immediately. Instead, she seemed to be really injured, her body softened, and she leaned towards him again. Half of the weight of his body rested on his arm. She lowered her head, her voice as thin as a mosquito, with just the right hint of pain and grievance. Mr. Fong, I seem to have twisted my foot. As soon as he finished speaking, the cold system prompt sound came into Fong Han's mind as expected. Ding. Nangong Yinshu's favorability plus 50, love grows, energy plus 50. Done. Fong Han felt relieved. He looked at the beautiful lady in front of him, whose shoulders were trembling and who looked pitiful. How could he not know what she was thinking? This is not just a sprained foot, it's a sprained heart. Since she offered me the ladder, wouldn't it be unromantic if I didn't climb up? Well, let chow be chow. Thinking of this, Fong Han no longer hesitated. He exerted a little force with his arms, and Nangong Yinshu let out another suppressed cry of surprise. He actually just hugged her horizontally, holding her mature and plump body firmly in his arms. Ah! The sudden feeling of weightlessness made Nangong Yinshu completely panic. She subconsciously stretched out her snow-white arms and tightly wrapped them around Fong Han's neck. She buried her face, which was so hot that it was almost cooked, deep into his strong chest, and never dared to lift it up again. My heart was beating like a deer, as if it would jump out of my throat any second. Shame, tension, excitement, and a hint of joy at having gotten what you wanted. Countless complex emotions intertwined in her heart. It made her feel dizzy, as if she was walking on clouds. This man, how dare he? How dare he be so bold? Fong Han held the delicate body in his arms, feeling the softness and amazing elasticity of her body. The corners of his mouth curled up in an imperceptible arc. He said nothing, just hugged her, turned around, and strode back the way he came. His steps were steady, without a trace of panic. The moonlight stretched the shadows of the two people very long, and finally they overlapped, and could no longer be distinguished from each other. Nangong Yunshu in his arms was initially stiff due to nervousness and shyness. But as Fong Han walked steadily, he could feel his strong heartbeat and the energy coming from his body. The masculine scent made her feel extremely at ease, and her pounding heart slowly calmed down. Quietly, she rubbed her cheek against his chest, finding a more comfortable position. His unique, pleasant smell lingered at the tip of my nose. An unprecedented sense of security and satisfaction enveloped her whole body. Just like that, Fong Han held her in his arms, walked through the quiet and deserted back garden, walked through the winding corridors, and ignored the noise coming from the banquet hall in the distance. Finally, it stopped in front of an elegant and quiet courtyard. This is the bedroom of the county magistrate's wife, Nangong Yunshu. Chapter 53. Mr. and Mrs. Shun Guan visit again. The moonlight was like water, quietly sprinkling on the cobblestone path in the back garden of the county government office. The two personal maids guarding the door watched the scene before them. There was a buzzing sound in my mind, and everything went blank in an instant. They watched helplessly as the young man, who was revered as a living god by the entire county, died. He held his wife in his arms, as if she were a rare treasure, and walked towards him step by step. The two maids were so frightened that they were about to scream out subconsciously, but he covered his mouth tightly in an instant. They saw the lady's arms tightly wrapped around the man's neck and her body buried deep in the man's arms. The ostrich-like posture, coupled with their master's almost worshipful respect for Mr. Fong. The two clever maids instantly understood something. He was so scared that his face turned pale. He quickly lowered his head, not daring to even breathe, and pushed open the bedroom door with nimble hands and feet. Fong Han held Nangong Yunshu in his arms and walked into the bedroom without looking around. Calming incense burned in the house. The furnishings are elegant, and the hostess's extraordinary taste is revealed everywhere. He walked to the bed and relaxed his arms slightly. The noble lady in his arms had already become limp and as light as a boneless being. Gently placed it on the bed covered with embroidered bedding. "Madam, you have sprained your ankle, and it's not easy for you to walk. You should have a good rest." Fong Han's voice was calm and gentle, as if he had just done something very ordinary. Nangong Yunshu lay on the soft bed, feeling his body still trembling slightly. She didn't dare to look up, but she saw Fong Han stand up out of the corner of her eye. The tall figure turned around and walked out without any reluctance. For some reason, an inexplicable feeling of loss suddenly came over me. She looked at his back as he was about to disappear at the door and almost blurted out, "Sir." Fong Han paused, but did not look back. Nangong Yunshu bit her red lips. Her heart was in turmoil, and thousands of words were stuck in her throat. In the end, it only turned into a voice as thin as a mosquito. "Thank you so much for today, sir." "You're welcome, ma'am." Fong Han left 4 faint words and walked away. The door was gently closed by the maid, separating the two worlds. Nangong Yunshu lay on the bed, looking at the gauze curtain above her head, her heart still beating wildly. She raised her hand and gently stroked her hot cheek. The scene of him holding me in his arms just now kept replaying in my mind. Feeling the solidity of his chest, the steady beat of his heart, the pleasant scent of him. When Fong Han returned to the banquet with a calm demeanor, everyone's eyes turned to him. Everyone present was a smart person. They saw that the county magistrate's wife had just used the excuse of looking at flowers. This living immortal was asked to leave alone, but now he is the only one back. Everyone's mind was already full of twists and turns, and each had their own guesses. For a moment, the atmosphere at the table became a little subtle. Everyone exchanged knowing glances, but no one dared to ask. When Shun Guan saw Fong Han coming back, he immediately greeted him with a smile on his face. He personally filled the glass of wine for him, and his attitude was even more respectful than before. "Thank you for your hard work, sir. My wife hasn't bothered you anymore, right?" Shun Guan's words were full of gratitude and admiration, without a trace of doubt. He was only thinking about the drought and thought that his wife had really gone to ask this divine man for advice about the peonies. "It's just a piece of cake." Fong Han responded calmly, picked up the wine glass, and clinked it with him lightly. As the wine went down his throat, his mind was still savoring the breathtaking warmth and softness he had just felt. Being a thief seems to be quite interesting. The next morning, it was just dawn. A green shed carriage stopped steadily at the gate of the Fong family compound. The curtain of the carriage opened, and the people who stepped out were none other than the county magistrate Shun Guan and his wife, Nangong Yunshu. Nangong Yunshu, who had not slept all night, specially changed into a dignified autumn-scented long dress today. Her hair was tied up in a high bun, with only a simple white jade hairpin inserted in it, trying to use this outfit to hide the turmoil in her heart. However, When Fong Han pushed open the gate and appeared in front of her, all her disguises collapsed in an instant. After just a glance at him, Nangong Yinshu quickly looked away like a frightened deer. Those enchanting phoenix eyes drooped slightly, not daring to look at him again. A faint pink color appeared on the fair neck, and 2 intoxicating blushes appeared on the flawless oval face. She is a peerless beauty with a natural beauty. She is graceful and elegant in her daily life, and is unattainable. At this moment, her shy and timid look like a girl did not diminish her beauty. Instead, it seems to add a touch of enchanting rouge color to the holy lotus on the top of the snow mountain. It's so beautiful that it makes people's hearts flutter and their mouths dry. Your Excellency, madam, please come in. Fong Han seemed not to notice her abnormality. He stepped aside as usual and invited the 2 into the yard. At the stone table in the courtyard, Bai Zhiro, Bai Xuejian, and Lu Rumei had already prepared tea. When they saw the county magistrate and his wife, the 3 girls smiled happily. He brought up tea and several plates of round pancakes that were as white as snow, which he had never seen before. What is this? Xinguan looked at the white pieces on the plate, which were covered with a layer of frosting-like particles, and asked curiously. These are some snacks from my hometown. Please try them. Fong Han gestured. Xinguan picked up a piece, held it lightly in his hand, put it in his mouth, and took a light bite. Crack! There was a crisp sound, and then, the rich aroma of rice grains mixed with the perfect salty and sweet taste of the surface instantly exploded in his mouth. That crispy taste was something he had never experienced before. Good. What a unique snack. Xinguan couldn't help but admire. However, after tasting the snacks, the admiration on Xinguan's face was quickly replaced by deep worry. He put down the snow cake in his hand and sighed deeply. Mr. Fong, I came here today because I have something to ask for your guidance. Xinguan stood up and bowed deeply to Fong Han with an extremely solemn expression. Fong Hanshu supported him and said, Your Excellency, if you have anything to say, please feel free to speak. Xinguan's face was filled with sorrow, and his voice became hoarse. Now, thanks to your magical powers, the 8 sacred wells in the county are constantly flowing day and night, and the people are finally no longer suffering from thirst. But this only solves the immediate problem. He pointed to the cracked land outside the yard, his eyes full of pain. Sir, please look. The drought has hardened the land to the point of rock. All the crops in the fields have withered and died, leaving us with nothing to harvest. It's already late summer, and we've missed the farming season. This year's autumn harvest is hopeless. I've already ordered an inventory of the grain stored in the county government treasury. Adding in the grain raised from the gentry and wealthy families, it's only enough to sustain the people of the entire county for less than 2 months. 2 months from now, if we run out of food, the consequences will be disastrous. Xinguan's voice was trembling. By then, starving people will be everywhere. To survive, they'll do anything. Looting, rioting. I'm afraid Qingshi County will become a living hell. Even if I had 10,000 heads, they wouldn't be enough for the imperial court to chop off. As he spoke, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. I've raced to report the disaster to the imperial court, but the round trip will take at least 3 months. Water from afar can't quench thirst right here. I've also sent people to neighboring counties to buy grain, but this year's drought has been widespread, and several surrounding counties are also struggling. Grain prices are rising 3 times a day, and no one is willing to sell to us. This good official who is dedicated to serving the people is now really at his wit's end. He placed all his hopes on the young man in front of him, the only one who could create a miracle. Nangong Yinshu sat aside, her heart sinking as she listened to her husband's words filled with despair. She looked at Fong Han, her beautiful phoenix eyes filled with nervousness and anticipation. In her heart, it seemed that as long as this man nodded, any problem, no matter how big, could be solved. Fong Han listened quietly, his expression remaining calm. He picked up the teacup, blew gently to remove the hot steam, and then slowly took a sip of tea under the anxious gaze of the couple. Then he put down the teacup, raised his eyes, and looked at Xinguan. If there is no food, then plant it. Chapter 54 The Agricultural Saint is alive. Kind. When Xinguan heard these 2 words, he was stunned. Then, the glimmer of hope that had just appeared on his face was instantly replaced by deeper bitterness and despair. He gave a wry smile and looked at Fong Han almost pleadingly. Sir, you don't know. It's almost autumn now, and we've already missed the best time for planting. Furthermore, the drought has made the land harder than stone, let alone farming. Even an ordinary plow wouldn't leave even a white mark. Even if we can manage to break through the soil, the manpower and time required to cultivate 1 acre of land is far beyond ordinary. Right now, during the lean season, the people are starving, So how can they have the energy to do such time-consuming and labor-intensive work? By the time we painstakingly plant the crops, I'm afraid they'll have already starved to death before they even sprout. The county magistrate, who was speaking for the people, had a barely perceptible choke in his voice at the end of his speech. It's not that he hasn't thought about this method, but this method is basically a dead end. Nangong Yinshu, who was standing aside, clutched the corner of her clothes tightly with her delicate hands, and her beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with worry. She looked at her husband, then at Fong Han, who still looked calm, and her heart was beating fast. The yard fell into a brief silence, with only the chirping of cicadas in late summer, which made people feel annoyed. Fong Han listened without saying anything. He simply broke off a thin branch from the tree next to him and squatted down. He slowly began to paint on the yellow earth that was dried and hard by the sun. His movements were very casual, like a child doodling. Shunguan and Nangong Yinshu both came over curiously and looked down at the pattern on the ground. That's a very strange graphic. It looked like a plow, but it was completely different from any plow they had ever seen. The plows of the dying dynasty were all straight beam plows, and the long plow beams were clumsy and heavy. It requires 2 oxen to pull it, making it extremely inconvenient to turn when plowing the land, and it is time-consuming and labor-intensive to turn around. However, the plow shaft that Fong Han drew was curved and much shorter. On top of the plow wall, there is a device that can be freely adjusted to rise and fall, which looks delicate and strange. Sir, what is this thing? Xinguang was full of confusion. Nangong Yinshu's beautiful eyes were also filled with doubts. This thing is called curved plow. Fong Han stood up and gently tapped the sketch on the ground with a branch, his tone flat. Look here, he pointed to the short, curved shaft. Changing from a straight shaft to a curved one not only saves on materials, but also makes the plow lighter. 1 person and 1 ox can easily operate it, greatly saving animal power. And here, he moved his branch to the adjustable device. This is the plow shaft. It controls how deep the plow is driven into the soil. If the soil is compacted, we adjust it deeper for more effective penetration. If the soil is loose, we adjust it shallower for faster plowing. Unlike your straight beam plows, the depth depends entirely on manual effort. After a full day, the ox is tired, but the operator is even more exhausted. The most crucial thing is this. Fong Han finally pointed at the position of the plow rib. The improved plow rib makes turning the soil more labor-saving and more flexible. We no longer need to lift the entire plow when we reach the edge of the field like before. Its tillage efficiency is at least 3 times that of the straight beam plow you use now. With every word Fong Han spoke, Shunguan's eyes widened. At first, he just listened blankly. But when Fong Han mentioned 1 man and 1 cow, adjustable depth, and more than 3 times the efficiency, the county magistrate, who was well-versed in classics and history and also knowledgeable about farming, felt as if thunder had exploded in his head. His breathing suddenly became rapid. Confusion, surprise, sudden enlightenment, countless emotions flashed across his face. In the end, it all turned into incomparable ecstasy and shock. He took a sudden step forward, staring intently at the sketch drawn with a few simple lines on the ground. It was as if what he saw was not a rough sketch, but an invaluable treasure that could save the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in the county. Yes, the curved short shaft can reduce the force of rotation. The adjustable plow level can handle different soil types. This is simply a stroke of genius. Why has such a simple truth remained unsolved for thousands of years? God, genius. No, God, miracle. This is the real miracle. Xinguan was so excited that his whole body was shaking and his speech was a little incoherent. He threw his official robe violently and was about to kneel down in front of Fong Han again. That look was 100 times more fanatical than when he saw Shun Jing, Chu Shui before. Sir, you're not just a living god. You're the reincarnated agricultural saint. This kneeling is filled with the scholar's highest respect for the sages who pioneered an era. However, his knees were once again supported by that gentle yet firm hand. Lord Shen, here he comes again. Fong Han helped him up helplessly. Xinguan was still incredibly excited. He grabbed Fong Han's sleeve as if he had grabbed a lifeline. Sir, with this magical weapon, Qingshi County is saved. The people are saved. Fong Han looked at him, almost going crazy with joy, thought for a moment, and then said casually, just having a plow isn't enough. After the drought, the land has lost a lot of fertility. Even if you plant something, the harvest won't be good. Xinguan's ecstasy was instantly dampened by a bucket of cold water. He asked nervously, Then please give me some advice, agricultural saint. He actually changed his name directly. Simple. Fong Han casually pointed to the pile of livestock manure and dead branches and leaves in the corner of the yard. Mix these things with soil, pile them together, pour water on them, and let them ferment. They will become excellent fertilizer. Using this fertilizer to cultivate the land can restore the fertility of the barren land, and the grain yield can at least double. He looked at the bare fields again and said, "You can't plant the same crop on the same piece of land every year. That way, the soil's fertility will be depleted quickly. You can plant beans this year and grains next year, alternating them. This is called crop rotation. It can improve the soil's fertility and keep the fields fertile forever." Compost. Crop rotation. Each word is unheard of, yet seems to contain supreme truth. Fong Han said it lightly. Xinguan and Nangong Yinshu were completely dumbfounded. They stood there blankly, feeling that a door to a new world was being pushed open in front of them. Shun Guanru was struck by lightning, and his whole body was stunned. He unconsciously muttered, "Compost, crop rotation," and felt a buzzing in his head. These methods may sound incredible, but if you think about it carefully, they are in line with the ultimate truth of heaven and earth. When he looked at Fong Han again, his eyes had completely changed. This is simply the reincarnation of the agricultural saint. Chapter 55. Everyone in Liushi village is paralyzed. After coming to my senses, Nangong Yinshu, who was standing aside, picked up the snow rice cake on the table, opened her cherry lips slightly, and took a small bite. Crack, a sound that was extremely crisp. Then, an indescribable crispy taste, mixed with the mellow fragrance of rice grains and the perfect salty and sweet taste of the surface, exploded in her warm mouth. The feeling is novel, overbearing, and irresistible. Her pair of bright and shining phoenix eyes suddenly widened, and her beautiful face was full of disbelief. What kind of snack is this? How can there be such wonderful food in the world? She subconsciously looked at Fong Han, and the man still looked calm and composed. It was as if the shocking theories he had just put forward were enough to change the entire agricultural history of the dying dynasty. Just like handing over this magical snack, it was just a casual act. This man, how many secrets does he still hide? How many incredible and magical things does he have? Someone come. Pass on my order. Xinguan finally came back to his senses from the huge shock, and he didn't even have time to wipe the moisture from the corners of his eyes. He turned around suddenly and let out a roar that was almost like a roar at the yamen runners outside the yard. Right now? Immediately. Go to the county town and get the best carpenter Wong, blacksmith Lee, all the best craftsmen. Invite them all. No, bring them all. Tell them this is an urgent military order. Anyone who dares to delay will be killed without mercy. His eyes were bloodshot, and he no longer looked like the elegant county magistrate he usually was. I want them to come to Liushi village immediately. Please ask Mr. Fong to personally guide them in forging the divine plow. The villagers of Liushi village once again gathered under the big locust tree at the entrance of the village, watching the scene in the Fong family compound from afar. They have become completely numb. Did you see that? The county magistrate is here again. A villager put his hands in his pockets and spoke in a calm tone as if he was saying that the weather was good today. Yes, I saw him. He brought his wife with him. Another villager scratched his ear. Look at the county magistrate, squatting on the ground like a child listening to a teacher's lecture, nodding and bowing all the time. Hey, what's so strange about that? The old hunter in the village spat, looking quite indifferent. A few days ago, didn't the county magistrate almost kneel down to Fong Han? If Fong Han hadn't been quick to help him, his knees would have been bruised. That's true. Everyone nodded in agreement. Back then, when Fong Han dug out the magical well in the village, they were so shocked that they couldn't sleep well for 3 days. Later, the county magistrate brought a group of officials and respectfully came to ask Fong Han to do something for them. They felt that their lives were worth it. Later, more than a dozen large horse-drawn carriages came, pulling carts of things they had never seen before. It is said that this is a rare medicinal herb that is 100 years old, and it was sent to the Fong family compound as if it were free. They have begun to doubt their lives. To this day, it is hard to believe that the head of a county is as respectful as a grandson in front of Fong Han. The villagers no longer felt the slightest bit of anxiety. I'm used to it. This is how we live our lives. In Willow Creek, you have to accept reality. The reality is that Fong Han from their village is not a human, but a god. Whatever the gods do is right. A few days later, more than a dozen of the county's most skilled carpenters and blacksmiths were escorted to Liushi village by a team of yamen runners. These master craftsmen, who usually had to be addressed as master by everyone in the county town, now had pale faces and trembling legs. They were urged along the way by the yamen runners, and they thought they had committed some heinous crime and were going to be dragged to this village to be beheaded. But when they reached the village entrance, the yamen runners stopped. The leading yamen runner cleared his throat and said to them in a very serious tone, "Everyone, clean up your clothes. When you go in and see Mr. Fong, bow your heads. Don't look too much, don't ask too many questions, and do whatever he tells you to do. If anyone offends him, I won't need the county magistrate to do anything. I will be the first one to skin him alive." The craftsmen looked at each other in confusion, their hearts filled with shock and confusion. Mr. Fong? Which Mr. Fong has such a grand ceremony? With the nervousness of a pilgrim, they straightened their clothes and walked into the Fong family compound step by step. In the center of the yard, Fong Han had already been waiting there. Without any unnecessary words, he took out a piece of paper from his pocket. The craftsmen took a closer look and were stunned. It was a piece of white, crisp paper with a strange texture and black lines on it. There was a three-dimensional figure drawn on it that none of them could understand, with all kinds of strange symbols and numbers marked next to it. Do it according to this. Fong Han handed the printed three-dimensional structural diagram to the leading Carpenter Wong. Carpenter Wong took the blueprint with trembling hands, and after just one look, he felt as if struck by lightning. He has been a carpenter for 30 years and believes that there is no mortise and tenon structure in the world that he cannot understand. But the picture in front of him, what was drawn on it, completely overturned his lifelong cognition. That curved plowshare, that ingenious plowshare, that incredible connection method. This is simply a masterpiece of nature. Let's get to work. Fong Han's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. More than a dozen top craftsmen did not dare to be negligent any longer. They immediately surrounded it and began to work intensively and enthusiastically on the divine picture. The ding-ding-dang-dang sound of hammering echoed over Liushi village for a whole day. In the evening, under Fong Han's guidance, the first curved plow, shining with the luster of new wood and the cold light of dark steel, was finally successfully built. It stands quietly in the courtyard. Its shape is peculiar, but it contains an indescribable harmony and beauty. Let's go and try it. Shen Guan had been waiting anxiously for a long time. At his command, everyone immediately carried the curved plow and led a skinny old ox to the hardened wasteland outside the village. Under the gaze of everyone, the head of a county actually took off his official boots, rolled up his trouser legs, and walked into the fields barefoot. He took the curved plow from Carpenter Wong, took a deep breath, held the plow handle steady, and shouted softly to the old ox, "Go." The old cow took a staggering step. The next second, everyone present widened their eyes. The oddly shaped plowshare encountered almost no obstacles and easily broke through the iron-hard ground. As the old ox moved forward, a deep, even, straight ridge was easily turned over, and the black, moist new soil was neatly pushed to one side, emitting a refreshing fragrance. Shen Guan felt the incredibly easy power in his hands and looked at the flawless ridges of fields stretching out behind him. He was completely stunned. So easy. It's so easy. With just one cow and one person, you can achieve farming results that were unattainable with 2 cows or 3 people in the past. He slowly stopped, turned around, and looked at the black land full of hope that he had turned over with his own hands. The scene before my eyes began to blur. A hot tear slid down from his red eyes and fell into the soil at his feet. Immediately afterwards, this scholar, who usually paid great attention to his manners, could no longer control his emotions. God bless Qingshi County. God bless dying. Chapter 56. Fong Han and Shen Guan must die. It's moving. It's really moving. Oh my God. The ground is so hard. It's like cutting tofu. The first ones to react were the group of craftsmen who were escorted here. They are the ones who created this artifact with their own hands. At this moment, watching their works display miraculous power in the fields, their faces turned red with excitement and their beards trembled. Master Wong, did you see that? That curved shaft. That plowshare. We have created a treasure. Blacksmith Li grabbed Carpenter Wong's arm with such force that he almost crushed him. Carpenter Wong was already in tears as he looked at the endlessly extending ridges of the fields. His lips trembled and he couldn't utter a word. He had made countless farm tools in his life, but none of them was as good as this one. It made him feel proud and thrilling from the depths of his soul. How could this be a plow? This was clearly a life-saving device that would allow the people of the world to have enough food to eat. The divine plow. It really is the divine plow. Long live Mr. Fong. The county magistrate is wise. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. The yamen runners threw away their swords, and the officials forgot their official dignity and demeanor. Everyone rushed towards the field, with the same ecstasy and disbelief on their faces. This craze, centered in Liushi village, quickly swept across the entire Qingshi County. Shengguan made a prompt decision and issued a death order. With the full support of the county government and treasury, all craftsmen worked in 3 shifts day and night to make the curved plow. For a moment, the whole county was echoing with the sound of ding-dong-dong. It is more pleasant to the ears than any string or orchestral music. Brand new curved plows were continuously shipped out of the workshop and distributed to every village. At first, the people, who had been numbed by the severe drought, looked at this strange-looking thing. But when they half-heartedly harnessed the plow to their skinny old ox, they were still full of doubts. When the iron-hard ground was easily broken, all doubts turned into ecstasy in an instant. It's alive. The earth is alive. My ox, pulling this magical plow, can plow 3 days' worth of land in 1 day. And it's not even tiring. This is a treasure bestowed by the living immortal invited by the county lord. In the desperate fields, the busy figures of farmers appeared again. There was no longer any sign of hunger on their faces, but instead, it was a smile from the heart, a smile that came from the hope of seeing the world. Officials dispatched by Shengguan personally taught the people the unheard-of magic farming methods of composting and crop rotation. The entire Qingshi County regained its vitality at an incredible speed. The reputation of County Magistrate Shun Guan also reached an unprecedented peak during this vigorous production self-rescue. The people spontaneously set up a longevity tablet for him, and every household worshipped it and burned a stick of incense in the morning and evening. The name Shun Qingtian resounded in every corner of Qingshi County. However, while the entire Qingshi County was immersed in the joy of surviving the disaster, the atmosphere in the several large courtyards in the county town was becoming more and more gloomy. Li family mansion. Even the room full of rare and antique treasures could not suppress the depression that was almost solidified into substance. The head of the family, Mr. Li, had a fat face that seemed to be pampered on weekdays, but now it was covered with gloom. He paced back and forth in the hall covered with Persian carpets like a wild animal trapped in a cage. The food stored in his warehouse was piled up like a mountain. He was originally waiting for the drought to get worse, waiting for the peasants to be so hungry that they would start selling their children, land, and houses. By then, the food in his hands will be gold. He can use the cheapest food to exchange for the largest piece of fertile land outside the county. But now it's all over. The curved plow, the fairy well, and composting. One piece of news after another came, like heavy hammers, hitting his heart hard. The people now had water, a magical plow that could plow up hard ground, and even a secret method to increase land production. They can grow their own food. Who would come to buy the expensive grain from him? His grain, which was enough to make the people of the entire county bow their heads, was depreciating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bang! A Dotsai chicken-patterned cup from the Changhua period was thrown to the ground by Li Yuanwei, breaking into pieces. The crisp sound frightened the butler standing by. Shengguan, you ungrateful dog. Li Yuanwei's eyes were red as he cursed. We pushed you to this position so that you could be our dog, not so that you could dig up our roots. He gasped and thought of the person who started it all. And that peasant called Feng Han. Who the hell is he, a lowly country bastard? How dare he ruin my good deeds? Why doesn't he just die? Mr. Li's roar also echoed in the mansions of the Wang family, the Zhang family, the Zhao family, and all the gentry and wealthy families in Qingshi County. Shengguan's reforms and Feng Han's magical powers are like a sharp knife. It hit their wallets hard, cutting off their chance of making money from disasters. That night, the private room on the top floor of Zuixinlu, the largest restaurant in the county, was shrouded in an invisible aura of solemnity and murder. Mr. Li, Mr. Wang, and several other prominent local gentry in the county gathered here. There was a table full of delicacies from land and sea, but no one touched the food. The atmosphere was terribly oppressive. Everyone, tell me, what should we do about this? Wang Yuanwei waved his folding fan, swept his cold eyes over everyone, and broke the silence first. A country gentleman named Zhao, his face sallow, cried out in a sobbing voice. What should I do? What can I do? I've invested all the savings of several generations of my family into stockpiling grain. Now the price of grain is getting lower and lower every day. If this continues, I'm going to lose everything. What's the use of crying? Mr. Li slammed the table, his face trembling. Now is not the time to cry. Shengguan, that brat, is now a living Buddha in the hearts of the people. If we don't take action now, once he has established a solid foundation, we will be the ones to die. Wang Yuanwei closed his folding fan and tapped it lightly on his palm. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Brother Li is right. Guan is an ungrateful wolf who can never be tamed. He wants to use the blood of us gentry to stain his official robes red. But he is the county magistrate now and has the support of the people. What can we do to him? A timid country gentleman asked timidly. Humph, so what if he's a county magistrate? Li Yuanwei sneered, his smile filled with disdain and cruelty. Aren't there enough county magistrates who die in office every year? Aren't there still bandits and roving bandits? As soon as these words were spoken, the air in the private room instantly dropped to freezing point. Everyone understood what Mr. Li meant. Wang Yuanwei added sinisterly, it's not just Guan. That guy called Fong Han is the root cause. If we don't get rid of him, there will be endless trouble. He's a powerless country boy. Making him disappear is easier than crushing an ant. Everyone exchanged glances, and the last trace of hesitation in each other's eyes turned into vicious, murderous intent. Cutting off someone's source of income is like killing his parents. Guan and Fong Han have touched upon their most core interests. Mr. Li looked at the changes in expressions on everyone's faces and nodded with satisfaction. He picked up the wine glass and slowly stood up, his voice seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Since everyone has no objection, then it's settled. He drank the wine in the glass in one gulp and slammed the glass heavily on the table. Guan, Fong Han must die. Chapter 57 Guan died. At night, Liushi village is free from the hustle and bustle of the day. All that was left was the cold moonlight and the occasional barking of dogs. In the Fong family compound, the sound of blacksmithing that had been going on day and night finally stopped. New plows have been distributed to each village, and hope has been rekindled in the fields. The entire village was immersed in a solid and peaceful atmosphere. Fong Han moved a bamboo chair, sat in the yard, and looked up at the bright moon. Since coming into this world, he has never felt so at peace. There are no endless orders here, no pressing rent, only truth and warmth that are within reach. Sir, it's cold at night. Soak your feet and rest. Baizhiro carried a steaming wooden basin and walked towards him with light lotus steps. The mist blurred her gentle features. She squatted down naturally, put Fong Han's feet in warm water, and gently kneaded them with slender white fingers. His movements were so gentle, as if he was treating a rare treasure. She didn't say anything, but the faint, happy smile on her face was more touching than any words. Brother-in-law, let me tell you something funny. Bai Shuejian came over like a happy little bird, skipping and dancing. In her hand, she held a piece of chocolate that Fong Han had brought back, and her little mouth was black from eating. Today, the old yellow ox at Uncle Erniu's house pulled the magic plow for the first time. The ox was stubborn and refused to move. Uncle Erniu was so anxious that he swore brotherhood with the ox and said, Brother Nyo, please have pity on me and walk for a few steps. But guess what happened? The ox puffed and let out a loud fart, which hit Uncle Erniu in the face. Ha! The little girl said to herself, and then she laughed so hard that she fell over and slapped her thighs in a very ungraceful manner. Fong Han was also amused by her and reached out to scratch her nose. Lu Rumei, who was standing by, came over holding a newly sewn dark blue cotton robe. Her plump figure outlines a breathtaking curve under the moonlight. With a hint of embarrassment on her face, she handed the clothes to Fong Han. It's cold. Sir, try it on to see if it fits. The stitches are fine, and every inch reveals the woman's deep affection. Fong Han stood up and let her put on new clothes for him. The woman's fingertips accidentally touched his neck, bringing a slight chill. But Lu Rumei's face turned red instantly, and she quickly took a step back and lowered her head. Looking at the three stunning women in front of him, each with their own unique style, but all full of love for him, Fong Han felt a sense of peace in his heart. This is home. One day, the sky was high and the clouds were light. In order to personally inspect the use of the curved plow in various townships and appease the people, County Magistrate Guan, accompanied by several guards, traveled light and went to the countryside for inspection. Looking at the fresh soil being turned over in the fields and the heartfelt smiles on the people's faces, Guan was in a very good mood, feeling that all the fatigue of the past few days had been swept away. On the return journey, the carriage came to a remote mountain road called Broken Soul Slope. This place is surrounded by mountains on both sides, with only a narrow dirt road in the middle. The dense forests block out the sun, making it look particularly gloomy. Just when the carriage reached the narrowest part of the mountain road, something strange happened. Swish, swish, swish. Without warning, a sharp sound suddenly rang out from the dense forests on both sides. Dense arrows appeared from the sky like a swarm of locusts, carrying the whistling sound of death, and completely covered the small caravan. There's an ambush. Protect my lord. The guards were caught off guard, and only had time to let out a cry of horror before they were hit by arrows one after another. He screamed and fell from his horse, and blood instantly dyed the lush road red. The horses pulling the cart were also frightened and stood up neighing. The driver was pierced through the throat by a sharp arrow and fell down limply. Everything happened in a flash. When the rain of arrows stopped, the mountain road was in ruins, with only Shun Guan left. In that rickety carriage, rustle. The sound of armor rubbing against each other was heard in the forest, and dozens of fierce bandits with sharp blades in hand and faces covered with black scarves appeared. They emerged from the woods like ghosts and surrounded the carriage. The knife flashed fiercely and was filled with murderous intent. Shin Guan's face was pale, but there was no fear in his eyes. He flung open the car door, holding a scholar's sword for self-defense, and stood sternly, shouting angrily. It's broad daylight, in the open air. Who are you, the bandits? How dare you murder an official of the imperial court? The leader of the bandits was a burly man with a cruel look in his eyes, like a cat playing with a mouse. He let out a hoarse, sinister laugh. Master Shun, stop shouting. No one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. We are not bandits. The bandit leader took 2 steps forward, the ring-handled knife in his hand flashing coldly in the sunlight. We are just here to collect debts. Shin Guan's heart sank, and he shouted sternly. When have I ever owed you any debt? You don't owe us anything, but you've cut off someone's livelihood, so you'll have to pay them back with your life. The bandit leader's voice was extremely cold. Shin Qingtian, blame it on yourself. You shouldn't have blocked someone else's path to wealth. Go on your way with peace of mind. This time next year, we'll remember to burn 2 more pieces of paper money for you. Before he finished speaking, murderous intent flashed in the bandit leader's eyes. A flash of knife. Shin Guan only felt a chill on his neck. He opened his eyes wide with an expression of disbelief and astonishment on his face. He wanted to say something, but all he could make was a ho-ho sound from his throat, and blood gushed out like a fountain. His upright body swayed, and finally he fell backwards weakly, landing heavily in a pool of blood. Those eyes that were once full of elegance and ambition were now wide open. He stared straight at the blue sky that he had wanted to protect with his entire life. Die with eyes open. County government office, backyard. Nangong Yinshu was playing the piano in her elegant boudoir. The sound of the piano is melodious, like the sound of running water in the mountains, expressing the owner's peaceful state of mind. Suddenly, she felt as if her heart was pierced by an invisible needle. A sharp pain came over her, causing her breathing to suddenly stop. Zheng. With a sharp sound, a string under her finger broke. The piano music stopped abruptly. Nangong Yinshu stared blankly at the broken string, then touched his wildly beating chest. A strong sense of uneasiness, so strong that it suffocated her, instantly enveloped her whole body. She stood up suddenly, walked quickly to the window, and looked towards the outside of the city. The color on that beautiful face gradually faded away. Something happened. Something must have happened. Chapter 58, Madam. Let's go. In the evening, the afterglow of the setting sun gave the eaves of Qingshi County a golden edge. The farmers in the fields had just finished their work, and their faces were filled with anticipation for a good harvest in the future. In the county town, wisps of smoke rise from the chimneys of every household, creating a peaceful and harmonious atmosphere. Suddenly, a burst of rapid and crazy horse hooves, coming from far away, tore the silence apart. Gee, get out of the way. A galloping horse, drenched in sweat, rushed into the county town like crazy. On the horse's back, a guard covered in blood lay on the horse's back like a torn sack. There were several arrows stuck in his body, and his feathers were still trembling slightly. He used up his last bit of strength to pull the reins. The warhorse stood up with a mournful cry, almost throwing him off. The bailiffs guarding the gate of the county government office were horrified and rushed forward. What happened? There was no trace of blood on the guard's face, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. He grabbed a yamen runner's collar tightly and squeezed out a few words from his throat with the last of his strength. The Lord was murdered. Before he could finish his words, his head tilted, his eyes widened, and he died. Boom. These 2 words, like a thunderclap from the sky, exploded at the gate of the county government office. The entire county government office was instantly in chaos, turning into a pot of boiling porridge. The yamen runners ran around in panic to tell each other, and the chief clerk, county magistrate, and other officials rushed out of their respective signing rooms. His face was filled with disbelief and horror. What? Impossible. The master just went out this morning. Bandits? What kind of bandits dare to be so bold? Panic spread quickly like a plague. At this moment, another sound of horse hooves was heard. This time, the sound of horse hooves was neither hurried nor slow. but it carried a kind of heart-pounding arrogance. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a knight in black riding a tall horse. He walked slowly to the gate of the county government office. His face was covered with a black scarf, revealing only a pair of cold and ruthless eyes. He said nothing, but just untied a bloody package from the side of the saddle and threw it away casually. The package drew a bloody parabola in the air, and with a thump, it fell heavily on the stone steps in front of the county government office. The package rolled a few times and fell apart. A human head rolled out from inside. The head's eyes were wide open, and his face was still frozen with the shock and unwillingness before death. It was the county magistrate, Shun Guan, who had just been working hard for the future of Qingshi County. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Everyone was stunned, staring at the familiar, yet unfamiliar head. I felt like all the blood in my body was frozen in an instant. A biting chill rushed from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. This is not a bandit. This is a provocation. It's a demonstration. It's the most cruel humiliation to the entire Qingshi County government. Ah! A shrill scream, so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice, came from the back hall. Nangong Yinshu had just walked out of the bedroom with the help of her personal maid, feeling uneasy. Then she saw this scene that made her heart break. Her husband, the man who was in front of her a few days ago, excited like a child for the salvation of the people. The man who was still under the lamp last night, painting a blueprint for the future with her. At this moment, it turned into a cold, bloody head. Nangong Yinshu only felt that his eyes went dark, and the whole world instantly lost all sound and color. Her body went limp and she fainted on the spot. After an unknown amount of time, Nangong Yinshu slowly woke up. There was a strong scent of soothing incense at the tip of her nose, but the smell of blood seemed to be branded deep in her soul and could not be shaken off. "Madam, you're awake." The maid rushed over crying. Nangong Yinshu didn't cry or make a fuss. She just lay quietly on the bed, with her empty eyes open, looking at the gauze curtain above her head. Tears silently slid down the corners of my eyes, soaking the pillowcase. Her heart is dead, but her mind was clearer than ever. Bandits? No. The bandits around Qingshi County are all refugees who can't make a living and don't even have decent weapons. How was it possible to wipe out her husband's guards in an instant? How could he dare to commit such a heinous crime as throwing the head of an imperial official in front of the county government office and exterminating his entire family? Who is it? Who hates her husband to the core? Whose source of income was cut off because of her husband's actions? The Li family, the Wang family, and those wealthy and powerful gentry whose only thoughts are about making money from disasters. It's them. It must be them. A cold hatred grew wildly from the bottom of Nangong Yinshu's heart. Just then, there was a noisy sound of footsteps outside the door. A loyal old guard rushed in, his face filled with anxiety and anger. "Madam, this is bad. The stewards of the Li and Wang families, along with hundreds of servants, have surrounded the county government office. They said they heard that the master had been murdered, and they came to protect the lady and the county government office to prevent the bandits from invading again." Protect? Nangong Yinshu sneered in his heart. "This isn't protection, it's house arrest. It's surveillance. They killed my husband, and the next target is me. I am Shunguan's wife. As long as they are alive, they will not be able to sleep or eat. Must go. Right now? Right now?" Nangong Yinshu suddenly sat up from the bed, and in those phoenix eyes that were originally as gentle as water, there was only bone-chilling coldness and determination. "Go to the back door and prepare the most worn-out carriage, quickly," she ordered the old guard in an unquestionable tone. It was late at night, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. Nangong Yinshu changed into a coarse linen shirt, tied her hair into a bun casually, and smeared some soot on her face. Under the protection of the two remaining guards who were loyal to Xinguan, she quietly arrived at the back door of the county government office. "Madam, the Li family has already started searching the backyard. My brother and I risked our lives to carve out a bloody path for you. You must survive and avenge my master." The two guards had a determination to die in their eyes and bowed deeply to Nangong Yinshu. Nangong Yinshu's eyes were red. She gritted her teeth and nodded. "Walk." The back door was flung open. "Who is it?" Several servants guarding the back door immediately shouted in alertness. "Kill." The two guards roared, and like tigers rushing down the mountain, they brandished their swords and rushed forward without hesitation. The flashing of swords and the screams instantly broke the silence of the night. "Quick, madam, get in the car." A guard risked being stabbed in the back and opened the carriage door for Nangong Yinshu. Nangong Yinshu jumped onto the shabby carriage with tears in her eyes, and the driver whipped the horses but hard. Drive. The carriage suddenly rushed forward, running wildly on the bumpy dirt road. Oh no, that bitch ran away. Chase her. Don't let her get away. Kill her. Behind him, a dozen vicious bandits were holding torches and steel knives. Like evil spirits crawling out of hell, they chased after us relentlessly, their killing cries shaking the heavens. The carriage raced through the darkness, the driver having only one goal. Willow Creek Village. Chapter 59. Help me get revenge. Yunshu. Willing to be your slave, whatever you want. The old carriage jolted wildly along the bumpy dirt road. Every violent vibration seemed to throw Nangong Yunshu's heart out of his throat. Outside the car, there were the final roars of the two loyal guards and the crisp sound of weapons clashing. The sound became weaker and weaker and was soon ended by a shrill scream. Puff! It was the sound of a sharp knife entering flesh. Nangong Yunshu bit her lips tightly. She heard the sound of the last guard falling. What followed was the bandits' wild grins and foul language as they got closer and closer. Hey, little lady, don't run away. Your master has already left. Why don't you follow us, brothers? I guarantee you'll be happy. Brother, stop wasting time talking to her and just take her back. She's the county magistrate's wife. TSK. Her figure and skin must be amazing. The sound of horse hooves, footsteps, and lewd laughter. Like an impenetrable net, it enveloped her from all sides. There is no way for her to go to heaven or enter the earth. Despair, like cold sea water, flooded her mouth and nose, suffocating her. The driver was an honest man in his 50s, and his face was pale at the moment. He could only wave the whip frantically and shout gee, in despair. Wanna run? A bandit leader rode a fast horse and caught up to the side of the carriage in a few breaths. He had a playful and cruel smile on his face, and the steel knife in his hand drew a cold arc in the moonlight. Stop right there. He slashed at the driver's back with his knife. But just as the blade was about to fall, just as Nangong Yunshu closed his eyes and prepared to face death, in the darkness, an extremely slight, even insignificant noise was heard. Puff! The sound was very strange, not like a bowstring or a crossbow, but as light as ripe fruit falling on the grass. On horseback, the bandit leader who was about to kill the coachman suddenly froze the hideous smile on his face. The steel knife he raised high stopped in midair, and his body swayed. Then, he fell straight off the horse with a loud thud. In the center of his forehead, there was an inconspicuous blood hole, from which blood was slowly oozing out. The pursuers beside the carriage were all stunned. They reined in their horses and looked around in horror, their hands holding their knives trembling slightly. Big brother. What happened? Who shot the arrow? There's no sound. What the hell? They were like a pack of frightened wild dogs, waving their weapons wildly at the dark forest and the night sky, their eyes filled with fear of the unknown. In response to them, there was another slight puff sound. One of the bandits who was closest to him had a look of fear on his face before a bloody hole appeared between his eyebrows. He fell down limply without even a groan. Puff, puff, puff. That strange and deadly sound was like the whisper of death. Regular and cruel roll call began in the dark. With every sound, one of the pursuers would fall to the ground. They couldn't even see the enemy or find the source of the arrows. He could only watch his companions die silently one by one. That's not fighting, that's harvesting. Ghost. There's a ghost. Someone let out a desperate scream, and the psychological defenses of the remaining bandits completely collapsed. They threw away their knives, turned their horses around, and fled in the direction they came from, crying for their parents. But they couldn't get more than a few steps. Puff, puff. The last two soft sounds put an end to this one-sided massacre. The world finally quieted down. All that was left was the driver's heavy breathing and the horse's restless snorting. The driver pulled the reins tremblingly and looked at the corpses on the ground in shock. He looked at the dead silence and darkness again, and was so scared that he almost collapsed to the ground. Rustle. A light sound of footsteps came from the shadows beside the road. A tall and straight figure slowly walked out. It's Fong Han. The carriage finally stopped at the gate of the Fong family compound. The car curtain was suddenly lifted up, and Nangong Yunshu fell out, rolling and crawling. Her coarse linen clothes had long been torn and were stained with dirt and blood. Her hair, which was usually neatly combed, was now disheveled, with a few wet strands sticking messily to her cheeks. That beautiful face, with its stunning beauty, was now a mess, washed away by the soot and tears. There was no trace of the usual elegance and grace, only the fear and fragility of surviving a disaster. When she looked up, she saw the man holding the divine weapon and standing at the door like a god descending from the sky. A glimmer of light finally rekindled in those empty phoenix eyes. It was her last and only lifeline. The nerves that were stretched to the extreme broke completely at this moment. Nangong Yinshu could no longer hold on. His legs went soft, and he fell forward, falling straight into Fong Han's arms. Wow. She could no longer restrain herself, like a lost child who finally found support. She buried her face deeply in Fong Han's strong chest and cried loudly. Fong Han didn't move or speak, just let her cry in his arms, feeling her body shaking violently. After a long time, Nangong Yunshu's crying gradually stopped and turned into suppressed sobs. She did not leave his arms, but instead used all her strength to tightly grasp the collar of Fong Han's shirt, her knuckles turning white from the force. She raised her tearful, pitiful face. In the red phoenix eyes, burning was deep hatred and resolute prayer. Her voice was hoarse and broken, yet it was filled with a determination to risk everything as she squeezed out each word from her lips. Mr. Fong, please avenge my husband. Yin Shu, I am willing to be your slave, to be at your mercy. Chapter 60. The massacre begins. The night wind was cool, carrying a faint smell of blood. In Fong Han's arms, Nangong Yunshu's plump and mature body kept trembling, like a fallen leaf drifting in a storm. He didn't say much, just picked her up and carried her sideways, then turned and walked into the brightly lit yard. Sir, brother-in-law. Hearing the noise, Bai Jiro, Bai Shuejian, and Lu Rume hurried out of the house. But when they saw the miserable condition of the person in Fong Han's arms, the concern on their faces instantly turned into shock and astonishment. Is this still the county magistrate's wife who is usually so graceful and elegant? She was wearing a tattered coarse linen dress, and her hair was disheveled. Her beautiful face was covered with soot and tear marks, and she looked as miserable as a refugee fleeing famine. Hurry, help the lady into the house to rest. Fong Han's voice was low and calm. Bai Jiro was the first to react and hurried forward with Lu Rume. He carefully helped Nangong Yunshu, who was exhausted from crying, from Fong Han's arms and placed her on the bed in the guest room. Bai Shuejian looked at Nangong Yunshu's distraught appearance, her little face filled with indignation, and her almond-shaped eyes almost spitting fire. Brother-in-law, what is going on? Where are Madam's guards? Fong Han looked at the dark night in the distance, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. I was just enjoying the cool breeze in the courtyard. After I heard you guys go to bed, I heard the sounds of carriages rushing and people chasing outside the village, so I went over to take a look. He did not elaborate on the killing. It was just glossed over. The guards are all dead. The surviving driver was now slumped at the gate of the yard, his soul still not back to life. Fong Han walked over, squatted down, and handed him a bowl of water. The driver took it with trembling hands, took a few big gulps, and finally managed to calm himself down. Fong Han's eyes, like a sharp knife, pierced his heart. Did you see who it was? The driver shuddered, his face filled with fear. He lowered his voice, almost whispering. It's the bandits from Black Wind Village. I recognize them. The leader, the one-eyed dragon. I've seen him before. My lord was murdered at Broken Soul Hill. Black Wind Village. Soul-breaking slope. Fong Han silently memorized these two place names in his mind. The last trace of tenderness in his eyes completely faded away, replaced by a murderous intent. Shen Guan is a good official who truly serves the people. Such a person should not end up like this. He turned around and went back into the house, where the three women were surrounding Nangong Yunshu, comforting her softly. Jiro, Shuejian, Rume, take good care of Madam. Fong Han's voice was eerily calm. I'm going out for a while, and we'll be back before dawn. Bai Jiro looked into his eyes, which were cold and emotionless. Her heart trembled, and she knew that the master was really angry. She didn't ask him where he was going or what he was going to do, but just nodded meekly. Sir, be careful in everything. Fong Han nodded, turned, and walked into his bedroom. The moment the door closed, it seemed as if two worlds were separated. He did not light a lamp, but with a thought, light flowed in the 1 cubic meter of portable space. A pure black, modern, high-tech special operations uniform instantly replaced his coarse cloth gown. Then came the tactical vest, quick-draw holster, and the saber hanging from his leg. He donned them expertly. The movements were smooth and flowing, without any sluggishness. The things I prepared before are finally coming in handy. Finally, he took out a Barrett sniper rifle equipped with a silencer and a red dot sight, as well as a pair of night vision goggles from the space. When he put on the night vision goggles, the whole world in his eyes instantly turned into a strange green light. The eyes behind the lenses no longer had the laziness of a otaku, only the coldness and indifference of a predator. He pushed open the window, and his figure merged silently into the thick night like a wisp of green smoke. 30 miles west of Qingshi County is Haifeng Mountain. The mountain is steep and easy to defend, but difficult to attack. The Black Wind village on the top of the mountain is brightly lit, and the noise is deafening. Tonight is a carnival night for the entire village. In the gathering hall, hundreds of bandits, shirtless and drunk, were eating and drinking around a bonfire and making loud noises. Brothers, hey, today we have accomplished something great. We even chopped off the head of an imperial official. Ha ha. The big boss, One-Eyed Dragon, was standing on a table, holding a jar of liquor high up, roaring with a red face. The Li and Wang families are so generous. 1,000 taels of silver. That's enough for us to live happily for several years. Big brother is awesome. Big brother is awesome. The gangsters below started to make a fuss wildly, throwing their wine bowls and pieces of meat into the air. And in the corner of the noisy gathering hall, a headless corpse was thrown casually on the ground. The blue official robe had long been soaked with blood and mud. Several drunken bandits even urinated on the corpse, causing bursts of laughter. They didn't know that the shadow of death had already shrouded this sinful mountain. Outside the village, on a hidden cliff, Fong Han lay quietly in the grass like a sculpture. In front of him, a tablet computer glowed dimly. The screen displayed a clear, real-time aerial view. A small drone, like a ghost in the night, was hovering over the Black Wind village. The camera with thermal imaging mode turned on can clearly see the layout of the entire village, the position of the sentries, and the distribution of personnel. On the screen, the human silhouettes emitting red and yellow light looked no different from pigs and sheep waiting to be slaughtered in Fong Han's eyes. He looked at the tablet and saw the hundreds of reveling figures in the gathering hall, then looked at the dim outline in the corner that had turned cold, representing Shun Guan's body, and the corners of his mouth curled up in an extremely cold arc. Putting away the drone and tablet, he put on the sci-fi 4-eye night vision goggles. He moved his body, slid down the rock like a ghost, and sneaked into the mountain village silently. On the arrow tower at the entrance of the stronghold, a bandit on guard was leaning against the pillar, yawning, his eyelids twitching. Suddenly, he felt as if he had been bitten by a mosquito on the back of his neck, and it felt slightly cold. He subconsciously wanted to reach out and scratch it, but at this moment, his consciousness fell into darkness forever. His body slid softly to the ground without making a sound. Fong Han's figure emerged from the shadows behind him, and a drop of blood slowly slid down the saber in his hand. After getting rid of the sentry, he turned over and jumped off the arrow tower, landing silently like a civet cat. A patrol team of 5 people was walking towards them drunkenly, cursing and complaining about why they couldn't go drinking. The bandit walking in front suddenly stopped and fell forward. Bang! A muffled sound. Are you fucking drunk? The companion behind him cursed with a smile and was about to go up and kick him. Puff! There was another almost inaudible sound of a bullet piercing flesh. His laughter stopped abruptly, his body swayed, and he fell down. How? Puff! 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 A series of suppressed and dull sounds, like the precise roll call of the god of death. The remaining 3 gangsters fell one after another in a pool of blood before they could even see what was happening. Throughout the entire process, there was not a single scream or unnecessary movement. Fong Han walked out slowly from the darkness holding the Barrett. Under the night vision goggles, his eyes did not fluctuate at all. He stepped over the still warm corpses and walked step by step towards the place with the brightest lights and the loudest noise. Chapter 61 Kill All the Black Wind Village. In the gathering hall, the smell of alcohol and the greasy smell of barbecue mixed together, making people dizzy. The second in command was a burly man with a face full of flesh, and he had one foot on the table. With his other hand holding a wine bowl high, he was boasting about his feats of the day to the brothers in the room, spit flying. That bastard official, usually a decent person, was so scared when he saw my knife that he peed his pants. Let me tell you his head. He was speaking excitedly when, without warning, a small, extremely bright red appeared between his eyebrows. What the hell is this? The second in command was a little drunk and wanted to reach out and touch it subconsciously. The sinister smile on his face froze. His body seemed to have all the bones pulled out. It shook, and then fell straight back. With a loud bang, the table behind him was smashed to pieces. The wine and dishes were spilled all over the floor. He stared with his eyes wide open, and until his death he had no idea what that red dot was. The Ji Hall, which was noisy just a second ago, suddenly became quiet for a moment. Everyone stared at the second-in-command's body in a daze, unable to react. Is second brother drunk? A gangster who was nearby muttered. The boss, One-Eyed Dragon, felt a pang in his heart, and an inexplicable chill ran up from his tailbone. He suddenly jumped up, drew the ghost head knife from his waist, and roared towards the dark hall. Who? Who the hell is playing tricks on me? Get out here. What responded to him was neither shouting nor weapons. Instead, it was a sound so soft that it was almost inaudible. Puff. A confidant beside him who had just stood up suddenly tilted his head back. It was as if he was pushed hard by an invisible big hand, and a precise blood hole appeared between his eyebrows. He didn't even have time to make a sound before he collapsed to the ground. Puff. Another bandit who was about to raise his bow and arrow was shocked and fell down. Puff. 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 The strange sound was like the death-prompting drumbeat from hell, neither fast nor slow, yet extremely precise. Every time it sounds, someone falls down. The entire hall fell into complete silence. What followed was an extreme panic that was even more terrifying than death itself. Ah! There's a ghost. There's a ghost. Who is it? Who is shooting the arrow? Why can't I see anything? The remaining gangsters went completely crazy. They were like a group of headless flies, running around wildly in the not-so-spacious hall, waving their weapons randomly. Some people slashed at the beams, some stabbed at the air, and 2 people even died out of fear. They stabbed each other with knives. They could feel that there was a pair of eyes, a pair of invisible eyes that belonged to the devil, staring coldly at each of them in the darkness. Who will be next? Am I next? This unknown and irresistible massacre. It can destroy a person's will better than any sword or saber. Bang! At the height of this chaos, the 2 heavy wooden doors of the G Hall were kicked open by a huge force and shattered into pieces. A tall, pitch-black figure walked in slowly. The dozens of surviving bandits subconsciously stopped and looked over in unison. Then, everyone gasped and felt as if all the blood in their bodies was frozen. What is that? Not human. Definitely not a human. It was completely black and was wearing armor that they had never seen before, which seemed to be made of steel and strange cloth. His figure was tall and straight, yet full of oppression. The scariest thing is its face. There are no eyes, no nose, and no mouth on its face. There were only 4 strange eyes, emitting a faint green light, coldly scanning everyone present. Ghost, it's the mountain ghost that's angry. Grandpa Mountain God, please spare me. Grandpa Mountain God, please spare me. I didn't kill the official. It was the boss. The boss told us to do it. It's none of my business. The bandits, whose psychological defenses had completely collapsed, fell to their knees with a thump. They threw away their weapons and kowtowed to the ghost god, desperately, their foreheads bleeding. The fishy liquid instantly soaked many people's crotches. Fong Han turned a deafening deaf ear to the cries and pleas for mercy. Under the night vision goggles, these crying bandits were no different from pigs and sheep waiting to be slaughtered. He stepped forward, his huge tactical boots stomping on the blood and wine-stained floor. There was a dull sound, and every step seemed to be stepping on the hearts of those bandits. He walked straight up to the one-eyed man who had already collapsed with fear. The one-eyed man looked at the 4 green eyes that came in front of him. I felt a chill running from the top of my head to the soles of my feet, and my teeth were chattering uncontrollably. He couldn't even utter a complete beg for mercy. Who ordered you? A cold voice that seemed to be devoid of any emotion. It came from the body of that ghost. The one-eyed man shuddered without even thinking. He spilled the beans from a bamboo tube, telling everything. It's Mr. Li and Mr. Wang from the county. They gave us 1,000 taels of silver and told us to kill Shun Guan at Broken Soul Hill. They told us to hang his head in front of the county government office as a protest. Grandpa, please spare us. We were paid to do this, and we won't dare to do it again. Li family, Wang family. Fong Han's eyes suddenly became colder. He got the answer he wanted and stopped talking nonsense. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the one-eyed man's neck. The hand wearing the tactical glove was like a pair of pliers. Crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking seemed insignificant amid the cries. The one-eyed man's head drooped at a strange angle. There was still a lingering trace of extreme fear in that single eye. Fong Han threw his body aside, turned around, and walked to the corner. He looked at the already cold, mutilated, headless body and was silent for a moment. Then, he thought about it and put Shun Guan's body into his personal space. After doing all this, he took one last look at the bandits who were still kowtowing and begging for mercy on the ground, without a trace of pity in his eyes. He took off a few black metal blocks from his tactical vest and threw them into various corners of the hall, then turned around and walked out of the gathering hall without looking back. A few seconds later, boom, boom, several violent explosions, accompanied by flames shooting up into the sky, lifted the entire Ji Hall and all the evil inside into the sky. Fong Han did not stop. He walked into the vault where the bandits kept their gold, silver, and treasures. Looking at the big boxes filled with gold, silver, jewelry, silk, and satin, he looted everything without any hesitation and put it all into his own space. Finally, he poured several barrels of kerosene all over the village. He stood outside the village, watching the blazing flames. This den of thieves that had been entrenched in Black Wind Mountain for many years was devoured bit by bit. The flames shot up into the sky, dyeing half of the night sky red. Fong Han turned around and disappeared silently into the night like a wisp of green smoke. The entire Black Wind village was reduced to ashes. Chapter 62. The Li and Wang families were eliminated overnight. On the horizon, there still remains a last trace of thick ink. Qingshi County is still sleeping in silence. He was completely unaware that 30 miles outside the city, the flames that had been rising into the sky had already died out, leaving only a charred mess of sin. A black shadow, like a leaf blown down by the night wind. It floated silently onto the tallest bell tower in the county. Fong Han took off his night vision goggles and replaced them with a small monocular telescope, his eyes fixed on the brightly lit area in the east of the city. Li family mansion. Even in the middle of the night, there is still a guard post every 3 steps and a sentry post every 5 steps on the tall courtyard wall. Teams of guards armed with long swords and holding torches patrolled back and forth, with strict security, which was several times stronger than the defense of the county government. It's a pity that these defenses can prevent thieves on the ground, but they cannot prevent the eyes in the sky. A sneer appeared on Fong Han's lips, and his mind moved. A palm-sized drone appeared out of thin air and rose into the air silently, like a nocturnal moth, flying towards the depths of the Li family mansion. On the tablet screen, the thermal imaging images clearly show everything inside the mansion. In his eyes, the patrolling guards were nothing more than moving orange-yellow dots of light. Soon, the drone locked onto one of the most luxurious courtyards. In the courtyard, the outline of a bedroom exudes the most obvious heat. There was a human-shaped light spot inside, lying peacefully on the bed. Found it. Fong Han put away the drone, and with a flash of his body, he jumped down from the bell tower like a big bird, falling silently into the dark alley below. After a few ups and downs, he arrived outside the tall wall of the Li family mansion. He did not choose to climb over the wall, but walked to an inconspicuous corner of the courtyard wall. He took out a small military engineer shovel from his personal space and gently dug at the hard blue bricks at the base of the wall. The wall that was said to be as solid as iron is as fragile as tofu in front of modern alloy steel. Without making any unnecessary noise, he easily dug a hole that was only big enough for one person to pass through. Fong Han slipped in like a wisp of green smoke, perfectly avoiding the sight of all the guards on the wall. He moved between the rockery corridors, his movements as swift as a ghost. Some of the security guards who thought they were being vigilant were whispering to each other and complaining about tonight's midnight snack. Some of them leaned against the pillars and fell asleep, and no one noticed that death had passed them by. Fong Han easily arrived at the largest courtyard. The doors and windows of the bedroom were closed, but the latch was useless in front of his special lock-picking tools. Click, a barely audible sound. Fong Han pushed the door open and walked in. Inside the house, the aroma of incense curled up. On the brocade couch, Mr. Li was sleeping soundly, with even a hint of smug smile on his fat face. He was having a beautiful dream. In the dream, Shunguan's head, whose eyes were open after death, was placed on his wine table. The starving peasants in the county town knelt before him, crying and begging him for a bite of food. And he stepped on their faces with his feet and laughed loudly. Suddenly, a chill that penetrated deep into his bones woke him up from his sweet dream. Mr. Li suddenly opened his eyes. He saw a pitch-black figure standing in front of his bed, as if it had been standing there for a long time. On the figure's face, there were 4 eyes emitting a faint green light, looking down at him condescendingly. His eyes were so cold that there wasn't a trace of human emotion in them. Ghost. Mr. Li could only squeeze out half a word from his throat. Her mouth was about to open, ready to let out a heart-wrenching scream. A flash of cold light flashed before his eyes. He felt a chill on his neck, and the scream was abruptly blocked, turning into a ho-ho sound of leaking air. He covered his neck in horror, warm blood gushing out from between his fingers, soaking his luxurious silk nightgown. He widened his eyes, which were bulging with fear, and stared at the ghost in front of him, his face filled with endless horror and confusion. How could it be? At the end of his consciousness, he saw the black shadow take out a black wooden badge from his arms and throw it on the table beside his bed. That's the Black Wind Village badge. Mr. Li's body fell heavily back onto the bed, his eyes wide open, as if he died with his eyes open. After Fong Han did all this, it was as if he had just crushed a stink bug. He turned around and took out a map from his pocket, on which the word Ku was clearly marked. This was asked from the leader of Black Wind Village. In order to facilitate transactions, the Li and Wang families gave him a detailed map of their own treasury. The same scene happened at the Wang family half an hour later. When Wang Yuanwai's sinful life was ended by a cold dagger in his sleep, he couldn't even open his eyes. After doing all this, Fong Han followed the instructions on the map and came to the Li family's secret vault. Looking at the heavy iron door in front of him, which was made of fine steel and required 3 keys to open at the same time, Fong Han curled his lips in disdain. He took out a few pieces of special plastic explosives from the space and skillfully stuck them on the door lock. Boom! After a dull explosion that was suppressed to the extreme by the silencer, a big hole was blown in the iron gate that was strong enough to withstand thousands of troops. Fong Han walked in. The next second, even though he was used to big scenes, his breathing couldn't help but stop for a moment. Inside the secret vault, wealth piled up like a mountain, almost blinding his eyes. The 1,000 taels of silver given to Black Wind Village is not even a fraction here. On the left-hand side are rows of shelves made of fine sandalwood. What was neatly stacked on it were not account books, but official silver ingots weighing 50 taels each. They were shining silver and piled up like small mountains. A rough estimate was that there were at least 100,000 taels. On the right side are a dozen large locked mahogany boxes. Fong Han was too lazy to look for the key, so he just pried it open with a military knife. Crash! The moment the lid of the box was opened, dazzling golden light burst out, stinging people's eyes. A full box of golden gold bars. Fong Han pried open more than a dozen boxes in a row, and without exception, they were all filled with gold. And in the deepest part of the secret vault, there are several brocade boxes. When Fong Han opened it, he saw an even more dazzling array of things inside. There are night-shining pearls the size of pigeon eggs, emitting a soft glow in the darkness. There are jade pendants that are emerald green and full of water. There are calligraphy and paintings by celebrities from various dynasties. Each one is priceless. There was even a complete set of golden wine vessels inlaid with various gemstones, a tribute from the western regions. You're such a rich bastard, you're so damn rich. Fong Han couldn't help but curse, but he didn't slow down at all. He thought about it, and like a greedy Pichio, he took out everything in the secret vault. Whether it was gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, calligraphy, and paintings, he left nothing behind and put them all into his personal space. After robbing the Li family, he used the same method to visit the Wang family's secret vault. The Wang family's wealth is comparable to that of the Li family. When Fong Han put the last box into the space, the sky in the east was already turning pale. He returned quietly along the same route and left Qingshi County. Behind him are 2 wealthy mansions that are about to fall into a bloody storm. But he kept his achievements and fame hidden. When the sky was bright, Fong Han's figure had already appeared at the entrance of Liushi village. He changed back into his coarse cloth gown, with a lazy and tired look on his face, as if he had just gotten up early and taken a walk in the fields. I'm back. Chapter 63. Yunshu has nothing to repay except this life. Nangong Yunshu did not sleep all night. She just sat quietly on the edge of the bed, looking out the window with empty eyes, like a beautiful statue that had lost its soul. Baijiro and Lu Rume stayed with her for most of the night. Seeing that she didn't cry or make a fuss, but was just silent, they became even more worried. They knew that there was no greater sorrow than a dead heart, and that beneath this calmness lay a world that had long since collapsed. The sound of the courtyard door being gently pushed open broke the silence of the early morning. The familiar sound of footsteps suddenly brought a glimmer of light to Nangong Yunshu's dead eyes. She stood up suddenly like a startled bird and rushed out desperately. When she saw the familiar figure standing in the yard unharmed, still covered in morning dew and a faint smell of blood, the heart that was hanging on the edge of the cliff finally landed. The light in his eyes suddenly became extremely bright. Fong Han looked at her distracted appearance and said nothing more. He just said calmly, "Madam, follow me." He took Nangong Yunshu to an unused woodshed in the corner of the yard. Nangong Yunshu followed in closely. The light in the woodshed was dim. Fong Han only had a thought and saw a complete body. It appeared out of nowhere on the ground, covered with clean straw. The official robe on the body had been cleaned, although it still had blood stains that could not be washed off. Yet it was meticulously arranged. The head that had been brutally severed. It is also placed peacefully at the neck, forming a complete person. It was Shengguan. Nangong Yunshu looked at her husband's face, which was frozen with astonishment and unwillingness. Her body trembled violently. She slowly reached out her hand, wanting to touch him, but she didn't dare. I was afraid that everything in front of me was just an illusion. The leader of the thieves has been killed, and the mastermind is dead. Black Wind Village, the Li family, the Wang family, all of them will be wiped out. Fang Han's voice was very soft, but it was like a thunderclap, exploding in Nangong Yinshu's mind. He can rest in peace. Boom. Nangong Yinshu could no longer hold on. Her legs went limp, and she knelt down beside her husband's body. She looked at the intact face, and the dead heart seemed to be held again by a warm hand. Injected the last bit of strength. The grief that had been suppressed all night, the fear of escaping death, the relief of revenge, all the emotions were at this moment. All the dams broke. Husband. She threw herself on her husband, and this time, she finally let out a heart-wrenching cry. Tears fell like rain, and the hot tears soaked her husband's cold official robe. It also washed away all the despair and hatred in her heart. After a long time, the crying gradually subsided. Nangong Yinshu slowly stood up, wiped the tears from her face, and her phoenix eyes were red and swollen from crying. There is no longer any trace of weakness, only a clarity and determination like rebirth from the ashes. She turned around and bowed solemnly to Fang Han. A bow. Kowtow twice. Kowtow 3 times. 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows. This is the highest etiquette for subjects to meet the king and for believers to worship gods and Buddhas. An hour ago, she was still the most respected lady in the county. At this moment, she crushed all her dignity and pride. It turned into the most pious respect and was presented to the man in front of him. This time, Fang Han did not help her. He just stood there quietly, accepting this tremendous gift that could change a woman's life. That night, Fang Han found a place with excellent feng shui in the back mountain of Liushi village and dug a grave for Shun Guan with his own hands. There is no tablet, no inscription, only a lonely grave. Nangong Yinshu changed into a plain white mourning dress, lit a stick of incense for her late husband, and burned some paper money. As the last wisp of smoke dissipated, she said her final goodbye to her past. It's late at night. In Fang Han's room, the candlelight flickered. He had just finished washing up and was about to rest when there was a gentle knock on the door. Sir, can Yinshu come in? It was Nangong Yinshu's voice, soft, but with a firmness that could not be refused. Fang Han opened the door and was slightly startled. The woman in front of me has already bathed and changed her clothes. She changed into a flawless white silk dress. The material was as smooth as water and glowed faintly in the candlelight. It outlines her mature and plump yet slim and amazing curves. She took off all her expensive jewelry, and her shiny black hair fell behind her head like a waterfall. The beautiful face without makeup is illuminated by the flickering candlelight. It lacks some of the grace of the daytime, but has more of the thrilling interweaving of holiness and charm. The phoenix eyes that had just cried were now shimmering with watery light, as if containing countless emotions. Yet, it was clear without a trace of impurities. Her face was filled with a hint of determination. She walked into the room, stood 3 steps in front of Fang Han, then bowed gracefully, her graceful figure kneeling on the ground. Yinshu has nothing to repay you for. Her voice was soft, but every word was clear, as if she had used up all her strength. I only have this body. Please have mercy on me, sir. After saying that, without waiting for Fang Han to react, she slowly raised her hand. Slender white fingertips untied the ribbon around the waist. The white silk dress slid down her jade-like shoulders like the tide under the moonlight. Stacked silently at the feet. A flawless and beautiful body that could drive any man crazy was presented to Fang Han without reservation. Under the candlelight, her skin looked like the finest mutton-fat jade, emitting a warm luster, and every inch of her curves seemed like the most perfect masterpiece of God. Fang Han only felt a surge of heat rising from the bottom of his heart and instantly spreading to every part of his body. He no longer hesitated, took a step forward, and lifted up the slightly trembling body on the ground. He picked her up horizontally and strode towards the bed. Just when she was picked up by Fang Han, a series of cold mechanical prompt sounds rang out in Fang Han's mind. Ding! Strong feelings of love, gratitude, and belonging detected. Nangong Yinshu's favorability is locked to max. Ding! Binding to the 4th heroine is successful. The upper limit of double door energy is greatly increased. Top. Gene fluid is placed in the system space. Current energy, 950/1000. Chapter 64. The Li and Wang families were destroyed, shocking the people. The first ray of sunlight in the early morning barely illuminates the Bluestone Road in Qingshi County. A shrill scream that was not like a human voice was like thunderclap out of nowhere. It suddenly exploded from deep within the Li family mansion in the east of the city, shattering the still drunk tranquility of the county town. Someone's dead. Master. Master is dead. Half an hour later, the acting chief clerk of the county government, Lao Qian, the legal advisor of the former county magistrate Xinguan. He was standing in the most luxurious bedroom of the Li family with several yamen runners. His legs were shaking, and he felt a chill in his crotch. Cold sweat had already soaked through the ill-fitting official uniform on his back. It's too quiet. From the moment he entered the door until now, he hadn't even heard any fighting sounds from those guards who usually looked down on him. Dozens of strong and powerful men were now huddled in the yard like quails, their faces paler than those of the dead. They patrolled all night last night and didn't see a single ghost. In the room, the precious incense was still burning and the smell was still strong. On the couch, Mr. Li was lying on his back, with a hint of smugness in his sleep still frozen on his fat face. However, there was a thin, straight line of blood on his neck. The blood had already coagulated, without any excessive splattering, as if someone had simply scratched him lightly with the sharpest blade. Clean, sharp, and deadly. There was no sign of a struggle, no resistance. Mr. Li was like a fat pig that was bled precisely by a butcher while it was sleeping. Old Qian walked forward tremblingly, and when his eyes swept across the rosewood table at the head of the bed, his pupils suddenly shrank. On the table, besides a crushed walnut, there was also a black wooden waist plaque lying quietly. On the waist badge, two large, ferocious characters were engraved in cinnabar, Black Wind. It's the badge of the bandits from Black Wind Village. Lao Qian's head buzzed. Before he could figure out why the bandits from Haifeng's High killed someone and left evidence, a yamen runner rushed in crawling, his voice changing. Qian, Master Qian. No. Something bad has happened. Something's happened to the Wang family. The Wang family too. Wang family mansion. Same scene, same location, same way of death. Mr. Wang also died in his bed. There was also a thin line of blood on his throat, and there was even a peaceful sleepiness on his face. At the head of his bed, there was also an identical Black Wind Village waist badge. Old Qian looked at the scene in front of him that was so weird that it made his scalp tingle, and he could no longer hold on. He collapsed to the ground with a plop, feeling that all the strength in his body had been drained. How can this be considered a robbery by bandits? This is clearly the gods and ghosts claiming your life. The news spread like wildfire, and in less than half a day, it spread throughout the streets and alleys of Qingshi County. The county town exploded. Have you heard? Mr. Li and Mr. Wang were both killed last night. Oh my God, is this true? Those two guardhouses employ over 100 people, more than the county yamen runners. It's absolutely true. My second uncle's cousin works at the county government office and saw it with his own eyes. He said the cause of death was exactly the same. Both were stabbed in the throat while they were sleeping. Those guards didn't even hear a fart. This method is too scary. Scary? Let me tell you, the scarier part is yet to come. There's even a Black Wind Village badge left at the scene. What? Black Wind Village? Are they crazy? They killed people and still dared to leave their names behind. An old man drinking tea put down his teacup, lowered his voice, and said mysteriously, "What do you know? This is something truly bizarre. Have you forgotten the fire at Broken Soul Hill a few days ago? I heard it burned for a whole day and night, and the entire Black Wind Village, including the people and the village, was completely burned to charcoal." Ah. So, the old man slapped his thigh. How could this be done by bandits? This is Shun Qingtian's wronged spirit, refusing to leave. He's in heaven, and he's sent his heavenly soldiers and generals down to earth to avenge the lives of those beasts who killed him. As soon as these words were spoken, you could hear a pin drop in the entire tea house. Immediately afterwards, everyone's face showed an expression of sudden enlightenment mixed with awe. This explanation is more convincing than any bandit vendetta. It is also more relaxing. For a time, the saying that Shun Qingtian's wronged ghost is seeking revenge, and ghosts and gods are killing gentry at night, spread to every corner of the county. The people ran around to tell each other, and instead of fear, their faces showed a sense of satisfaction at having had their revenge. And those wealthy gentry who had colluded with the Li and Wang families and stabbed Xinguan in the back were completely frightened. They closed their doors one by one and invited Taoist priests and monks from outside the city at night to set up altars and perform rituals in their homes. The burning incense filled the air over the entire county with a strange smell. Everyone is in a constant state of panic, fearing that the silent ghost will appear next night. It will appear at the head of your bed. Liushi Village, under the big locust tree at the entrance of the village. Village chief Xiao Taizhan was puffing on his pipe, the sparks in the pipe flickering, reflecting his old face with wrinkles all over it. His hands were shaking so badly that cigarette ashes were falling down and all over his homespun clothes. But he was completely unaware. There were only a few images that kept turning over and over in his mind. A few days ago, the flames rising into the sky in the west. That kid Fong Han didn't come back the whole night. The next morning, when he came back, there was a faint smell of blood on his body. And the two shocking murders reported back from the county town today. One by one, like threads, they were controlled by an invisible hand. They were slowly connected together, and finally, all pointed to the most imposing blue brick and tile house in the village. Zhao Taizhan took a deep puff of the cigarette and started coughing violently, his old face flushed red. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the Fong family again. That look has changed. If we say that the previous awe still contained a bit of closeness as fellow villagers. Now, that awe has completely transformed into fear that is deep in his bones, so deep that he dares not even look directly at it. That's not a human. That is a god in human skin, or rather, a devil. I can't afford to offend you. Absolutely can't afford to offend you. At the same time, the village hunter Ma Baoguo was at home. Ma Baoguo paced back and forth in the small main room like a wild wolf trapped in a cage, with cold sweat on his forehead. His face was as white as the lime on the wall. You bastard, what's wrong with you? You're making me dizzy. His wife cursed him angrily, holding a bowl of porridge. Chapter 65. You should be more respectful than to your ancestors. Ma Baoguo slapped his thigh as if he wanted to break his leg bones. Turn. If I don't turn, I'll die. He lowered his voice, and his black face, which had been eroded by wind and frost for many years, turned pale. He growled at the woman. He knew better than anyone else in the village that he could sneak into two heavily guarded mansions in the dark of night without making a sound. It takes terrifying strength to kill two living people, and they are top figures like the Li and Wang families. That is not something that mortals can do. The fools in the village are still saying that it is Shun Qingtian's wronged ghost who is seeking revenge. But Ma Baoguo did not believe in ghosts and gods. He only believed in the intuition he developed while hunting. He suddenly remembered the scene a few days ago when Fong Han killed a big tiger. That huge tiger with hanging eyes and white forehead has been rampant in the mountains for many years. Even an old hunter like him has to take a detour when he sees it. But when it fell into Fong Han's hands, it didn't even make a sound and died quietly. As clean as slaughtering a chicken. Now think about how Mr. Li and Mr. Wang died. They were stabbed in the throat while they were sleeping, clean and neat. With a shudder, a chill ran from the soles of Ma Baoguo's feet to the top of his head in an instant. All the hairs on his body stood up, and he felt as if he had discovered some huge secret. A secret that could cost his entire family their lives. He grabbed his wife Li Dajiao's arm with such force that he almost crushed her. There was an unprecedented seriousness and fear in his eyes. Listen up. He stared at Li Dajiao, his voice pierced through his teeth. From now on, when you meet someone from the Fong family, whether it's Fong Han or his wives, you must bend down to the ground. Be as respectful as if you were meeting your own father. No, as if you were meeting your ancestors. Li Dajiao is also a fierce person in the village. But at this moment, she was so frightened by her man's appearance as if he had seen a ghost that she dared not even breathe. When had she ever seen Ma Baoguo like this? More respectful than, even than meeting your ancestors? That's right. Ma Baoguo gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. At most, our ancestors would curse you in a dream. If you offend that person, our whole family will be burned to ashes like the Black Wind village. Li Dajiao was so frightened that he trembled and nodded his head like pounding garlic, not daring to ask even a single question. At this time, the Fong family compound was peaceful and tranquil. The afternoon sun shines through the gaps in the grapevines, casting mottled light and shadows on the bluestone-paved courtyard. A stone table, a few bamboo chairs, a charcoal fire, and a set of exquisite purple clay tea sets. Nangong Yinshu changed into an elegant plain long dress and sat in the main seat. She was in mourning for her deceased husband and did not wear any jewelry, but her elegance was not diminished at all. The elegance and grace that came from being in a high position for a long time has been engraved into his bones. At this moment, this luxury blends softly with the tranquility of surviving the disaster, forming a unique and breathtaking beauty. She was explaining the art of tea to Baijiro and her two daughters. I saw her slender hands, and her jade-like fingers picked up the teaspoon with gentle and elegant movements. Each step is as smooth as flowing water, full of pleasing rhythm. Warming the cup, adding tea, brewing, distributing soup. Every gesture and movement shows the style of a great man. Baijiro sat aside, watching the scene most attentively. She was originally a lady from a noble family, and at this moment, she was learning eagerly. She was wearing a light blue skirt, and her gentle and quiet temperament complemented the fragrance of tea. The sunlight shone on her gentle and beautiful face, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. It is like a white lotus bud about to bloom, pure and elegant. Lu Rume seemed a little restrained. She imitated Nangong Yunshu's movements seriously, sitting upright with her plump figure. The mature and charming charm in her was suppressed a little at this moment by the tranquility of the tea ceremony. Instead, it adds a different kind of charm. Those peach blossom eyes that could speak were also full of concentration at this moment. The most lively one is by Shuejin. The little girl was wearing a pink short shirt and had 2 buns on her head, full of youthful vitality. She learned it quite well, but her bright almond-shaped eyes couldn't help rolling around. Sometimes he looked at the clouds in the sky, and sometimes he teased the butterflies that landed on the stone table. When Nangong Yunshu handed her a cup of clear yellow tea, she stuck out her tongue and smiled playfully, causing the other girls to laugh. Fong Han leaned on the recliner in the corridor, looking at this harmonious and beautiful scene, feeling satisfied. One is elegant and graceful, still retaining charm. One is as gentle as water, pure and beautiful. One is naturally charming and breathtaking. A lively, pretty and innocent girl. These 4 stunning women are now the most important part of his life. But he did not relax in his heart. He knew very well that the peace and tranquility before him did not come out of thin air, but were built on absolute power. The downfall of the Li and Wang families temporarily deterred the villains, but this was only in Qingshi County. If you look around the world, there are countless forces that are more greedy and more ferocious than the Li and Wang families. To protect this tranquility, one must possess the power to make everyone tremble. He decided to quickly build a force that was entirely his own and absolutely loyal. And the core of this force must be himself. He must become stronger. Fong Han stood up, quietly walked into his room, and gently closed the door. The light in the room dimmed, as if isolating all the tenderness and tranquility outside. As soon as he thought about it, a palm-sized silver metal bottle full of futuristic technology appeared in his hand. The bottle is smooth, without any label, only cold metal lines. Through the translucent bottle wall, you can see a light blue liquid inside. The liquid was like a melted star, emitting a faint light, full of mystery and power. Gene Optimization Solution. This was the system reward after Nangong Yunshu successfully bound. Now is the time to use it. Fong Han looked at the gorgeous liquid in the bottle. There was no more hesitation in his eyes, only bone-chilling determination. He unscrewed the bottle cap, tilted his head back, and drank the cold liquid in one gulp. When the liquid entered my throat, it didn't taste as I had imagined. Instead, it turned into a cool, thin line and slid into my stomach in an instant. The moment he put the bottle down, the cold mechanical prompt sound exploded in his mind. Ding! Genetic optimization fluid is taking effect, comprehensively strengthening the host body functions. Warning! The strengthening process will tear and reorganize the gene chain, causing unbearable pain. Please be prepared. Chapter 66. Establishing a guard team. The system prompt sounded as soon as Fong Han finished preparing. Severe pain, like red-hot molten iron, instantly filled Fong Han's limbs and bones. Well, a muffled groan was suppressed by him from between his teeth. It was not just pain, it was the ultimate suffering of having one's life level forcibly twisted, torn, and reshaped. He felt as if all the bones in his body were crushed into powder in an instant. Then, an invisible giant hand, carrying hot magma, reassembled and forged them one by one. Every inch of muscle fiber under the skin is breaking, curling, and regenerating frantically. The feeling of soreness, numbness, swelling, and pain is enough to drive even the toughest man crazy. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead almost instantly, soaking his clothes in the blink of an eye, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. His muscles were twisted and bulging uncontrollably, and his dark blue blood vessels were like hideous earthworms. It moved and protruded beneath his skin, looking extremely terrifying. At this moment, time seemed to be stretched out in an incomparably long way, and every second felt like a century of suffering in purgatory. Just when Fong Han felt that his consciousness was about to be completely torn apart by this boundless pain. The pain that was enough to destroy everything was like the ebbing tide, coming quickly and going even faster. Disappeared without a trace in an instant. What replaced it was an unprecedented sense of comfort and power. A warm and powerful force, like a river bursting its banks, rushed and roared through his brand new limbs and bones. Fong Han slowly loosened his mouth, which had been bitten to a bloody mess, and exhaled a long breath of foul air with a bloody smell. He opened his eyes. The whole world has changed. He didn't even need to listen carefully to clearly hear the slight sound of a dead leaf spinning and falling to the ground from the big locust tree outside the yard. Through the wall, he could hear Lu Rumei tucking in the corners of the quilt for Nangong Yunshu in the guest room. That even and gentle breathing. His eyesight became even more terrifying. Through the gap in the window, he could clearly see the night sky in the distance. The fine, dust-like scales on a moth's wings. This is a leap in the level of life. Fong Han slowly raised his hand. His fingers were slender, and the power under his skin seemed to be bursting out. He casually shook his hand in the air. Boo! The air in front of him actually made a crisp, slight explosion like a bubble bursting. He felt that he was now full of power, a terrifying power that was enough to split mountains and rocks. Not to mention a cow, even an elephant standing here would be unsatisfactory. He was confident that he could blow his skull apart with one punch. This feeling is so great. The next day, it was just dawn, when Fong Han pushed open the door and walked into the yard refreshed. Bai Jiro and the other girls who were preparing breakfast subconsciously stopped what they were doing and looked at him in a daze. The master seems a little different. It's still the same face and the same clothes, but the whole person's temperament has changed drastically. If we say that the previous Fong Han was a sharp blade hidden in a sheath, although it was sharp, but there is still some lazy and homely air that restrains his edge. Now, he was like a silent volcano about to erupt, just standing there quietly. It exudes a heart-pounding, majestic aura that is enough to crush everything. Fong Han didn't explain anything, just smiled, and the overwhelming aura disappeared instantly. He turned back into the gentle boy next door. He walked straight out of the house and found the village chief Zhao Taizhan, who was smoking a pipe under a big locust tree at the entrance of the village. Village chief, I have something I would like to ask for your help. Mr. Fong. Mr. Fong, you said that as long as I can do it, I will never refuse. Zhao Taizhan stood up quickly, even subconsciously using honorifics. Whenever he looked at Fong Han now, he always felt uneasy. Fong Han was not polite and got straight to the point. I want to recruit a guard team. The manpower can be selected from our Liushi village and several surrounding villages. Zhao Taizhan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized that this was a great thing. How many people? How many people are you planning to hire? How much will the wages be? Fong Han stretched out a finger. 1 ounce of silver a month provides 3 meals a day, with meat every meal. Boom. Zhao Taizhan felt as if his brain was struck by a bolt of lightning. He widened his cloudy old eyes and stared at Fong Han. His mouth was opened wide enough to fit an egg, and he didn't even notice the pipe in his hand fell to the ground with a click. One tael of silver. And they provide 3 meals a day, with meat every time. In this famine year, when people were eating each other, forget about earning 1 tael of silver a month. Even if you just want to have a full meal, there are people who are willing to sell their lives to you. How can the offer from Fong Han be considered wages? This is fucking godlike treatment. Half an hour later, Zhao Taizhan was beating the broken gong with all his strength. When the news was shouted out in the open space in the village, the entire Liushi village, as well as all the villagers who rushed over from the neighboring village after hearing the news, went crazy. At first there was deathly silence. Everyone seemed to be under a spell, with disbelief written all over their pale and thin faces. Immediately afterwards, the crowd exploded like a lit powder keg. Did I hear correctly? 1 tael of silver? And meat. Damn it. Is this real? Someone pinch me. I must be dreaming. Go. I'm going to sign up. I'll fight anyone who dares to stop me. Countless young and middle-aged people were so hungry that their eyes were green, and they were staggering even when walking. At this moment, they seemed to be injected with divine power. Their eyes were red, and they rushed towards the open space in front of the gate of the Fong family compound like a tide. The situation was out of control for a while. In order to fight for a front position, several people wrestled with each other on the spot, and more people were pushed down and trampled in the crowd. Stop pushing. Line up. Mr. Fong is watching. Just then, a roar was heard. Neo Air pushed away the person blocking his way. With a plop sound, he knelt heavily on his knees in front of Fong Han. This honest man had red eyes at this moment. His voice trembled violently with excitement. Mr. Fong, you saved my life, Neo Air. You also saved my father's life. From now on, my miserable life belongs to you. You tell me to go east, I will never go west. You tell me to kill someone, I will never frown. Behind the crowd, Hunter Ma Baowa clenched his fists tightly, his expression changing constantly. He knew better than anyone what it was like to be a bodyguard for someone like Fong Han. It is like trying to get the skin of a tiger, and your head is always on your belt. But when he lowered his head, he saw his hands, which had become so thin that only bones were left due to long-term hunger. I thought of the woman at home who was also starving and pale. The hesitation in his eyes was instantly replaced by ruthlessness. I'm not afraid of anything. It's better to die outside than to starve to death. He gritted his teeth, pushed through the crowd, and strode forward. He walked to Nyoair and heard a plop sound. He knelt on one knee and buried his head deeply. Ma Baowa, I am willing to die for you, sir. Chapter 67 Modern Training. Nyoair and Ma Baowa's actions were like pouring a bucket of cold water into a boiling oil pan. The originally chaotic crowd suddenly became quiet. Fong Han's gaze swept across Nyoair's flushed and honest face and Ma Baowa's complex and resolute face. He nodded. Nyoair, you will be the captain of the guard from now on. Ma Baowa, you are a hunter with great experience, deputy captain. Nyoair suddenly raised his head, his face filled with disbelief. Then it turned into immense ecstasy, and he pounded his chest loudly, as if swearing, Don't worry, sir. I, Nyoair, will lead the team, well even if it costs me my life. Ma Baowa simply buried his head deeper and replied in a dull voice, Yes. He knew full well that this position of vice captain was a stepping stone he had paid for with his life. From now on, the lives of his family, young and old, were completely tied to this unfathomable man before him. In a corner of the crowd, Yang Hongmei stood on tiptoe, stretching her neck as far as she could. Beside her, her son Zhao Tian looked impatient. Mom, why did you ask me to come here? Aren't you just recruiting some peasants to be security guards? I'm a waiter in Xiangmenlu, and I'm much more respectable than them. Zhao Tian adjusted his relatively clean short shirt, his face full of superiority. Yang Hongmei ignored him and stared at Fong Han with her eyes. She fantasized that Fong Han would see his promising son and recruit him in. Being a manager or something like that would be prestigious. But she waited from beginning to end, and Fong Han didn't even glance over here. In the end, Fong Han went down in person and walked back and forth several times in the dark crowd. His selection criteria were very strange. He didn't just look at who was tall and strong. Instead, he cared more about a person's eyes. He didn't want any of those with flickering eyes and slick looks. Instead, he singled out those farmers with simple, even dull, but strong bodies. Soon, the 100 places were filled. Where's my son? Where is my son Zhao Tian? Yang Hongmei became anxious when she saw that her son was not selected. But seeing Fong Han's indifferent eyes, she didn't dare to go forward and make a scene. She could only pull Nyoair's father Nyo Mantian and said sourly, Brother Nyo, your Nyoair is so lucky. He became the team leader. He will be a leader in the future. Don't forget us old neighbors. Nyo Mantian just smiled innocently and didn't say anything. Yang Hongmei looked at Nyoair's smug expression, then at her own son, who looked completely indifferent. Her face was twisted with jealousy, her nails digging deep into her flesh, and she could only curse in her heart. The 100 selected people were taken by Fong Han to a specially cleared open space behind the village. This will be their training ground from now on. But there were no swords, guns, sticks, or clubs on the training ground, only a large wooden barrel half a person's height. When the lid of the wooden barrel was opened, an extremely rich aroma, mixed with the overbearing smell of meat, suddenly exploded. 100 new recruits were collectively petrified. Inside the wooden barrel is a bucket full of steaming white rice with distinct grains. And on the snow-white rice, there was a thick layer of sliced, greasy meat. The meat was square and pink, and exuded a strange fragrance that they had never smelled in their lives. Gudong. I don't know who it was, but the first one couldn't help but swallow hard. This sound was like a signal, and swallowing sounds were heard one after another in the team. Everyone's eyes were wide open, staring at the bucket of rice and the bucket of meat, with green light in their eyes, and their breathing became heavy. This is pure white rice. And meat. A bucket full of meat. Fong Han looked at them and spoke lightly. Eat as much as you want and you'll be full. These 3 words are like an imperial edict from the sky. After a second of silence, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Charge. Oh my God. It's meat. They no longer cared about lining up, and like a pack of wolves that had been hungry for 3 days and 3 nights, they pounced on the big wooden barrel like crazy. They didn't have bowls, so they just ate with their hands. They stuffed handfuls of scalding hot rice and greasy luncheon meat into their mouths. The heat made them grimace, but no one was willing to spit it out. A man in his 30s was eating voraciously with tears and snot streaming down his face, crying like a baby. Woo-woo, delicious, so delicious. It's the first time in my life that I've had a full meal, the first time I've eaten meat. More people were crying silently and desperately shoveling food into their mouths. This is not just a meal, It is the hope of survival and a great blessing from heaven. This meal is enough to make them work hard for Fong Han. When everyone's stomachs were full and they couldn't eat another grain of rice, Fong Han had a dozen large boxes brought out. Now that we're full, it's time to change our equipment. When the box was opened, it contained neatly folded sets of brand new clothes. It was a dark blue garment they had never seen before. The fabric was thick, yet it had an indescribable softness. Next to the clothes were pairs of oddly styled shoes with green canvas uppers and soft rubber soles. The recruits carefully reached out their hands, touching the strong and comfortable fabric, and then picked up the pair of light and comfortable liberation shoes. Everyone was so excited that they were speechless and felt like they were dreaming. When they put on this outfit, the temperament of the entire team instantly changed. The group of skinny and pale peasants now looked like soldiers. Fong Han was very satisfied. After eating and dressing warmly, the next step is training. Everyone line up, heads up, chest out, abs in. Fong Han's voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. The guards looked at each other and began to line up in a hurry. Immediately afterwards, Fong Han began to implement modern cue training. Stand at attention. Hit me here like a nail. Don't move for an hour. If anyone moves, there's no broth for tonight. Marching in step. Lift your legs. Level with your chest. Throw your arms up. Get out of this murderous aura. Push up. Put your hands on the ground. Straighten your body. Up. Down. Up. Down. These bizarre training methods instantly plunged everyone, who had just been immersed in happiness, into hell. Everyone was complaining and sweating profusely. My legs cramped from standing at attention, my legs twisted when I marched, and I lay flat on the ground like a dead dog doing push-ups. But no one dared to complain, and no one dared to quit, because they know that all of this was given by that godlike gentleman. Seeing a large number of people lying on the ground, even Nyo Air and Ma Baoguo were panting from exhaustion. Fong Han shook his head. He walked to the front of the team, took off his shirt, and revealed his muscles, which were not exaggerated, but had perfect lines like those carved by knives and axes. Look, I'm only doing this once. Under everyone's shocked gaze, he supported himself on the ground with one hand and put the other hand behind his back. 1, 2, 3. His movements were standard, his speed was neither fast nor slow, and every time he lifted himself up, he was full of explosive power. Throughout the whole process, he remained calm and his breathing was steady. When he finished the 100th one with ease, he pushed himself up lightly and stood up steadily without even breaking a sweat. The entire training ground was dead silent. All the guards, including Nyo Air and Ma Baoguo, looked at Fong Han as if he were a monster, their mouths wide open enough to fit a fist. One hand. 100? Still like playing? Is this person still a human being? Chapter 68, Imperial Enjoyment. The night, like thick ink, enveloped Liushi village. The roars and heavy footsteps on the training ground gradually subsided. Only 100 men were left, collapsed on the ground in exhaustion, like rotten mud with their bones sucked out. Fong Han put on his coat amidst everyone's utterly awestruck gazes. He walked away from this iron-blooded land he had created with his own hands and headed towards his home. As I pushed open the gate, a warm feeling that was completely different from the solemn atmosphere outside came to my face. The yard was brightly lit and filled with heat. The 4 stunningly beautiful women had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Fong Han coming back, it was like seeing a bird returning to its nest or a big tree. A relieved smile appeared on everyone's face. A huge wooden barrel was placed in the middle of the yard. The bucket contained hot water that had been prepared long ago and sprinkled with flower petals and herbs. Clean fine cotton clothes were neatly folded on a bamboo stool nearby. Fong Han said nothing, but just walked to the wooden barrel. He took off his clothes that were covered with dust and sweat, revealing that perfect body full of explosive power. As soon as he sat down, Nangong Yinshu moved. This former wife of the county magistrate was a woman of the most noble temperament and the most dignified manners. But at this moment, he made a move that made the heaven and earth pale in comparison. She lifted her elegant long dress and slowly knelt down in front of Fong Han. The movements were natural and pious, as if this was not a humiliation but a supreme honor. She lowered her beautiful face and stretched out her delicate hands which were meant to play the piano and paint. He lifted Fong Han's feet very gently. Take off his shoes and socks, and use a warm towel. Wipe every inch of skin carefully. There was no trace of shame on her face, not in her clear phoenix eyes. There is only unbreakable respect and sense of belonging. Fong Han didn't stop him. He just leaned quietly against the wall of the barrel, enjoying it all. Bai Jiro and Lu Rumei walked over from the left and right. One of them took a towel soaked in hot water and began to wipe his broad back and solid chest. Baijiro's movements were gentle and delicate, as if she was treating a priceless treasure. The movement of her eyes was filled with unbreakable tenderness. Lu Rume was much bolder. Her plump body pressed tightly against the edge of the wooden barrel. Where the towel brushed against her, there was a hint of teasing in her talking peach blossom eyes. The charm is so soft that it almost drowns people. Huff, huff. There was a somewhat funny sound. Bai Shuejian was like a butterfly wearing flowers, and a palm-sized creature appeared from nowhere. Weirdly shaped plastic thing. Her little hand was pressing a pressure lever above with great effort. A small transparent fan blade began to spin rapidly, bringing gusts of weak but refreshing breeze. The little girl puffed out her cheeks and pressed the small hand-pressed fan hard. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and she kept cheering Fong Han up. Brother-in-law, is it cool? This is the treasure you gave me last time, and I couldn't bear to use it. Fong Han closed his eyes, feeling Nangong Yunshu's piety at his feet. The gentleness of Baijiro behind him, the charm of Lu Rume in front of him, and the coolness of Bai Shuejian beside his ears. This decadent, yet wonderful imperial life. It made every pore in the deepest part of his heart relax. After washing up and changing into clean clothes, Fong Han leaned lazily in the recliner in the corridor. The four girls surrounded him like four of the most beautiful flowers. Fong Han thought of one with a bright red strawberry pattern printed on it. A colorful paper box appeared out of thin air in his hands. What is this? Bai Shuejian came over curiously, her big eyes full of inquiry. The other three women also looked curious. They had never seen such an exquisite and unique box. Fong Han didn't explain, but just pulled out a long and thin stick from the box. Cookies with a layer of pink paste on the top. A rich smell, mixed with milk and a sweet and sour fruity aroma that I had never smelled before. It instantly spread in the air. He handed the biscuit to Nangong Yunshu, who was kneeling in front of him and about to massage his legs. Nangong Yunshu's cheeks turned red in an instant, like a ripe apple. She looked at the godlike man in front of her. Looking at his eyes with a hint of playful smile, my heart started beating wildly. Under the man's encouraging gaze, she shyly opened her red lips and took a small bite. Crack. A crisp sound. The crispness of the biscuits, along with the pink coating, melts instantly on the tip of the tongue. The explosive sweet and sour taste made Nangong Yunshu, the former county magistrate's wife who had tasted all kinds of delicacies from land and sea, excited. Her beautiful eyes widened instantly. What does this smell like? It's sweet, but not the pure sweetness of honey. With a lively, pleasant fruity acidity. It is fragrant, but not from any kind of flower or spice. It's a pure, mouth-watering milky aroma. That feeling of happiness, like a tide, instantly flooded her heart. Delicious, she murmured unconsciously, unable to conceal the shock and happiness on her face. Fong Han smiled, pulled out a few more, and gave them to the other three women who were watching eagerly. Wow, so delicious. Bai Shui saw that she bit off half of it in one bite, and a blush of happiness instantly appeared on her little face. His eyes were narrowed into slits, like a cat that had stolen some dried fish. Baijiro tasted it in small sips, savoring the unprecedented flavor. There was a touch of girlish excitement in that gentle and quiet temperament. Lu Rume was eating with an intoxicated look on her face. She treated the biscuit as a treasure. Eat it in small bites. Looking at the extremely satisfied expressions of the four girls, Fong Han also felt happy in his heart. At this moment, the cold mechanical prompt sound rang in his mind one after another. Ding! Nangong Yunshu's extreme happiness and sense of belonging have been detected. Happiness value plus 30, energy plus 30. Ding! Baijiro's strong love detected. Love value plus 20, energy plus 20. Ding! Lu Rume's strong dependence detected. Happiness plus 20, energy plus 20. Ding! Shirayukami's pure joy detected. Happiness plus 15, energy plus 15. Chapter 69, New Official Takes Office. Fearful. A few days later, a group of people were slowly walking on the official road from Qingshi County to the provincial capital. Leading the group was a small sedan chair made of blue cloth, followed by a dozen people in uniforms. The yamen runners were carrying swords on their waists, but they all looked pale. Their steps were unsteady, and they looked more like ceremonial guards than guards. In the sedan chair, the newly appointed county magistrate Chen Ting sat upright, his face, which was in its 40s, with a knot between his brows. He was originally an inconspicuous clerk in the provincial capital and had endured half his life. It was not easy to get such an opportunity to speak outside. I thought it was a pie in the sky, but who knew that what was sent to me was the hot potato of Qingshi County? Before coming, He had already found out everything that had happened recently in Qingshi County. The former county magistrate, Shen Guan, was murdered at Broken Soul Slope and his body was never found. The two largest gentry families in the county, the Li family and the Wang family, were slaughtered overnight. The bandits who had been entrenched in Black Wind Mountain for decades were burned to ashes along with their people and their village. Every single thing exudes a weirdness that is evil to the core. The official file stated that it was a bandit fight, but privately, all kinds of rumors had already spread like wildfire. Some say it is Shun Qingtian's wronged ghosts seeking revenge. Others say it is mountain ghosts and monsters that have come down to earth to eliminate evil. Shen Ting didn't believe a word of it. He believed that the water in Qingshi County was deep enough to drown the Dragon King. The one who could wipe out the existence of Black Wind Village and the Li and Wang families with lightning speed in just a few days. He is the real dragon in this pool of water. And all the rumors eventually pointed to one place, Liushi Village. A man named Fang Han stopped the sedan. After much deliberation, Shen Ting suddenly stopped the team at a three-way intersection 10 miles away from the county town. A yamen runner hurried forward and bowed flatteringly. "Sir, what are your orders?" Shen Ting lifted the curtain of the sedan chair and glanced in the direction of Liushi Village, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. "Instead of going to the county government office, change your route and go to Liushi Village. Instead of sitting on the crater of the county government office waiting for that ghost to come find you, it's better to go and pay your respects to the mountain first." When Shen Ting's guard of honor arrived at the entrance of Liushi Village in a sparse group, Shen Ting, who was in the sedan chair, looked out through the gap in the curtain, and his heart suddenly stopped. What did he see? I saw a square formation standing in the wide open space at the entrance of the village. A silent square formation consisting of 50 young and strong men. They were wearing unprecedented dark blue uniforms. He was wearing oddly designed green rubber-soled boots. Their figures were as straight as pine trees, standing straight as if they were 50 silent statues. In each of their hands, they held a brand new spear. The spearhead flashed with a cold light in the sunlight, so sharp that people dared not look directly at it. An invisible yet extremely real aura of murderous intent came towards me. The pressure was so severe that Chen Ting and his dozen or so yamen runners could hardly breathe. The yamen runners under Chen Ting had already stopped, and their faces turned pale. Their calves trembled. Their swords were in their hands, facing the enemy's neatly aligned spear formation. "It's just like a fire stick. This is fucking militia?" Chen Ting's eyelids twitched wildly. He had read military books and seen the garrison troops in the provincial capital. But even those regular troops who eat the emperor's food definitely do not have the spirit and energy of the team in front of them. This is clearly the iron-blooded momentum that only a battle-hardened army can possess. Just as Chen Ting was shocked, a man as tall and strong as an iron tower strode out in front of the square formation. It was Niu Er. He walked 3 steps in front of the sedan chair and stood there. He did not kneel down, but just clasped his fists and bowed to the sedan chair, neither humbly nor arrogantly. Niu Er, captain of the Liushi Village Guard, greets the county magistrate. His voice was loud and steady, with a military-like efficiency. Chen Ting hurriedly got out of the sedan chair, forcing a smile uglier than crying. "No need to be so polite, brave man. This official has just arrived in your place, and I have come to pay a special visit to Mr. Fang." Niu Er nodded expressionlessly. "The gentleman is currently meeting with guests. Please wait here for a moment, sir." As soon as these words were spoken, the face of a lawyer behind Chen Ting suddenly changed. He was about to scold him for being so bold, but was glared back by Chen Ting with a sharp look. "Let him wait. Let a 7th-rank county magistrate of the imperial court wait for a commoner without even any official title at the entrance of the village? This is an unprecedented humiliation." But Chen Ting did not feel angry at all. Only a chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He looked into Niu Er's calm eyes. Looking at the 50 silent gods of death behind him, he knew it very clearly. The other party is not discussing, but notifying. It's okay. Mr. Fang is busy. I'll just wait for him." Chen Ting waved his hands repeatedly, and his attitude was very humble. He even took the initiative to walk to the side of the road and really stood there waiting. This wait lasts for a whole stick of incense. As the sun rose higher and higher, beads of sweat appeared on Chen Ting's forehead, but he dared not move. Finally, a figure wearing a coarse cloth gown walked out slowly on the small path in the village. The man was very young and handsome, with a hint of sleepiness on his face. He looked like a scholar next door. But when his gaze swept over, Chen Ting felt as if he was being stared at by a prehistoric beast, and the hairs on his body instantly stood on end. He knew that this person was the ghost. Fong Han walked closer and faced the new official. He nodded slightly, not even bothering to say a word of courtesy. Chen Ting seemed to have received great favor. He quickly bowed and stepped forward with a smile on his face. Your humble servant Chen Ting greets Mr. Fong. I hope you will forgive me for my intrusive visit. You're too polite, County Magistrate Chen. Fong Han's voice was calm. Come into the village for a cup of tea. I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it. Chen Ting followed behind Fong Han, step by step, with an attitude as respectful as a minor official going to pay a visit to his superior. Just as they were walking towards the village, a strange sound suddenly came from another training ground not far away. I saw the hunter Ma Baohua leading another team of 50 guards, conducting archery training. Chen Ting glanced subconsciously, and then his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. The bows held by those guards were not any kind of bows he had ever seen. The shape of the bow was extremely strange, and the bow body was made of some unknown black metal. There are also many pulleys and nooses on it, which is full of ferocious power. It looks like some kind of sophisticated killing machine. A guard easily pulled the strange bow that looked extremely heavy and aimed it at a human-shaped straw target 50 steps away. Whoosh! There was no humming sound from the vibrating bowstring, only a sharp and piercing whistle that tore through the air. A black arrow, as fast as a black lightning. Its trajectory is almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. Puff! 50 steps away, a small hole appeared between the eyebrows of the straw target. The entire arrow actually passed through the target and was deeply embedded in the earth wall behind it. Only the arrow feathers were still buzzing. Whoosh! 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 Immediately afterwards, a series of dense and sharp sounds of breaking through the air rang out one after another, like the precise roll call of the god of death. In just a few breaths, the straw target 50 steps away was hit by 50 arrows. He was shot into a hedgehog. Without exception, the arrows all landed on the straw target's head and chest. Chen Ting froze in place, as if struck by lightning. He felt his throat dry, and all the blood in his body seemed to be frozen at that moment. 50 paces. Every arrow hits the target. What a terrifying archery skill. What a powerful weapon. Chapter 70. Chen Ting was shocked. This is a dragon crossing the river. Chen Ting asked himself. Even the most elite border troops in the city could not do this. That strange bow made of steel and pulleys, its range and power. It has far exceeded his understanding of the weapons in this world. What's even more terrifying are the guards holding strange bows. There was no excitement or pride on their faces, only a mechanical calmness, as if what they had just done was just an ordinary thing like eating and drinking water. Cold sweat flowed down Chen Ting's forehead, across his pale cheeks, and dripped onto his clothes, but he was completely unaware. He understood it completely. What about Shun Qingtian's wronged ghosts seeking revenge? And what about mountain ghosts and monsters coming down to earth to eliminate evil? Is all bullshit. The young man in front of me looks harmless, even a little lazy. He is the source of all this. While chatting and laughing, he wiped out the Black Wind village and slaughtered the Li and Wang families. The weather in Qingshi County has changed a lot. I, a county magistrate appointed by the imperial court, am not even worth a fart in front of this person. He is the local tyrant who has the final say here. After realizing this, Chen Ting's attitude changed 180 degrees. He no longer had any of the arrogance of a scholar, nor did he dare to have the slightest airs of an official. He bowed his body and followed behind Fong Han. His attitude was 100 times more respectful than when he met the prefect in the provincial government. Mr. Fong, you are truly, truly a god. Chen Ting's voice was a little dry, but his face was filled with a flattering and admiring smile. With your divine army in command, the people of Qingshi County finally have a real source of support. Your humble servant is deeply impressed by you. Fong Han led him into the yard. Seeing that there were guests outside, Baizhiro and others quietly retreated back to their rooms. Fong Han sat casually on the stone bench and poured himself a cup of cold tea, but did not show any intention of asking Chen Ting to sit down. Chen Ting didn't dare to sit down, but just stood aside respectfully, like a servant waiting for orders at any time. If you have something to say, please just say it, County Magistrate Chen. Fong Han took a sip of tea without even raising his eyelids. I dare not, I dare not. Chen Ting waved his hands repeatedly, bending even lower. This humble official has just arrived and is completely clueless about all the affairs in the county. From now on, I hope Mr. Fong will give me more advice. This humble official will definitely follow your lead. He hesitated for a moment, feeling that showing loyalty alone was not enough, and that he had to come up with something practical. Sir, Chun Ting leaned closer and lowered his voice. The county's taxes. I feel that some of the items are not very reasonable. Liushi Village has made such great contributions to the peace and stability of this county and deserves to be rewarded. I will go back and discuss with Mr. Qian and find a reason to reduce them for you, sir. This is the greatest sincerity he can show. Upon hearing this, Fang Han finally looked up at him, with a faint smile on his lips. County Magistrate Chun is thoughtful. He neither agreed nor refused. But in Chun Ting's view, this non-committal attitude made him feel more at ease than any promise. He knew that his life was saved for the time being. After seeing off Chun Ting, who was almost running away in a panic, the smile on Fang Han's face disappeared. He didn't care about that little bit of tax. What he wanted was absolute control over the entire Qingshi County and even the wider world. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. He called Neo Air and Ma Baogua to his side and began to give new orders. Neo Air, the guard team will continue to recruit more people. We will select another 100 people with clean backgrounds and who are willing to fight. The training cannot stop, and the treatment will remain the same. Ma Baogua, you will lead your men to escort our caravan to the neighboring Yunshan County and Pingyang County starting tomorrow. As Fang Han spoke, he took out a few pieces of paper from his arms, on which were drawn patterns of several common medicinal herbs that he had collected from his modern memories. According to the picture, we'll take as many as we can. Also, we have to sell the things we bring for a good price. What he was going to sell was a batch of refined salt that had been purified and forged using modern technology. It is much sharper and more durable than kitchen knives and iron tools on the market. These things, which are not worth mentioning in modern times, are hard currency that is enough to drive countless people crazy in this era. He wanted to use these to quickly accumulate his first pot of gold and establish a powerful armed force in ancient times. Neo Air and Ma Baogua took the order. Looking at the blueprints and the unquestionable light in Fang Han's eyes, they felt their blood boiling and answered in unison. Yes, sir. It's late at night. In the bedroom, the flickering candlelight reflects the warmth of the room. After Fang Han finished the work at hand, he looked at the 4 stunning beauties sitting around him. My mood also relaxed. He thought about it and took out a few packages from his personal space. It was a long, strip-shaped object wrapped in white wax paper. Printed on the paper was a cute, jumping rabbit and 3 strange, square characters that they didn't recognize. Brother-in-law, what good thing is this? Bai Shui saw the first one coming up and curiously poked the paper bag with a rabbit printed on it with her fingers, her almond-shaped eyes shining brightly. Nangong Yunshu and the other 2 girls were also curious. Fang Han always managed to come up with things they had never seen before. But a delicate and interesting little gadget. Fang Han smiled and tore open a package. An extremely rich, milky aroma instantly filled the room. It is a pure, sweet smell that makes your mouth water. He pinched out a cylindrical candy wrapped in a thin layer of rice paper. He peeled off the outer layer of wax paper and handed it to Bai Shuejian's little mouth. Try it. Bai Shuejian opened her little mouth without hesitation and put the candy in it. The next second, her big, lively eyes suddenly widened. The rice paper, as thin as a cicada's wing, melts in your mouth. An indescribable, mellow and sweet taste, like the sweetest mountain spring. It exploded on her taste buds instantly. It is not the sweetness of honey, nor the greasy taste of malt sugar. It is a warm, rich, milky aroma with an endless aftertaste. The candy slowly melts in your mouth, soft and chewy. With every chew, more sweet juice bursts out. So delicious. Bai Shui narrowed her eyes with happiness and her cheeks puffed up. Like a kitten that stole the most delicious dried fish in the world, it can't even speak clearly. He just kept shaking his head to express his happiness. Fang Han looked at her little appearance and felt amused. He took out a few more and distributed them to Nangong Yunshu and the other 2 girls who were looking at them eagerly. Bai Jiro held the candy in her mouth, her gentle and beautiful face. A hint of girlish surprise and sweetness emerged, and her eyes were full of tenderness. Lu Rumei savored it carefully, and the sweetness went straight into her heart. She felt as if she was surrounded by happiness, and the look she gave Fang Han was full of charm and dependence. Nangong Yunshu put the candy in his mouth, feeling the pure sweetness that he had never experienced before. In this warm and sweet atmosphere, a series of cold mechanical prompt sounds exploded in Fang Han's mind. Ding! Bai Shuejian's extreme happiness detected. Happiness plus 50. Energy plus 50. Ding! Nangong Yunshu's strong sense of gratitude and belonging detected. Happiness plus 30. Energy plus 30. Ding! Bai Jiro's strong love detected. Love value plus 25. Energy plus 25. Ding! Lu Rumei's strong dependence detected. Happiness plus 25. Energy plus 25. Ding. Energy is full. The double passing door is fully charged and can be opened at any time. Current energy, 1185/1000. Chapter 71. Seal of Thought and Trial of Loyalty. Qingshi County has completely changed. The new county magistrate, Chen Ting, closed the gate of the county government office since he returned from Liushi village that day, and announced to the public that he would fast and bathe and pray for Qingshi County, but in fact he was completely a coward. He knew very well that in today's Qingshi County, the county government had no say. In Liushi village, the young man surnamed Fong is the real ruler. Order in the entire county was quickly restored in a strange calm. The price of grain plummeted after the Fong family caravan brought back the first batch of affordable grain. The gentry who had been hoarding grain had no time to react before they were hit hard by this sudden move. They wanted to resist, but when they thought of the two mansions of the Li and Wang families that still smelled of blood and the forest of Haifeng village that had turned to charcoal, all their thoughts turned into a bone-chilling chill. Fong Han, this name, is like an invisible mountain, weighing on the hearts of everyone in Qingshi County. Fong Han did not put too much energy into all this. He expected the obedience of the government, the fear of the gentry, and the admiration of the people. His focus at this moment was entirely on the budding guard team. He knew very well that in these troubled times, only the barrel of a gun could bring about political power. Loyalty bought with money and favors is not reliable. Only by deeply imprinting your will into the bones of these people can you build an iron army that truly belongs to you. That morning, the atmosphere in the guardhouse, which had been expanded to 200 people, was solemn. Neo Air and Ma Bao stood at the front of the team, looking excited and nervous. Fong Han slowly walked up to the makeshift platform, his eyes calmly sweeping over the simple and awed faces below. He didn't say anything, just nodded at Neo Air. Neo Air took a deep breath, took out a roll of paper full of words from his arms, and began to read in his loud voice. Regulations on rewards and punishments for the Fong family guards. Just the title caused some agitation among the players below. First, the pay scale. Everyone who joins our guard team is a first-level member, with a monthly salary of 1 ounce of silver, 3 meals a day, and meat every meal. Boom! The crowd exploded instantly. Even though they had enjoyed such treatment for a few days, the impact was still unparalleled. This is a great reward from heaven. Neo Air ignored the excitement of the crowd and continued reading. Anyone who performs well in training and ranks among the top in the assessment will be promoted to a second-level team member with a monthly salary of 1 tael and 5 cents. Anyone who achieves military merit and kills an enemy will be rewarded with 5 taels of silver. Promoted to a third-level team member with a monthly salary of 2 taels. Anyone who can defeat 10 men at once or achieves great merit on the battlefield will be promoted to squad leader with a monthly salary of 5 taels. They will also be given land and houses. Above the team leader, there are deputy team leader and team leader positions, and the pay is even better. As they read out the items one by one, the breathing of all the team members became heavy. A wolf-like green light flashed in their eyes. In this devastating year when human lives are worth less than dogs, what Mr. Fong gave them is not just a job, but a visible and tangible path to heaven. As long as you are willing to work hard, you can succeed. However, this was not what shocked them the most. Neo Air cleared his throat and read out the following terms. Article 2, the pension regulations. For any member of our guard team who is injured on duty, all medical expenses will be fully covered by the Fong family. Salaries will be paid as usual during the recovery period. Any member of our guard who unfortunately becomes disabled while on duty will be supported by the Fong family for life. We will provide a monthly pension of 1 or 2 taels of silver until the end of their life. Any member of my guard who unfortunately died in battle. When he said this, Neo Air's voice paused. He swallowed hard and roared with all his strength. His family will be supported by the Fong family. His parents will be cared for and see to their end. His wife and children will be raised by the Fong family. His sons, if qualified, will be given priority to join the guards. If they wish to study, the Fong family will hire renowned teachers for them, and their tuition will be fully covered. The entire training ground was dead silent. The 200 strong men all had their eyes wide open at this moment, standing still as if they were under a spell. What did they hear? If you work hard for the Fong family and get injured, the Fong family will treat you and still pay you. If you become disabled, the Fong family will support you for the rest of your life. Even if he died, the Fong family would take care of his parents, wife, and children. Even caring about his son's future? What a grace this is. Since ancient times, soldiers have been fed with food, their heads hung on their belts, and when they died, they were buried with a straw mat. Who has ever heard of such an unprecedented pension regulation? This is no longer grace. This is the kindness of a reborn parent. Thump. A man in his 30s could no longer control his emotions. His knees softened, and he knelt heavily on the ground. He knocked his head down, and his forehead hit the ground with a dull sound. From today on, my life, Zhang-san, belongs to you, sir. Plop, plop. Like falling dominoes, 200 team members knelt on the ground in unison and kowtowed madly to the figure on the platform. Ma Baoguo also knelt in the crowd, clenching his fists tightly. He originally thought that he joined Fong Han for wealth and glory, and to fight for a bright future. But it was not until this moment that he realized that what he got was far more than he had imagined. This is no longer a simple relationship between the owner and the guard. Mr. Fong, this is treating them as a real family. Looking at the excited crowd below, Fong Han's face still didn't show much expression. He slowly raised his hand and pressed it down. The noisy scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone raised their heads and stared at him with an almost fanatical look. You may feel that I have given you too much, but I want to tell you that when you work for me, you're not just protecting Fong Han. He pointed in the direction of the village and then pointed to the county town further away. What you are protecting are your own families, your elderly parents, your gentle wives, and your young children. What you are protecting is the bowl of fragrant white rice in your own bowl, and the piece of meat that can satisfy your children's cravings. What you are guarding is a bright future where your family can sleep peacefully at night, without worrying about being snatched away by hungry wolves or having their homes broken into by bandits. And I, Fong Han's voice suddenly rose, carrying with it an unquestionable majesty and power. I am the giver of all this, and the protector of all this. Your loyalty is not to me, Fong Han, but to your own family. Your bravery is not to fight for me, Fong Han, but to fight for your own future. Prosperity is shared by all, and adversity is shared by all. Do you understand? Chapter 72. Divine soldiers descend from heaven, armed to the teeth. These words, like thunder, exploded in everyone's mind. These simple farmers had never heard such words. For the first time, they were told that they risked their lives not for others, but for themselves. Being loyal to Mr. Fong and protecting the family were completely equated at this moment. An unprecedented sense of belonging and honor was growing wildly in their hearts. Clear. Die for the master. Fight for my family. Prosperity is shared by all. Suffering is shared by all. The roar was like a tsunami, resounding through the sky and scaring the birds in the forest away. Fong Han nodded with satisfaction, struck while the iron was hot, and threw out a more tempting bomb. From today on, I will select the 10 most loyal, bravest, and most fearless among you to form my personal guard, named Ghost Fong. Anyone selected for Ghost Fong will have their benefits doubled. Their families will move into a private courtyard next to our mansion and enjoy the best protection. And Fong Han paused, a mysterious light flashing in his eyes. I will personally teach you the divine skills. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. All the team members stopped breathing in an instant. Then came the sound of extremely heavy breathing. Everyone's eyes were red, flashing with crazy and hot light, like a hungry beast seeing the most delicious prey. Ghost teeth. Royal guard. Double the salary. The family moved into the Fong family mansion. Most importantly, the master wants to teach you the magical skills personally. When everyone thought of the master's unpredictable methods and his power that was like a god descending from heaven, their hearts almost jumped out of their chests. What an honor this is. What an opportunity. For this spot, they are willing to give everything. Even life. Ma Baoguo knelt on the ground, looking at his companions who were like crazy around him, and then looked at the man on the high platform with an indifferent expression, as if dominating everything. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart and instantly spread to every part of his body. He was horrified to the extreme. Mr. Fong, this is terrible. Not only does he possess godlike means, he also possesses the terrifying ability to bewitch people. This kind of control over the mind, this kind of enslavement from the depths of the soul, is 1,000 times more terrifying than swords and money. The last bit of hesitation and luck in Ma Baoguo's heart was completely crushed at this moment. He buried his head deeply, with only one thought left in his mind. Be devoted and never betray. At night, Fong Han settled everything and quietly returned to his modern rental house. The room was still as simple as before, but Fong Han's mood was completely different. He turned on his computer and skillfully logged into several websites selling military supplies and outdoor equipment. The army has been prepared. Next, he needs to purchase a batch of real divine equipment for his army. He wanted to arm the 200 guards who fanatically worshipped him to the teeth. No words were spoken that night. When Fong Han returned to dying again, his storage space was already filled with various supplies carefully purchased from the modern world. These industrial products, which can be seen everywhere in modern society, are about to shine like magical weapons in this backward ancient world. 200 guards had already assembled at the training ground in Liushi village. After that exciting ideological baptism, their mental outlook is now completely renewed. Everyone's face was filled with fanatical excitement. Their backs were straight, and their eyes were filled with desire for the future and the utmost admiration for that godlike gentleman. They were all looking forward to it, looking forward to the selection of the Ghost Fong guards, looking forward to the magic skills that the gentleman mentioned. Fong Han's figure appeared on the high platform of the training ground. He was still wearing a simple coarse cloth gown, with an indifferent expression, as if nothing could cause any ripples in his mood. But the moment he appeared, the gazes of the 200 people below were instantly focused, as if believers had seen their only god. "Greetings, sir." Neo Air and Ma Baogwa took the lead, kneeling on one knee, their voices as loud as a bell. "Greetings, sir." 200 people knelt down in unison, their movements in unison. With an iron-blooded momentum, their voices gathered into a torrent, rising straight into the sky. "Get up." Fong Han spoke lightly, and then waved his hand. Neo Air and Ma Baogwa immediately stood up, and, along with a few strong men, carried out more than a dozen heavy wooden boxes. Bang! 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 The wooden box was placed heavily in front of the platform, and the muffled sound it made was like a war drum, beating on everyone's heart. Everyone looked at the boxes curiously, wondering what was inside. At Fong Han's signal, Neo Air stepped forward, took a deep breath, and forcefully opened the lid of the first box. Hiss! A uniform gasp of shock was heard on the training ground. Inside the wooden box, neatly stacked were sets of brand new armor that they had never seen before. The armor was a deep military green in color. It was not leather, nor steel, but a strange fabric with a fine, scale-like texture. Under the sunlight, it not only does not reflect light, but instead exudes a calm and solemn atmosphere. This is not the end yet. Ma Baogwa opened the second box. Inside were pairs of black high-top boots with strange styles. The boots were not made of leather either. The upper was made of a tough canvas, while the sole was a thick black gel with complex patterns, which was full of power. Immediately afterwards, the third and fourth boxes were opened one after another. All the team members' eyes widened. What did they see? A black compound bow with a unique shape and full of ferocious power. The entire structure is made of an unknown black metal, wrapped with steel cables and dotted with several precise pulleys, full of the violent aesthetics of modern industry. This was completely beyond their understanding of the weapon bow. Where's this bow? This is clearly some kind of sophisticated killing machine. Everyone was stunned. They stretched out their hands cautiously, wanting to touch it, but were afraid of desecrating this magical weapon. They had seen the officers and soldiers of the county government and the garrison troops of the provincial capital, but the so-called leather armor and iron armor on those people were simply a pile of junk compared to the extremely sophisticated equipment in front of them. This armor is called black scale armored. Fong Han's calm voice sounded like a god proclaiming an oracle. Invulnerable to swords and guns, and immune to water and fire. He pointed to the combat boots again. These boots are called cloud-stepping boots. They allow you to travel 100 miles a day as if walking on flat ground. Finally, his eyes fell on the compound bows, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. This bow is called Star Chaser. It can be fully drawn without divine power. Its effective range is 150 steps. Within 100 steps, it can penetrate gold and split stone. Boom. Every word Fong Han said was like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of all the team members. Invulnerable. Travel 100 miles a day. Shooting through arrows from 100 paces, piercing gold and splitting rocks. This is not an earthly weapon. This is the magical outfit from the fairy world. Chapter 73, The God of War arrives. Now, everyone change clothes. At Fong Han's command, all the team members could no longer contain their ecstasy and excitement, and surged forward like a tide. They carefully picked up the brand new equipment, touched the tough puncture-proof coating on the black scale armor, and felt the comfortable and elastic rubber sole of the cloud-stepping boots, with dreamy disbelief on their faces. When they put on the full set of equipment, the temperament of the entire team changed dramatically. Originally a group of strong but earthy farmers, at this moment, transformed into a murderous and awe-inspiring elite force. The uniform military green combat uniforms make them look like tigers in the mountains. The high-top military boots on their feet make their posture look more upright. Everyone's face is filled with strong confidence. As a hunter, Ma Bao's love for bows and arrows is deep in his bones. He was the first to pick up the compound bow called Star Chaser. When he picked up the bow, he felt a cold and heavy metal texture, heavier than any hunting bow he had ever used. He took a deep breath and followed Mr. Zhongfang's demonstration to put the arrow on the bowstring. He originally thought that it would take all his strength to pull such a huge steel bow. But when he exerted force with both hands, he was shocked to find that the bowstring was unexpectedly light. The pulley structure amplified his strength several times. He felt that he only used less than half of his strength, and the bowstring was easily pulled to its full length. An unprecedented feeling of controlling, terrifying power instantly spread throughout the body. He aimed at a wooden target wrapped in a thin layer of iron sheet, which was used specifically for testing power and was about 150 steps away. Whoosh! He loosened his fingers. There was no humming sound from the vibrating bowstring, only a sharp, piercing whistle that tore through the air. A black carbon arrow, as fast as a black lightning. Its trajectory is almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. Next second, puff! A muffled sound that made one's teeth ache was heard. 150 steps away, the sturdy iron and wooden stakes shattered with a sound. The entire arrow pierced through the iron sheet and the thick wooden stake without any hindrance, and was deeply nailed into the earth wall behind it, leaving only the arrow feathers still buzzing at a high frequency. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone was completely stunned by the terrifying power of this arrow. 150 steps? This is far beyond the range limit of ordinary bows and arrows. What's even more terrifying is that it can even penetrate iron sheets with ease. If this shot hits a person, even if it's a tin can wearing heavy armor, it will be shot through on the spot. What a great bow. A divine bow. Ma Baoguo was trembling with excitement. He stroked the compound bow in his hand, as if he was stroking his lover. Mr. Shenwei, long live the sir. After a brief silence, the training ground erupted in earth-shaking cheers. The look in everyone's eyes when they looked at Fong Han was no longer one of simple admiration, but of faith that had reached the highest level of fanaticism. Fong Han was very satisfied with this, and he asked someone to bring up a few small boxes. This is a marching pill. During wartime, each person is issued 3 pills. 1 pill will keep you full of energy for a day and a night, and will eliminate hunger and thirst. The box was opened, revealing pieces of compressed biscuits wrapped in oil paper and vacuum-packed beef jerky. The team members took it curiously and tore open the package. A strange aroma, a mixture of grains and meat, wafted into the air. One team member took a bite of the compressed biscuit doubtfully, and his eyes widened instantly. The biscuits had a firm texture and tasted unexpectedly sweet. What's even more amazing is that after eating just a small piece, I felt a strong sense of fullness in my stomach and a warm power surged throughout my body. They tasted the beef jerky again and were completely conquered by its delicious and chewy taste. A magical pill. It's truly a magical pill. With this magical item, we won't need any food or fodder even if we travel thousands of miles. The team members were completely excited, and their understanding of Mr. Fong's immortal skills was once again refreshed. They firmly believe that the one they are following is a true god walking on earth. On the hillside not far from the training ground, the new county magistrate Chen Ting, accompanied by his lawyer Zhang, was secretly watching all this. When he saw the guards who had suddenly upgraded their weapons and were filled with murderous intent, he turned pale with fear. When he saw the earth-shattering power of Ma Baoguo's arrow, his legs went weak and he almost collapsed to the ground. This. Chen Ting pointed downwards, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Master Zhang's face was filled with horror. He swallowed hard and said in a dry voice, "Sir, this Mr. Fong, he's not some latent dragon at all. He's clearly a fierce dragon that's about to stir up trouble." Chen Ting shuddered when he heard this. The awe he felt for Fong Han had penetrated deep into his bones. He understood that the sky in Qingshi County had not changed. Instead, it was completely changed. From now on, he, as the county magistrate, only needs to do one thing. That is, Mr. Opposite, obey your orders. Magical weapons, food for the immortals. The successive miracles have made the members of the guard team regard Fong Han as an omnipotent god. Their loyalty, strengthened by faith, becomes incomparably strong. However, Fong Han felt that it was not enough. The power of equipment is ultimately an external force. In this world that values individual strength, a leader's bravery is the most powerful thing that can awe people. He wanted to give another drastic measure to the hearts of these soldiers who already fanatically worshipped him. He wanted to make them understand that not only could he give them magical weapons, but he himself was the most powerful magic weapon in the world. Therefore, a unique martial arts show was officially held on the second day after everyone changed their clothes. A large open space was cleared in the center of the training ground. Under the curious and expectant gazes of all the team members, Neo Air, along with the 8 strongest men in the guard team, carried out something from the corner with a whoosh. It was a huge stone lock made of polished bluestone, half a person's height, with 3 eye-catching characters engraved on it. 500 pounds. This stone lock was previously used by the gentry and wealthy families to test the strength of their guards. After the Li family was destroyed, Feng Han ordered people to move it here. The 8 strongest team members worked together to carry it to the center of the field, and they were already sweating and panting. When the stone lock was lowered, the ground made a dull thud and shook slightly. The team members looked at this huge monster and couldn't help but be amazed. 500 kilograms. This weight is enough to crush a cow. Among them, Neo Air, the strongest one, could only shake it with all his strength. It was simply a fantasy to want to lift it. They didn't understand why the gentleman had people carry this thing out. What was he going to do? Is it to test everyone's strength? Just as everyone was talking, Feng Han slowly walked down the platform, walked through the crowd, and came to the huge stone lock. Chapter 74. Immortal Seeds Descend to the World, Shirong Divine Land. The whole audience's attention was instantly focused on him. Feng Han just stretched out a hand. Under the gaze of 200 pairs of horrified eyes, his hand, which did not look particularly strong and could even be said to be somewhat slender, grabbed the handle of the stone lock so casually. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Everyone held their breath, their eyes wide open, staring intently at the scene in the field. Sir, this is... Lift it with one hand. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This goes against common sense. However, the next second, a scene that overturned their cognition happened. Feng Han's arm muscles were just slightly tensed, and the lines of blue veins were full of explosive beauty. Then, the massive stone lock weighing 500 kilograms, which required 8 strong men to lift, was just. He lifted it up easily and slowly with one hand. There was no delay at all during the whole process. There wasn't even a hint of effort on Feng Han's face. His expression remained calm, his breathing was steady, and he was so relaxed as if he had just lifted a light piece of wood. He raised the stone lock high above his head with one hand, his arm as steady as a rock, without the slightest shake. Boom! At this moment, the brains of everyone in the audience seemed to be hit hard by an invisible hammer weighing thousands of pounds. In an instant, everything was blank. Thinking completely stagnated. Neo Air's mouth suddenly opened wide, big enough to fit a fist in. His honest face was filled with extreme horror that could not be described in words. The star-chasing Bao in Ma Baogua's hand fell to the ground with a click, but he was completely unaware of it. His whole body was like a clay sculpture or a wooden sculpture, completely petrified on the spot. The other team members, one by one, all froze in place, with dull eyes, as if they had seen a god or demon descend to earth. One hand. 500 pounds. Still like playing? Is this person still a human being? No. This is not human power. This is divine power. It's magic. It is a power that mortals cannot reach at all. It belongs to the gods. Amidst everyone's shattered perspectives, Feng Han swung his arm and casually threw the 500-gene stone lock to the ground. Bang! With a loud bang, the ground cracked and dust flew. But that's not all. Feng Han dusted off his hands and slowly walked to the edge of the training ground, in front of a half-human-high granite tablet engraved with training regulations. This stone tablet is extremely hard. If an ordinary sword or knife cuts it, it will only leave a white mark. Feng Han stood in front of the stone tablet and took a deep breath. He did not gather strength, nor did he make any exaggerated gestures. He just slowly pushed out a palm. The movement seemed light and airy, without causing any sound of wind. But the moment his palm was imprinted on the stone tablet, crack, a subtle sound, like a spider web breaking, reached everyone's ears clearly. There was no earth-shattering noise, no flying stone chips. But under everyone's dead silence, as if they had seen a ghost, on that incomparably hard granite steel, there was left an extremely clear palm print that was several inches deep. The outline of the palm print was clearly visible. Even the palm lines were visible clearly. If we say that lifting the stone lock with one hand just now was the ultimate display of strength, then the palm in front of him is the most terrifying and precise control of power. This is more shocking and incredible than smashing the stone tablet into pieces with a single palm strike. Thump. I don't know who it was, but the first one couldn't bear the extreme visual and mental impact. His knees went weak and he knelt down heavily. There was no more awe or worship in his eyes, only the most primitive and purest fear and worship of the gods. Immediately following, plop, 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 200 fully armed guards, including Neo Air and Ma Baogua, knelt on the ground in unison. They buried their heads deep in the dust, their bodies shaking violently with excitement and fear. Mars. I don't know who it was, but the first one to roar was heard. God of War, God of War, God of War. The next second, thunderous shouts erupted from the mouths of these 200 iron-blooded men. They kowtowed to Fong Han frantically, their expressions fanatical to the extreme. Mars. Only the word God of War can describe the man in front of them, who was like a god or demon descending to the earth. From this moment on, Fong Han's image in their hearts completely completed its final transformation. From the initial great benefactor to the benevolent living god, and then to this moment, he has been sublimated into the invincible, irresistible, and supreme god of war who dominates everything. Absolute loyalty has been forged since then. This kind of loyalty no longer requires any interests or thoughts to maintain. It comes from the trembling and worship in the deepest part of the soul. Until death do us part. The name of the god of war resounded throughout Liushi village. With his inhuman strength, Fong Han completely established his supreme sacred status in this army. Military power is as stable as Mount Tai. Next, he will begin to solve the fundamental problem of this era, hunger. He wants to turn the entire Qingshi County into a real paradise with ample food and clothing. Only when the people under his rule live a good life can his rule have the most solid foundation. On this day, Fong Han summoned the village heads of all villages under Qingshi County and the new county magistrate Chen Ting, and held an unprecedented meeting in the meeting hall of Liushi village. When Chen Ting and those trembling village heads walked into Liushi village, they were all frightened to the point of losing their legs by the murderous guard team that was training at the village entrance. They looked at those elite soldiers wearing black scale armor and cloud-stepping boots, and their awe of Fong Han deepened several levels. In the meeting hall, Fong Han sat in the main seat. Chen Ting and dozens of village heads stood respectfully below, not even daring to breathe. I called everyone here today because I have an important announcement that will affect the livelihoods of the people of Qingshi County. Fong Han's voice was as calm as ever. He clapped his hands, and Neo Air immediately brought people in and carried in several heavy sacks. The sack was opened, and golden, yellow, and round seeds of various colors appeared in front of everyone. This is... A village chief stretched his neck curiously. He saw that in one of the bags, there were rice grains that were incredibly plump, and each grain seemed to contain vibrant vitality. It was better than any tribute rice he had ever seen. In the other pocket, there is a yellow oval seed. In another pocket, there was a strange rhizome with a yellowish-brown color and a bumpy surface. Chen Ting was also confused. Although he was a civil servant, he knew some farming knowledge. But except for the rice, he had never heard of the other things in front of him. These 3 items are the divine seeds I obtained from an immortal during my travels. Fong Han spoke, his tone carrying a hint of unquestionable majesty. He pointed at the rice and said, "This is immortal rice. It's drought and flood-resistant, has a short growing season, and can yield up to 1,000 caddies per mu." What? 1,000 pounds. Chapter 75, Mechanical Divine Plow. All people kneel and worship. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. All the village heads, including the county magistrate Chen Ting, were stunned, thinking they had heard wrongly. Yield of 1,000 kilograms per mu. What is the concept? Nowadays, even in a year with good weather and good harvests, the yield per mu of the best farmland in dyeing is only 300 kilograms. 1,000 kilograms per mu of crop. That's simply unbelievable. It's something that only appears in fairy tales. They looked at Fong Han with disbelief written all over their faces, but when they thought of this gentleman's unpredictable methods, no one dared to question him. Fong Han ignored their shock and pointed at the corn and potatoes. These 2 things, called corn and potatoes, are also immortal seeds. They are not picky about the soil and can grow in mountainous areas or barren sandy land. Moreover, their yield is even higher than that of immortal rice. Everyone's brain is no longer enough. Higher than 1,000 kilograms per mu? What a terrifying output that would be. If what Mr. Fong said is true, then the people of Qingshi County will no longer have to suffer from hunger, right? Thinking of this, all the village chiefs' breathing became rapid, and their eyes were filled with burning desire. Fong Han took in everyone's reactions. He knew that all talk without action was just empty talk. He waved again. This time, the guards carried in hundreds of white bags with strange characters printed on them. The immortal seed alone is not enough. It also needs to be matched with this thing. Fong Han ordered someone to open a bag, which contained grayish-white granular objects. This substance is called Shirong Divine Soil. It is the soil of the immortal realm, rich in supreme spiritual energy. Simply bury it with the immortal seeds when sowing, and the immortal seeds will thrive and bear abundant fruit. Sacred land. Chen Ting and the village heads looked at each other, their faces full of confusion. They had never heard of such a thing. Fong Han didn't explain. He asked someone to bring a basin of water and asked someone to dig up a vegetable seedling that had turned yellow due to the drought. He grabbed a handful of fertilizer, threw it into the water, and stirred it gently. The grayish-white particles dissolved in water and disappeared instantly. Then, in front of everyone, he slowly poured the holy water onto the roots of the dying seedling. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. Under the incredible gaze of dozens of eyes, the seedling, which had drooped its leaves and was about to die, suddenly came back to life at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its withered yellow leaves, starting from the roots, gradually turned back to emerald green. The curled-up leaves slowly unfolded. In just a short time of a cup of tea, the seedlings became lush green and full of vitality, as if they had just experienced the baptism of a spring rain. The entire conference hall was silent. Everyone was completely shocked by this scene that went against the laws of nature. Dead trees come back to life with spring. This is definitely a method that only gods can possess. A miracle. This is definitely a miracle. County Magistrate Chen Ting could no longer contain his inner excitement and shock. He fell to his knees with a plop, prostrating himself before Fong Han, and shouted in a trembling voice, "Goddess Fong, be merciful. Goddess Fong is so compassionate that he has sent down divine seeds and divine land. This is truly a blessing for the people of Qingshi County." He no longer considered whether this was reasonable or not. Seeing with your own eyes is worth 1,000 words. The person in front of me is a real god. Goddess Fong, have mercy. The other village chiefs also woke up as if from a dream, knelt down, and kowtowed madly to Fong Han. They looked at those immortal seeds and divine soil, with eyes burning like fire, as if they had already seen the golden waves of wheat in the future and the mountains of grain in their homes. Zhao Taizhan, the old village chief of Liushi village, also knelt in the crowd. In his heart, besides the same awe as everyone else, he felt more of a sense of pride. A true god appeared in their Liushi village. Soon, the news spread throughout Qingshi County as if it had wings. When the people heard that Immortal Fong would not only distribute immortal seeds that could produce 1,000 kilograms per mu, but also give them divine soil that could bring dead trees back to life, the entire Qingshi County was in an uproar. Countless people flocked to Liushi village from all directions. They told each other the news, their faces filled with joy of surviving the disaster and infinite longing for the future. They knelt outside Liushi village and kowtowed devoutly in the direction of the village. On this day, the title Mr. Fong completely replaced Mr. Fong. Fong Han's status in the hearts of the people of Qingshi County has been elevated from an awe-inspiring strong man to a savior who saves all living beings and brings hope. His reputation reached a new peak. Immortal seeds and divine soil, like seeds of hope, were distributed to every corner of Qingshi County. The people's gratitude and admiration for Fong Han has reached its peak. However, Fong Han felt that this was not enough. The shock must be given in full at one time. Miracles, make them a daily occurrence. He wanted to completely imprint his image as a god deep in the soul of every person in Qingshi County, so that they would never have any doubts or hesitations again. So he returned to the modern era. This time, his goal was clear, a walk-behind tractor. This kind of agricultural machinery, which has been gradually eliminated in modern rural areas, is worthy of being called a mechanical beast in this era. He purchased 10 of the latest model, powerful red walking tractors, and gave them some simple camouflage to make them look more rustic and mysterious. After returning to dying, Fong Han issued an announcement in the name of County Magistrate Chen Ting. 3 days later, a divine plow demonstration will be held on the largest piece of government-owned wasteland outside the county town. Immortal Fong will personally control the mechanical beast to demonstrate the immortal's supreme power to reclaim farmland. As soon as the news came out, the entire Qingshi County was in an uproar again. On that day, the wasteland outside the county town was packed with people, and the streets were deserted. Tens of thousands of people came from all directions, surrounding the scene. Everyone stretched their necks to get a glimpse of the true appearance of the mechanical beast. County Magistrate Chun Ting and Lawyer Zhang, along with all the officials from the county government, had already been waiting respectfully at the front of the venue. At noon, Fong Han appeared under the attention of everyone. Behind him, 10 guards were pushing 10 strangely shaped iron lumps covered with black cloth. Is that the mechanical beast? It looks so strange. The people were talking about it, their faces filled with fear and curiosity. Fong Han walked up to a mechanical beast and pulled off the black cloth on it. A red, steel-like, giant beast appeared in front of everyone. It does not have the flesh and blood of cattle and horses. Its entire body is made of cold steel. It has 2 huge wheels at the front and a sharp plowshare at the back, full of ferocious and domineering power. Under the gazes of countless people, Fong Han walked forward, grasped a strange handle, and then pulled it hard. Thump, 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 thump. An unprecedented, deafening, and powerful roar suddenly exploded in the empty wasteland. The people who were nearby were frightened by the sudden loud noise and retreated one after another, their faces full of horror. They covered their ears and looked at the roaring steel giant in horror, feeling like their hearts were about to beat out. I saw that a certain part of the steel giant began to spew out green smoke, and the entire body was shaking violently, as if it was a prehistoric beast that was about to break free from its restraints. Fong Han's expression remained calm. He held onto the vibrating handle and pushed it gently. The next second, a scene that shattered everyone's 3 views happened. That giant steel beast actually moved. It dragged the heavy plowshare behind it and galloped easily across the hard wasteland. The sharp plowshare cut deeply into the earth, like a hot knife cutting butter, effortlessly turning over the hard soil and leaving behind a deep ridge. The speed and efficiency are incredible. Normally, 10 of the strongest oxen, along with 20 of the most experienced farmers, working hard all day, might not be able to cultivate such a large piece of land. But now, this mechanical divine plow, that does not need to eat grass, is tireless, and has infinite power, has turned a large area of wasteland upside down in just a short time of an incense stick. The whole place was dead silent. Tens of thousands of people, all of them as if struck by lightning, stood there in a daze, their mouths wide open, their eyes empty. Their brains were completely unable to comprehend what they were seeing. What is this? Without cattle or horses, it can run by itself? Stronger than 10 cows? Faster than a galloping horse? This is no longer a creation of the mortal world. This is a miracle. It is a true miracle that can only be created by gods. God, a miracle. This is a true miracle. Someone in the crowd was the first to recover from the extreme shock and shouted wildly in a hoarse, trembling voice. This shout was like the fuse that lit the powder keg. The next second, a thunderous kneeling began. Thump, plop, plop. Tens of thousands of people knelt down in a black mass, like waves of wheat blown by the wind. The scene was spectacular to the extreme. They kowtowed madly to the godlike figure driving the mechanical beast in the field, shouting loudly with all their strength. Long live immortal Fong! Long live immortal Fong! Long live immortal Fong! The sound gathered into an incomparable torrent, resounding through the sky, as if it was going to poke a hole in the sky. County Magistrate Chen Ting and Lawyer Zhang knelt at the front of the crowd. The 2 knowledgeable scholars were already in tears and sobbing. They witnessed with their own eyes a miracle that was enough to change the times and overturn history. They witnessed with their own eyes a God walking among the earth, bestowing his supreme grace. The shock and excitement in my heart cannot be described in any words. From today on, no one can shake Fong Han's position in Qingshi County. He was no longer a local squire or a local tyrant. He is the only God in Qingshi County. It is the supreme belief in the hearts of all people. Chapter 76: The Leisurely Manor Owner and Rumors in the Capital. With the official commissioning of 10 hand tractors, the land reclamation efficiency of the entire county entered an almost mythical era. The deafening roar became the most soothing symphony in the fields. In the past, it took hundreds of strong laborers 10 days or half a month to cultivate wasteland. Now, it only takes one mechanical magic plow to run for a morning to clean it up neatly. The land was deeply plowed and became soft and fertile. The hard stones and tree roots are as fragile as tofu in front of the steel plowshare. The people's initial shock and kneeling gradually turned into a fanatical worship that came from the heart. They looked at the guards driving the mechanical divine plow, with eyes full of envy and awe. In their view, anyone who can control a divine beast is half a god. With the land, the immortal seeds, and the sacred soil, The future of Qingshi County is bright. Fang Han handed over the specific farming affairs to the new county magistrate Chen Ting and the old village chief of Liuxi village, Zhao Taishan, to coordinate and arrange. Chen Ting is now completely convinced of Fang Han and obeys his every word. He took every word of Fang Han as his guiding principle and carried it out without any compromise. He even took the initiative to use his management skills to plan the land reclamation tasks of each village in an orderly manner. The training and expansion of the guard team were the responsibility of Nyo Air and Ma Baohua. Commercial transactions, such as the sale of refined salt, ironware, and the purchase of medicinal materials, are also on track. Fang Han suddenly became free and became a true hands-off boss. He found that he was not born to be the kind of person who liked to do everything himself. Building an efficient operating framework, then leaving professional matters to professionals, hiding behind the scenes, and enjoying the results. This is his favorite lifestyle. In the early morning, the mist had not yet dissipated. Fang Han held the hands of Bai Zhiro and Lu Rumei, followed by the jumping Bai Xuejian and the graceful and elegant Nangong Yunshu, as they strolled along the river bank beside Liuxi village. The river water is clear and flows gently. In the distant fields, you can already see spots of green. Those were the first sprouts of the immortal rice that were planted, full of vitality. When the villagers saw Fang Han and his group, they would stop at a distance, bow respectfully, their eyes filled with the purest gratitude and awe. Fang Han just smiled and nodded without saying much. He likes this feeling. It is not a kind of oppressiveness from a superior position, but a sense of satisfaction of being relied upon and trusted by everyone. Husband, look, those rice seedlings are growing so fast. It's only been a few days, and they're already this tall. Bai Zhiro snuggled up to Fang Han, her gentle face filled with a happy smile. She pointed at the tender green in the fields, her beautiful eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Yes, brother-in-law, in 2 months, we'll be able to eat immortal rice that yields 1,000 kilograms per mu. Just thinking about it feels like a dream. Bai Xuejian ran to the front and then ran back like a happy little deer, her clear voice full of longing. Fang Han smiled, and on a thought, he took out a few beautifully wrapped chocolates from the storage space. Here's your reward. Wow, it's chocolate. Bai Xuejian was the first to cheer. She skillfully tore open the package, stuffed the silky and fragrant delicacy into her mouth, and squinted her eyes with happiness. Nangong Yunshu and Lu Rumei also took it with a smile and tasted it in small sips. This taste that only exists in heaven can still bring them the ultimate enjoyment, no matter how many times they taste it. Nangong Yunshu snuggled up to Fang Han's other side, feeling the warmth coming from the man, looking at the peaceful and hopeful land before her, and then recalling the desperate situation a few months ago when her husband had died tragically and she was left alone and helpless, in danger of becoming a plaything of the Li and Wang families at any time. It seemed like a lifetime ago. It's the man in front of me. It was he who pulled himself out of the abyss of hell. It was he who gave me a stable home and the respect and love I had never had before. It was he who, with his godlike means, transformed this land, which had been in despair, into a paradise that everyone longed for. The gratitude, dependence, and admiration in her heart had long been intertwined and turned into an unforgettable affection. Nangong Yunshu leaned gently on Fang Han's shoulder, her voice as thin as a mosquito, with a slight tremor. Meeting you is the greatest blessing in Yunshu's life. Ding. Nangong Yunshu's extreme happiness and dependence detected. Happiness value plus 60. Energy plus 60. Ding. Bai Zhiro's strong love detected. Love value plus 30. Energy plus 30. Ding. Bai Xuejian's extreme happiness detected. Happiness plus 30. Energy plus 30. Ding. Lu Rumei's strong sense of belonging detected. Happiness plus 25. Energy plus 25. Fang Han listened to the prompt sounds ringing in his mind one after another, felt the warmth of the beauty in his arms, and felt peace in his heart. This leisurely life of a manor owner seems to be pretty good. At this moment, Ma Baohua walked quickly towards the village entrance with a serious look on his face. Sir. He approached and bowed respectfully. A large caravan from the north has arrived outside the county. The leader has specifically requested an audience with you, Immortal Fang, and has brought generous gifts. Oh, Fang Han raised his eyebrows. Let them wait in the meeting room. Today, Qingshi County has an unwritten rule. Any foreign caravan that wants to do business here, or just pass through, must first come to Liuxi village and pay a visit to Fang Han, the real local emperor. This is a rule and also a respect for the strong. Half an hour later, in the meeting hall, Fang Han sat high in the main seat, sipping tea casually. Below, a middle-aged manager dressed in brocade clothes, who looked quite smart and capable, was kneeling on the ground tremblingly, not even daring to raise his head. His name was Sun Fu, and he was the manager of a large merchant caravan that traveled back and forth between the north and the south all year round. This time, their caravan originally wanted to pass through Qingshi County and head to the wealthy provincial capital in the south. But once they entered Qingshi County, they were completely stunned by the scene before them. On both sides of the road are large areas of neatly plowed fields, which are green and full of vitality. The villages we passed by were clean and tidy. Although the villagers were dressed simply, they all had rosy complexions and were in high spirits, and did not look like disaster victims at all. What made them feel even more incredible was that they actually saw the legendary mechanical divine plow. The giant steel beast that could run on its own without the help of oxen or horses was rapidly cultivating the fields. Its efficiency was so efficient that even these experienced businessmen felt their scalps tingle. Sun Fu immediately realized that the rumors about Fang Shenxian in Qingshi County were probably not just rumors. He did not dare to be negligent in the slightest and immediately prepared generous gifts and came to pay his respects. Chapter 77, Paradise and Desperate Refugees. Raise your head. Fang Han said lightly. Yes, yes, Master God. Sun Fu raised his head tremblingly, glanced at Fang Han secretly, and was even more shocked in his heart. He originally thought that anyone who could be honored as a god should be a dignified middle-aged man, even if he was not an old god with white hair and a youthful face. But I didn't expect that he was such a young man. Moreover, this young man did not give off any sense of oppression and looked like a boy next door, but his deep eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, making him dare not have any distracting thoughts. Are you from the north? What's the situation there now? Fang Han asked. As soon as the north was mentioned, Sun Fu's face immediately showed a look of horror, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Reply to the immortal master, the north is in complete chaos. The drought is getting worse and worse, and the land is full of starving victims. I've witnessed the tragedy of cannibalism along the way. That's pure hell on earth. There was a cry in Sun Fu's voice. It's not just natural disasters, it's also man-made disasters. He lowered his voice, his face filled with fear. Just last month, a shocking coup d'état took place in the capital. The powerful Duke Ongwa united the three major camps outside the capital and launched a mutiny. Overnight, the imperial city was ravaged by blood. All the ministers loyal to the royal family were placed under house arrest or killed. Fang Han paused slightly while holding the teacup when he heard this. A coup in the capital? Nangong Yunshu, who was beside him, lost all color on her dignified face when she heard the news. Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably, and the knuckles of her hand holding the teacup turned white. Fang Han keenly caught her unusual reaction, but remained silent. He simply continued to ask, what about the emperor? Emperor? Sun Fu gave a wry smile. In dying, the current ruler is a female emperor. It is said that the 19-year-old empress escaped the capital under the desperate protection of a few loyal guards. But Sun Fu's eyes grew even more terrified. Duke Ongwa has already announced to the world that the empress is colluding with foreign enemies, disrupting the government, and is a false emperor. He has already dispatched his most elite black armor guards to hunt her down. Rumors have it that the empress and her group are fleeing south, and their whereabouts are currently unknown. There was dead silence in the hall. Fang Han's eyes flickered slightly. Troubled times. For him, it is both a crisis and a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A hunted empress. He glanced thoughtfully at Nangong Yunshu, whose face was pale and whose beautiful eyes were filled with worry and complexity, and seemed to understand something in his heart. It seems that the leisurely days in Qingshi County will not last long. The war in the north, like a raging wildfire, accompanied by a protracted drought, quickly dragged the entire northern part of Dying into an endless abyss. The government's ruling system collapsed during the rebellion of Duke Ongwa, and local order was completely destroyed. War, banditry, natural disasters, man-made disasters. Countless people are struggling on the brink of death. The bark of the trees was eaten away, the grass roots were dug out, and even the guanine soil became a delicacy for the hungry people to fill their stomachs. After all of this was eaten, something even more horrifying happened. Exchange children for food and use bones to cook. Words that once appeared only in history books have become the most authentic portrayal of the northern land. The world has become hell. However, in this endless darkness and despair, a rumor, like a faint but tenacious starlight, began to spread quietly among the dying refugees. Have you heard? In the south, There's a place called Qingshi County. There is a living immortal who can turn stones into springs and beans into soldiers. No, that's not what I heard. I heard that Immortal Fong has immortal seeds that can yield 1,000 kilograms per mu. And he also has divine soil that can make dead trees come back to life. My third uncle's neighbor's second uncle escaped from Qingshi County. He said that everyone in Qingshi County now has enough food to eat, and every meal has meat soup. At night, every household doesn't need to lock their doors. One person tells 10 people, 10 people tell 100 people. The rumors may be distorted and become more and more exaggerated, but the core information is extremely clear. You can survive in Qingshi County. For these refugees who have been numbed by hunger and death, these 8 words are the greatest temptation and the only motivation that keeps them moving. In their imagination, Qingshi County is no longer an ordinary county town, but a distant, beautiful paradise on earth that exists only in legends, a paradise on earth where they can survive. Thus, an unprecedented migration of refugees, with Qingshi County as its destination, began. Countless refugees, with their families and in tattered clothes, came from all directions, like streams flowing into the sea, and trudged towards Qingshi County with difficulty. Zhang Laosan no longer remembers how many days he has been walking. His hometown was a small village 300 miles away. Half a year ago, the village was looted by a group of defeated soldiers. His wife and young daughter were killed by the swords of the soldiers. He escaped by chance and became a refugee from then on. He headed south, gnawing on tree bark, eating grass roots, and even when he was extremely hungry, he fought with wild dogs for rotten corpses. His legs had long been worn to a bloody pulp, and every step he took felt like he was walking on the edge of a knife. His body had long been hollowed out by hunger, and he looked emaciated, as if a gust of wind could blow him down. His eyes had long been consumed by despair and pain, becoming numb and empty, without a trace of light. There were hundreds of refugees around him who were just like him. They walked in silence, like a group of zombies. No one spoke because they didn't even have the strength to open their mouths. Just when Zhang Laosan felt that he was about to fall down in the next second and be completely freed, the person walking in front suddenly let out a cry like a dream. What is that? Zhang Laosan raised his head with difficulty, squinted his eyes, and looked forward. I saw a stone tablet half a person's height, standing beside the official road not far away. On the stone tablet, there are 3 large characters engraved in a flamboyant style, Qingshi County. Arrive? Is this the legendary Qingshi County? All the refugees stopped involuntarily. They looked towards the inside of the stone tablet with some timidity and expectation. Next second, everyone was stunned. What did they see? Chapter 78, Benevolent Rule and Undercurrents. Inside the stone tablet, there is an endless, neatly arranged field. In the fields, green seedlings are growing vigorously, a scene full of vitality, which forms a contrast like heaven and hell with the barren land stretching for thousands of miles behind them. In the distance, the outline of a village can be vaguely seen. The village is clean and tidy, with curling smoke from cooking fires, filled with the scent of everyday life. They could even see a few children in clean clothes chasing and playing on the ridge of the field at the entrance of the village, letting out bursts of crisp laughter. Is this true? Zhang Laosan couldn't believe his eyes. He pinched himself hard, and the severe pain told him that this was not an illusion. This is not a mirage created before starvation. This is truly a fertile and peaceful paradise. Woo-woo. A white-haired old woman could no longer control her emotions. Her knees softened, and she fell to the ground. Turbid tears flowed down her wrinkled face like a flood that had broken through a dam. As she cried, she banged her forehead heavily on the hard official road. God has mercy on us. There really is a way out. Her crying was like a signal. Wow. The despair, pain, grievance, and relief of surviving that had been suppressed for too long suddenly burst out at this moment. Hundreds of refugees knelt on the ground in unison, crying loudly towards the green fields and the peaceful village. They cried for their dead relatives, cried for the hardships they had suffered along the way, and cried for finally seeing the hope of survival. At this moment, a team of guards wearing uniform military green uniforms, holding spears and strange black bows, ran over from a distance in neat steps. When the refugees saw these murderous guards, their crying stopped abruptly and fear and despair instantly appeared on their faces. It's over. Are you trying to drive us away? Or are you going to kill us? Zhang Laosan's heart sank to the bottom. However, the expected expulsion and massacre did not happen. The leading guard captain looked at their miserable state with a flicker of pity in his eyes, but he still shouted in a loud and serious voice. Everyone, don't panic. We are here to escort you by the order of Immortal Fong. All refugees, please follow us to the temporary resettlement site outside the county. There we will have hot porridge, clean water, and doctors to treat you. Repeat. Immortal Fong has issued an order. Anyone who enters Qingshi County will be guaranteed a place to live. Everyone will have food to eat. Boom. The captain of the guard's words were like thunder from the sky, exploding in the minds of all the refugees. What did they hear? Not driving them away, and giving us food? Treating our illnesses? Zhang Laosan was completely dumbfounded. He looked at the guards who were disciplined and had no contempt in their eyes, and then looked at the land behind them that symbolized hope. Tears once again flowed uncontrollably. This time, they were not tears of sadness, but tears of gratitude. Thump. He knelt down heavily and kowtowed 3 times in the direction of Qingshi County. Thank you, Immortal Fong, for saving my life. Thank you, Immortal Fong, for saving my life. Hundreds of refugees followed him and bowed devoutly in the same direction. At the temporary resettlement site, when steaming hot rice porridge was delivered to every refugee, everyone gobbled it up, crying like a baby while eating. This bowl of porridge is more than just food. This is dignity, warmth, and hope for survival. The hell in the outside world and the paradise in Qingshi County formed an extremely sharp and shocking contrast. From this moment on, the 3 words Imperial Fong were completely equated with savior in their hearts. The news that the first batch of refugees were successfully resettled spread at an astonishing speed. Qingshi County really takes in refugees. There's hot porridge to drink when you go there, and if you're sick, there's a doctor who'll see you for free. Immortal Fong said that as long as a living person reaches his territory, he will give them a chance to survive. For those people struggling on the brink of death, this news is like the most beautiful music in the world. As a result, more refugees flocked to Qingshi County from all directions like a tide. From the initial few hundred people, to the later thousands, and then to tens of thousands. The border of Qingshi County was suddenly overcrowded with people. Faced with such huge population pressure, the new county magistrate Chen Ting was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. With so many mouths to feed, if not handled properly, it can easily lead to riots. However, Fong Han seemed unusually calm. He had anticipated this situation. To him, these refugees are not a burden, but the most valuable resource. In this chaotic world, what is the most important thing? Not gold and silver, not land, but people. It's the population. With people, there is manpower, labor force, and all possibilities for development. Fong Han immediately gave the order to formally set up a large refugee camp on several open areas outside the county town. At the same time, he made an appointment that surprised everyone. He appointed his 3rd wife, Lu Rumei, as the head of the refugee camp, with full responsibility for the reception, resettlement, and relief of all refugees. This appointment was not made on a whim. Fong Han knew that Lu Rumei came from a prostitute family and had experienced the darkest and most desperate moments. She could best understand the pain and needs of these refugees. Having her come forward is the best way to calm people's hearts. When Fong Han handed this task to Lu Rumei, this woman who had always been mature, charming, and considerate was stunned at first, and then her beautiful eyes were filled with deep emotion and tears. She didn't expect that in her husband's heart, she was not just a beautiful vase kept in the backyard. He was actually willing to entrust such an important matter to himself. This is a kind of trust, and more importantly, a kind of respect. My husband. I will definitely live up to your trust. Lu Rumei knelt on the ground, her voice choked with sobs. Looking at the refugees who were dragging their families with them and whose eyes were filled with despair, she seemed to see herself who was once lonely and helpless, struggling in the quagmire. A strong sense of mission and empathy arose in her heart. Lu Rumei gladly accepted the order and threw herself into the work. She showed amazing meticulousness and organizational skills. Under her leadership, the refugee camp was well organized. Men and women are separated, and the elderly, the weak, and the disabled have special areas for special care. She went to the scene every day, comforted the frightened refugees with gentle words, and personally distributed food and medicine to them. Her gentleness, kindness, and hands-on approach made all the refugees feel the long-lost warmth and respect. Soon, the title of Living Bodhisattva quietly spread in the refugee camp. They may not know who this beautiful and kind lady is, but they know that she was sent by the immortal Fong to save them. Chapter 79. The Harem and the Cabinet, each performing their own duties. While comforting the refugees, Fong Han also began to put into operation a complete and efficient system for identifying and absorbing refugees. First, it is purification. All people entering the refugee camp must first undergo uniform cleaning and disinfection and change into clean clothes, completely separating them physically and psychologically from the dirty and desperate life of the past. Then, it's screening. Fong Han sent out a guard team headed by Ma Baohua and some shrewd village chiefs to register the identities and conduct preliminary assessments of all refugees. Those young and middle-aged men who are strong and have no home or ties, if they have good character, will be selected into the reserve force of the guard and undergo military training. Those craftsmen with special skills, such as blacksmiths, carpenters, bricklayers, etc., will be immediately incorporated into the various workshops under Fong Han and enjoy generous treatment. The remaining women, children, the elderly, and the weak will be properly settled and assigned some light farm work within their capabilities, such as weeding and feeding poultry, so that they can support themselves and find their own value. The effect of this combination of punches is amazing. The influx of refugees that could have become a huge hidden danger was cleverly transformed by Fong Han into a powerful booster for the expansion of his own power using modern management thinking. The population of Qingshi County increased several times in just 1 month. Fong Han's army, team of craftsmen, and labor force were greatly supplemented. The entire Qingshi County, far from becoming chaotic due to the influx of refugees, has instead shown a thriving and flourishing scene in various aspects such as land reclamation and construction due to the addition of a large number of laborers. However, where there is sunshine, there is always a shadow. When there are many people, there will inevitably be many eyes. Among the tens of thousands of refugees, there were naturally spies sent by various forces. A man named Zhao San was a spy of the Black Armor Guard under the command of Duke Ongwa. He disguised himself as a refugee and sneaked into Qingshi County. Everything he saw these days completely overturned his cognition and made him feel fear from the depths of his soul. That mechanical magic plow that can travel thousands of miles a day. The legendary immortal seed that can produce 1,000 kilograms per mu is now lush and green. That private army equipped with the unheard-of black-scale armor and star-chasing bow, a disciplined and murderous private army. And there is also the Fong Xinxian, who is worshipped as a god by countless people, with his mysterious methods and unfathomable strength. All of this made him feel terrified. This place, this person, will become a great threat to the Lord. At night, Zhao San hid in an empty corner, took out a carrier pigeon from his arms, wrote down what he had seen and heard in the past few days in a secret letter, and tied it to the pigeon's leg. Goo-goo. The carrier pigeon soared into the sky and disappeared into the night. A storm targeting Qingshi County is quietly brewing in the far north. At the same time, the lights in Fong Han's mansion were brightly on. He was reading through the various intelligence and reports about the refugee camps that Lu Rumei and Nangong Yunshu had compiled and sent to him. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to an inconspicuous record. It was a summary of oral information from newly arrived refugees. Among them, an old soldier from the Jiangyi region mentioned that he had seen a group of people from afar on his way to escape to the south. Although everyone in that team was injured and their clothes were in tatters, their guards were extremely strict. Moreover, even when the leaders were on the run, they could not hide their innate elegance and grace that ordinary people did not possess. The most crucial thing was that the veteran vaguely saw that the team was being madly chased by a group of knights wearing black armor and moving as fast as ghosts. Black armor. Fong Han's eyes narrowed instantly. Aren't these the black-armored guards that the caravan manager mentioned who were chasing the Empress? He put down the report in his hand, a playful smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. It seems that the big fish that he was waiting for has already swam into his fishing net. With the expansion of territory and the rapid growth of population, all kinds of affairs have come in like a tide. Farmland planning, water conservancy construction, resettlement of refugees, workshop production, caravan trade, and guard training. Each one requires a lot of energy to manage and coordinate. Although the new county magistrate Chen Ting was capable and loyal, he was, after all, just a bureaucrat from the old era. He was unable to understand many new things, let alone manage them effectively. Niu Er and Ma Baohua are brave generals and loyal dogs, but asking them to handle these complicated government affairs is like asking Zhang Fei to embroider. Fong Han looked at the pile of reports on the table and felt a headache for the first time. He is a modern man who likes leisure at heart. It is absolutely impossible for him to be like a feudal emperor, reviewing memorials until late at night every day. It is necessary to establish an efficient, stable, and absolutely loyal core management team. This thought flashed through his mind. His eyes inadvertently swept over the 4 beautiful women who were grinding ink and adding tea for him. A bold yet natural idea gradually took shape in his mind. Aren't they the people you trust the most? Instead of looking for so-called talents with different mindsets outside, why not train your own women to become your most capable and virtuous wives? That night, after finishing his official business, Fong Han did not rush to rest as usual, but instead summoned the 4 girls to the study. Looking at the 4 beauties in front of him, some gentle, some lively, some charming, and some graceful, Fong Han cleared his throat and spoke in an extremely serious tone for the first time. Jiro, Xuejian, Rumei, Yinshu, I need your help. The 4 girls were stunned, and then they all showed serious expressions. My dear husband, I will obey your orders. As the eldest wife, Baijiro was the first to express her opinion. Fong Han nodded with satisfaction. He looked at Baijiro with a gentle gaze. Jiro, you are the most gentle and considerate person and the most steady in your dealings with others. Starting tomorrow, the management of the money, grain, and supplies entering and leaving our Fong family mansion and all the core warehouses will be entirely your responsibility. From today on, you will be the steward of our big family. Baijiro felt warm in her heart when she heard this. She knew that this was her husband's greatest trust in her. Money, food, and supplies are the lifeblood of a force. Her husband put his lifeblood in her hands, which made her feel more at ease and happy than any sweet words. Yes, my lord, I will take care of everything for you, and there will not be any mistakes. She responded softly, her eyes filled with determination. Then, Fong Han turned his gaze to the lively and active Bai Xuejian. Xuejian. Here, brother-in-law. Bai Xuejian immediately straightened her back, looking playful and cute like a soldier waiting for inspection. Chapter 80. Cement amazes, life takes a leap forward. Fong Han was amused by her and said, You are lively and friendly, and you are most loved by children. I will give you an important task, which I call Minister of Propaganda. Publicity Department? Bai Xuejian blinked her big eyes curiously, completely not understanding what this meant. That's it. Fong Han thought for a moment and explained in a way she could understand. I'll teach you to sing some simple and nice songs, and compose some catchy stories and ballads. Your mission is to organize all the children in the territory to learn and sing them. We must let everyone in Qingshi County know how good our lives are, and who brought all this to us. Do you understand? This is actually the cultural propaganda and spiritual civilization construction of later generations. Bai Xuejian nodded, seeming to understand, but when she heard that she could sing and play with the children, she immediately became excited. Got it. I promise to complete the task. I want everyone to know that my brother-in-law is the most powerful god in the world. Fong Han smiled and looked at Lu Rumei again. Rumei, you've done a great job with the refugee camp, Fong Han said with affirmation. So, I plan to officially hand over full responsibility for logistics and refugee resettlement to you. I'll call you the head of logistics. You will be the most solid rear support for our entire territory. Lu Rumei's eyes turned red in an instant. She was born into a prostitute family and always had a sense of inferiority in her bones. Although she became Fong Han's woman, she always felt that she was not worthy of him and could only serve him carefully in life. But now, Fong Han not only did not despise her past, but was so confident in her ability that he entrusted her with such an important responsibility that concerned the livelihoods of tens of thousands of people. This recognition and respect moved her beyond words. She choked with sobs and nodded heavily. I will definitely die for you. Finally, Fong Han's gaze fell on Nangong Yinshu. Yinshu. Nangong Yinshu had a dignified temperament. She bowed slightly and said, Sir, you come from a prominent family and are the wife of a former county magistrate. You have the broadest knowledge and the highest vision, and you know how to deal with people in the government the best. Fong Han said in a deep voice, So, I need you to be in charge of our territory's external affairs and intelligence work. Externally, you will be in charge of all communications with County Magistrate Qinting and other government officials. Internally, I need you to utilize our existing caravans and the refugees we've taken in from all corners of the world to quickly establish our own intelligence network. I want to know what's happening outside of Qingshi County, the movements of Duke Ongwa's rebels, the distribution of power in the surrounding prefectures, and even the whereabouts of the noble being hunted. I call this department the Privy Council. You are the head of the Privy Council. When Nangong Yinshu heard this appointment, his heart was filled with shock. She never expected that her husband would hand over such a core and confidential power to her. Contact the outside world and establish spies internally. It's almost the eyes and ears of a force. She took a deep breath, and her elegant phoenix eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. When her husband Xinguan was alive, She was just a virtuous wife who stayed at home and took care of her husband and children. But now, the man in front of him saw the heart beneath her appearance that was unwilling to be ordinary and eager to realize her self-worth. Yin Shu, I obey your command. She did not refuse and agreed decisively. That night, Fong Han's harem cabinet was officially established. The 4 wives, each performing their own duties, incorporated Fong Han's territory from internal affairs, finance, publicity, logistics to intelligence, into an efficient system. They are no longer simply canaries protected by men. They found their place on this land that belonged to their men and began to shine with their own light. Fong Han looked at them, each of them full of energy, with smiles of confidence and satisfaction on their faces, and felt extremely relieved. A stable, efficient, and absolutely loyal ruling corps has taken shape. At night, in the bedroom, Fong Han enjoyed the meticulous service of the 4 female ministers and felt the great satisfaction of having a successful both family and career. This warm and fulfilling development experience made him deeply intoxicated. After solving the 3 major problems of food, population, and core management team, Fong Han turned his attention to the longer term. What he needs to do is not just to ensure that the people under his rule have enough food and clothing. What he needs to do is to carry out a thorough and comprehensive infrastructure upgrade. He wants to transform the entire Qingshi County into an indestructible, true fairyland that is hundreds of years ahead of its time. The foundation of all this stems from something that can be found everywhere in modern society, but in this era it can be called a divine object: cement. On this day, Fong Han returned to his modern rental house. Without any hesitation, he directly converted the system energy into money and then contacted a large building materials supplier through the internet. In the name of a poverty alleviation project department in a remote mountainous area, he ordered thousands of tons of bagged high-grade cement and a large number of matching threaded steel bars in one go. When heavy trucks transported these products of the industrial age to the unmanned warehouse he designated, Fong Han had an idea and put them all into the storage space. When he returned to dying again, his confidence was different. Willow Creek Village. Fong Han summoned all the core villagers and key members of the guard team and announced an important event in public. He wants to build an unprecedented immortal residence for all core members who have made contributions to the territory. This residence is named Shiyunju. It is said that after it is built, it will be warm in winter and cool in summer, impervious to water and fire, and indestructible. Even thousands of troops will not be able to shake it in the slightest. When the villagers heard the news, they were both excited and confused. They looked at the bags of gray powder and bundles of black, threaded iron bars that the guards carried out of the warehouse. Everyone looked at each other, at a loss. Sir, this gray flour, can you build a house? The old village chief Zhao Taizhan plucked up his courage and curiously picked up a little cement powder, put it under his nose, and smelled it. The smell of quicklime made him cough repeatedly. What is this black iron stick used for? Niuer scratched his head and asked with a simple look on his face. Fong Han smiled mysteriously without explaining. This sense of contrast is what he wants. He wants to use facts, once again and at a deeper level, to impact and reshape their worldview. Under Fong Han's personal guidance, a vigorous construction revolution officially kicked off in Liushi Village. The villagers followed Fong Han's drawing and nailed out strange, square molds with wooden boards. Then, Fong Han asked them to pour cement, sand and gravel into a huge pit in strict proportions, add clean water, and stir with a shovel. Soon, pools of gray, sticky concrete appeared before everyone. Now, pour them into the mold. The villagers did as they were told, half believing and half doubting. Then, Fong Han asked them to cut and bend the threaded steel bars according to the requirements of the drawings, and then carefully bury them in the concrete that had not yet solidified. Everyone was confused. What is this doing? Building a house with mud and iron bars? Is this house habitable? I'm afraid it will fall down if the wind blows, right? Many people had doubts in their hearts, but due to the absolute trust in the other party's gods, no one dared to question it, and they could only do what they were told. Chapter 81 Modern Crisis, Deadly Stalking. A few days later, when the concrete of the first Shiyunju building was completely solidified, Fong Han ordered the removal of the outer wooden molds. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, the wooden boards were removed one by one. A 2-story building with simple lines, smooth walls, blue-gray color, and full of modernist style rises from the ground. It stands there quietly, the sunlight shining on its smooth, mirror-like walls, reflecting a cold and hard texture. Everyone was shocked. Their mouths opened wide and their eyes became round, as if they had seen some incredible monster. This is Shiyunju, Oh my god. Why? Why does this wall look like a single huge rock? A brave villager carefully reached out his hand and touched the cold and hard wall. The touch was harder and smoother than any bluestone he had ever touched. Let me try. A burly man from the guard team took a deep breath, gathered all his strength, and punched the wall hard. There was a muffled bang sound. Ouch! The strong man held his fist, which had instantly become red and swollen, grimacing in pain and almost crying. But the wall didn't move at all. Not even a white mark was left. Hiss! There was a sound of gasps from the whole audience. Everyone was completely shocked by the scene before them. How can this be a house? This is clearly an indestructible fortress. Living in a house like this, why would you be afraid of wolves, tigers, and leopards? Why are you afraid of bandits and thieves? Even if soldiers came to attack, they probably wouldn't be able to even touch the door. Miracle. Another miracle. Long live immortal Fong. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in earth-shaking cheers and ecstasy. They looked at the Shiyunju buildings rising from the ground, their eyes filled with unparalleled enthusiasm. However, the surprises Fong Han brought them were far more than that. After solving the housing problem, he brought in a large amount of high-quality and low-priced modern textiles from the modern world. Soft, comfortable, and warm pure cotton fabric. Lightweight, silky, brightly colored flannel. When these fabrics, which far exceeded the craftsmanship level of that era, were distributed to every citizen, everyone was conquered by the comfortable touch. They threw away their rough, irritating linen clothes and put on new, soft cotton clothes, their faces filled with happy smiles that came from the bottom of their hearts. Next, the food was upgraded. The snow-white and delicate refined salt replaces the bitter and astringent coarse salt. The white sugar, which is sweet to the heart, makes the children taste the sweetness they have never experienced before. There are also various compound seasonings that can make the originally monotonous meals delicious and fragrant. More comfortable and warm clothing. Stronger and safer shelter. More delicious and tasty meals. Fong Han uses the achievements of modern civilization to improve the quality of life of everyone in the territory in every aspect, from clothing, food, housing, and transportation, in an all-round and dimensionality reduction manner. The entire Qingshi County is filled with an unprecedented sense of happiness and satisfaction. The people's admiration and sense of belonging to Fong Han have reached an unprecedented peak. They firmly believe that the place where they live is the kingdom of gods. And Fong Han is the only true God who created this country. Looking at all this, Fong Han felt a great sense of accomplishment. He knew that his foundation was completely solid. Next, it's time to return to the present day and make a larger purchase. Because he knew that with the arrival of the Empress and the attention of Duke Ongwa being attracted, the real storm of chaos was about to sweep across this paradise. He must be fully prepared. Whether it is to deal with the upcoming Empress or the covetous Duke Ongwa, more powerful modern materials are the foundation of his survival. As the thought moved, a familiar feeling of dizziness came over me. The next second, Fong Han had returned to the slightly messy rental house in modern society. Outside the window are the familiar neon lights and hustle and bustle of the city, compared with the land that belonged to him in dying. Although this place was prosperous, it made him feel a little alienated. He took out his cell phone and unlocked it skillfully, ready to contact Wang Xiao to deal with the new batch of gold and rare medicinal materials accumulated in the storage space, and to place a larger order. However, before he could dial, the phone screen suddenly lit up and a shrill ringtone broke the silence of the room. Caller ID, Wang Xiao. Fong Han raised his brows slightly and pressed the answer button. Hey, King. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by an anxious, panic-stricken, and trembling voice from the other end of the phone. Brother Fong. My dear brother. You finally turned on the phone. On the phone, Wang Xiao's voice was more solemn and anxious than ever before, and even had a hint of suppressed crying. The background sound was mixed with the sound of whistling wind, as if he was in an empty place. Fong Han's heart suddenly shuddered. He has known Master Wang for so long, and this rich young man has always been cynical and confident that there will be someone taller to hold up the sky if it falls. When has he ever lost his composure like this? Something happened. Don't be anxious. Talk slowly. I'm here. Fong Han's voice was as steady as a mountain, as if it carried a power that could soothe people's hearts. Brother Fong, it's not safe over the phone. Where are you now? We must meet right away. Right now? Immediately. Wang Xiao's voice was very low, as if there was a ghost lurking around him. East of the city, road number 3, the abandoned cement factory. We'll be there in half an hour. Fong Han didn't hesitate at all, and immediately reported an absolutely remote and sparsely populated location. Okay, I'll be there right away, Wang Xiao said, then hung up the phone in a hurry. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Fong Han's eyes instantly became cold and sharp. He could clearly feel Wang Xiao's deep-seated fear, which was by no means a trivial matter. He has always regarded modern society as a safe and convenient logistics base and ATM, but he has overlooked that any extraordinary wealth will inevitably attract the attention of hungry wolves. Half an hour later, the abandoned cement factory. The place is overgrown with weeds, with broken walls and ruins, and is filled with an air of desolation. A black Porsche rushed into the factory madly, braked suddenly, and stopped in front of Fong Han. The car door opened and Wang Xiao rushed out, rolling and crawling. At this moment, he no longer had any of the elegance of a rich young man. His face was as pale as paper, his hair was messy, his expensive suit was full of wrinkles, his eye sockets were sunken and bloodshot, and he looked like he hadn't slept for several days and nights. When he saw Fong Han, he felt like he had seen a savior. He staggered over and grabbed Fong Han's arm tightly. His lips trembled and he couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Brother Fong. Let's talk inside first. Fong Han patted his shoulder and took him into a dilapidated factory building that was still relatively intact. After confirming that there was no one around, Wang Xiao's emotions stabilized a little, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he brought Fong Han a shocking news. Brother Fong, we're being targeted. By whom? An international criminal group. Wang Xiao's voice was trembling. Their code name is Ouroboros. Chapter 82. The Phoenix Chariot is covered in dust and enters the fairyland by mistaken means. Ouroboros. Fong Han's pupils suddenly shrank. He was not unfamiliar with this name. It is a notorious and powerful black hand with influence all over the world. They are like giant pythons lurking in the shadows of modern civilization, engaging in the world's dirtiest and bloodiest trades, illegal cultural relics, rare plants and animals, arms smuggling, even assassinations and coups. As long as there's enough profit to go around, there's nothing they won't do. This organization is ruthless and powerful, and even has its own private armed forces. It is a cancer that causes headaches for all countries. How did I end up getting into trouble with such a behemoth? What's going on? Explain clearly. Fong Han asked in a deep voice. Wang Xiao swallowed hard and said in a hoarse voice, It's gold. And those medicinal herbs. In our previous transactions, although the amount of gold wasn't large, its purity was incredibly high, to an unbelievable degree. And then there's the wild medicinal herbs you gave me, like centuries-old wild ginseng, 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum. On the black market, every single one of these would be a national treasure, enough to cause an earthquake. At first, we only attracted the attention of a few small forces, but my family dealt with them all. But this time it's different. Ouroboros noticed us. They traced back through the black market and finally pinpointed the source to me. Wang Xiao's face revealed extreme fear. They don't believe I got these things by chance. They believe that behind me lies a huge, undiscovered treasure, or a secret base with mysterious technology. Fong Han's face darkened completely. After all, he underestimated the speed of information transmission in modern society and the power of those top forces. What did they do to you? They haven't attacked me directly yet, but their pressure has already reached our Wang family through various channels. Wang Xiao's voice was filled with despair. My grandfather personally came to talk to me, and everyone in the family looked at me like I was a monster. They don't believe my words and have sent people to follow me around the clock, hoping to follow the clues and fish out this big fish like you. On the official side, some departments have also begun to indirectly investigate our family's financial transactions. The power of Ouroboros is too great, and the means they can use are simply beyond the imagination of serious businessmen like us. Wang Xiao stared at Fong Han intently, sweating profusely, his eyes full of pleading and fear. Brother Fong, listen to my advice. Don't show up again for the time being. And don't ship any more goods. They're crazy. They'll really resort to violence for that so-called treasure. Kidnapping, assassination, anything. Fong Han frowned and said nothing. For the first time, he realized so clearly that the modern world, which he regarded as a safe haven, also concealed fatal crises. He is no longer the god who can travel freely and exchange gold and medicinal herbs as ordinary items. He became a fat fish targeted by sharks. At this moment, Fong Han's eyes suddenly focused. Since being injected with the gene optimization fluid, his 5 senses have reached an inhuman level. Just now, his extraordinary hearing keenly captured an extremely slight noise hundreds of meters outside the factory, which was almost integrated with the sound of the wind. That's the sound of a camera shutter. Then, his eyesight, which was far superior to that of an ordinary person, penetrated the dilapidated windows of the factory building, and he clearly saw that on the roof of an abandoned building in the distance, there was a small black, which was reflecting the unique light of the lens. Sniper scope or high-powered binoculars. A chill instantly ran up Fong Han's spine. He has been targeted. It seems that it will not be so easy to sell it at will in the future. Dying Dynasty, Southern Official Road. The autumn wind is bleak, blowing up yellow sand all over the sky, blowing on people's faces like a knife cutting. A team of more than 10 people was trudging along this official road that seemed to have no end in sight. Each of them was ragged, covered in blood, and their faces were filled with fatigue and numbness. At the front of the team was a girl who was protected by everyone. The girl was about 18 or 19 years old. Her face should have been stunningly beautiful, but now it was covered with a thick layer of gray. She was pale and thin, with dry and chapped lips. Her eyes, which once sparkled with brilliance, were now empty and hopeless. She was the Empress dying, Xiao Ruoshui, who fled south from the capital in a hurry. The majesty and dignity that he once had as the supreme ruler had been completely worn away by hunger, cold, and endless pursuit during the months-long escape. His Majesty, a burly man with one arm and a knife, staggered to her, half knelt on the ground, and his voice was as hoarse as an old bellows. He is the commander of the Imperial Guards, Long Xiong, and the only pillar of the team still standing. Your Majesty, the spies reported that the border of Qingshi County is 30 miles ahead. Long Xiong raised his bloodshot eyes and looked at the monarch he had sworn allegiance to. A faint glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. Rumor has it that there is a Fong Shunxian who protects that place. He can turn stones into springs and beans into soldiers. It is now a paradise on earth. Let's go and try our luck. Paradise on earth? Gods. There was no trace of emotion in Xiao Ruoshui's empty eyes. She had heard too many similar rumors along the way. Every rumor eventually turned into a trap that made her even more desperate. The so-called paradise on earth was either a lair of bandits and bullies, or a dead place that had long been devoured by famine and plague. She no longer believed in any illusory hope. But looking at the last spark of pleading in Long Xiong's eyes, and looking at the loyal guards behind him who were already scarred and on the verge of breaking point in order to protect her, she nodded numbly. What difference does it make where you go? It's nothing more than walking from one hell to another. When this team on the verge of collapse, dragging their legs as heavy as lead, finally saw the half-person-high stone tablet beside the official road, everyone's footsteps stopped involuntarily. On the stone tablet, 3 large characters were engraved in a flamboyant style: Qingshi County. Arrive? Is this the legendary Qingshi County? Long Xiong's heart suddenly rose to his throat. He gripped the steel knife tightly in his hand, guarded Xiao Ruoshui vigilantly, and looked towards the inside of the stone tablet. Next second, including Long Xiong and Xiao Ruoshui, everyone was completely frozen in place, as if struck by the 9 heavens' divine thunder. What did they see? Oh my God! What on earth did they see? Chapter 83, A Bowl of Meat Porridge. The Emperor shed tears. Inside the stone tablet was a scene they had never seen before, a scene that had only appeared in their dreams. It was an endless expanse of neatly arranged golden rice fields. The heavy, golden rice ears are so full that they seem to burst at the next second. When blown by the autumn wind, they raise layer after layer of golden wheat waves. The refreshing rice fragrance drives these people who have been hungry for several months almost crazy. In the distance, there is a neatly planned village. Rows of blue-gray, simple-lined, sturdy and beautiful 2-story buildings are arranged in an orderly manner, and curls of smoke are floating on the roofs of every household. In the fields, there are many people wearing clean, soft cotton clothes working in the fields. There was no trace of the dullness and numbness of the disaster victims on their faces. Instead, they all had rosy complexions and were full of energy. Some were even humming some cheerful and simple songs that they had never heard before. The air is filled with not only the aroma of rice, but also waves of the enchanting aroma of meat. The rich aroma of meat was like an invisible big hand, tightly gripping the stomach of each of them. Xiao Ruoshui, Long Xiong, and others stared blankly at the rich, peaceful, and vibrant scene before them. Then I looked back at the hell on earth with thousands of miles of barren land and starving people everywhere. At this moment, heaven and hell are clearly separated by a small stone tablet. Am I not dazzled? A young guard rubbed his eyes in disbelief, his voice trembling. Pinch me. This must be an illusion. It's a mirage. Long Xiong, a man who had seen life and death and had a will as hard as steel, felt as if his throat was blocked by something, and his eyes turned red uncontrollably. He had been a soldier for half his life and traveled all over the country, but he had never seen such a prosperous and peaceful place. Is this really the dying dynasty in the year of severe drought? Xiao Ruoxue stood there blankly. Her phoenix eyes, which had been dead for a long time, finally lit up again the moment she saw the golden rice field. She watched the children playing in the fields, their laughter as sweet as silver bells. Looking at the people whose faces are filled with happy smiles from the heart. Look at the house that is as strong as a fortress. A huge, unreal feeling of absurdity completely overwhelmed her. She stretched out her dry hands, wanting to touch this unreal scene, but all her fingertips touched was the cold and bleak autumn wind. 2 lines of clear tears slid down from her dry eyes without any warning. She murmured to herself, her voice so soft that only she could hear it, but it was filled with endless trembling and confusion. Am I already dead? Is this the legendary fairyland? Just when Xiao Ruoxue and his group were in despair, a patrol team of Fong family guards approached quickly with neat steps. Stop! Who are you? The leading guard captain shouted sternly, his sharp eyes sweeping over each of them. Long Xiang's heart trembled, and he subconsciously protected Xiao Ruoxue behind him and gripped the hilt of the knife tightly. Veins bulged on his only remaining arm, and his whole body exuded a fierce aura like a tiger. However, when his eyes met the guards, the vigilance in his heart instantly turned into deep shock. This team consists of only 10 people, but each of them wears a uniform, well-tailored military green uniform, wears peculiar rubber-soled shoes, and holds a spear that gleams with cold light. What frightened him even more was that they were carrying a strangely shaped black bow on their backs. The bow was full of power and was definitely not an ordinary item. The most terrifying thing is their momentum. Discipline is strict and orders are obeyed. His eyes are full of confidence and a pride that comes from the bottom of his heart. This is definitely an elite force that has fought many battles. A thought suddenly flashed through Long Xiang's mind. Could this be the territory of a rebel king or separatist warlord? He wanted to reveal his identity, but when he saw the incredible wealth and the terrifyingly well-equipped private army before him, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Before finding out the details of this, Fong Xinxian, exposing your majesty's identity would be tantamount to seeking death. We are refugees who have fled from the north. Long Xiong restrained his aura and spoke in a hoarse and humble tone. The captain of the guard looked at them and saw that they were covered in wounds and looked miserable. The vigilance in his eyes faded a little and was replaced by a hint of sympathy. Refugees. He nodded, his tone softening considerably. Since you've arrived in Qingshi County, you're my master's subjects. Come with me and register at the refugee camp. There's food and shelter and doctors to treat your injuries. After saying this, he turned around and led the way, as if he had no doubts about these refugees. Long Xiong and the guards looked at each other and saw surprise and confusion in each other's eyes. No questioning, no body search. Did you just believe it so easily? And they also provide food, accommodation, and medical treatment? Is there really such a good thing in the world? With full of doubts and a bit of unbelievable expectations, Xiao Ruoxue and his group were taken to the refugee camp outside the county town. As soon as they entered the camp, they were once again shocked by the scene before them. Although the entire camp was huge and accommodated tens of thousands of refugees, it was well planned and not at all dirty or messy. Men, women, old and young, live in separate areas. The ground is clean and tidy, and there is even a dedicated toilet without any strange smell. All the refugees changed into clean clothes. Although there was still a trace of fear on their faces as they were new arrivals, their eyes were shining with hope of surviving the disaster. Soon, they were also taken to the registration office. The person in charge of registering and distributing supplies was a stunningly beautiful woman with a charming temperament and a hint of majesty between her eyebrows. It was Fong Han's third wife, Lu Rumei. New here? Go over there to get some porridge, then go to the cleansing room to wash up, change into clean clothes, and then come over to register. Lu Rumei's voice was gentle, but carried an unquestionable sense of command. When a bowl of steaming and fragrant meat porridge was brought to Xiao Ruoxue, she was completely stunned. That's not clear porridge. Instead, it is an extremely thick porridge cooked with snow-white rice grains. In the porridge, you can even see large chunks of soft-cooked meat. Xiao Ruoxue held the bowl of warm porridge and looked at the real food and meat in the bowl. A feeling of grievance, bitterness and grief that had been suppressed for too long suddenly rushed into his heart. She is the Empress of Dying, the supreme ruler. I can't remember how many days and nights I spent gnawing on tree bark and grass roots. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she had seen real food or smelled real meat. A sound of wow. This strong emperor who had never shed a tear even when his country was destroyed and his family was ruined, and he had to flee thousands of miles, could no longer hold back his tears at this moment, facing a bowl of meat porridge, and tears flowed like beads from a broken string. Chapter 84. Elixir of Life. Imperial Guards kneel. Xiao Ruoshui squatted on the ground like a helpless child, wolfing down the food while crying loudly. When the refugees around saw this, instead of laughing, they all looked at them with empathy and sympathy. Because every one of them had made the same mistake when they drank the first mouthful of porridge. They were then taken to the so-called cleansing room. When the maid sent by Lu Rumei taught her how to unscrew the strange iron pipe, shower head. On the wall, a stream of warm hot water instantly poured down from the top of her head, washing over her already dirty body. Xiao Ruoshui's whole body trembled violently. Feeling the long-lost warmth that penetrated deep into her bones, her spirit almost collapsed completely in this extreme comfort. After the cleaning was completed, the maid brought her a new set of incredibly soft cotton clothes. There was also a roll of snow-white, delicate, magical paper called toilet paper that she had never seen before. Xiao Ruoshui stroked the soft paper with trembling hands, then looked at the cotton coat on her body, which was more skin-friendly and comfortable than the finest silk. She felt an unprecedented huge shock in her heart. Here, even the most ordinary refugees can enjoy a life more luxurious than in the palace. These days, she was like a mortal who had entered the fairyland, observing everything here. She saw a lively and lovely girl named by Xuejian, who brought a group of children to sing cheerful and beautiful songs in the open space every day. The songs were all about praising and loving Fang Xinxian. She saw a gentle and virtuous woman named by Jiro sitting in front of a huge warehouse, directing the distribution and storage of massive amounts of materials in an orderly manner, with clear and meticulous accounts. She saw that the charming woman named Lu Rumei managed the refugee camp of tens of thousands of people in an orderly manner, and everyone was full of respect and admiration for her. Everyone here has their own duties, and their faces are filled with sincere and heartfelt smiles. There is no gloom in the palace, no calculations in the court, no intrigues, and no scheming. There is only hope, only peace, and only the best vision of the future. All of this created a cultural shock to her as the Empress, like a dimensionality reduction attack. She became wildly curious. What kind of person is Fang Xinxian, who is worshipped as a god by everyone, but has never appeared? What kind of extraordinary means did he use to create such a paradise on earth that everyone longed for in this chaotic and hellish world? An extremely strong curiosity and desire to explore quietly sprouted in her heart. The days of hard work, lack of nutrition, and the huge mental shock had already dragged Xiao Ruoshui's body to the brink of collapse. Although the bowl of meat porridge and hot bath gave her great spiritual comfort, it also became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Once the tense nerves relax, the hidden diseases in the body will burst out. Once when she was queuing for food, she felt dizzy, her vision went black, and she fell straight down. His Majesty, Long Xiong's eyes were bloodshot, and he rushed forward and held her in his arms, but found that her whole body was burning hot, and she had fallen into a deep coma. The doctor from the refugee camp was urgently invited over. The old doctor took Xiao Ruoshui's pulse and looked at her eyelids, his brows twisted into a knot. Alas! He sighed deeply and shook his head. This girl already has a deficiency of qi and blood, and her foundation is severely weakened. Now she's also overly worried, exhausted, and has caught a cold. She's also been overwhelmed by anger and is at the end of her rope. There's no way to save her. I am powerless. Please prepare for your funeral. Boom. The doctor's words were like a bolt from the blue, hitting Long Xiong and all the surviving guards hard. No way to save the situation? Preparing for funeral? No. Impossible. Long Xiong's eyes were red, and he grabbed the doctor's collar like a mad tiger. Look again. Take a closer look. She is De Jing. Shut up. A sober guard rushed up and covered Long Xiong's mouth tightly. Long Xiong woke up instantly, let go of his hand, and knelt down beside Xiao Ruoshui's bed with his tall body. He looked at the dying girl on the bed with a flushed face. This iron-blooded man who had never frowned even when being chased by thousands of troops, now felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. His eyes were filled with tears, and he fell into complete despair. Could it be that God really wants to kill me, dying? Lu Rumei soon learned about this. She looked at the heartbreakingly beautiful girl who was in a coma, then looked at the guards around her who looked ashen and desperate, and her heart moved slightly. Although these people call themselves refugees, their temperament and fearless loyalty show that they are by no means ordinary people. Lu Rumei turned and walked out of the refugee camp, looking towards the village entrance with an anxious look on her face. My husband has been out for 3 days. Normally he would have come back long ago, but why hasn't he come back yet this time? What should I do now? Just when Lu Rumei didn't know what to do, a tall figure appeared in the direction of the village entrance. Lu Rumei's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. A hint of joy appeared on her face, and she immediately went to meet him. Husband, you are finally back. She saw Fong Han's tired face and asked quickly, Husband, what's wrong with you? I'm fine, just a little tired from going out. Fong Han shook his head and saw the anxious look on Lu Rumei's face. What happened? Lu Rumei immediately reported the matter of Xiao Ruoshui to Fong Han. Soon, Fong Han, accompanied by Lu Rumei, came to the tent where Xiao Ruoshui was accommodated. He just calmly glanced at the condition of the girl on the bed. High fever, coma, rapid breathing, typical acute pneumonia with severe infection. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Fong Han calmly took out a small white porcelain bottle from his arms and poured out a few flawless white, immortal pills from it. In fact, these are just some modern antibiotics and powerful antipyretics. Rumei, find some water and feed it to her. Fong Han's tone was calm and indifferent, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Yes, husband, etc. Long Xiong instinctively stood up and wanted to stop it. Give this kind of medicine of unknown origin to a dying person? What if it's poison? However, when his eyes met Fong Han's eyes as deep as the sea, all his words were stuck in his throat. Long Xiong took a step back for some unknown reason and watched Lu Rumei carefully feed the magic pills into Xiao Ruoshui's mouth. The entire tent fell into dead silence. All the guards held their breath and stared at the empress on the bed, their hearts filled with anxiety and uneasiness. Time passes by minute. Half an hour later, a miracle happened. Chapter 85. The Secret Room Game. Who is the prey? The fever's gone. A guard standing by the bed suddenly let out an exclamation of disbelief. Xiao Ruoshui's forehead, which had been as hot as a branding iron, miraculously cooled down. His rapid breathing gradually became steady and powerful, and even a hint of healthy redness appeared on his pale cheeks. The old doctor was called over again. He took the patient's pulse doubtfully. The next second, he jumped up from the stool as if he had been electrocuted. He pointed at Xiao Ruoshui and stammered incoherently. The pulse is steady and strong. All the serious illness is gone. How is this possible? This is simply a resurrection technique. Back to life. These 4 words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Long Xiong's heart hard. He witnessed this miraculous method with his own eyes. It only took half an hour and a few small magic pills to turn the situation from certain death into safety. He could no longer suppress the shock, excitement, and ecstasy in his heart. He knew that this extremely young man in front of him was His Majesty, the last and only hope of the dying dynasty. For the safety of His Majesty and the future of dying, he made a decision that could change history. Under everyone's gaze, Long Xiong tidied up his tattered clothes and armor and walked in front of Fong Han. Plop! This iron-blooded leader who would rather die than surrender fell heavily to his knees, and the hard ground made a dull sound. He used all his strength and knocked his forehead deeply on Fong Han's feet. I, the guilty minister, Long Xiong, kowtow to the immortal Fong. I beg the gods to have mercy on me and save my master. Emperor dying, Xiao Ruoshui. The moment the words fell, a member of the security team responsible for intelligence work rushed in from outside the tent, knelt on one knee, and reported to Fong Han urgently. Sir, Madame Nangong of the Privy Council has sent an urgent report. A cavalry of approximately 500 elite soldiers is rapidly approaching Qingshi County. Their horses' hooves are wrapped in cloth, and they are moving swiftly. Their banner is the Duke of Ongwa's mansion. In the Fong family mansion, inside the secret room, the flickering candlelight cast long shadows of the 2 people on the hard concrete wall. Fong Han sat leisurely in the main seat, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, sipping the fragrant tea brewed by Nangong Yinshu himself. Sitting opposite him was Xiao Ruoshui, who had woken up and changed into a clean and simple dress. Although his face still looked a bit haggard from his illness, his phoenix eyes were filled with the imperial majesty. She sat quietly, examining the man in front of her who looked ordinary yet exuded mystery. It was he who used supernatural means to pull himself back from the gates of hell. It was he who, in this chaotic world, built such a paradise on earth that even she, the emperor, had never heard of. Thank you, Mr. Fong, for saving my life. After a long silence, Xiao Ruoshui spoke first. His voice was cold, yet with a subtle complexity. I believe you have already learned my identity from Long Xiong. She didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. She knew that in front of such an unfathomable person, any temptation and scheming would seem ridiculous. She straightened her back slightly, and the confidence that belonged to an emperor returned to her. She looked at Fong Han and slowly threw out the biggest and only chip in her hand. Help me restore my country. When I ascend the throne again, you, sir, will be the pillar of our nation, second only to the emperor and above all others. I can share this vast land with you, sir. This is the ultimate temptation that no man in the feudal era can refuse. Be crowned king and appointed prime minister, with all the power in the court and the country, and rule the world with you. She believed that no one could withstand such conditions. However, to her surprise, Fong Han did not show any joy or excitement on his face after hearing her words. He shook his head slightly. Xiao Ruoshui's heart suddenly sank. What did he mean by this? Could it be that even sharing the kingdom with him couldn't move him? Just as her mind was racing, Fong Han pulled out a strange, brass tubular object from under the table. The thing was thick at one end and thin at the other, with a crystal-clear glass lens inlaid in the middle, and its shape was extremely strange. What is this? Xiao Ruoshui asked subconsciously. I call it the telescope. Fong Han handed this simplified telescope to Xiao Ruoshui and pointed his chin at a small camouflaged window on the wall of the secret room. Your Majesty, you may use this to look out the window. Xiao Ruoshui was full of doubts, but he still took the heavy telescope, as he was told. She imitated Fong Han and put the thin end in front of her right eye. Next second, she felt as if struck by lightning. Her body trembled violently, and she almost dropped the teacup in her hand. How is this possible? In her vision, the mountain road that was originally distant and blurry, several miles away, suddenly became extremely clear, as if it was right in front of her. She could clearly see the camp of the pursuing troops of Duke Ongwa on the mountain road. She could see that in the camp, the big black flags with the word imprinted on them were fluttering in the cold wind. She could even see the expressions on the faces of the patrolling sentinels and the cold light reflected from the weapons in their hands. This kind of magical power of seeing through thousands of miles away has completely exceeded her cognitive scope. She suddenly felt cold all over, and her hands and feet were cold. Those so-called imperial mentality and the promise of sharing the country that she had just put forward seemed so pale and ridiculous at this moment. Would a person who possesses such unfathomable powers care about worldly power and wealth? Fong Han calmly looked at her pretty face, which was filled with shock and horror, and slowly took the telescope back from her hand. He picked up the teacup again, blew gently on the floating tea leaves, and spoke in a calm and relaxed tone. His Majesty, you think you need me? Or do I need you? This plain sentence was like a heavy hammer, hitting Xiao Ruoshui's heart hard, and her last bit of pride and confidence as an emperor was shattered. Her face was pale, her lips trembled slightly, and she couldn't utter a word. She finally understood. In front of this Fong Shunxian, she had no right to negotiate at all. She wasn't looking for allies. She was just a prey who had nowhere else to go and came to beg for shelter. And the man in front of him is the only hunter in this game of chess. Chapter 86 Overlord Clauses, System Upgrade. Inside the secret room, the candlelight burned quietly, casting the shadows of Fong Han and Xiao Ruoshui on the blue-gray cement wall, twisting and stretching them like two confronting gods and demons. The air seemed to freeze, so oppressive that it made people breathless. Xiao Ruoshui's phoenix eyes, which had just regained their spirit, were now filled with shock and confusion that could not be described in words. The shockingly clear image in the telescope and Fong Han's last nonchalant question were like two invisible hammers, smashing her pride and confidence as an emperor into pieces. You think you need me? Or do I need you? Every word of this sentence was like a red-hot iron needle, piercing deeply into the deepest part of her soul. Yes, she needs him. She, the great empress of dying, was now nothing but a stray dog, being chased by the pursuers of Duke Ongwa like a rat crossing the street, and even her life was in danger. And he, Fong Han, owns an indestructible paradise on Earth and possesses unfathomable and supernatural powers. He doesn't care about the country, the people, the imperial power, or the wealth. The ridiculous chips in his hand were nothing but a pile of useless rubble in front of him. The huge feeling of humiliation was like cold sea water, instantly drowning Xiao Ruoshui. She was once the supreme ruler. Her words were law and the whole world was subservient to her. Have you ever thought that one day you would be reduced to a point where you would not even be qualified to negotiate with others? Her nails dug deeply into the tender flesh of her palm, causing bursts of stinging pain, but the physical pain was far less than 1/10,000th of the torment she was experiencing in her heart. She bit her lower lip so hard that it almost drew blood. Resentment, anger, shame, all kinds of emotions surged wildly in her heart, like raging waves. But when she raised her head and met Fong Han's eyes, which were calm and deep as if they could swallow everything, all her emotions were instantly deflated like a balloon that had been punctured. She knew she had no choice. Resist? How could they resist? With only a dozen or so remaining soldiers, could they fight against his well-equipped and powerful private army? Or would he use his ridiculous status as an emperor to command a god, who even scoffed at the idea of sharing the country? This is not only seeking death, but also bringing humiliation upon oneself. For a long, long time, Xiao Ruoxue slowly loosened his clenched fists and took a deep breath, as if he had used up all his life's strength to suppress the overwhelming emotions. She put down all the pride and dignity that belonged to the emperor, and her straight back also slumped slightly. Please, sir, please give your instructions. These 4 words represent the complete surrender of an emperor. There was still no expression on Fong Han's face, as if all this was within his expectations. He admired the complex expression of humiliation and obedience on the face of the empress in front of him, and a sense of pleasure in control of everything arose in his heart. He likes this feeling. He personally broke the wings of the high and mighty phoenix, forcing her to crawl at his feet and look up at him. Very good. It seems that His Majesty is a wise man. Fong Han's tone was calm, yet it carried an unquestionable majesty. I can protect you and let you live safely here. I can even help you sit on the throne again and continue to be the queen of dying. Hearing this, a glimmer of light involuntarily flashed in Xiao Ruoxue's originally dead eyes. Return to Debao? This is something she thinks about day and night, but never dares to hope for in her dreams. However, Fong Han's next words were like a basin of cold water, completely extinguishing the fire of hope that had just ignited in her. But Fong Han suddenly changed the subject, and his eyes instantly became as sharp as a knife, as if they could see through people's hearts. Qingshi County, and in the future, all the territories that I, Fong Han, have conquered with my own hands, will be my independent kingdom. My territory is not subject to any control by your court. My people do not pay a penny of tax to your court. My people only obey my orders. You will be the nominal prince of Jing, the common ruler in the eyes of the people of the world. And I, Fong Han stretched out his finger and gently pointed at himself. I am the only king in this land. Boom. These words are no longer just about dividing the land and making the king. This is a naked attempt to use the emperor to command the princes. No, this is even more domineering than holding the emperor hostage to control the princes. Even when Cao Cao held the emperor hostage, he still had to use the banner of the Han dynasty. Fong Han wanted to tear this piece of land off Ding's territory and turn it into his own private territory. He wants to be a country within a country, a local emperor. Xiao Ruoxue's whole body trembled violently, and his face turned pale as paper in an instant. She had thought Fong Han would put forward harsh conditions, but she had never thought they would be so harsh. This is equivalent to cutting off a piece of flesh from her, the empress. You are plotting treason, she shouted subconsciously, the majesty of the emperor instinctively bursting out at this moment. However, Fong Han just looked at her coldly, with a sarcastic arc at the corner of his mouth. Treason? Your Majesty, do you have anything worth my coveting? With just one sentence, all of Xiao Ruoxue's momentum collapsed in an instant. Yes, what did she have now? A hollow title of emperor? A remnant army that could be wiped out at any moment? She was like a drowning person, and Fong Han was the only person on the shore willing to lend a helping hand. What qualifications does she have to bargain with the other party and ask him to save her in a certain way? This is her only lifeline. It is also her only hope to take revenge on Duke Anghua and those treacherous ministers who pushed her into a desperate situation. If she agreed to it, she would become a puppet emperor in name only and suffer humiliation. If she doesn't agree to him, she and the last loyal minister beside her may not even survive this night. Once the army of Duke Anghua arrives, he will be killed without a burial place. When faced with 2 evils, choose the lesser one. Xiao Ruoxue slowly closed her eyes, and 2 lines of tears silently slid down her pale cheeks. Those were the tears of an emperor, tears of humiliation, and also tears of resignation. When she opened her eyes again, all the resentment and struggle in her phoenix eyes had faded away, leaving only an almost numb calmness. I promise you. She used all her strength to squeeze these 4 words out of her throat. The moment she finished speaking, a series of crisp system prompt sounds rang out crazily in Fong Han's mind. Ding, detected that the target person, Xiao Ruoxue, has a strong desire for attachment and an absolute willingness to cooperate. Chapter 87 The Beginning of Divine Punishment. The Kite Demon arrives. Bite. The target character's favorability and admiration value have reached the binding standard. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Successfully bound to the 5th female protagonist, Dying Empress Xiao Ruoxue. Binding successful. Host's energy acquisition efficiency greatly improved. Energy limit greatly increased. Ding. The system energy pool is full, starting automatic upgrade. Upgrade successful. Congratulations to the host. The system has been upgraded to level 5. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the level 5 system gift pack. Reward 1. Resource Detector, Technology Artifact. Accurately scan and locate all designated mineral and water resources within a 10-kilometer radius. Reward 2. Portable Storage Space, Level Up. The space volume is expanded to 100 cubic meters. In an instant, Fong Han felt an unprecedented sense of powerful strength surging throughout his body. Resource Detector. This thing is simply a magical tool tailor-made for him. In a year of severe drought, what matters most? Water and food. And what is the most important thing in the struggle for supremacy in troubled times? Iron, ore, copper mines, coal mines. These are the basis for developing industry and forging weapons. With this thing, the mountains, rivers, and land of the entire Dying will no longer be a secret in his eyes. There was also 100 cubic meters of portable space, which meant he could carry more supplies and equipment from the modern world at once. His logistical capabilities would see a qualitative leap. The corners of Fong Han's mouth finally couldn't help but rise slightly, forming a satisfied arc. Looking at Xiao Ruoxue, whose energy had been completely drained away, like an exquisite yet fragile porcelain doll, Fong Han felt no pity in his heart, only the calmness and satisfaction of a chess player after making a move. He knew that simple agreements and verbal promises were unreliable for such a natural superior. Only by letting her see with her own eyes what absolute, incomprehensible, and irresistible power is, can her imperial heart be completely crushed and reshaped, so that she can feel awe from the bottom of her heart and completely stop all inappropriate thoughts. Your Majesty, there is no need to be so depressed. Fong Han stood up and his tone softened a bit, as if the tyrant who had just proposed the unfair terms was not him. Now that we've reached an agreement, we'll be allies from now on. To show my sincerity and to allow you to live here with peace of mind, I've decided to give you a welcome gift. Gift? Xiao Ruoxue and Long Xiong, who remained silent and heartbroken, both raised their heads subconsciously, their eyes full of confusion. What gift could he give at a time like this? Fong Han did not explain, just made a please gesture and walked out of the secret room first. Xiao Ruoxue and Long Xiong looked at each other. Although they were full of doubts, they could only follow silently. It's late at night. A waning moon hung in the sky, casting a cool glow like water. Fong Han led them through the quiet village and arrived at the top of the mountain behind Liushi village. On the top of the mountain, the night wind was howling, making people's clothes rustle. 10 guards dressed in black and wearing ghost masks on their faces had been waiting here for a long time. They stood still in the darkness like 10 statues, emitting a heart-pounding, cold, murderous aura. It was the trump card created by Fong Han, the Ghost Fong Special Forces team. When Long Xiong saw these 10 people, his pupils suddenly shrank. As the commander of the Imperial Guards, he has seen countless people in his life. What kind of elite has he not seen? But the feeling these 10 people in front of him gave him was completely different. They don't look like soldiers, but more like a group of top predators lurking in the dark night, ready to devour anyone at any time. The professionalism and ruthlessness that emanated from his bones made even Long Xiong, a veteran of the battlefield, feel inexplicably chilled. Fong Han ignored his shock and walked to a black metal box that had been placed on the ground and opened it. Under the astonished gazes of Xiao Ruoxue and Long Xiong, Fong Han took out a folded thing with an extremely strange shape from the box. The thing was completely black and made of a material they had never seen before, neither gold nor wood. It had 4 rotating wings on it, giving it a strange sense of technology. What is this? Xiao Ruoxue couldn't help but ask. I call it the mechanical kite, Fong Han explained casually as he expertly unfolded the drone's rotors. It's a mechanical device that can travel 1,000 miles a day and monitor the heavens and the earth. Travel 1,000 miles a day, oversee the heavens and the earth? Xiao Ruoxue and Long Xiong were completely confused and felt that what Mr. Fong said was becoming more and more mysterious. Isn't this thing just a kite with a weird shape? How is it possible to fly so far and monitor the heaven and earth? However, the next second, all their doubts were completely shattered by the incredible scene before them. There was only a slight, buzzing sound, and the four wings of the mechanical kite suddenly spun at high speed, bringing up a strong airflow that blew the dust and fallen leaves on the ground into the air. Then, in front of Xiao Ruoxue and Long Xiang's wide-open eyes, the mechanical kite actually violated all the laws of physics and rose slowly and vertically from the ground. The tips of its four rotors lit up with faint red and green light in the night, like a giant firefly crawling out of the abyss of hell, silently blending into the deep night sky and soon disappearing. Fly, fly, Long Xiong stammered, his eyes almost popping out. Without flapping wings or air currents to support it, it just flew straight up? This was completely beyond his understanding. Xiao Ruoxue even covered her mouth to prevent herself from screaming. Her heart, which had just been ravaged by Fong Han, was once again severely shocked by the miracle before her. However, this is just the beginning. Fong Han took out a thin, glowing blackboard from the box slowly. He tapped the board with his slender fingers, and the mirror-smooth board suddenly lit up, revealing an extremely clear picture from a high altitude. The picture shows the camp of the pursuing troops of Duke Ongwa, which is several miles away. This is... Xiao Ruoxue and Long Xiang moved closer tremblingly. When they saw the incredibly clear image on the screen, they both gasped at the same time and felt their souls trembling. What did they see? They saw the layout of every tent in the camp, the routes taken by the patrolling soldiers, and even the dancing flames of the campfire. Could this be the legendary perspective of a god? How could a mortal possibly have such a clear view of the earth from the sky? God, it really is a god's method. Long Xiong muttered to himself. His legs went limp, and he almost fell to his knees. Fong Han ignored their gaffe and lightly tapped the screen with his finger, and the picture switched instantly. The originally normal picture turned into a strange world composed of black, white, red, yellow, and other color blocks. In this world, every soldier in the camp has turned into a torch-like human silhouette emitting bright red light. Against the pitch-black background, they are so eye-catching and nowhere to hide. Chapter 88. Thousands of miles away, taking the general's head. Is this the Yinyang eyes? Xiao Ruoxue asked in a trembling voice. She felt that her cognition was being overturned and reshaped over and over again. Can you see people's yang fire? You can understand it that way. Fong Han said lightly. He slid his finger across the screen, and the image quickly zoomed in, eventually locking onto the largest central military tent in the center of the camp. Inside the tent, there was a humanoid silhouette, emitting heat and light far brighter and more intense than the others. At this moment, he was holding up his wine glass, seemingly drinking and having fun with others, completely unaware of the impending disaster. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Fong Han's mouth. He stretched out his finger and lightly tapped the screen. A red crosshair instantly locked onto the brightest figure. I found you. He turned around and gave orders to the 10 ghostly Ghost Fong team members behind him in an emotionless tone. Prepare for action. At this moment, Xiao Ruoxue and Long Xiang's hearts suddenly rose to their throats. They had a strong premonition. He was about to witness a miracle that was unprecedented, enough to be recorded in history and even overturn the entire World War landscape. A unilateral massacre from God. On the top of the mountain, the night wind was even more fierce. Fong Han did not look at the image on the tablet computer again. Instead, he turned around and took out a weapon from another larger black metal box that made Xiao Ruoxue and Long Xiang's souls tremble. That's a crossbow, but it was completely different from any crossbow the two knew. It is pitch black and made of pure metal. Its lines are ferocious and full of power. Its length is almost half the height of an adult. That huge body exuded a suffocating and terrifying aura that was purely born for killing. This can no longer be called a crossbow. This is clearly a giant steel beast lurking in the dark night. Fong Han skillfully placed the Barrett M82A1 anti-material sniper rifle, which he called the Divine Crossbow, on the ground, and took out a piece of iron from the box. The iron block was thicker than Long Xiang's finger and was made entirely of brass. With a click, he pushed it into the barrel of the gun. The whole process is smooth and full of deadly rhythm. Finally, he installed an equally peculiarly shaped cylindrical glass mirror on the top of the Divine Crossbow. After doing all this, Fong Han lay on the ground, with his right eye close to the glass mirror. At this moment, his entire aura was completely integrated with the Divine Crossbow in his hand in the cold night. He became a lifeless rock, a god of death ready to bring down divine punishment. Xiao Ruoshui and Long Xiong stood behind him, not daring to even breathe. Their brains have completely shut down. Everything that was happening before their eyes was far beyond their understanding. That glowing board, that flying mechanical kite, and this terrifying divine crossbow before me. Each one is a magical artifact that they have never heard of or seen before. They didn't understand what Fong Han was trying to do. This place is 4 or 5 miles away from the pursuit camp of Dukongwa. At such a long distance, let alone a bow and arrow. Even if you stand on the top of a mountain and look with your naked eyes, you can only see a blurry spot of light. In this situation, how to kill the enemy? Could it be that this magic crossbow can really shoot crossbow arrows 4 or 5 miles away and hit the target accurately? How is this possible? This is no longer martial arts, nor is it the power of a mortal. This is a myth. It's a legend. Just as their minds were racing and they were filled with confusion, Fong Han, who was lying on the ground, raised his lips in a cold arc. Through the top-notch thermal imaging scope on the Barrett, the enemy tent 2 kilometers away appeared as clear as if it were right in front of him. He could clearly see that the enemy commander, who was locked in the crosshairs, was holding up a wine glass and laughing loudly, with the fat on his face trembling. He could even see through the fabric of the tent the 2 maids behind the commander who were massaging his shoulders, and the faint heat emanating from their bodies. In the face of modern technology, distance, darkness, and obstacles have lost their meaning. By now, Fong Han's lips moved silently. His finger, gently and steadily, was on the trigger. Puff! An extremely slight, dull sound rang out on the top of the mountain. The sound was not as earth-shattering as imagined. Instead, it sounded like someone in the distance knocking on a quilt with a wooden stick. It was dull and inconspicuous, almost drowned out by the howling mountain wind. However, this insignificant muffled sound brought about earth-shattering consequences. Almost at the same moment the voice sounded, in the field of vision of the telescope in Xiao Ruoshui's hand. That was what Fong Han specifically asked her to hold and look at. An extremely bloody and horrifying scene that she would never forget for the rest of her life happened. In the enemy's tent several miles away, the general under the command of Dukongwa, who had just been drinking and having fun and was so arrogant, had his head exploded like a watermelon. Bang! Xiao Ruoshui seemed to hear the explosion in a hallucination. The head that was intact in the previous second suddenly exploded into a ball of scarlet blood mist that splattered all over the sky in the next second without any warning. Red blood and white brain matter mixed together and sprayed everywhere, dyeing the entire central military tent into the color of Shura hell. The headless body, still maintaining the posture of holding a glass, paused stiffly for a moment, and then fell to the ground with a bang, like a chopped wooden stake. Time, at this moment, seemed to have been paused. Xiao Ruoshui's beautiful phoenix eyes shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant. The telescope in her hand fell heavily on the hard rock with a clang, and the lens shattered. She looked as if she had been struck on the top of her head by the 9 heavens' divine thunder. Her whole body was shaking violently, and her face was pale, without a trace of blood. She covered her mouth tightly to prevent the fear and nausea that rushed into her throat from turning into a shrill scream. Long Xiong, who was standing beside her, was struck by lightning and froze in place. This iron-blooded man who had experienced hundreds of battles and witnessed life and death now had a blank mind, and his soul seemed to be pulled out of his body. What did he see? Oh my God! What on earth did he see? Take the general's head from thousands of miles away. This legend that only existed in myths and was exaggerated by storytellers actually became a reality right before his eyes. No, this is even more terrifying than the legend. Even more unbelievable. Even the legendary peerless general needed thousands of troops to charge in and take his head. And Fong Han, he just lay there and moved his fingers. A few miles away, a general with a large army and great power just died. He died silently, inexplicably, and like an ant being crushed to death at random. Chapter 89. Ghost Fangs Walk at Night, Silent Slaughter. The way the two looked at Fong Han completely changed at this moment. It's no longer about looking at a strong person. It is no longer like looking at a god with mysterious means. Instead, he was looking at a god who sat high in the clouds, holding the book of life and death in his hand, deciding life and death, and looking down on mortals as worthless. The real god. The sudden change in the central army tent was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, which instantly caused huge waves in the entire pursuing camp. General, there's an assassin. Protect the general. Shrill screams and terrified shouts broke the silence of the camp. Countless soldiers were awakened from their sleep. They rushed out of the tent in a daze, but saw only chaos in the direction of the central army tent, with torches flashing and people moving around. Panic, like a plague, began to spread quietly in the air. On the top of the mountain, Fong Han's expression did not change at all. He didn't even glance at the camp that had fallen into chaos. He simply uttered 2 words into the tiny headset at his lips in a cold and emotionless tone. Action. The cold command was clearly transmitted to the ears of every Ghost Tooth team member at the foot of the mountain through radio waves. Receive. In the dark shadows, 10 ghostly figures moved. They wore monocular night vision goggles that emitted a faint green light and held Type 95 rifles equipped with silencers and infrared laser indicators in their hands. Like 10 real devils from hell, they quietly and from different directions sneaked into the camp that had become a mess. Fong Han turned his gaze back to the tablet in front of him. The drone was still hovering high in the sky. Through the thermal imaging mode, all the dynamics of the entire camp were clearly presented in front of his eyes, like a sand table. He is the supreme commander of this killing. Ghost Tooth number 1, 30 meters to the left and front, there is a 3-person tent with 2 centurions inside. They are putting on armor. They should be dealt with first. Fong Han's voice was calm and precise. Receive. The captain, known as Ghost Tooth number 1, moved silently towards the tent like a civet cat. Instead of lifting the curtain, he aimed the rifle in his hand directly at the 2 clearly visible red outlines on the tent that represented human body heat. Puff, puff. There were 2 extremely slight muffled sounds, like balloons being popped. Inside the tent, the 2 centurions who had just been cursing loudly and discussing going to the central military tent to check the situation suddenly stiffened, and a tiny bloody hole appeared between their eyebrows. The light in their eyes quickly dimmed, and they fell straight to the ground without saying a word. Until their death, they had no idea where the enemy was. Ghost Fong number 3, there's a 5-man patrol approaching from the right side of the food pile. Eliminate them, especially the one in the front. Receive. In the shadows, Ghost Fong number 3 half knelt on the ground, the rifle in his hand as steady as a rock. Through the night vision goggles, the patrol was clearly visible to him. Puff, 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 puff. A series of short, dull sounds. The captain walking in the front suddenly felt a ball of blood explode on his chest, and he fell to the ground without even a groan. The 4 soldiers behind him felt as if their bodies were hit hard by something heavy before they could even react to what was happening. Then they lost all their strength and consciousness and fell down one after another. From beginning to end, they did not see any enemy, nor did they hear any bowstring sounds. Death comes so strangely and so suddenly. Fong Han's instructions were issued continuously and methodically through the headset. Ghost Fong number 5, the one who just ran out of the tent at 12 o'clock, is the messenger. Kill him. Ghost Fong number 7, be alert. A team of archers is gathering. Prioritize shooting the squad leader who is giving orders. Everyone, please be attentive. Hunt down all officers, squad leaders, and captains freely and destroy their command system. The members of the Ghost Fong squad are like 10 Grim Reapers who work in perfect harmony. Under Fong Han's real-time command through the full map vision provided by the drone, they can always appear at the most critical positions and hunt down the most valuable targets in the simplest way. A lieutenant had just rushed out of the tent and was about to organize his men when he was hit on the top of his head by a bullet shot from the darkness. A drummer in charge of the war drum had just raised his drumstick when a bullet pierced his wrist, and he fell to the ground screaming. Officers at all levels were eliminated one by one with precision. The command system of the entire pursuing force was completely destroyed in less than a quarter of an hour and fell into an unprecedented state of paralysis. And those ordinary soldiers were completely plunged into boundless fear. They could not find their superiors and could not hear any orders. All they saw was that the people around them were dying one after another and in strange ways. A companion who was shouting loudly suddenly stopped talking, and a bloody hole appeared on his neck. A group of soldiers tried to gather together, but as soon as they stood in a row, they fell down in unison like cut wheat. There were no enemies, no shouts of killing, and no loud noises of swords clashing. There was only darkness, only death, and only the barely audible puff sounds, like the whispers of death, echoing in the camp. The psychological pressure brought about by this unknown and strange way of death is 10,000 times more terrifying than a brutal fight with real swords and guns. Their spirits were being eroded and destroyed bit by bit. Finally, there's a ghost. There's a ghost. A soldier whose psychological defenses completely collapsed dropped the long knife in his hand and let out the first hysterical scream filled with boundless fear. This scream was like a spark thrown into a powder keg, instantly igniting the long-accumulated panic in the entire camp. It's a mountain ghost. It's a mountain ghost that's taking my life. The general has been killed by some evil magic. We all must die. Run, run. Panic, like a flood that broke through a dam, is out of control. Hundreds of elite pursuers who were so aggressive not long ago were completely defeated at this moment. They threw away their armor and weapons, crying and screaming, and fled out of the camp desperately like a group of headless flies. They pushed and trampled on each other, just to get farther away from this cursed land of death. Their former comrades have now become stumbling blocks on their way to escape. The entire camp was completely transformed into a hell on earth. From beginning to end, no one in the Ghost Fong team was killed or injured, and they were not even discovered by anyone. Chapter 90. God's might is as high as a prison. The Emperor's daughter returns. On the top of the mountain, Fong Han calmly looked at the tablet computer, at the chaotic camp that had completely collapsed and trampled on each other, without a single ripple in his eyes. When the last deserter disappeared into the night, he turned off the tablet and slowly began to pick up the equipment on the ground. He skillfully disassembled the hideous and terrifying divine crossbow, Barrett, and put it back into the long metal box. The mechanical kite, drone, that had performed such a miraculous feat had already flown back silently, and was folded up by him and put into the box. He dusted off his hands and stood up. He did the whole process calmly, as if he had just done a trivial task. Then he turned around and looked at the two stone sculptures behind him. Xiao Ruoshui and Long Xiang still maintained their previous posture, motionless. On their faces, there was still an expression of extreme, indigestible horror and shock. In their minds, the divine and demonic scene just now was still replaying over and over again. Kill with one strike from thousands of miles away. Silently, and without a trace, the entire camp was slaughtered. This kind of power and this kind of means have completely surpassed the scope of human beings. This is divine punishment. It is the power of heaven. It is a realm that mortals can never reach or even imagine. Are you satisfied with the gift? Xiao Ruoshui's delicate body trembled violently, as if she was awakened from a bizarre nightmare, and she suddenly came to her senses. She raised her head and looked at the man in front of her. He still looked calm and composed, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. But it was this calmness and indifference that frightened Xiao Ruoshue more than any ferocious face. The humiliation and unwillingness in her heart, the so-called imperial mentality, the ridiculous idea of wanting to endure hardships and turn the tables in the future. In the face of the divine and demonic means just now, it was crushed to pieces and turned into ashes, without even a trace of residue left. She finally understood it thoroughly. All that I rely on is just a joke in front of this man. All his calculations seemed so pale and presumptuous in front of this man. Rebellion? How could she resist a god who could take lives from thousands of miles away and treat an elite army as nothing? She finally understood that there was only one way out for her. That is to give up all the pride and dignity belonging to Xiao Ruoshue and devote everything of oneself to him tightly and unreservedly and depend on him. Only in this way can she survive. Only in this way would she have the opportunity to see her enemies and feel the same despair and fear as the pursuers tonight. Thump. A muffled sound. Under Long Xiang's incredulous gaze, the most noble woman of the dying dynasty, the Empress, bowed to Fong Han with her knees softened. She knocked her noble head, which she had never bowed to anyone, deeply and reverently on the cold and hard ground. She did this action without any hesitation and even felt a sense of relief. The sinner, Xiao Ruoshue. Thank you, sir, for giving me a new life. From now on, Ruoshue's fate is the master's fate. Ruoshue's body is the master's body. Ruoshue, I will obey master's orders, even if it means risking my life. At this moment, she was no longer the empress of dying. She was just the most devout and humble believer under Fong Han. Seeing that his lord was like this, Long Xiang, the loyal commander of the imperial guards, no longer hesitated. He immediately knelt down with a plop, buried his head deeper than Xiao Ruoshue, and shouted hoarsely and fanatically. I, the sinful minister Long Xiong, kowtow to the divine lord. I am willing to die for the divine lord and never betray him. The vigilance and suspicion in his heart had long been washed away by the scene that seemed like divine punishment. He knew that dying's future, His Majesty's future, no longer lay on that illusory dragon throne. And in the blink of an eye of the man in front of me, Fong Han quietly looked at the empress who was kneeling at his feet, humble as dust. He didn't help her. He was just enjoying the moment when this most proud phoenix completely folded its wings and lowered its noble head in front of him. He knew that from this moment on, This most important and unstable chess piece had been completely tamed by him. The imperial mark in her heart had been erased by her absolute power, and then engraved with his name, Fong Han. The first step in the chess game of holding the emperor hostage to control the princes is a perfect move. And this is just the beginning. His gaze passed the two people kneeling on the ground and turned to the vast land shrouded in darkness in the distance. There, countless warlords, princes, and ambitious people are fighting and playing games on the chessboard of this chaotic world. He is looking forward to it. When their divine punishment falls upon them, how wonderful will the expressions on their faces be? The corners of Fong Han's mouth slowly curled up into an arc that was cold, yet full of expectation. It's time to change the way this world is played. Chapter 91. The Emperor's Daughter appears on the stage. Outside Qingshi County, the camp where the former Duke Ongwa's pursuers were stationed had now changed its owner. Thousands of surrendered soldiers, their weapons confiscated, were gathered and held in the open field like lambs to the slaughter. Their faces were filled with fear and anxiety. No one knew whether a cold butcher's knife or a bleak hope of survival awaited them. Yesterday's unpredictable divine punishment had completely destroyed the last vestiges of their pride as elite troops. In the face of such an incomprehensible force, individual bravery and military organization became a laughable joke. Outside the valley, the army was in a panic and the atmosphere was so oppressive that it seemed frozen. However, deep inside the Fong family's inner residence, that impenetrable concrete fortress, the atmosphere was completely different. Amidst the tension, there was also a strange sense of excitement and anticipation. Fong Han knew that it would be difficult to truly incorporate an army, so Fong Han decided to use the most shocking trump card in his hand, Empress dying, Xiao Ruoshui. In tomorrow's incorporation ceremony, she will be the absolute protagonist. The light in the warm bedroom is soft. Xiao Ruoshui stood blankly in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling mirror, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar self in the mirror with a dazed expression. She was wearing an extremely gorgeous phoenix robe. This phoenix robe wasn't some old palace find. It was a fabric of immortals that Fong Han had somehow conjured from thin air. Its form mimicked ancient rituals, yet its details surpassed the finest craftsmanship of the dying imperial family. Embroidered with gold and silver thread against a deep, dark black background, the image of a phoenix in the sky shone vividly, its individual feathers gleaming with a fluid luster, as if poised to soar into the sky at any moment. Tiny, sparkling gemstones adorned the hems and cuffs, illuminating the robe with a dazzling brilliance in the light. This dress is even more luxurious than the one she wore when she ascended the throne. But her mood at the moment had nothing to do with the glory of being the emperor. Humiliation, confusion, anxiety, and a hint of anticipation that she herself hadn't even noticed. Complex emotions intertwined and surged in her heart, causing her clenched fists to ooze out fine layers of cold sweat. "Your Majesty, please relax." A gentle and graceful voice sounded behind her. Nangong Yinshu approached gracefully. This former county magistrate's wife, a noblewoman from a prominent family, possessed an innate mastery of etiquette. She stood behind Xiao Ruoshui, softly guiding her every subtle gesture through the mirror. "When you step onto the stage, you must look straight ahead, gazing at the soldiers farthest away. This will demonstrate your magnanimity and respect for the world. Slightly tuck your chin in to appear majestic, and walk a little slower than usual, pausing with each step to exude the dignity of a royal family." Nangong Yunshu's voice was soft, yet it carried a convincing force. She showed no jealousy or dissatisfaction, as if teaching another woman how to act like an emperor was the most natural thing to do. Xiao Ruoshui's stiff body subconsciously adjusted slightly under her guidance. "Don't be afraid, sister. Since your husband has asked you to come forward, it means everything has been arranged. You don't have to think about anything. Just bring out the imperial aura in your bones." Baijiro, holding a delicate eyebrow pencil, meticulously finished Xiao Ruoshui's makeup. Her movements were extremely gentle, her eyes focused and serious, and her words were full of soothing power. She looked at the face in the mirror that was as beautiful as her own. There was no comparison or hostility between women in her heart. She only had complete trust in her husband's arrangement and sincere concern for this new sister. "Wow, Sister Ruoshui, you look like a fairy from a painting when you wear this dress. No, you look even prettier than a fairy. I've seen several operas in the county before, and the queens on those stages aren't even worthy of carrying your shoes." Beside her, Bai Shuejian held her cheeks with her hands, her bright eyes twinkling with little stars. Her innocent admiration was like a stream of clear water, instantly diluting the tense and solemn atmosphere in the room. Even Xiao Ruoshui, who had always had a tense face, couldn't help but soften the corners of her mouth slightly. Lu Rumei never said much. She just turned around silently, took out a bowl of lotus seed soup with a sweet fragrance from the food box, and handed it lightly to Xiao Ruoshui with lotus steps. Moisten your throat first. I'm afraid you'll have a lot to say tomorrow. She doesn't talk much, but she always offers the most thoughtful care when it is most needed. Xiao Ruoshui looked at the sisters in front of her who had different postures, but all showed kindness to her, and an unprecedented and extremely strange warmth surged in her heart. Once upon a time, she was in the deep palace, surrounded by endless suspicion, calculation, and hypocritical flattery. Even the closest maid could betray her in the next second for personal gain. But here, one taught her the imperial manners, one dressed her up carefully, one encouraged her, and one calmed her nerves and warmed her stomach. They are all that man's women. Logically, they should be the most direct competitors, rivals in love, but the look they gave him was filled with pure concern and kindness. This incredibly harmonious atmosphere made even she, a former emperor, feel a little unreal. She silently picked up the bowl of lotus seed soup. The warm jade bowl felt delicate to the touch. She blew on it gently, scooped up a spoonful, and put it into her mouth. The soft and sticky lotus seeds and the sweet soup slid down her throat into her stomach, as if carrying a warm force that made her body, which had been tense due to nervousness, relax slightly. Just then, the door was pushed open with a creaky sound. Fang Han stood with his hands behind his back and appeared at the door. His deep gaze immediately fell on Xiao Ruoshui, who was surrounded by the women in the center. Seeing her in a phoenix robe and with delicate makeup, although there was still some nervousness between her brows, it had been replaced by a gathering majesty. Fang Han's mouth curled up with a satisfied arc. He didn't say anything nonsense, but just walked up to Xiao Ruoshui and took something out of his arms. It was a white jade pendant that was warm and smooth, with exquisite cloud patterns carved on it. It looked very valuable. Take this. Without saying anything, Fang Han personally pinned the jade pendant on the belt of Xiao Ruoshui's gorgeous phoenix robe. The position was clever, neither abrupt nor lacking in embellishment. Tomorrow, let your voice resound throughout the entire school grounds. His voice was not loud, but it carried an absolute confidence that he was in control of everything. Xiao Ruoshui subconsciously reached out and grasped the cold jade pendant. She didn't understand how a small jade pendant could make her voice resound throughout the training grounds. But she didn't ask, because when she raised her head and met Fang Han's eyes that seemed to see through everything, she saw a kind of calmness called everything is under control. In those eyes, she saw the blood mist that filled the sky like a divine punishment yesterday, saw the collapse of that elite army, and also saw her own humility as she knelt on the ground in surrender. However, at this moment, when these eyes looked at her, the strong sense of uneasiness and humiliation in her heart actually melted away bit by bit, slowly turning into a trace of something called confidence. Yes, with such a god standing behind me, what is there to be afraid of? I am just a sword in his hand that is about to be unsheathed. As for the sword, it only needs to obey the will of its master and chop everything in front of it into pieces. At this moment, the last trace of confusion in Xiao Ruoshui's eyes completely disappeared. What replaced it was the cold and firm majesty of an emperor. Chapter 92. Imperial power is the sword, and the army is loyal. The next day, early morning. Above the expanded training ground, an atmosphere of solemnity and murderous intent permeated the air as solid as iron. Thousands of surrendered soldiers were ordered to sit on the ground in groups of 100. Their armor had long been confiscated, leaving them only in thin prisoner uniforms, shivering in the morning breeze. Their faces were filled with death. Around them, rows of Fang family guards dressed in uniform black attire stood proudly like silent sculptures. In their hands, they were not holding the common spears and swords of this era, but a strangely shaped, metallic-feeling strong bow. That was the compound bow Fang Han had brought from the modern era. The cold bow, the taut bowstring, and the alloy arrowhead that flashes with a deadly cold light all exude a heart-pounding and terrifying aura. The number of people in this escort team is obviously far less than that of the surrendered soldiers, but the iron-blooded momentum they possess, which comes from rigorous training and absolute self-confidence, is like an invisible mountain, pressing heavily on the hearts of every surrendered soldier. Neo Air and Ma Baogua, one on the left and one on the right, stood at the foot of the platform like two door gods. Their eyes, as sharp as hawks, scanned the faces of every surrendered soldier below, nipping any ill thoughts in the bud. The platform was empty. There was only a throne covered with gorgeous tiger skin and carved with intricate patterns, placed alone in the center. That was Fang Han's position. But he did not show up today. Time passes by every second. The sun rose higher and higher, scorching the earth and the hearts of every surrendered soldier that were hanging in the air. They began to whisper, and panic spread among the crowd. What are they doing? Are they going to kill us all? It's over, it's over. If I had known earlier, I should have escaped with them yesterday. What on earth does that god want to do? Give us a quick death. Just as the surrendered soldiers were becoming increasingly desperate, thinking they were about to be sacrificed and massacred, Your Majesty has arrived. A long, clear, and resonant singing, as if carrying some strange magic, suddenly resounded throughout the training ground. This voice was played synchronously through the walkie-talkies on the waists of several guards and was clearly heard by everyone. His Majesty? Which Majesty? All the surrendered soldiers, including those officers who looked ashen and determined to die, suddenly raised their heads at this moment. Their faces were filled with extreme, unbelievable astonishment. Under everyone's shocked gaze, a ceremonial guard slowly appeared on the other side of the platform. Walking in the front was Long Xiang, who was holding a long spear, wearing heavy armor, and had a stern face. Even if the soldiers under the command of Duke Manhwa had never seen this former commander of the Imperial Guards, they had definitely heard of his fame. Following behind Long Xiang were a group of maids who were so beautiful that they did not look like ordinary women. By Jiro's gentleness, by Xuejian's cuteness, Lu Rumei's charm, Nangong Yunshu's grace. Each of them possesses a peerless beauty that is enough to drive any man in the world crazy. At this moment, they were like the humblest maids, surrounding a figure. The figure, dressed in an extremely gorgeous black phoenix robe and a 9-phoenix rising sun crown on his head, walked lightly with lotus steps, step by step, and climbed up the high platform that symbolized the supreme power. The sunlight, just at this moment, penetrated the clouds and fell on her. The golden glow gave her gorgeous phoenix robe a sacred border. Her face was cold and majestic. Her demeanor is graceful and elegant. Her eyes swept calmly over the thousands of ant-like surrendered soldiers below, as if she was looking at a group of her own people. It was the long-missing empress dying, Xiao Ruoshui, who was believed by the world to have died in the chaos of war. Boom! At this moment, the brains of thousands of surrendered soldiers seemed to be struck by a huge thunder and instantly exploded into blankness. Yes, Your Majesty. It's really Your Majesty. The empress who existed only in legends, who was slandered as the evil queen by Duke Manhwa and hunted down by rebels all over the world, actually appeared here. And look at her magnificent phoenix robe, the majestic former commander of the Imperial Guards standing behind her, and the maids around her who are like celestial concubines. How does this look like he's in trouble? This is clearly a life of immortality, even more carefree and happy than living in the palace. At this moment, all the dirty water thrown by Duke Manhwa on the empress, all the rumors about her, were refuted. The faith in their hearts, which was already shaky due to divine punishment, completely collapsed the moment they saw the empress with their own eyes. Just as they were terrified and distraught, a clear, grand voice, with unquestionable majesty and a hint of sacredness and ethereality, rolled in from the high platform. I, the great Jing Emperor, Xiao Ruoshui. You are all my subjects. This voice, through the help of the jade pendant loudspeaker on her waist, was transmitted clearly to the ears of everyone on the training ground. It felt as if the empress was speaking to them personally in their ears. This mysterious and unpredictable method instantly became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Your Majesty, it's really Your Majesty. Among the crowd, an unknown surrendered soldier was the first to react. He looked like a madman, tears streaming down his face, and he kowtowed desperately to Xiao Ruoshui on the platform, letting out a hoarse cry. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! This shout was like a thunderclap, instantly igniting the entire audience. Long live His Majesty! Long live our Emperor! Long live our Emperor! The fanatical shouts, like a tsunami, instantly swept across the entire training ground. Thousands of surrendered soldiers cried and roared, as if they had seen a savior. They knelt down and kowtowed desperately to the figure on the platform. Their military morale completely collapsed at this moment. And in the frenzy of finding belonging, it is instantly reshaped. They are no longer rebels. They are His Majesty's subjects. They have found their own monarch. On the high platform, Xiao Ruoshui looked at the enthusiastic scene below, which was as wild as a tsunami. She felt the gazes of admiration and awe directed at her. Her heart was beating violently in her chest. She forced herself to suppress her inner excitement and nervousness, and followed the words Fong Han had taught her beforehand, announcing word for word in a majestic and grand voice amplified countless times by the loudspeaker. All soldiers, stand up. You have been deceived by the traitor in Guogong and led astray. Considering that you still have the will to return home, pardon all your sins. From this day forward, you are no longer rebels, but the vanguard of rebellion suppression of dying. I order Mr. Fong Han, the god of protecting the nation, to temporarily command the entire army. In the future, you will join me in eradicating all rebellion and restoring our dying kingdom. After the ceremony, when Xiao Roche returned to the inner house, the imperial majesty that she had forced herself to maintain was instantly gone. Her legs went limp, and she almost collapsed into the chair, her back already completely soaked in cold sweat. Excitement, humiliation, fear, excitement. All kinds of extremely complicated emotions were madly intertwined in her heart, making her beautiful face turn blue and white. At this moment, a cup of black liquid that was emitting a slight cool breeze and bubbling with strange bubbles was handed to her. Fong Han appeared beside her without her knowing when. He had no extra comfort or excessive praise. Well acted. He just said it lightly, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. There will be many such scenes in the future, so I'll get used to it slowly. Xiao Ruoxue raised her head and stared at the man in front of her. She took the cup of the strange liquid called Immortal Jade Dew and drank it carefully, imitating Fong Han's behavior. A spicy, stimulating, yet extremely sweet taste instantly exploded on her tongue. The countless tiny bubbles seemed to carry a magical power, washing her taste buds and soothing the turbulent excitement in her heart. She looked at the man in front of her, his eyes slightly teasing but controlling. The already shaky defense line in her heart was once again pried open by a new emotion called fall, leaving an unbridgeable gap. Chapter 93, Lightning Array, Night Banquet Shock. After successfully recruiting thousands of surrendered soldiers, Fong Han's power experienced its first explosive growth, like a snowball. With the rapid increase in military strength, the original size of Liushi village has become insufficient. Fong Han immediately put the expansion plan of the entire village on the agenda. Countless laborers were mobilized. Under the guidance of the architectural planning drawings provided by Fong Han, which were far ahead of their time, a brand new militarized base with a concrete fortress as its core began to rise in the valley. Taking advantage of the opportunity of large-scale construction, Fong Han naturally launched his long-planned next miracle plan. He announced to the public that in order to protect this paradise, he would personally build an unparalleled defensive formation called the Nine Heavens Thunder and Lightning Mountain Protection Formation for the entire valley. Once this formation is set up, it can draw the power of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, making the entire valley as bright as day in the darkness, and no villain can hide. Both the indigenous residents of Liushi village and the newly recruited surrendered soldiers firmly believe this statement. After all, if even the myth of taking the general's head from 1,000 miles away can become a reality and turn night into day, what does it matter? So, under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes filled with awe and fanaticism, Fong Han began his formation. He frequently entered the secret room that no one could approach, and again, he summoned a large number of magic instruments from it. They were bundles of thick black vines, cables, and crystal-clear formation nodes, light bulbs, that looked like glass. No one recognizes these things, but that doesn't stop them from regarding them as immortal treasures. The most core eye of the formation was set up by Fong Han in an underground secret room dug deep into the belly of the mountain and poured with thick cement. When he took out the high-power diesel generator purchased from the modern world from the storage space, everyone instantly imagined this ferocious steel behemoth as an ancient thunder beast that was subdued by the gods and used to provide energy for magic circles. Fong Han solemnly covered the walls of the secret room with thick fur and cotton wool, euphemistically saying, "This is a divine beast with a ferocious aura. It needs to be wrapped in thick earth and something soft and feminine to contain its divine power and prevent it from harming mortals." In fact, this is just the simplest sound insulation treatment. Everything is ready. That night, in order to celebrate the establishment of the anti-rebellion vanguard army, and to completely win over the hearts of these thousands of soldiers, Fong Han held a banquet for the entire army in the newly expanded square. Thousands of newly recruited surrendered soldiers and the old guards who had followed Fong Han the earliest gathered together for the first time. In the square, a bonfire was blazing, and on the huge grill, whole fat sheep were roasted, sizzling with oil. The rich aroma of meat mixed with the aroma of wine drifted to every corner of the valley. Plenty of wine and big barbecue. This kind of treatment is considered a luxury even in the Imperial Guard camp in the capital during peacetime, let alone in this year of severe drought when people are suffering. All the soldiers, whether new recruits or veterans, ate with their mouths full of oil, drank with their faces flushed, and their faces were filled with happiness and satisfaction from the bottom of their hearts. They looked towards the young figure on the platform, chatting and laughing with several beautiful ladies, their eyes filled with gratitude and enthusiasm. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. Fong Han slowly stood up from his seat and walked to the front of the platform. The entire square fell silent in an instant. Thousands of eyes were focused on him, full of anticipation and admiration. Soldiers. Fong Han's voice, through the loudspeaker equipment, resounded clearly throughout the venue. To celebrate the addition of several thousand Tiger Guards to Qingshi County, and to celebrate the completion of our home expansion, today, I will let you witness the true wonders of the immortal realm. The words fell. He simply raised his hand and gently snapped his fingers towards the void. The movements are chic and casual. Next second, buzz. After a slight strange humming sound, hundreds of high-power incandescent lamps installed under all the eaves, along the roads, and on the sentry posts throughout the valley were lit up at the same time in an instant. The dazzling, pure, and impure white light, like a giant sword of light swung by a god, instantly dispelled the thick night that enveloped the valley. The entire valley, from the deepest fortress to the outermost outpost, became as bright as day in an instant. The moon in the sky pales in comparison to this man-made light. At the same time, a dull but powerful rumbling sound came from the direction of the underground secret room where the eye of the formation was located. The sound was low, powerful, and rhythmic, as if there really was a captive ancient beast, slowly sleeping and growling deep underground, providing this light with an endless supply of power. God, a miracle. After a brief silence, a surrendered officer let out a crazy scream. He fell to his knees with a plop and kowtowed madly to Fong Han on the platform. This is the power of the Thunder God and Lightning Mother. It's a true divine method. Oh my God, the night is really lit up. I'm not dreaming, am I? The entire square was in an uproar. All the soldiers, regardless of age or rank, including Long Xiang who was standing behind Xiao Ruoshui, were so shocked by the unprecedented miracle of light that they stood there in shock, their minds going blank. Then, they all knelt on the ground like harvested wheat. Facing the figure on the high platform, which was shrouded in brilliant light and looked like a god, he knelt madly and shouted incoherently, God and Heavenly Lord. The last trace of human rationality in their eyes was completely destroyed. What remains is only the most primitive and fanatical worship of God. Fong Han looked at the scene below with satisfaction and waved his hand. The banquet continues. The atmosphere of the banquet reached an unprecedented climax under the catalysis of the miracle. Bai Xuejian was pushed onto the stage by Fong Han and used a portable speaker to play exciting modern dance music and danced a never-before-seen immortal song and dance. The dynamic rhythm and the fiery dance moves made these ancient soldiers stunned and their blood boil. They completely regarded this place as a paradise on earth and a kingdom of God on earth. At this moment, the army's morale is completely subdued. However, in this sea of revelry, not everyone has lost their minds. Nangong Yinshu held the wine glass and elegantly approached Fong Han. In a voice that only the two of them could hear, he whispered a reminder. Husband, look at the 7 o'clock direction. Some of the newly surrendered officers at those tables look strange. Although they are smiling, their eyes are flickering and they are secretly exchanging glances. It seems they have ulterior motives. Fong Han followed her gaze and nodded calmly. His gene enhancement fluid not only strengthened his body, but also sharpened his 5 senses. If Nangong Yinshu could discover it, how could he not know it? He wanted to use this miracle and carnival to make those guys with ulterior motives lose their minds and jump out on their own. Really, just as the atmosphere of the banquet reached its climax, almost everyone was distracted by the miracles and singing and dancing. An officer who had surrendered and was secretly pointed out by Nangong Yinshu suddenly stood up, pointed in one direction, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "There are assassins! Protect the gods!" As he shouted, he pretended to be panicked and slammed into a guard next to him, creating a small chaos in an instant. Everyone's attention was drawn to his shouting and the chaos over there. This is a typical case of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. In this lightning-fast moment, when everyone is dazzled by the light, they develop a psychological blind spot of darkness under the lamp. An extremely fast purple shadow, like a poisonous snake emerging from the shadows of hell, took advantage of this fleeting and only defense loophole and appeared on the platform silently. In her hand, she held a dark green dagger filled with deadly poison. It cut through the air and turned into an icy cold light, piercing Fong Han's throat with the determination to kill. Chapter 94. Divine Power as Prison, Capturing Ziying Alive. That dark green cold light, filled with poison, was as fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder. The assassin's movements were extremely strange, like a weightless ghost, finding the only blind spot in the intersection of light and shadow. Her timing was perfect. It was the most enthusiastic moment in the stadium, the most lax defense, and Fong Han himself seemed to be the most relaxed. This was a long-planned, perfect kill. The cold, sharp blade, illuminated by hundreds of electric lights, reflected the light of death and reached Fong Han's neck almost instantly. Everyone present didn't even react. However, this fatal blow stopped abruptly less than an inch away from Fong Han's throat. There was no loud noise of metal clashing, no earth-shattering collision. One hand, a slender and powerful hand, so calmly and effortlessly, arrived first and firmly grasped the assassin's wrist holding the dagger. That hand, like a pair of red-hot iron pliers, tightly gripped the assassin's wrist, preventing her stabbing with all her strength, which could have split stones and broken monuments, from advancing even an inch. Time seems to be frozen at this moment. On the assassin's face covered with purple gauze, a look of extreme shock and horror that could not be described in words flashed across his cold eyes. She couldn't believe it. She is the top, purple-level killer in the organization. This attack combines her lifelong skills and techniques. The speed is so fast and the angle is so tricky that it is enough to assassinate any top master in the world in an instant. But he actually caught the blade so easily with his bare hands. Moreover, the other party didn't even stand up. The moment Xing made her move, everyone in the harem on the platform reacted differently. Baijiro was the closest to the scene. She only saw a flash of purple light, followed by the deadly cold light. She was so scared that she let out a short cry, and her pretty face, which was as gentle as water, instantly turned as pale as paper. Bai Shuejian was shocked at first, and then angry. Her innocent almond-shaped eyes widened instantly, and she opened her mouth, almost about to burst into a curse. Lu Rumei's reaction was the calmest. She did not scream, but subconsciously pulled Nangong Yunshu, who came from a prominent family and was weak as a kitten, behind her and protected her with her body. Xiao Ruoxue, the former empress, felt a chill run down her spine when she saw the familiar assassination scene, as if she were back in the days and nights of being hunted. But when she saw Fong Han's nonchalant reaction, the fear that had pierced her bones quickly transformed into a sense of relief that even she found absurd and strange. The changes off the field happened in a flash. The assassin known as Purple Shadow was filled with alarm. After missing the attack, she did not hesitate at all and immediately mobilized her internal energy to shake off Fong Han's palm. At the same time, her body moved like a wisp of green smoke, trying to withdraw and blend into the darkness. As long as she is given a chance to survive, she will be confident that she can escape. Want to leave? The corner of Fong Han's mouth curled up into an extremely cold and sarcastic arc. After being injected with the gene optimization fluid, his dynamic vision, reaction speed, and neural reflex arc had already reached an inhuman and terrifying level. In these eyes, Ziying's proud and strange body movements seemed to be replayed in slow motion. Every detail was crystal clear, and all the changes seemed so clumsy and ridiculous. He didn't even stand up, still sitting steadily on the armchair. He grabbed Ziying's wrist, shook it violently, and pulled. An irresistible, terrifying force came instantly. Ziying felt that her body was completely out of control, as if she was being grabbed by a giant beast. She couldn't help but pounce towards Fong Han in a panic. Fong Han's other hand turned into countless afterimages at this moment, and his wrist flew like flowing water. All I heard was a series of teeth-grinding sounds. Click, click, click. Ziying had the soft sword hidden at her waist, the poisoned needle hidden in her sleeve, the dagger hidden in her boots. All the hidden and deadly weapons on her body were removed by Fong Han with an incredible and exquisite technique before she could use them, and they fell to the ground with a clang. Finally, Fong Han stretched out a finger, his index finger. Under his dynamic vision, that finger seemed to penetrate the constraints of time, and with lightning speed and incredible precision, it touched the numb point on Ziying's vest. Ziying only felt a strange tingling sensation spread throughout her body in an instant, and the internal energy she had just gathered was instantly dissipated like a punctured balloon. His whole body stiffened, and he fell limply to the ground. Except for his eyeballs, which could still move, he could no longer move his whole body. From the assassination to the assassin being captured alive, the whole process was extremely fast and took only 3 breaths. It was not until Ziying fell to the ground that the surrendered officer who was responsible for creating the chaos was pinned to the ground by the guards. The whole place was in dead silence. No matter whether it was the thousands of soldiers below the platform or the women on the platform, they were all frightened out of their wits and stunned by this sudden and shocking change in Fong Han's terrifying godlike strength. Is this still human power? Faced with such a fierce assassination, he didn't even blink, and while chatting and laughing, he captured a top assassin as easily as playing with a kitten or puppy. However, Fong Han's next move was beyond everyone's expectations. He did not immediately interrogate the assassin lying on the ground, nor did he even look at her. He stood up immediately and walked quickly to the girls who were already frightened out of their wits. His originally icy face instantly turned gentle like a spring breeze. "Don't be afraid, it's okay." He reached out his hand and gently patted Baijiro's back, which was cold due to nervousness. He then reached out and lovingly pinched by Xuejin's puffed cheeks, calming their panic one by one. His voice was extremely gentle, completely different from the killer-like appearance he had just had. After confirming that his family members were safe and just a little frightened, he breathed a sigh of relief as if he had accomplished the most important thing. Then he turned around and picked up the motionless purple shadow on the ground with one hand, as if he was picking up a chick. He looked around the room and smiled faintly at the thousands of stunned soldiers below, as if nothing had happened. It was just a little entertainment that frightened everyone. The party continues. Looking at his nonchalant attitude, as if he had just casually swatted a fly, his first move was to comfort his family. Below, the last bit of arrogance and the last inappropriate thought in the hearts of all the surrendered soldiers were completely crushed. The way they looked at Fong Han, in addition to their original awe and enthusiasm, was now filled with an incomparably profound understanding. This immortal may seem gentle, but he has a reverse scale that absolutely cannot be touched. And his Achilles heel are the women around him. Chapter 95. The beginning of the attack on the heart, the first touch of the fierce horse. Dark and damp. This was Ziying's first feeling about the surrounding environment after regaining consciousness. She found herself in a secret room made entirely of concrete. There was not a single window on the wall, only a heavy iron door that completely isolated her from the outside world. There was a cold touch on my wrists and ankles. Those were heavy steel shackles that locked her tightly against the wall, preventing her from moving at all. Ziying struggled, but found that her body was completely empty, unable to muster even a trace of internal energy. Apparently, Fong Han had sealed her meridians with a special technique. She recalled the shocking scene at the banquet, the man's godlike strength, and his indifferent eyes that saw through everything, and a chill rose in her heart. But then,